Welcome, everyone, to the Grand Archive 2025 World Championship, the most exciting, action-packed weekend of Grand Archive of the year. I'm Main Deck Dan.
And I am Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue. And today we have for you the Gauntlet, which is a last chance qualifier. Dan, tell everyone about the Gauntlet and how it differs from the actual World's main event.
This is a super exciting addition to the World Championships this year. The Gauntlet is actually a last chance qualifier. So the way this works is there are 28 players today playing in this event who all performed very highly at national events throughout the world, but not the highest. And these players are now fighting it out for 16 extra spots into the main event Worlds starting tomorrow.
That's right. 16 of these people are going to make it into Worlds tomorrow. So it's a good chunk of the players playing today. And it's kind of like all or nothing right now, right?
Yeah, and this is a crazy event because it is a standard format, 60-minute rounds that these are going to be playing, 5-minute overtime, just like you'd expect. But with these 28 players, it is an 8-round event still, which is going to be, understandably, a gauntlet for these players who are trying to score enough wins to break into that top 16. Obviously, a lot is on the line because over half of these players are going to make it into Worlds, but a chunk of these players are unfortunately not.
Looks like the event is aptly named, right?
Yes.
I think it's going to be a really interesting event. I think it's going to kind of set the stage for Worlds over the next couple days and this weekend, right? It's kind of like, you could think of it as like the preliminary rounds, kind of like what we're kind of going to be getting into for Worlds, right?
Yeah, exactly. And actually, another cool thing about this event is it is a totally open deck list event, starting from round 1.
Yeah.
And so not only are these Gauntlet players looking at each other's decks, looking at the metagame, planning how they're going to be playing throughout the day, but all of the players who are in the World Championship in the Swiss stage starting tomorrow, they're looking at these deck lists too. They're going to be keeping an eye on what's performing today to see what deck they need to bring for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting thing. Do you think players running the Gauntlet today who make it into that top 16, do you think they just run back what they're running in the Gauntlet, or do you think they swap it up and do a little swapperoo here?
Well, Kel, that's the big exciting part of this weekend. The players do not have to have their decks locked in yet until the event begins tomorrow. So the players in Worlds have a lot of options available to them about how they want to approach this. We have players who are experts at particular decks in the game who may be planning to just bring the deck that they have the most reps in, or they may be looking at these results and trying to shake it up and surprise people with something else.
Yeah, I would expect at least a few people to kind of do the old switcheroo here, and I think it's kind of like a sneaky little tech, right? Especially if someone's like expecting, if they're actually especially known for a particular deck and then swapping it up with the Worlds.
Right. And this is a format right now for Grand Archive where there are a pretty decent number of very competitive decks for people to bring. Now, Kel, we've seen some of the deck lists already. What are some of the deck lists that people are expecting to see this weekend or at the Gauntlet today?
Okay. I'm just going to cut the preamble for the big one. It's one that I know, talking with you, talking to a lot of other competitive players, we've seen it perform very well at recent events, and that is the, I'm just going to call it the Genbu deck, right?
Yes.
The Water Guoja, Self-Mill, big old Turt Swap Genbu deck.
The deck that won North American Nationals in some insane games where it went up against some of the best players in the game playing Fractals, was sort of considered the underdog going into those matches and still managed to dominate those players and take the title of North American champion. That deck has grown in popularity, and we're seeing a number of them at the Gauntlet tables. Today, of course, a lot of the best names in the game on what they consider to be the best deck in the format.
Yeah, and you mentioned Fractals too, right? So Fractals recently got a little bit of a ban, but it's not down and out. It's still a deck that people could conceivably bring to both of these events, right?
Yeah. What happened was the ban of Dissonant Fractal.
Yep.
Dissonant Fractal providing just so much consistency and explosive power to the deck. It's the card that enabled you to have those turn 2, I actually just have enough Fractals in play to take you out of the game right now. Those lines are a little harder for Fractals to achieve. It's lost a little bit of that edge, but it's still certainly something that all players in the event have to be aware is a possibility to face. So we have Genbu, we have Fractals.
There's a favorite of mine that I don't play as much anymore, but that would be like a Wind Luxem Xander style deck.
I was going to toss it to you and say, Kel, what assassin decks
Right, yeah.
can we see today?
There's actually a couple assassin decks, and I think the Wind Luxem Xander style is going to be a little bit more prevalent than my personal favorite Tristan, and I think the Wind Luxem Xander style deck is more of a deck that if you are good at it, that you are more likely to bring it than anyone else, for example.
Yeah, that is one of those decks that has such a high skill floor, but also a high skill ceiling.
It's
where
difficult. It is a difficult deck to play.
Once you are good at the deck, once you really understand the lines, you can go to any event like this and you can expect to perform pretty well.
Yeah.
But it does take a little bit to get there, to see those lines, to understand when you are playing for sort of an early slice and dice kill or when you are playing late to see all the yellow cards you can.
Yeah, it's definitely not a deck that you swap to like the night before, the night before the event. Definitely not.
Right. We also have, of course, Tristan, Wind Tristan.
Yep, that is my personal favorite deck currently in Grand Archive. It's a ton of fun. It's a kind of deck that can, apply a lot of pressure with early allies. You can do some shenanigans, prep counter generation, but it also has really, really powerful burst potential, both like into the mid and late game with Slice and Dice, but also into like Shadow Strike.
The addition of Korhazi Lookout in Mercurial Heart Altar Edition has really breathed some extra life into this deck now. It feels like it's sometimes even just a turn faster at taking the win, and one turn means everything in Grand Archive.
Yeah, we were talking about this beforehand, but it being an ally just makes it that much better because you can do all the ally shenanigans, like returning it to your hand. You get extra value out of it. And I think it just makes it like a much more powerful card than it would initially appear, right? Because it's a pretty unassuming card. It's a 2-drop. You get a prep counter, you get a little bit of card selection, but it's much better than it looks.
And while we're talking about Wind Allies, of course, that has been long been a deck in the format. We know famously players like Henky the Goat, who's qualified for Worlds on Wind Allies, and we've seen plenty of other incredible players taking Wind Allies in these formats. Now, that's the deck you never want to play into Wind Luxem, right? That's one of the hardest matchups that you can see, but that's another one that we can expect to see in Wind. Now, we're about to see some deck lists here for Fire, which I'm really excited about too. We've only talked about Water and Wind so far, but here's one of the Fire decks that we can expect to see today. Actually, storied player Ferenthian here playing a Fire aggro Lorraine deck. This has been a deck that's been especially cropping up with the addition of Clarent Reimagined to Lorraine's arsenal. And Clarent Reimagined has given this deck the ability to actually play stronger into the mid-game against powerful decks like Fractals that would normally be threatening it. Otherwise, Kel, you love these Fire aggro decks. How does this deck work?
I do love Fire aggro decks. You can just apply a lot of pressure with early allies, stuff with, like Arthur Young Heir, being able to pump up your whole ally squad, backed by a lot of over-the-top burn with cards like Blazing Throw, or just really, really powerful game-ending cards like Rending Flames. It's kind of when you think about it, a little bit more of a straightforward strategy, but it's much more difficult to pilot than you would expect because it almost feels like a combo deck. You need to line up your burst in such that you can actually get the kill and that you don't peter out. It's a deck that I do enjoy playing quite a bit.
Main deck Taylor really likes to talk about this deck as more of a mid-range deck than an aggro deck because of its capability to go into that mid to late game. While we are seeing some really typical Fire aggro things like the 4 copies of Xiao Chao, 4 copies of Red Hair, and 4 copies of Arthur to sort of enable those really, really fast explosive starts. You can actually look at the sideboard that Ferenthian has here, going into Lorraine level 2 and Sword Saint's Vow, creating a much stronger late game play. Sword Saint's Vow gets a lot of power in the late game with the ability to use things like Hone by Fire on it to buff its number of durability counters, and this creates this ability for the deck to, instead of just petering out of cards and failing to deal the damage, I still have these late game turns where I can just Rending Flames you for 18 or something.
Oh, yeah.
And that's good enough to win the game.
Yeah, and you can also see some like sideboard tech like Staggering Strike against other assassin decks, right? You see Flame Sweep against the ally decks and Immolation Trap against anything that is very large and you need to just get rid of.
Yeah, there's definitely, plenty of tech that Lorraine is able to run here. But otherwise, we see a pretty typical material deck in this deck. This is the Hwaji version of Lorraine. We're doing Hwaji, and actually Hwaji is usually more seen in the Wind Allies list, so this is a nice adaptation that some players have been playing with as well. Hwaji and Sunsa in particular is this combination that allows you a lot of burst. And Lorraine is able to, of course, get that Hwaji out. A lot of people forget that it's not just a sword that Lorraine can play.
Right.
The pole arms are certainly viable, and we saw Lorraine with a gun, actually, early on in the year in the metagame as well.
His zero-drop weapons are pretty good with Lorraine, right?
Yeah, yep. So this is going to be, I think, a pretty effective fire aggro, or a fire mid-range, or whatever we want to call it deck.
An aggressive mid-range deck, let's call it that.
Yeah,
Hedger bets.
I like speaking of Hedger bets, I like this choice into the Gauntlet. It's a deck that can just go underneath.
Yeah.
A lot of these decks, these like Genbu decks that are trying to go a little later, you can just push aggressively, and you got to stop me now.
Man, Rending Flames, if they don't respect it, it just wins the game out of nowhere.
Right.
It could push a lot of damage.
Right. And otherwise, against decks where it can't quite close the game as fast, it can play that control route. It can go a little longer, and it can side in against, like you said, those ally decks, siding in Blade Master and Flame Sweeps, and just being able to go, I'm going to wipe your board and draw 3-4 cards.
Yeah.
And I think I'm just going to win the game after that.
It just has a lot of over-the-top burn, too, like Blazing Throw, so I think it's fairly versatile for the kind of deck that it is.
And Kelly, you were kind of gassing up Wind Luxem Xander earlier. That is actually the opponent of Ferenthian today, who is very excited about this. Main deck Corbin, or
nice.
Leo Blade, is on. And I can tell you about this, actually. Main deck Corbin flipped a coin last night, as is traditional for the Pennsylvania branch of the main deck team. He was either going to play Genbu or Wind Luxem, and the coin landed on Luxem. Ironically, he flipped the coin after he submitted the deck list, but it confirmed his choice.
I like that. I actually really like that.
So, main deck Corbin has been really playing this deck quite a bit. Main deck Corbin and Stevo. Stevo was a World Championship player last year as well. They playtest a lot together, and they have a somewhat traditional, but actually, if you look at some of the like sideboard choices here, there's some really interesting choices that are going to this list.
Illuminance. I'm seeing these interesting cards.
Yeah, Illuminance is a really strong card that acts as a 5th Lightweaver's Assault in the deck, of course, because the play with Illuminance is Illuminance has the ability of when you reveal Luxem cards while it is in intent, basically, while the attack is being performed, the attack gets buffed. So you play Striking Illuminance, and then you Lightweaver's Assault during the attack to reveal your memory, to then buff up the Illuminance and deal all the damage with the Lightweaver's Assault.
All right, Dan, tell me a little bit about Uncover the Plot. This is a card that I haven't actually played with for a few sets.
Sure.
It's one that I played with a lot during Dawn of Ashes, but tell us about Uncover the Plot.
Uncover the Plot is another card that allows you to reveal your cards. And of course, the whole shtick of this deck is that you're trying to reveal, when you go to the late game, you're trying to reveal your Lightweaver's Assault and Luxem sites in your memory because they have triggers when you reveal them to either deal damage or recover, relatively speaking. So it's one of those two, depending on which card it is. Lightweaver's Assault deals damage, Luxem Sight recovers.
Yep.
Uncover the Plot allows you to simply reveal your memory and then draw a card. So what Uncover the Plot, I assume, is going to come in here for is when he's going against those more aggressive decks, where those ally decks where he needs that little bit of a buffer, he knows he's going to take damage, so he needs to be able to go level to 3, then put down my sights, Uncover the Plot, immediately recover 6 or 9, and then can have that buffer to go into the next turn to reveal everything again during the recollection phase, and then continue to sort of recover and stabilize until that ally deck is no longer a threat.
And one thing I am noticing here, and this may just be a meta call, especially after the Fractals ban that we talked about, but there's not a lot of Fractal interaction. I don't see stuff like, unless I'm missing it, Scatter Essence.
No, absolutely not. And that is a call from the team after a lot of testing, actually, that I can give a little insight on.
Okay.
Where the team looked at the players that were in the Gauntlet and basically did a risk analysis on whether or not they were going to bring Fractals to the event. And the team ultimately decided that Fractals was not something they were concerned about seeing in the Gauntlet, and not enough to tech the deck in the main. And instead, actually, what you see in this version of Corbin's list is a lot of mainboard plan to deal with Genbu.
Okay.
Wants to be able to go against Genbu decks and have the best shot possible. Now, this is a tough matchup. When Corbin goes into Genbu, when Luxem goes into Genbu, Genbu has a lot of ways to fight through that late game. And ways to win the game through that recovery, of course, with things like Polar Depths. So he's planned a lot to deal with that. Now, the question is if Leo Blade is prepared to deal with Fire Aggro Lorraine as well.
Is that a deck that you yourself had on kind of the radar going into this event? Do you expect to see this kind of deck frequently?
You do definitely expect, especially in an event like Gauntlet, where with this long event, players are really looking to pick up a few early wins to kind of make it easier for them to secure a spot through potentially some intentional draws. And so taking a deck like a Fire Aggro list into this is saying, I'm just going to flip a coin a little bit. I'm going to roll the dice. If I can get a few good starts early on, I might just be set for the entire event and make it in. I can tell you for sure that main deck, we have another player on the team, main deck David, is a Fire Aggro one trick. Plays exclusively Fire Aggro and is one of the testing
after my own heart.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
He's been really on the Suzaku train. He's a big Guoja fan as well.
Okay, Guoja. Okay.
But has experience with everything else, including a lot of Fire Lorraine experience in the past. And I know that David and Steve-O have been testing with Corbin quite a bit.
I think what you said is actually, it highlights what makes the Gauntlet interesting over a lot of other events, right? Because we have a lot of qualifiers. We have 16 people who are going to be moving on to Worlds, and so you just need to kind of like, I don't want to say high roll, but you need to secure those early wins, and these kind of decks that can be very explosive can kind of secure these wins. When they, might be a little more hard fought otherwise.
Yeah, exactly, and it's an interesting choice to have to make because you can definitely take a deck like Wind Luxem. You can take a deck like Water Genbu, and those are decks where you're going to be playing for a long time. Every match you're pretty much going to be in there the whole 60 minutes.
Your kill conditions, like your win cons, are like late game stuff, right? You're not gonna like Genbu kill them on like turn 2 or something. It's gonna take a little while.
With Genbu definitely is gonna take a while. With Wind Luxem, you do have that capability, and we might see that from Leo Blade here. We might see those slice and dice early kills lining up.
Exactly.
Fire decks in general are not known for their resiliency at dealing with gigantic attacks.
They're kind of all in. They're kind of just all in damage.
Glass cannon.
Maybe they might run a little bit of protection here or there, but it's mostly just all face all the time.
Yeah, there of course there are norm element things that these decks have thrown in from time to time. Things like Resolute Stand. There's actually a really cool card in Abyssal Heaven that's seen just a little bit of play. I saw main deck David playing it once. It's a fire card that allows you to banish fire element cards to recover 2 for each one. So there's a little bit that starts to creep in from time to time.
That one is interesting in particular because it also eats up the fire element cards that you kind of need to fuel stuff like Rending Flames and that kind of stuff.
But you also need to be alive to be able to perform a Rending Flames.
That's true. That's true. But don't tell me that. I just want to Rending Flames them for like 12.
Right. So there is certainly some tech that can be run, but looking at this Lorraine list, the Lorraine list that we're looking at is very focused, I think, on trying to close the game. So the question of this match when we get into it is really going to be, can Leo Blade either close the game first with that powerful prep line into a slice and dice, or can he cling on? Because if he doesn't close that game within a few turns, then he's going to have to sort of adapt, control the board, control the damage. One thing that these decks like to run is a lot of copies of Ensnaring Fumes.
I think they're running 4, if I remember right.
4 Ensnaring Fumes is kind of the MO for Wind Luxem right now.
Yeah.
They are absolutely happy to spend their prep counters, unlike Tristan, who needs to hold on to those prep counters sometimes to get the win with Shadow Strike. They'll just spend the prep counters and get a free send all allies to hand.
It's actually so good that it returns all allies because it obviously returns your opponent's allies, and that's good for obvious reasons and not hitting you in the face. But it's also good for you because you get to replay your allies and get those effects again. So it's kind of like not even a double-edged sword. It's just like a win-win.
It's not just replaying them too. Because of Grand Archive's resource system, where players are going to be putting cards from their hand down into memory to play cards, if you've already played a few allies, they've given you effects like Windmill Engineer, which is the card that we see all the time in these Wind decks that just draws a card to memory when you play it. When you then play this to take it back into hand, you drew a card off of it, and then you actually didn't spend a card anymore to have played it, so you have just +1 for every Windmill Engineer you return.
It's quite nice.
It is very powerful. So the combination of things like the Ensnaring Fumes and then the things like the sideboard, we didn't talk about the sideboard Art of War, is something that can make it very difficult. Those red hair Xiao Qiao lines start to look not nearly as good.
It's pretty nasty against the aggressive, ally-based decks.
The combination, that's the issue, right? It's the fact that once you have an Art of War in play, and you start Ensnaring Fumes every turn, and you say, you can have those allies back, but once you play them, they can't attack this turn.
They're just a little slow.
Now, we did see that Frenthian is running Reduced to Ash. Reduced to Ash is a critical card in this, for the deck in general, because players will play things like Nullifying Lantern, which makes all cards in your graveyard norm element.
It's like the staple anti-fire card. It's anti a lot of stuff, but
Anti-fire, anti-Genbu.
Yes,
It definitely has a lot of use in the metagame. But against that fire deck, Kel, you mentioned earlier, they're trying to banish fire cards.
Yeah, if you're a fire player, you do not want to see the Lantern.
Because all your cards are norm element in graveyard now, so you can't do anything like that, unfortunately. So that Reduced to Ash gets played main board in basically every Fire Lorraine deck like this who's trying to rely on things like Rending Flames. And in this case, once that Artivore comes out, that Reduced to Ash is needed to deal with that if you're going to sort of build back up that momentum.
Yeah, 100%. It's just like one of the few cards that you run on the deck that isn't going to deal damage. It kind of does in a roundabout way in removing their hate cards.
Right. Now, we are on just a slight delay. We'll get to the match very soon, but I want to mention while we're waiting for this match to come up, Kel, there were a couple other fire lists that we saw in the Gauntlet that we're hoping to get on stream at some point today. I don't know if you are aware, but there's a player named Jimmy Lee who is in the Gauntlet. Fire Lorraine Crux, level 3 is what he registered again.
Hey, if I see a level 3 champion, I'm happy. Like go for it. I want to see it. I think it's like both like a spicy tech, but also really flashy. I'm all in. I think it's cool.
Jimmy Lee, of course, is very, very well known as the Fire one trick in general. Fire Lorraine, Fire Jin he was on for a little while as well, which is actually another deck that we have in the Gauntlet today, Fire
Jin's pretty sweet too.
That's an exciting choice to take into the Gauntlet. Again, one of those decks where when you get to level 3 against some decks, it's really hard to lose.
Yeah. It's also one that like I can't imagine a ton of people have prepped to play against going into the event. So it's like it also has that little bit of air of mystique and maybe just a little uncertainty going into that kind of matchup. You're like, oh wait, they're playing Jin. I have to like really lock in for this.
Yeah, and as a rogue yourself, Kel, you can appreciate these rogue decks.
Oh, I love it.
Coming into the format a little bit. And for a 28-player event, a rogue deck is such a fun choice like that. Because a lot of the times you take a Jin deck to an event, you'd be like, well, eventually in the day I'll probably go against the player who has like the thing that beats this or something. But there's only 28 players here, and again, a lot of players can kind of expect what to see from these players.
Oh yeah, you expect a lot of what we already talked about it, like the Genbu, the Luxum, that kind of stuff. You don't really expect the Jin.
Yeah. And I think that I hope we get to put that on stream and we can see if that Fire Jin choice pays off. We hadn't really mentioned what Jin does. Of course, the cool thing that Jin does is at level 3, he's immortal.
Doesn't die.
Sort of. You need to die to lose the game.
Yes.
He is immortal outside of his end phase.
Yes. So he can only die on his end phase, essentially.
Right, which gives you so much ability to just go like, oh, fractals, cool, burst asunder. Sure, I'm at 36 damage. My turn?
Yep, and then he'll try to win on his turn or try to heal to a point where he's not dead.
Yep.
It's a really interesting and a pretty fun and cool deck. It's one that a lot of my community really enjoys.
Yep. So we have that. We have Jimmy Lee playing this Fire Crux Lorraine, which I didn't get to see if there were any changes from his nationals list, but I assume it's going to be very, very close to the deck that he qualified for this event at North American Nationals with. Again, relying on that Clarent Reimagined as a really useful new tool to deal with a lot of decks, but also Jimmy Lee was famously playing Sword Saint's Vow as well, which we talked about in the Ferenthians version.
Yeah.
But in that deck, you can go really late. He's playing Crux Knight, Lorraine, not the version that people are used to seeing.
So for folks who don't remember what Crux Knight does, let's talk about it for a little bit. Remind everyone what Crux Knight does.
Crux Knight is the starter deck Lorraine level 3 that says for each banished sword regalia, your attacks get +1 power. And so the reason this is so cool is because Clarent Reimagined is the new Proxy's Vault card, free to print and play and add to your deck if you want to.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And that card allows you to reduce its cost to play by up to 2 by banishing 2 swords from your material deck. So you get to put the Reimagined out and banish 2 swords, and now you have a weapon to use for your attack, and you also have banished 2 swords already, so you've bumped Crux Knight up at a minimum to +2.
Right.
And then there are other swords and other things that you can do to try and reduce that, or to increase that number even further. But the point is you just take whatever buff Crux Knight has, apply it to any random attack, say a Rending Flames.
Sure, yeah, sure. Casual Rending Flames.
Which doubles the damage that it deals. And
I mean, if you're gonna try to OTK with Rending Flames, if your champion has like a base +4 or whatever, it's pretty nice.
It starts to give Jimmy these lines where, as long as he can do the fire math right, and Jimmy is probably one of the people in the world, one of the players in Grand Archive in the world I would trust the most with fire math.
Yeah.
He can find those lines, find that damage, and just go, oh, if I level this turn, and then I banish this, and then I Rending Flames, and it's lethal, and Jimmy also famously likes to run the fast speed interaction, things like incapacitate, to be able to negate the opponent's card activation. So he'll go for the Rending Flames, holding up the 5 cards. There's no class bonus here. We're a warrior. We don't get the assassin class bonus.
I mean, still, Incap's really nice, even at 4. Like, just to have that extra level of insurance, you're like, you got to get through like multiple like tricks in order to stop me here.
And he does the math, right? He knows they can only play one thing, and I will incapacitate it.
Yeah.
And then win the game. So Jimmy is going to be a masterclass. Hopefully, again, we get to get him on the stream at some point as well to show people how you can play these level 3 Lorraine decks and how you can compete with those. Hopefully, we get the Jin deck as well.
Oh, yeah. Jin's very sweet. So, like, we've already talked about this a little bit. So, going into the weekend, we're expecting Genbu.
Yep.
We're expecting Win Luxem. Maybe even a little bit of Tristan. I know there's a couple in the event. We talked about Lorraine, both fire and otherwise. What other decks? I've heard like a Suzaku, maybe?
I was going to say, there's one more fire deck that I have seen laid out where the players are getting deck checked, which was a fire aggro Suzaku. Very traditional level 1 Guoja Suzaku. Lots and lots of damage.
How does this deck differ from, say, like a Fire Lorraine deck?
So Fire Lorraine decks, like we mentioned, go a little bit later into the game, right?
Okay.
They're trying to do a little bit more of a kind of set up this big Rending Flames, or they at least have the capability of doing that. A lot of Fire Aggro Suzaku decks are going to play a lot of the same early aggro package. So you're going to see Xiao Chaos, you're going to see Red Hairs, you're going to see Arthurs a lot of the time. The decks can vary a little bit for Suzaku, though, because Tamer actually has a pretty large suite of different options that you can play. Kelly, you spoiled the Direwolf creation card. So
it's a cool card. It makes like 2 2/1s, which is...
It makes 2 2/1s.
Pretty good. They can four damage represented, but you can also cash them in for other effects.
There are 2/1s that get sacrificed at end of turn.
Yes.
But with an Arthur in play from turn 1, they are actually 2. Yeah, that's 6 damage from that, 2 from the Arthur. You're pushing damage pretty fast. These decks are also Suzaku is, as a more traditional fire deck, is running the Vermilion Decrees.
Okay, yeah.
Vermilion Decree is a great card in Suzaku because it has 2 modes you get to choose from, and 2 separate modes that deal damage to things. Yeah. And the wording of Fabled Ruby Fatestone is that when you have an effect that a fire element source that deals damage to something, you get to gain your quest counters from that. So the way Vermilion Decree works in Suzaku is that you can actually deal damage to your opponent.
Yep.
And then you can deal damage to an ally in play, and that's going to give you 2 quest counters.
Okay, so it counts as 2 separate sources of
it's because of the specific wording of the card. They're 2 separate effects that are doing it.
Okay, cool.
So the Suzaku decks are going to use some combination of all of these different cards to push damage or to get counters and triggers on Suzaku. Some of them run Suzaku's command as a way to just swing massively. All of them are going to run some ways to actually kill your own Suzaku. When you can kill your own Suzaku, you get that on banish effect to banish the fire element cards to bring the Suzaku back and swing again because it comes in ready. So it can attack immediately. Comes in woken up when you use the on banish effect. So that ability allows the deck to have this crazy amount of explosive potential as well.
Yeah, I mean, seems on par for a fire deck, like to have explosive damage potential, but a little bit of a different avenue a different flavor than something like your assassin or your warrior here. But it looks like we are jumping into the feature match. Gauntlet round 1. It looks like Leo Blade is starting, of course, here with the Spirit of Wind.
Yep, we have Leo Blade taking the first turns. Going Spirit of Wind is a pretty traditional thing you're going to see in the Assassin deck. And looking at his hand, I see a lot of Tristan artwork.
Yes, I see some prep counter generation here. Notably, not the Wind Bless that we were talking about earlier.
So what Leo Blade is trying to do here with this hand is going to be just get a lot of prep counters. Starting with a Sadie. Sadie has the ability to pay 2 reserve in order to return it to hand, and then you get a preparation counter on your champion. So Sadie is just this resilient ally, very, very difficult to deal with as long as Leo Blade plays correctly, holds up his cards correctly, and also generates the prep counter, which is going to help with Xander level 2 activation to be able to get cards back. This Surveil the Winds that Leo Blade's holding is, of course, very likely what he's going to, right now, looks like a good option to bring back with the Xander Deft Executor to get a lot of card advantage. Where Frenthian is going to start with that Spirit of Fire, going into a Clumsy Apprentice, taking a little bit of damage, drawing a card, and is going to get an attack. Potentially, now what you can do with the Clumsy Apprentice is use things like Cremation Ritual to draw some extra cards. And I can't quite tell in the hand if we're looking at any Cremation Ritual happening this turn, but I don't think so. Usually that would happen pretty quickly after the attack resolves.
But I'd call this like a pretty classic fire opener, right? You play your card, you get a little bit of extra value, a little bit of chip damage, and kind of set up for future stuff.
Frenthian's hand looks like it's got a little bit more fast speed play, so I haven't found a Creative Shock. There is a floating to discard. I see a Fiery Momentum in there, but I do see a Vermilion Decree is the big thing.
All right.
Okay.
Looks like we have just a nice little level up into Xander 1. You get the Glimpse 2 and the prep counter.
And just so the audience is aware, we do have a timer on the screen that looks stalled. The timer is functioning for the players. We're just waiting for that to get fixed for production at some point. So we will have that available soon, but the players are this is a 60-minute round and the timer is functioning for them.
Yeah, it's just a minor technical thing right here. It looks like we do see that Vermilion Decree coming on down in response to the Sadie attack on the Clumsy Apprentice.
Yeah, I assume this means that we have Leo Blade passing the turn, just planning to play a lot of fast speed cards.
I think this was on a attack, I think.
Oh, this is on the attack.
This was on the Sadie attack.
Okay, gotcha. So going to force that Sadie to be bounced right now. And then Leo Blade looking at, he does have a Windmill Engineer, he's a Scout the Land, and a Fairy Whispers. So he does have some solid plays he could make. Looks like we're imbuing the Windmill Engineer. So imbue, of course, is the mechanic where you are going to reveal the cards as you reserve them to pay the cost of the Windmill Engineer to get a bonus effect. Windmill Engineer is going to, when imbued, draw a card to memory when played, and this is a great card for Leo Blade to be able to return to hand at some point when he finds a Reclaim. In order to get that value, or again, like we were talking about earlier with the Ensnaring Fumes. So it's something that Frenthian doesn't want to have to attack, but might be beneficial to try and get it off the board just to prevent Leo Blade from getting too much card advantage later on.
I mean, cards like this in Grand Archive are very, very strong. They might be unassuming, but cards that kind of replace themselves and help keep this hand equity are incredibly powerful in Grand Archive.
The problem is, as we mentioned, Frenthian has sort of a clock that he has to make. If Frenthian can't get the game secured before Leo Blade gets the Luxem setup, then it's going to become very difficult for Frenthian to win outside of that massive, massive Rending Flames.
Ooh, here we have the Huaji of Heaven's Rise.
What? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, this is a nice little setup that's going to, lead the way for exactly what we were talking about, setting up for these really big, explosive turns.
Yeah, Huaji is an incredible card that allows unique warrior allies to use it to attack as well. So as long as Frenthian can find something like a Sunsa, which is the optimal ally to use with this.
Pretty good one to pair with this.
Yeah, Sunsa on enter is going to place another durability counter on that Huaji, and then also gives your weapons +1 power. So he's going to make it so that the Huaji deals more damage when Lorraine uses it, and Sunsa can use it and deal damage as well.
Yeah, kind of double dipping on that. It's kind of like Sunsa is kind of like Arthur for weapons.
Yeah, exactly. And this is representing a fairly aggressive clock, already having dealt 4 damage thanks to that Vermilion Decree on Xander, and now Lorraine and Sunsa. Sunsa is going to go ahead and take out that Windmill Engineer, choosing not to use the Huaji for that, which is interesting because there is a choice to use that if you expect a favorable wins or something out of Leo Blade there with that 2-card hand, but players have seen deck lists, so...
Yes, I was going to mention that. We do have open deck lists. Keep that in mind. Both players know exactly what they're playing against, and they can, play around various things.
So just preserving the durability counters to potentially use with Sunsa later, knowing that Xander isn't one to be able to, or to be interested in necessarily taking cracks at 1/4 allies early on.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot to waste. I don't want to say waste, but it's a lot to commit to just a single card.
It's pretty difficult just to get that math together for that, usually requiring some combination of an ally and then...
It's like a Sadie plus some other stuff.
Yeah, you can use there's a couple different attacks that could be used to deal with that ally in addition to the ally. But if you get the Sadie down, it's of course that Sadie will now have that on kill to gain agility 3, which is the assassin class bonus on her, and that combined with any other damage source can make it a little more enticing to deal with the Sunset. But if it doesn't get dealt with, it can just crack in with that Hwaji again next turn. Now Leoblade goes for a Fairy Whispers here and is just glimpsing the top cards of the deck, trying to find cards. We do see a Luxem Sight as well as a Slice and Dice. Now this was a huge, actually very interesting choice that Leoblade made. Put a Veiling Breeze on top and a Slice and Dice, and I believe put the Luxem Sight on the bottom.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
If I saw that correctly, which indicates that Leoblade is actually more interested in getting an early kill and doesn't think late game is going to be the play right now.
So you think like the game plan's more of a race in the situation and less of a trying to survive into the late game?
If I see you put a Luxem Sight on the bottom of your deck, you are planning to win the game soon.
Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be, I think that's a huge tell as to what Leo's headspace is right now. He's really, really interested in just stringing together the Slice and Dice line now that he's found one. The prep counters that he has is 2 prep counters right now. Will be able to go to 3 next turn, as well as getting the Surveil the Winds back. And that's going to give him the 4 prep counters required to make a lot of powerful potential Slice and Dice plays.
Yeah, exactly. And we mentioned how this deck can kind of pivot from between like this mid-rangey deck to a late-game deck, and it looks like, as you said, he's going to be going for the early game mid-range kill here. Sadie, I think, is a pretty nice little play here. It's a resilient, sticky body that also helps you get prep counters.
Notably, Sadie going into Ferenthian's champion instead. Basically, Leoblade just softening up Ferenthian right now, trying to get the math. Lorraine has a little more health as a warrior at level 1, has 20 life available, and so you have to kind of hit that pool down a little bit to get that Slice and Dice line online.
Yeah, exactly. And for those who don't know, Slice and Dice is a card that can end up dealing like quite a bit of damage when it's prepped and both attacks get through. It's 9 damage unbuffed, right?
Unbuffed, right? It's a very clutch card in this matchup. A key part of the strategy: a 3 damage attack, but if you prepare it by removing 3 preparation counters, you get a second 6 damage attack.
And you can combine that with like weapons to do even more damage.
Exactly. Ferenthian is going to materialize a Wind Resonance Bauble here, just trying to draw cards and, have action to play the game with here. Going for the Sunsa attack, not going to take the bait and go in at the Sadie because, of course, Leoblade, with so many cards in hand, is happy to just return the Sadie and get the preparation counter. But also, Leoblade is happy to have that Sadie out because, again, that softens the Lorraine's life threshold a little bit. Getting 6 damage on Lorraine gets Lorraine under 15 life, which is where you can make some really powerful Slice and Dice lines.
Yeah, and we did see the Hasty Messenger coming on down. It's a nice little card selection. Did a little bit of damage, but you also get a nice draw discard.
Kelly, you want to go back to Worlds last year when we saw Hasty Messengers being the absolute MVPs of the final rounds. The just simple on attack, discard, and draw.
It just helps set up all of your big fire, your big fire moves. Like having the fire cards in your bin is just really, really good.
Here we see Leoblade going to Xander, Deft Executor, going to lose some cards that he does not care too much about. And then what he's going to end up getting from this, I believe he hasn't done it yet, so he will, in response to the trigger, Surveil the Winds, and then he'll use the trigger to return the Surveil the Winds back to hand.
It is a nice way to generate a lot of prep counters and card advantage.
Exactly. So he gets to get a prep counter, draw a card, then is going to resolve the Xander trigger, gain the prep counters, then spend a prep counter, and then return the Surveil the Winds to hand. And look at the number of cards in hand here. No problem. Just Surveil the Winds again but he doesn't want to, because if he does, then his Sadie is vulnerable. And
then for those of you watching who maybe a little bit new to Grand Archive, all of that was done before the Recollection.
Right.
So now he also gets to recollect, and now he has his full hand, so he can kind of do more stuff.
A lot of what the Recollection phase play in this game is really taking your previous turn and just passing action onto your next one. I'm saying, instead of playing stuff on my turn, I'm just going to do it on the rec phase of my next turn, and then kind of have this big explosive turn. Yep. But importantly, it's after you're materialized, so you have access to whatever you have materialized that turn.
Yeah, exactly. And it really makes fast speed cards incredibly powerful in Grand Archive because you can do exactly that.
Exactly.
Notably, Surveil the Winds does say it's a slow speed card, but because of the fast bonus, it is fast activation.
And look at this, Ferenthian showing that second Vermilion Decree, showing that if Leoblade did go for playing that second Surveil the Winds, would have had only one card left in hand, and Ferenthian could have responded with the Vermilion Decree to take the Sadie out when Leo Blade's defenses were down. So Leo Blade really showing a lot of respect for this fire deck, and again, mentioning that main deck Corbin was testing a lot against main deck David on this fire aggro.
Also on fire, yeah.
I mean, for not just recently, for the lifespan of the game. So has a very, very huge respect for these fire lines.
And speaking of which, we see is that one of the promo incapacitates coming on down, negating the Vermilion Decree.
Yeah. That, I mean, seeing that play, I would always see that and go, that means that this player has not necessarily, Ferenthian has done the math, but Leo Blade has done the math too. And says, I need to incapacitate this or I'm actually in danger of losing the game.
Yeah, and here we see the big boy Ace and Protector coming on down. You do have to return an ally to your hand, but you're pretty happy with just returning your Sadie. And now you have a 3/4 with Intercept.
Well, here's the play. We're talking about finding a 2-card line to be able to deal with the Sunsa, and so Leo Blade went with the Mercenary's Blade, which has the ability to activate it from your material deck by simply spending a prep counter, so you don't have to materialize it during your materialize phase, and then use the Ace and Protector to get the other 3 damage to get rid of that Sunsa. It's a position right now where Leo Blade looks fairly vulnerable, but we do know that, and Ferenthian knows as well, that there is a Veiling Breeze in hand that he revealed off the Fairy Whispers. Going to actually go for a Surveil the Winds, it looks like. Considering a Surveil the Winds, that would put him with exactly the number of cards left after it resolves to be able to play Veiling Breeze. I think he's just thinking right now, am I putting myself in any danger by going down to just the 1 card right now if this were to get negated or something?
Something played in response.
Yeah,
before you draw the card.
And then goes for the Veiling Breeze on the turn, just to make sure basically the Ferenthian, while Ferenthian's hand is down, says, this turn, you can't deal much damage to me. He's only revealing 2 wind cards, but Veiling Breeze is going to prevent 2 damage from everything that Ferenthian has going towards Leo Blade's champion this turn.
Yeah, this is just like that extra level of insurance, that extra padding that you can play right now, as you said, while the interaction was low.
Exactly. A lot of people save the Veiling Breeze for when the damage is coming in, but in this case, then Ferenthian had no way to respond to it.
Yeah, this was like guaranteed protection.
Yep. And Leo Blade doing that, man, that tells me that, like...
It's a clear sign, right?
I think he's saying, I just need to not die this turn.
Yeah, he's just like, I need to survive, and I can push back. If I was Ferenthian here, I think that's a show of aggression, I think.
Yeah, and I think Ferenthian's going to respect that with his Blazing Bowman. The Blazing Bowman is going to be able to banish a fire card to get a 4 damage attack, and he's going to take it at the Ace and Protector. Yeah, that's an easy choice right now, because all you're doing is 2 to the opponent's champion if you hit them because of the Veiling Breeze. So you say, well, I'm going to take the 3 damage off the board, and hopefully that's going to stop you from getting the kill next turn. Leo Blade goes for the Nullifying Lantern now. So that is maybe not presenting the damage line unless he just knows he doesn't need it this turn, although I would have expected maybe an Assassin's Ripper if he's going for the damage line instead. So maybe Leo Blade is just taking it sort of step by step with 1 interaction card every turn to try and slow the game down.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Just, like putting a lot of respect into this matchup and a lot of respect into the amount of damage that the fire element can do, especially Warrior.
Here we have the power of Sadie as well. Sadie takes out that Blazing Bowman and gives Leo Blade that Agility 3, so it looks like Leo Blade didn't have to spend any cards on that Sadie this turn, which is a pretty powerful position to be in as the deck that's trying to be responsive right now.
Yeah, being able to kill something with Sadie is incredibly good. Generally speaking, in Grand Archive, there's a lot of like allies with 3 health, but just being able to actually get that free kill and the prep is, and the agility is incredibly strong.
And I don't want to discount Ferenthian here at all. I know I'm gassing up Leo Blade a lot because he's on the main deck team, but Ferenthian here is again, very storied, very, very effective player.
Of course.
Makes a really nice heads-up play here to actually use his Tempered Steel to get his Smoke Bombs out. Has nothing to really to use it on. Of course, the point of Smoke Bombs is it gives stealth to an ally. A lot of people think you use that to save your ally, which you do sometimes in this deck.
You can.
In this deck, keeping certain allies alive to make your red hair, like an Arthur, stay online can be really huge. But a lot of the time, and actually, that might be the play here. Going for an Arthur and trying to use the Smoke Bombs to keep it on board might be really the line Ferenthian's looking at.
Notably, I think a non-immortal Arthur, an aggressive Arthur.
Exactly. Well, when you have the Smoke Bombs, you don't really need to make it immortal against Leo Blade. All of Leo Blade's ways of actually killing the Arthur are going to be attack-oriented. However, Leo Blade could have some ensnaring fumes action that can make this a little more dicey.
Yeah, we do know, like, once again, open deck list, we do know that there are a 4 of ensnaring fumes, so you got to expect it at some point.
Leoblade's got to do some math right now here, too. It looks like he's not close to dying, but every chunk of damage that fire deals to you is super relevant, because at some point, things like that Rending Flames become one-shots.
Yeah, for sure. And we already talked about, currently there is a Nullifying Lantern on board, but there are ways to deal with it.
Now, Leoblade's going to take advantage of that action economy that the agility granted him last turn. He's going to use Scout the Land, which is going to let him look at the top 4 cards of his deck and put them back in the order that is most optimal for him, as well as drawing a card immediately. This is sometimes a little tough when the 4 cards you see are not very good, but in this case, I think Leoblade's just going to figure out what's actually relevant here. He does have the Mystic Purifier in there as sort of that just slight fractal respect. And just puts that at the very bottom and takes the different.
Yeah,
that's where it's like, well, he's gonna have to draw it at some point.
Unlike Fairy Whispers, you can't put him on the bottom, so
right.
It's just like, yeah, you're gonna have to deal with it. Ooh, we do see a Ripper coming on down.
Here is the Ripper. So yeah, Leoblade is going, okay, I got to keep a Sadie. I can deal that damage potentially now and get that Ripper online. So the Ripper Slice and Dice line is a very large 15 damage, and that's why I mentioned earlier, we have that threshold now where Sadie comes in, and if Leoblade goes for the Slice and Dice Ripper, which he has exactly the right amount of preparation counters to do.
Oh, here we go.
Yep. He's gonna Slice and Dice
Ripper. So we have Smoke Bomb activation.
Smoke Bombs to draw a card?
Just to draw a card, yes.
Yep. Find interaction. No interaction, yep. Frenthian knows you got it.
And so, Dan, for the audience out there, the way this works, right, is that Slice and Dice will come in for 3, and then if it hits, it can attack again for 6. However, they're both getting pumped by the Assassin's Ripper, which is going to give an additional 3 each time on top of that.
Yeah, Ripper has the durability to be used for both of those attacks, and has the ability to rest it, to remove a preparation counter and make it a 3 power weapon instead. So 3 plus 3 is 6 on the first attack, and then 3 plus 6 is 9. 6 plus 9, 15. That's the lethal line.
And that's exactly why you need to get to that kind of crucial 4 prep counter breakpoint. So you can do the Slice and Dice prep plus the removal for the Assassin's Ripper.
And this is exactly the line that has made Wind Crux... Wind Luxum. Excuse me, where am I going?
Just kind of like Wind Assassin in general.
Wind Assassin in general, but yeah, Wind Luxum has been so powerful because it has that really, really powerful, hard-to-beat late game when it needs to stabilize. But it backs that up with this early game where you can just, as long as you do your math right, play carefully, which we saw Leoblade doing. We saw main deck Corbin playing so carefully in that game, respecting so many damage sources that Frenthian was representing, and just waiting for that perfect opportunity when Frenthian, going for that Arthur, put a lot of cards down.
Yep.
And Leoblade said, okay, this is it.
Yeah, it's time. I think it's one of the biggest strengths of Wind Assassin right now. Because it's not like a oops, I kind of like fumbled into it. It's like a core game plan of the deck, right? You have like these multiple game plans going on at the same time. You have your late game plan and you have like your mid-range game plan. And they're both like very, very strong.
And can I say just how much I like the class fantasy of that for Assassin?
Yeah.
The Assassin is so opportunistic, right?
But also kind of like scheming and prepping. It's like both, right? You can pounce on the opportunity if you see it, but you can also wait until your opponent is weak, until you have everything in order, and then you can kind of like eventually secure the kill. Or if they're just kind of like weak for now, just go for it.
Exactly. The Assassin has really come to be one of the stronger decks in the metagame in a variety of elements and a variety of effective strategies. So it's really great to see. Now the players are going to be sideboarding in a few options. We talked a lot about what Leoblade is bringing in, and it's pretty much guaranteed cards like that Art of War are going to come in. We never saw Leoblade need to use a Divine Relic in that first game, which is also kind of an Assassin thing. A lot of Assassins have a lot of more powerful cards than their Divine Relics.
If I remember, I think he did do GCR.
Oh, did it?
I think he did.
Did we miss the? I must have missed the GCR.
It was on a much bigger term. He did a lot of other stuff, but I do think he did.
Oh, okay. Excuse me then. But it is actually not that common for Assassins to necessarily need to do that, because they have so many cards that churn through the deck already.
Yep.
And some more powerful regalia to play. And in this case, matchups like Nullifying Lantern is super good in this one. But bringing that Art of War is something that can, as long as he's keeping a decent control over the board, can slow Frenthian's damage lines down absolutely massively.
If you're a Fire player and you see the Art of War and you're sitting in a hand that has like Arthur plus any number of dudes, you're pretty sad. You're like, oh man, this is this is rough. It's like literally like a Sisyphean task. You're just pushing the boulder slowly up the hill.
Yeah. Now, I'm not privy to the last testing they did, so unless something changed, maybe he is worried about the reduce to ash, and maybe he kept in the ring because that's just safer. I'm not going to rule that out either. Art of War is definitely really strong against wind, because wind has no real ways to deal with it. Against fire, you just don't want to end up getting, because he's running Nullifying Lantern too, so there's no chance that Frenthian's taking Reduced Ash out of the deck.
If you're up one game in a best of 3, do you think you just keep what was working the first round, or do you think you hedge your bets and
go for it? Personally. Personally, I go for it because if he doesn't have the Reduce...
I think the upside is really, really strong.
Even if you have the Reduce, you have to keep in mind it's lowering your action economy.
That's true.
The opponent. Your opponent has to spend about half of their turn playing a Reduce to Ash on your Materialize, and you're kind of okay with that too a lot of the time.
And like honestly, just from a card player perspective, you have to make them have it, right?
Yeah.
It's something you say a lot when you're playing card games, and sometimes you just got to make them have it, and if they don't have it, it's going to be really rough.
Yeah, exactly. So we do expect to see that coming in, and we expect Leo Blade to once again just be playing that kind of careful game, trying to prevent Ferenthian from closing it. I am curious what Ferenthian brought in, though. I'm not entirely sure, because this is certainly not a matchup where you need to go to do something like go to Lorraine level 2. Ooh.
Okay, I love this. This is one of my favorite turn 1 plays. You just jam Arthur, and you immediately do the on-enter, make him immortal, and you set up for a really, really nice turn 2 where you can just push a ton of damage with just kind of like little dudes. Like all of your, hasty messengers and everything just punch in for just so much more.
Is there a red hair in Ferenthian's hand is my question.
Red hair is like the new souped up Mustang version of your hasty messenger. It is very, very nice. It pairs very well with Arthur. They're best friends.
Leo Blade, I believe, just went Spirit Pass. Oh, no, excuse me. Here we go. Okay, I saw Ferenthian grabbing the material deck, and I thought we were already going. So, no, we're going for a Windmill Engineer. Going to imbue that and then draw a card into memory, and now, very likely, that's going to be the end of Leo Blade's turn.
Also a very, very nice turn 1 play from Leo Blade. It's a turn 1 play you like to see as the Wind Assassin player. Any like Wind player, to be honest.
Looking at this hand, Leo Blade's hand is stocked with good cards that he needs to hold for later in the game, so not a lot of action, actually. We did see Leo Blade brought in the Zhang Zhaos as well.
Okay, extra life gain.
Yeah.
Right?
Or was it main? Zhang Zhao is either main or side right now for Leo Blade.
I know there was two.
I think it's side. I think it's side.
2-count side, I think.
And the Zhang Zhao is there not like you would expect in a Fractal deck to be able to draw cards, but is actually just there to recover.
Yep, exactly. I don't even think they have any ways to do the draw, too.
There's no way.
There's no reservable or anything like that.
Nope. It's just there to draw cards. Now, we see what I would say from Ferenthian is actually the less exciting ally that you can play next, which is just a Xiao Chao.
I mean, Xiao Chao's nice. She has stealth, so she's kind of annoying to kill, and but more importantly, she is just a body that will get pumped up by Arthur, chipping for a little bit more damage.
Xiao Chao, in a lot of ways, is just sort of the compromise that you make to be able to play a red hair consistently. And here, okay, so Leo Blade is respecting Reduced Ash. Like I said, I wasn't totally sure which direction he was going to go in. I'm more of a gambler and would have brought in the Art of War.
Okay.
But here, Leo Blade says, I just want the card. I don't want to get my thing reduced. I want to make sure I'm up on action economy instead.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair play, right? Just being up on action economy against a deck that also is very, very aggressive allows you to have a lot more options in terms of counterplay.
Yeah, Leo Blade, looking at what we do, there's some nice stuff here, actually. This Aeson Protector is what's coming down now, it looks like. He's plotting out his turn a little bit. Aeson, Aeson, Surveil, and then Zhang Zhao are in his hand. And there are several turns that you can plan out with this, and I'm very curious to see which one Leo Blade goes with, because he's already taken 4 damage, so that Zhang Zhao looks really nice. Zhang Zhao into Aeson allows you to recover and then return the Zhang Zhao to hand and put an Interceptor out.
That's so much.
Yeah, that's Leo Blade goes, how can I not take this turn? It's a guaranteed recover 8 for Leo Blade at least.
So much healing, man.
This is why Zhang Zhao is getting played in this deck.
This is an absolute like brick wall, because it's not just the healing, but the Aeson Protector also can, block for you. It's wild.
Yep. They get their recover 4, gonna swing, can't do much with the board. The Xiao Chao has stealth, so can't be attacked. The Arthur has too much life right now, so it's too difficult to deal with. And again, Leo Blade is still interested in just softening. Look at his hand; it's got slice and dice, right? He's like, I need to win the game at some point.
Yep.
Instead, just puts down the Aeson Protector. Did think for a moment about whether he wanted Windmill Engineer. puts the damage into the... Oh, one of those must have gone into Arthur then.
Yeah, so this is going to be... I mean, Arthur... Oh, okay. So we have a...
Creative Shock.
Creative Shock to kind of maybe dig for some sort of interaction.
I don't know that there's a lot of interaction that Frenthian has right now to deal with this, but... yeah, it just discards. Unfortunately, didn't have a float to discard, and it was deflecting. It was deflecting.
So you did get the
Yep, goes for the deflecting.
This is one of the cards I was talking about earlier when I was like, they can run a little bit of
exactly.
interaction, and deflecting edge is a pretty classic card that can do that.
Deflecting Edge is one of those cards that I think firmly pushes Lorraine into more of that mid-range deck territory. It's a card that has nothing to do with just dealing your opponent direct damage, but instead is about stabilizing that board. And in this case, it was very effective. I think Leo Blade, like you said, wanted to make him have it. Said, I don't think you have the Deflecting Edge. I'm going to go for the damage on your Arthur and try and remove that from board instead. Could have left the Interceptor up to intercept instead as a way to just kind of guarantee he doesn't take some of that damage. But unfortunately, Frenthian either had or dug and found the... and given they played the Creative Shock, might have dug to find that Deflecting Edge.
I think he did. I think he did.
But... Hey, that's you play it for a reason.
Yeah, it's just great. I mean, like obviously we talked about you can use it to protect your life, but it's like so good at protecting your allies, which will end up being like a big crucial part of your deck and your strategy. A
nice gain here for Leo Blade, though. Again, having done that recovery, Frenthian instead just goes for attacking allies on board, which is taking less damage still. He recovered and is taking less damage as Frenthian feels forced to throw attacks into the allies on board. But we do see the red hair come down. The red hair Xiao Chao Arthur. This is the dream board.
The unique allies board for sure. And I do like how Frenthian is really putting a lot of respect onto Leo Blade's board. Not going face, but actually cleaning up all of these like annoying allies that can pose threats later and kind of preparing turns ahead.
What I think is a little more dangerous is that Frenthian did a GCR that turn as well, is still sitting on Spirit of Fire. And
that's
now
true.
Leo Blade has no prep right now, but preparation counters are not too hard to set up. He lost the Slice and Dice, but we know that he had a second one in hand as well. He's going to gain the prep here, glimpsing and just seeing if there's anything important that he needs. But there is a lot of potential. Frenthian basically has to level next turn to make sure he has the life buffer. Otherwise, Leo Blade is going to just straight take him out of the game.
Yeah, the 5 extra life will make and break this. I mean, we talked about how that Slice and Dice plus Ripper combo is 15 damage flat, but even without the Ripper, it's still 9. So I agree. I agree. It's a little scary.
If Leo Blade finds enough preparation counter setup, then that aggressive line is super, super online. If he doesn't, he may be looking more at going into a late game plan. We see the Reclaim in hand here.
Yeah, Reclaim can be really nice for getting that prep counter generation if you have the right allies.
We also see a Crystallized Destiny. So Leo Blade put in those as another way of taking that Rending Flames basically offline entirely. One of the rare cards where when you are taking the Rending Flames damage, you actually choose to let your opponent double it before you apply the protection. Because the prevention from Crystallized Destiny will actually force the opponent's plays to cost more that turn if it prevents enough damage.
Okay.
So you just go, cool, yeah, that Rending Flames does 12 to me and I prevent 12, and now you basically can't effectively play anything for the rest of your turn without going too far down in defense.
Well, it's nice getting a free turn every now and then.
So Leo Blade opts for just the Recover 2 from Zhang Zhao here. I think, again, holding on to that Reclaim now, saying, you have a lot of allies. I am just going to recover my way through this game.
This Zhang Zhao, Dan, is going to gain so much life over the course of this game.
The one thing that Leo Blade has to be aware of, and I'm sure he is given how he played last game, is the possibility of Vermilion Decree the Zhang Zhao in response to a Reclaim on it. So we'll see if he feels like respecting any of that line here or trying to get the opponent to get baited into attacking it to prevent a little extra damage that way as well.
I mean, Leo Blade's also staring down a ton of onboard damage.
Yep.
Like, Arthur just represents so much damage, especially combined with Red Hair. And even the Xiao Chao pumping in for a little, like 2 more damage.
Goes for the attack. Leo Blade definitely can go Surveil into Reclaim right now, which would be, I think, a pretty effective line. And I think just needs to debate whether or not there's a response that he's worried about with that, but I don't think so. I think the Surveil Reclaim line, or you can go Reclaim and Surveil later, because the Reclaim returns it to hand. I just did the math on that better. Worse than Leo Blade, but better than I was before.
Okay.
I'm sure he's debating if either line makes more sense than the other.
Yeah, if it's like more risky, I suppose, to do the longer line.
And also needs to be thinking about what he's materializing next turn as well. Because depending on what he puts down, if he's planning on losing any cards there for go to like Xander Death Executor, he really doesn't want to risk cards that are going to be important to whichever. Again, this deck can go either the fast or the slow game plan. And he needs to know which he wants.
Yeah, and so far he's been doing a great job of like padding out his life, playing into that kind of slow late game plan. But you can never discount like the explosive power of the deck as well.
And it looks like though he's prioritizing the offensive line. He's kept the Slice and Dice in hand and put the Luxem card down to go for the Reclaim.
Ooh,
and there
it is.
The
Vermilion Decree.
There's the Vermilion. And this is really tough now. This is what he was thinking about with that math here, because now he's left with only 2 cards in hand. Yep. And that Surveil is no longer online.
And now, here's a lot of damage. 4 horse to face.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, Leo Blade is faced with the reality that Ferenthian kind of had every piece of interaction he possibly could have against this, and is with the player with the superior board presence right now.
It's, what is that, 4, 5, 6, 7, just 8 damage on board, not even including the weapon. And then if you combine that weapon with a Sunsa or anything like that.
If a Sunsa comes down, it's all over. The damage is too intense.
Yeah.
I think, is Red Hair a warrior? I don't. I
would guess it's just a horse, but I'm not
No,
sure.
It's not. They all have classes based on their riders. Red Hair's rider is Lubu.
Then if in that case, I would say warrior.
Oh, no, I think it's unique warrior. Yeah, unique warrior allies, not human, right? I'm thinking about Sunsa's effect, trying to remember. I know Arthur can swing with it for sure.
Yes, I mean, at the very least, Arthur can swing with it.
Hwaji is a card that, again, is more traditionally seen in the Windex, where we're very familiar with which allies are swinging with Hwaji here. I don't remember for sure if the horse can take a Hwaji in its mouth.
Hey, we do stand a horse warrior here. So we do see Nullifying Lantern coming on in. That is the really, really pretty alternate art Nullifying Lantern. This is definitely like a defensive play, kind of trying to slow down the fire aggression.
Yeah, it has to put that Nullifying Lantern down at some point. It is going for the Slice and Dice here.
This is a little baby Slice and Dice. So this is going to be an unprepped Slice and Dice. And then we have a Fairy Whispers in response to your own Slice and Dice.
This is interesting. I think Leo Blades had to already prepare it, so I actually am not. Oh, okay, just going for the end cap on the deflecting. Okay, so Leo Blade just needs to take the Arthur off the board.
It was just an unprepped try to do some damage control here, quite literally.
Leo Blade is, and when you see that too, considering he lost a Slice and Dice earlier, Leo Blade definitely feels like he's on the back foot right now.
Yeah.
He's working hard, doing everything he can to try and prevent damage.
Yep.
Despite getting that incredible Zhang Chao start, just simply wasn't seeing the other sort of card accumulation, card velocity plays that Xander wants to be doing. And again, with Ferenthian just having the answer at every turn, Leo Blade has just run out of ways to really effectively and efficiently play a Xander game. So it looks like it's Ferenthian's game to take right now, but we'll see if something turns around.
I think if you're Ferenthian and you see your opponent do Lantern into Slice and Dice on your Arthur, you're probably pretty happy.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, I'm the aggressor here.
And the problem, of course, is that Xiao Chao is still out, so that Red Hair is still online. Going to Smoke Bombs is Red Hair.
Just immediately Smoke Bomb.
Just to draw a card.
Yeah. Man, I don't hate it, especially when you talk about card equity.
Yep, and then Sword Sainting. The Sword Saint of Everflame allows you to banish it from your graveyard to give a fire element, weapon, or ally +2 this turn. Ferenthian has done math. Ferenthian has the Sunsa.
Yeah, that's game.
Yep.
I really like the Sword Saint. It's one of the cards that I initially saw from the set, and I was just like, this card seems really, really cool. Being able to banish from your bin just for 2 to get additional +2 damage feels very versatile.
Yeah, it has been one of the cards that has really pushed this deck into having more of those fast kill lines, but also just being able to play more of that sort of ally game plan. It's not the worst turn 1 play in the world.
Yeah, you can just play it as an ally.
It's a 3/2. It's got a lot of damage.
But it's like really good to discard to any of your cards that care about discarding. There's a plethora of cards in the deck that you discard a card and draw a card, or vice versa.
I do have to wonder if Leo Blade had the Art of War in that game. if things would have been
Things
different.
would have been different.
I have to wonder about that.
It would have. Well, it's hard to say because GCR did draw an extra card. You know, turns would have been a little bit different here and there. So it's definitely hard to say, but I feel like it maybe a turn slower, maybe 2 turns. Like I don't know. It's difficult to say.
Leoblade needed something there, and I think his hand wasn't delivering. Frenthian's hand was frankly delivering on all cylinders. Or that was the ideal like Fire Lorraine hand.
Despite like healing, what is it, 10? He was a 10 total from Zhengzhou?
Just 6, because the second reclaim didn't pop off because of the
so
reclaim.
it wasn't
So 4 and 2 is what happened.
I thought it was 4, 4, and 2, but I think you're.
But it did also take an attack, so it's prevented a total of I think 8 damage overall.
Still very good.
Yeah, and despite that, Frenthian found huge lines. That Red Hair put in so much work. That Sunsa came in the end, and that Sword Saint on the Red Hair. And there was just way too much damage coming in.
You know, it's better than a hasty messenger. 3/3.
Yeah,
hasty messenger.
That's a lot better than a hasty messenger.
Yep.
It's remarkably better than a hasty messenger. I have to point out too, Leoblade is rocking the new main deck team jersey.
They look very nice.
With artwork by Pinakis.
Looks very, very nice. Shout out to Grand Archive fan favorite artist, Pinakis. These debut for these jerseys?
This is the debut.
Nice.
Yeah, today Leoblade is the player debuting at the first major event, the new main deck jersey. So very excited about that. Now he's going into game 3. He's going to be able to take the first turn of the game this time.
Yep.
And I think he's just, as long as his hand doesn't brick too badly, I think he's going to still feel pretty okay about taking this match.
I like both of those games that we just witnessed because I think it really shows the power of each of the decks. And we'll have to see which way it swings in the final match here.
He is looking at a Fairy Whispers and a Surveil. Those are great cards to see in your opener, and a Sadie as well.
Sadie, Fairy Whisper, Surveil. Notably, we didn't see any of the MRC Alter card, the Windbless Lookout so far.
There was a Windbless Lookout played last game. In both games, actually. There was an imbued one, I think, both games.
But not turn 1, not turn 1.
Not turn 1, not turn 1. No, yeah, exactly. But Sadie is a perfectly fine turn 1 for Leoblade to see again. It's going to just be really difficult to deal with. It's going to be something where Frenthian does not want to devote damage to attacking at turn 1.
So I see Reduced to Ash. That's really important for later. Vermilion Decree, Rending Flames. But I didn't see a ton of allies.
No, Frenthian's probably looking at just a Vermilion Decree turn 1 instead. Here, not getting quite the ally start that he had before.
Leoblade opting to keep the GCR in.
Goes for the GCR, yep. Yeah, I respect it. It's the more conservative thing to do here. And given that Frenthian had that Reduced to Ash, that might be very appropriate now.
Yep. And like we can't understate just card equity in Grand Archive is so important.
It is. Sadie taking the 2 damage, and then Leoblade with just a hand of a lot of fast speed action. Is not an assassin yet, so that Surveil is not fast speed, but definitely planning to, like you mentioned, Cal, we use that recollection phase very, very, in a very critical way, where we're going to go to that Xander next turn, very likely, using maybe the Fairy Whispers to very selectively lose the card that we want to lose.
Yep.
And then once we're the assassin in the recollection phase, now we can play our Surveil the Wins at fast speed and be able to draw cards, get prep counters, and just set up to win.
It's kind of one of those things, if you're a new Grand Archive player, you don't really realize how strong being able to play stuff during your recollection phase is, and maximizing that, you can have like really, really nice turns.
So I think this is really interesting. Frenthian didn't do anything on the turn 1 cycle.
Interesting. Oh, so he opted not to play the Vermilion.
Opted not to play the Vermilion and actually went for the Wind Resonance Bauble this turn, so is still on a Spirit, with Leoblade having a lot of prep counter gain. Leoblade actually has the capability, through the return of Sadie, through the Xander level 1, and through the Surveil, to get a Slice and Dice online next turn.
Interesting. And we do see, I think...
Slice and Dice...
That's just an Immortal Arthur, not an attack.
That's an Immortal Arthur. That's what the die indicates. Slice and Dice with Sadie's swing is getting really close to lethal.
I mean, what is that, 11?
It's going to be 2 off. Yeah, it's going to be 2 off at that point. It's pretty crazy. If he has the 4th prep counter, the Mercenary's Blade can add 1 more. Like, Leoblade's doing all the math here. We're trying to find a way. Can I just close it? Of course, Deflecting Edge is the danger that he has to play around.
I mean, if you play card games, sometimes you just have to say to yourself, do I have lethal?
Yeah.
So we do see the exact same play that you mentioned, right? We see the Fairy Whispers coming on down, put the card down into memory, so you can then banish that one on level.
Is there no win card there? there's a little bit of a washout in the color.
So I see a slice and dice. I see
a Luxem Sight.
I do not see any win cards.
Yeah, so that's
a little unfortunate.
That's the thing you never want to see with Fairy Whispers. Now he has to decide: do I put all three of these on my? Is it Crystallized Destiny is the last card, maybe?
I think so. At the very least, you get the glimpse.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah,
Destiny.
And so we see Lux card to the bottom.
So going to reveal the Slice and Dice and draw nothing, unfortunately. And now going to just draw the Slice and Dice with that Grand Crusader's Ring. Didn't go to the Xander though, notably, right? Didn't go to the Xander yet.
Opted for a little bit more of a tempered play, I think.
These are really.
Oh no, we do have the Xander here.
Oh, that was the GCR from last turn.
Yeah, we do have the Xander here. Okay, yeah, this makes sense.
Yeah, because I was sitting here thinking like, what are we doing? We're not going to be surveilling the wins here.
We're going Xander here, digging a little bit deeper, getting that extra prep counter, and then now we have the recollection phase.
Yeah.
So we're just immediately going to go to draw here.
Recollection phase, did the surveil, and then going to swing in with Sadie. Did have the option to return the Sadie in the rec phase as well to get another prep counter and replay it, but has another line in mind, I think.
Are we just...
We don't have the prep to slice. We can't do that. We're instead just going to...
this is a Sirocco operative.
Little Sirocco operative.
Yeah. Nice little prep counter generation here.
Yep. On enter, we're not going to do the prep because we don't have another automaton, but it's going to be the draw into memory from the Sirocco.
Right.
So
I flip them sometimes.
Yeah. It's hard to remember which one's which. But
so class bonus draw, and then you get the prep if you have another automaton.
It's a windmill engineer at home in this case.
Yeah. And it's still, and also sometimes I forget the Sadie's actually a human and not an automaton as well.
She's got that big mechanical arm,
so
you sometimes think that she's an automaton, but she's just mechanically enhanced.
But still like a 3-drop that replaces itself, just very good.
Yep, and it's also pushing more damage onto Frenthian Spirit of Fire. Again, we're at this point where Lorraine has to come out this turn.
Yeah,
there's no playing around that. If Lorraine doesn't come out, then Leo Blade is in a commanding win position. Leo Blade is holding 3 cards up. I believe we have a Veiling Breeze. So hopefully,
definitely at least
feeling safe.
A Veiling Breeze, yeah. Banish the Rending Flame for the level up.
Unfortunately, I think Leo Blade didn't have the kind of hand to be able to deal with it. Arthur, there was a line Leo Blade could have done, which is swing with Sadie, return Sadie, play Sadie, swing with Sadie. But I think Leo Blade is very gun shy after the deflecting edge last game, and really doesn't want to get his entire turn shut down by the existence of a deflecting edge.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit fair. We do see that Vermilion decree that we saw since turn 1 coming on down, getting that imbue.
What are we targeting?
It looks like
we're doing champion, and then we have another mode. It can either be each player draws a card, or we're going to deal damage to an ally. Going to go for the Sadie kill, and Leo Blade certainly returning Sadie in that case.
Just force him to do it. I mean, you can see how many cards he has in hand. It's just like, hey, we're just going to do it.
I love the math on Assassin decks. I love this feel of, cool, I'll return that, and now I can still actually play a Veiling Breeze if I needed to.
Still has 2 cards in hand, Veiling Breeze costing 1.
Arthur's got to take that Sirocco operative outright.
I think that's a little bit of the tempered play, but hey, maybe
goes for face.
If you see blood, go for the blood. So yeah, this is going face, dealing 2 damage. Are we going to see a follow up here with more allies getting that additional +1 pump from Arthur?
We have another Vermilion Decree in Frenthian's hand as well.
Let's see.
There's a lot of damage being represented here, honestly.
Okay, we're just going to put a durability counter.
Yeah, right now, Frenthian's game plan is to use Hwaji and Arthur and try and win the game. 3 damage swings with Arthur until we win.
I mean, sure. Yeah,
uses the Hwaji to take that out. Okay, I was like, the thing has to die. The Sirocco operative has to go at some point. So Lorraine's going to use the Hwaji to take that out. And so Frenthian is really showing, trying to be the aggressor in this matchup, trying to be the one with the clock, putting the pressure on. Well, Leo Blade does have a lot of explosive potential. As long as Leo Blade's board keeps being dealt with, it becomes a little more difficult to string that together.
Yeah, 100%.
There's the reduce right away.
Immediately. I mean, yeah, once again, this is a card that I noted on the opening hand, and it's great in this exact circumstance.
Yep, that's going to be potentially a pretty big move for Frenthian to be able to have a very safe Rending Flames in the future.
Yeah, we haven't seen Rending Flames come into play this match yet.
No,
but it definitely could. It's an incredibly high power card.
I think having that reduced to ash is potentially the moment that turns this match on its head.
Yeah, now we have to keep in mind how many fire element cards are in. I think there's definitely enough, right? At this point, there's definitely at least 3 in there, so you can do the rending.
Yeah,
flame.
we've got another Vermilion in hand. It won't be hard to get, and there's a hone by fire in hand as well.
Oh my!
That needs to be on a sword, but we
That's
have.
true.
Yep. So it doesn't work on Hwaji, but all Frenthia needs to do is bring out a sword, hone it in Recollection, and then Rending Flames for a gigantic amount of damage. Leo Blade is going to have enough win cards to make the Veiling Breeze powerful.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, we keep saying Rending Flames. We haven't really explained what it does. It costs 3. You can banish 3 additional fire cards from your graveyard as cost, and then on hit, will deal double whatever damage it's doing. So on base, it'll deal 6, but if you're able to pump up the attack from things that pump up attacks or weapons, you can do a lot more damage.
Right, and a Honed by Fire on these swords is going to bring just a massive amount of damage that is lethal in one shot to Xander at almost any health pool. So the question is, can Leo Blade put enough win cards in memory to make Veiling Breeze prevent enough damage so that he doesn't die?
So notably with Rending Flames, and I believe this is the way it works, is if you're able to prevent the base damage, it doesn't double over, right? You have to deal the damage to get doubled.
There are 14 minutes left in the round, just so people are aware. And yes, Cal, it's a tricky rules interaction, but when when you're the player taking the damage, you are the one who decides how these sources stack.
Yeah.
These effects stack that would replace the damage. So in this case, it's going to be stacking quite a bit of damage with going to that sideboarded Lorraine Blademaster to push even more damage on this Rending Flames.
The +2 on that is going to be very scary this turn.
Yeah, and that's not going with the hone line necessarily then, because we don't have a sword to put that on. Instead, just potentially pushing. Is a Fiery Momentum? How's the Fiery Momentum for damage right now?
So it'll depend on how many. I don't know exactly how many cards are in.
Oh, there is no Rending. There's a Blazing Throw and a Fiery Momentum. So he's doing math.
Rending got banished.
Yeah, he's doing math on Blazing Throw, on Fiery Momentum into Blazing Throw, and figuring out if that's the damage. And unfortunately for Ferenthian, that line is much more easily stopped by even a lower power Veiling Breeze.
It is, yeah. And getting your Blazing Throw prevented is always a big sad if you're the one throwing the weapon.
The Blademaster is pretty big though, because it's giving another 4 life to Lorraine, which is just going to continue to push that kill that Leo Blade is trying to get before he runs out of steam, further and further away from his grasp.
So do you think we're going to use the +2 for Lorraine just to push damage this turn, or just try to... Okay.
Went for an Arthur on the Sadie so that Leo Blade returns the Sadie to hand, still holding that Veiling Breeze, but not a lot of other win cards. He's stuck with whatever win cards are currently in his memory, and I really don't think there's many in there. Leo Blade's hand, remember, we failed that Fairy Whispers earlier. His hand has been very, very Norm and Luxem coded this game.
That's true. I'm trying to parse Ferenthian's turn. What's his follow-up here? Are we going to use that... Fire Momentum just to push in a little bit extra damage?
Yeah, it's really just deciding if that makes sense. But it looks like he's just going slow and steady, just putting Tempered Steel in. It puts another fire card in Yard to get a bigger damage Fiery Momentum next turn.
I think he's kind of spreading out the fire cards. I think there's just now 3.
Yeah, I think there's 3 now. So the momentum is not actually massive. Now Leo Blade respects the Blazing Throw line here. Puts out Safeguard Amulet, a card that lets you banish it to prevent non-combat damage 4 from each instance.
Yeah, it's really important that it's non-combat damage.
Right.
Because it does prevent Blazing Throw, for example.
It prevents Blazing Throw and Vermilion Decrees damage.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
So it's got some good potential to lower the potential kill lines for him. Leo Blade finally is at 3 preparation with that Sadie return that turn, so he's got to figure out the math now. Got to figure out how to get that kill, or whether or not he can go into the late game, and I don't think he can at this point.
This is just I'm not going to call it a value slice and dice, but this is just a board control slice and dice. Just coming in, trying to clean up that Arthur. Because, he's already taken 9 damage. He only has 10 life left, and every point of damage, especially when you have an Arthur on the field, is something that you want to mitigate as much as you can.
This is really interesting, though. The Ferenthian had a Deflecting Edge in hand and chose not to use it to save the Arthur. So Ferenthian is also respecting Leo Blade's damage sources.
Interesting.
Ferenthian is more afraid of getting Slice and Dice killed, I think. than losing that
I mean,
Arthur.
that's very fair. And once again, notably, for Slice and Dice, you don't get the second attack if the first attack is prevented, if it doesn't hit.
Right. And look in general at Frenthian's hand. Like, there's not a lot of allies. Frenthian's hand, his win con revolves around attacking with Lorraine at this point.
Yes.
So that Arthur's done plenty of damage. There's no reason to try and save it right now. It's just, yeah, that's fine. You can use a Slice and Dice on the Arthur. I think that's a fair trade.
All right, so we have a big Sword Saints Vow coming on in.
Yeah,
that got
we
pumped
do.
up by that Home by Fire.
Yeah, we do. This card is super powerful. It gets more durability every time you use a craft action card on it, and it does more damage based on the number of durability counts on it, but it does cost 2 durability to swing with every turn.
But I mean, I think you're cool with that if it's going to be coming in for what was it indicated? Was it 5?
Yeah, it should have been 5 at that point. So there's the Honed by Fire on the Sword.
So 5 coming in, 3 remaining durability. I think that's what's being represented on board.
Yep. There is, there's not a ton that Leo Blade can do to prevent a gigantic fiery momentum paired with that. He can prevent some amount of damage. 10 is the magic number for Frenthian here, though. I don't think he's getting to 10, not with that Safeguard Amulet in play.
And then we do see the fiery momentum coming on plan. I did hear that we have only 10 minutes left in round, by the way. So fiery momentum.
Yes.
All right. And then we see the Crystallized Destiny that we saw. He's been holding in hand for a little while.
The Crystallized Destiny is the huge play that Leo Blade has to completely prevent all of that damage. So very, very effective response to that.
And so this is one of those interesting cards in Grand Archive that just flat out just prevents like all of the damage, right, from a single source. It doesn't prevent like 4 or whatever. It's just like all of it.
And because Frenthian is actually so low on influence right now, there is no if he had a huge hand, he could have potentially Vermilion Decreed in response to eat up that shield after it resolves.
Oh yeah.
But only has the 1 card left in hand. Even though Frenthian is pushing damage, we're actually seeing Leo Blade stay fairly stabilized right now and goes for the Slice and Dice. Now, there is a sword in place, so Frenthian's Deflecting Edge is going to be a free card to play, so Leo Blade has to be aware of that. Really would like to have an in cap if he goes for the Slice and Dice.
All right, so we see a Sadie coming on in first here, and that is just going to chip in for 2 more points of damage, trying to get into this lethal range. Now, we did see triple Slice and Dice in hand, or triple Slice and Dice total. 2 are now in memory,
Yep.
1 in hand, but it looks like we're just going to pass.
We do spend the preparation counters no matter what happens, so Leo Blade is really
Yes, that's
wants
true.
to land the Slice and Dice when it's going to be able to do the 2 attacks.
Exactly. It needs to hit.
Yeah.
It definitely needs to hit.
Leo Blade, I think, still holding on to that Veiling Breeze, is still feeling pretty okay about going into the late game here, and now that he is Xander level 2, that Luxem line is looking real.
Yeah, I mean, like, we haven't seen it yet, but once you can kind of get to Xander 3, you can set up a lot of inevitability.
Frenthian brought in the Staggering Strikes and is actually going to remove those prep counters now, which I think if you're Leo Blade, when you lose the prep counters there,
It's kind of nasty.
you are really thinking, now he can get actually back to 3 pretty easily by returning Sadie and then activating the Surveil that wins in hand, but you might really start to think now, maybe I'll just level.
Just go to Xander 3.
At
I
this
mean,
point.
like, yeah, you mentioned you can get the prep counters back, but it takes time to do that. It takes turns.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just level.
Yeah, you just level, you have a higher life, and you can set up your inevitability.
This is actually a huge level. Now watch Leo Blade's play here. With Xander's reveal trigger on the stack, and of course what Blinding Steel does is it reveals all your Luxem cards in memory and forces the opponent to put their cards down, which is going to force Frenthian to put down the Deflecting Edge, and reveals both of these Lightweavers
Double
Assault
Lightweavers.
to deal 4 damage to Lorraine. Going to chunk a bunch of damage on there. Leo Blade simply has to do 2 damage, return Sadie, and Slice and Dice for game.
All right.
That's all, and there's no response left.
And I think that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Goes to the preparation counter, Slice and Dice,
Yep,
and that is game. Going to level 3, revealing the Lightweavers. Look at that perfect math. 9 damage, Slice and Dice. Taking Frenthian out. A game where we felt like Frenthian was in the driver's seat for a lot of that game.
Yeah.
The damage was looking real, but Leo Blade had the response, just kept holding the fort down. Frenthian could never build that hand back up enough to be really responsive. And then that Blinding Steel blinded Frenthian, had no ability to interact with the Slice and Dice at that point. honestly, really expertly executed Xander play.
We talked about like assassin math, Xander math. That was like expert PhD level Xander math, right?
Yeah, that was very. If you are a player who's interested in playing Wind Luxem, great match to watch. For a match that can be tougher, it can be a little trickier to navigate. And especially in the face of all the interaction that Ferenthian had. Ferenthian had so many ways to deal with all of Xander's plays, all of Leoblade's plays, the deflecting edge, the reduce to ash. There was a ton of stuff that Ferenthian threw at Leoblade.
Yeah, I mean, like, you just have to claw through all of the interaction, and Ferenthian did a great job. I don't want to discount like Game 2, for example, where he had a lot of interaction. We saw the game, the deck actually shine and do what it was meant to do.
Optimal Game 2 for Ferenthian. Really beautiful to get that board down, really get that pressure down. And then Game 3 with Leoblade, the strength of that deck, he failed a Fairy Whispers earlier.
I mean, that
he was
you
down
can't
a
discount
card.
that. That was a very sad Fairy Whisper.
He was down a card, but still just able to, by playing conservatively, was able to play through, just pushed damage slowly, turn after turn, knowing that once Lorraine's hand size got lower, once that influence was down, he only really had to respond one thing a turn. And once if he had, okay, I play this, I'm safe. I play this, I'm safe. And then just slowly built up to that 3 and then used Xander's raw power at that point to force the win.
Yeah, I think the resilience of that deck is why we talked about why it's one of the best decks in the game right now. You have the resilience. We didn't see the full Xander 3 do the whole like Lightweaver, like double Lightweaver's play kind of deal, but you know, you have the combination of that, like the reveals plus the slice and dice just shows how versatile and strong the deck is, even when you whiff.
Yeah, and there were so many cards banished from memory for Xander as well. Like we really talk a lot, we think a lot about these level 3 decks needing to cheat levels, needing to dungeon guide, needing to play floating memory. It's just, you can just level raw if you're drawing enough cards through the rest of your deck.
Yeah.
You get to that point where the power of Xander Blinding Steel is putting the opponent's hand down means that you have fewer cards needed in hand to actually go for a lethal line. There was no need to hold up cards for Incapacitate for Leoblade.
Yeah.
His opponent just didn't have a hand anymore.
Yeah, wild. I think that was a really, really nice showcase of both decks, to be honest.
Yeah, really.
For round 1 here at the Gauntlet. And reminder to everyone out there, we are at the Gauntlet here, right? This is the LCQ, so like the last chance qualifier for Worlds, which will be starting tomorrow.
Yep.
And so these players are playing for spots in Worlds. We have 16 slots available. So I don't know the exact math on how many wins you need to get or whatever, but a good chunk of the players will make it in.
It is an 8-round event, so the math is very different than most events that we're used to.
It's a little bit different.
8 rounds with 28 players today. Now, main deck Corbin is now up a win, so of course, very excited for our team.
For sure,
taking that. Ferenthian did lose a game, but with 8 rounds,
not down and out.
Boy,
not even.
You know what? That is kind of the nice thing. You go to this round 1, you can win, you can lose. I don't think you feel the pressure mounting until much later in this event.
It's going to be like round 3, 4, where you're going to start feeling a lot of the pressure. A lot of people are going to be, I need to have like my whatever, like I don't know. I was going to say like 4x or
3,
whatever.
4. Yeah, I'm not sure how many wins are required. The math is just going to be very interesting, but we'll count on the experienced players here. That's the other cool thing about this Gauntlet event is that all these players to get into this event, this wasn't an open entry event. This isn't
correct.
This is an invitational Gauntlet. An invitational last chance qualifier to get to the Swiss stage of Worlds tomorrow.
You had to qualify for the last chance qualifier.
Right, and it's the players from the national level events around the world who didn't make the highest placement, which was a different number based on the event in different regions of the world. But the players here did do well at nationals, just not as well as the players who are in Worlds.
Yeah.
But that still means these are some of the top caliber players in the game.
100%.
Like Ferenthian is a player who's played in so many major events. Leoblade has as well. And these players are playing with a ton of other incredible players going into every round. A lot of these players know each other. We saw them, bumping their knuckles, laughing a little bit. Like
I just got to say, just in terms of like camaraderie for Grand Archive, I think you see that so often in this game. It's one of the things I love so much about this. Like everyone is so like close. It's like a great community,
Yeah.
Even at the highest level, even at the Gauntlet, right? The qualifier for Worlds, you still see that level of
I'd say
camaraderie.
maybe even more at the highest level, where these are players who travel.
Yeah.
A lot of the competitive players in this game travel to a good amount of events, and they've met the community and they've met everyone, and especially these players who have played against each other almost certainly at some point in their career by making those top tables, making those top cuts, those day twos. It's something where it's really like this is kind of a last chance qualifier that's also a gathering of friends who are just playing it out in a long event to see just who gets those coveted spots to play in the Swiss stage starting tomorrow.
Yeah, and we haven't really talked about the whole weekend, but we do have today, of course, we're doing the Gauntlet. That's going to be all day today is going to be the Gauntlet, and then we have 3 days of Worlds.
So much action that is coming to Grand Archives Swiss stage tomorrow. That's going to be an intense day. But before we head to that, let's actually hear from Leo Blade, main deck Corbin, about his win here.
Hello and welcome back. We are here after the first round of the Gauntlet with main deck Corbin or Leo Blade. First of all, congratulations on your win there in the first round. How does it feel to have won the very first round of the last chance qualifiers?
Takes a little bit of the pressure off going into the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's definitely a big one. So you were playing the deck as obviously closest to my heart with my Xander pin here. Wind Luxem. I love playing Xander. I love hearing it. I have a couple questions for you about your deck that were specific to this tournament and specific changes from other tournaments that we've seen. So the first one I want to talk about is your choice of the Censor of Restful Peace. So you chose to use Censor of Restful Peace instead of the Terrafring slot. Can you walk me through why you made that decision?
Just expecting a lot of Genbu today. It's actually one of the things that I was least comfortable on. Like, I really wanted Terrafring in the deck, but Censor felt like the right choice, and looking at the field that we have, I think that was the right call. With a lot of Genbu representation.
Yeah, for sure. I believe we have 12 Genbus today out of the 28 players. So if you're trying to tech specifically for Genbu, that's a perfect option there. You do have a couple other things that I thought were interesting too. You have a lot of Fantasia removal. So you have the 3 main deck Mystic Purifiers, 1 in the sideboard, and you also have the Verdigris Decree in the side. But you chose to took out the Scatter Essence. Can you talk to me about why that was the choice you made?
Yeah, Scatter Essence wasn't as impactful as Mystic Purifier. Mystic Purifier was enabling ASIN, so you were able to put up more pressure that way. And Scatter essentially turned into a flex spot where it didn't really forward Xander's game plan, while like the floating was nice, but the Mystic Purifiers just added that extra layer of versatility.
Yeah, I totally get that. So another thing that Luxem Xander does, so obviously we know that it has the aggressive lines with the Slice and Dice, whether it's with Assassin's Ripper, with Mercenary Blade, or just by itself. But on top of that, you also added something that's a little unique to the deck. So you have a 1 of Striking Illuminance. We have seen the Uncover the Plot played in a couple versions of the deck list, but talk to me about the 1 of Striking Illuminance.
So this was something that main deck Stevo was really high on when we first started taking Win Luxem. It just like has so much potential behind the attack, and it can ramp up like 12 plus damage easily. So it's just a nice little one of that helps close games that you might be losing going into it.
Yeah, for sure. And as we know, a lot of people are very against one-ofs, of course, but in a deck like Win Luxem, where you have a lot of ways to glimpse, a lot of ways to dig through your deck, you are playing the 3 Scout the Lands, you have the Fairy Whispers, you have the on-enter trigger for Xander level 1. It's actually very viable to get to that point. There was another thing that casters talked about in your game that you chose not to do, actually. They said, there's potential here for the Art of War to come in. Can you run us why you chose not to bring in the Art of War?
Yes, so Art of War I don't like in the Philo matchup because they don't go as wide. Like the games that they go wide, like game 2, are games that I'm probably losing just because I can't keep up with their board and their attacks. But if they're not going wide and they're just doing like the normal Philo game plan of attacks, it's a little bit easier to deal with, and Art of War doesn't help.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because Art of War doesn't deal with champion attacks, only with allies entering the field that turn. So I can see why you chose not to bring in the Art of War. Keeping that Grand Crusader's Ring is always a fantastic option for the draw. Looking into today, you talked about being teched for Genbu, right? There's 12 out of 28 Genbus. Are there any decks that you really don't want to face today? Like, you've had a chance to look at everyone's deck.
I don't want to play against Philo.
Yeah, I can totally understand that. Yeah, so Fire Lorraine obviously is one of the more difficult matchups there. As we talked about, Art of War not being helpful for that means basically a loss of 3 sideboard slots. What do you think your best matchup is right now?
I have no idea.
Yeah, totally get that. I mean, it's tough because Win Luxem is very comfortable into the open field, but it's not necessarily one of those decks that has a super high win rate or meta share into specific types of decks.
Yep.
So, looking at today, going into all of this, you have 2 teammates that are already in Worlds. How would it feel to you to make it into Worlds with them?
It would be incredible, just being able to be there with them and also just being to get to the pinnacle of Grand Archive. Like, I've been playing this game since the start, so it would just mean a lot to actually get there.
Yeah, that would definitely be, like, I mean, it's a fantastic thing already to be in the Gauntlet, the Last Chance qualifiers here, to be playing with what is essentially the best 48 players in all of the world, not just the regions that we usually frequent between NA, Southeast Asia, Oceania, and Europe. But to make it to the World Championships would be such a fantastic thing. So talking about the World Championship, I know maybe we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here. How do you feel about the changes where there will be 10 extra minutes? It'll be a 70-minute round.
As a Luxem player, I think I like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. As a Luxem player, the games sometimes do get a little grindy. They do go a little bit longer. I guess for last question, I want to ask you, did you have any other decks you were thinking about bringing for today's Gauntlet?
Yes, so main deck has been testing with True Champion, so I was testing Yembu, but I wasn't able to get as comfortable with it as I was with Xander because I played Xander since Ascent Seattle, so just more familiarity there. And one of the days, Terry's just play Win Xander. So, ran with that.
Yeah, I totally get that. So thank you so much for the post-game interview. Congratulations again on your first round win here in the Gauntlet.
Thank you.
And guys, again, that was main deck Corbin, and good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you.
「
How's it going, everyone? And welcome back to the Grand Archive Worlds Weekend. We are here today with the Gauntlet, which is a last chance qualifier. We have players, raring to go, ready to qualify for Worlds. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am here joined in the booth by none other than Dan.
Hey everyone, Main Deck Dan, and we just saw a wonderful round where we got Main Deck Corbin taking his first win in the Gauntlet, our Main Deck's sole Gauntlet player, who is trying to make his way in to join the other two Main Deck team members in Worlds today with a really, really fun matchup between Wind Luxem and Fire Lorraine.
Yep.
Our two classic champions all the way back from set one.
Actually, yeah. That's
Still
true.
powerful today.
That is true, yeah. A little bit different in their current iterations and deck composition, but still still absolute classics. And, speaking of maybe a little bit of new and a little bit of old, this next matchup we have is a really interesting one.
I didn't expect to see this matchup today at all.
I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be really, really cool. So we have what is perhaps considered to be the best deck in the format right now with Water Guoja Genbu, right?
Yep.
I think that's one that a lot of folks going into this event are expecting to see. It's just very, very strong. It has a very high skill ceiling, I would say.
Yep.
But they're going to be playing against, Dan,
Fire Prismatic Merlin, which, if you'll remember from last year, was the world champion deck as well in our very last world. So we have Sano on Water Guoja Genbu, and we have Zetivex on Prismatic Merlin, who is perhaps hoping to do a repeat of what Glenny Boy managed last year at Worlds.
Yeah, I think it's a really, really interesting choice as well, because it's definitely a classic champion. That's kind of what I was alluding at, right? Merlin is a very beloved and classic Grand Archive champion, but may have fallen out of the competitive scene a little bit over the last year or so.
A lot of players consider this Merlin's worst spot in the metagame.
Yeah, I was underselling a little bit. Yes. Merlin's not doing great now.
But I want to sell exactly that, because we are going to go into an incredible matchup here where we actually saw Zetivex played a Genbu last round. And from what we've been told, 2-0 in 20 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So this is a repeat of a Genbu matchup. Again, as you mentioned, Kel, like players expecting to play this day. If you were not play testing against Genbu, you didn't understand what was happening in this format today. Zetivex obviously play tested against Genbu. Obviously ready to go. So Zetivex actually gets to take the first turn. We see a beautiful Vira Spirit of Fire out there, which is just a fancy version of a Spirit of Fire that you win for making top cut in Ascent. Going to start with one of the most classic Merlin plays you can think of, which is Creative Shock.
Oh, yeah.
Pitching a Floating Memory.
Yep. I mean, we're going to see similar things with like the Fire Lorraine deck that we saw in round one, where like the graveyard matters, having fire element cards in the graveyard matters for various effects. We haven't seen, like Dan and I have not seen deck lists yet, so we don't know the exact composition of this, but generally speaking, the deck does care about that.
These are two players, both of whom want their graveyard to be full of things.
Yes,
in various ways.
For sure.
Now, okay, there's some interesting stuff to consider in this matchup. Before we get there, I want to mention Sano, of course, plays a Tidestone Bovine, gets a swing, mills himself too, does hit a Stratagem. That is one of Guoja's main win conditions. We haven't really talked about a lot about what either of these decks are doing, other than filling the graveyard, but the Water Guoja deck has a number of ways to try and close the game, including making a very large turtle and using Genbu's effect to buff the life stat, and then using a card called Resonating Fugue to swap life and power to create a gigantic damage swing.
Get the Swappler on big turrets. So basically, yes, you want to make your turtle have a very large defense stat, and then you do the old Swapperoo, and then you hit them for, like, I don't know, 15 damage or whatever.
And what Merlin is trying to do instead is play a game, go to level 3, and on level 3, Merlin has this incredible ability to draw an extra card every other turn, as well as buffing her attacks.
Yep.
Zetivex wants to get there and start gaining level counters from Merlin level 2, and then from Merlin level 3's effect, to eventually do something like double fireball your opponent, or just get there by playing Ghost of Pendragon, considered to be one of the best advanced element cards in the game.
Yeah.
So really just playing kind of like a traditional late game sort of mid-range style strategy.
Yeah, you generate a lot of card advantage until you get to the point where you can just end the game, like you said, through combination of fireballs and various other effects. We've seen the decks run stuff like Rending Flames, or even like Sudden Steel. So we'll have to see what version this deck is running.
So Zetivex gets that Hasty Messenger. We talked about that a lot in the last match, but this is a critical card for Fire decks because it is on attack, discard a card, draw a card. Zetivex has been getting Floating Memory in the graveyard, and Floating Memory in the graveyard allows him to efficiently banish those to level up to higher level champions without having to lose cards from memory.
Yeah. And that's exactly what he wants to do, right? In a deck where your game plan is getting to level 3. It's not one of these kind of like hedge your bets kind of thing. Like level 3 is your game plan. Exactly.
Sano puts down a Seaside Ringleader. Seaside Ringleader is on board is simply a 2/2, but it goes and takes the attack into the Hasty Messenger to deal with it. And it's something that Zetivex will want to get rid of at some point, but the power of Merlin here in this matchup, and maybe something that helped make that 2-0 happen in the last game, is that Merlin has this ability to rest and then choose a card from a graveyard and banish it. If it has Floating Memory, she gets a level counter as well. That allows Zetivex to control Sano's access to Floating Memory, or even cards like Seaside Ringleader.
Yeah, I was going to say, even if you don't get that extra from Floating Memory, banishing key cards that have abilities from the graveyard is also very important, like the Seaside Ringleader, for example.
Yep, and this is just kind of an unfortunate situation right with the Tidestone Bovine dead. Tidestone Bovine has a class bonus Floating Memory, and now that Sano has gone to Guoja level 1, has turned on the Tamer class bonus, Zetivex is free to, at any point, use that Merlin to banish that, either the Pelagic Fatestone is the choice. That just got milled off of Genbu's mill. The Pelagic Fatestone is going to definitely be the choice here as a very, very powerful Floating Memory card that as soon as Zetivex starts spending it, it'll come into play as a 0/3 Dolphin that'll create more mill for the Genbu player.
And the way the deck works, right, is that you want to mill yourself, specifically water element cards, so you can have the big turtle play, or even like Polar Depths or something like that.
Yeah, the way that Genbu typically plays into this Merlin matchup, it's not something that a lot of people have playtested a ton, but the way it typically plays is it just says, okay, you're going to banish my cards. I understand that. That's fine. I'm just going to overload my mill as much as possible to make sure that when you're hitting my Floating Memory, I still have more to use in there, so I'm not ultimately losing advantage, because there's really not much Sano can do to stop Merlin from gaining those level counters and gaining that advantage.
Yeah, and if you're coming into this new, we're using mill as like a shorthand for saying taking cards from the top of your deck, putting them into your graveyard. There are a lot of cards that do that through various effects.
And here we see Zetivex choosing that Pelagic Fatestone again. That's the, if you do not banish that, every time that comes out, it can get sacrificed to something, and then it can be used again as a Floating Memory. And it gets to come into play every time it gets used as a Floating Memory. So it's actually an endless loop of float that is extremely potent for that deck to have. Now, Zetivex actually choosing to stick on this Merlin level 2 this turn, potentially thinking about not going to level 3. It doesn't even have the cards to necessarily do it right now. Just deciding what to banish or what to materialize instead, which allows him to keep access to that Merlin to continue to try and banish. Can set up level counters. The more float that Zetivex banishes, the more level counters he'll have going into Merlin level 3, turning those giant fireballs on way faster.
That's true. And then Merlin level 3 also cares about even or odd number of level as well.
Zetivex is going to be probably planning to try and have the right number of level counters for the very first recollection phase that Merlin level 3 takes. So Zetivex could Dungeon Guide actually this turn. I've seen this play a lot. Go Safeguard Amulet. If he has a Dungeon Guide, he can go Safeguard Amulet into a Dungeon Guide. Yep, there it is. Which allows you to kind of get the advantage of having that materialize while also going to level 3. So he's got a Safeguard Amulet set up and can have a big old Dungeon Guide in play. But chooses not to. Looks like
take the more tempered path, just kind of pass the turn here.
Again, that Merlin is just your Merlin level 2 is not bad to have in this matchup by any stretch of the imagination.
It's just eating cards and getting counters, man.
Zetivex and can still just like next turn can do this as well. Can just take 2 extra banishes, the one this turn and then the one next turn, materialize another useful card, and then go to that Dungeon Guide to 3. If Zetivex is feeling any sort of pressure at all to get to 3, it's kind of on him to decide when he wants to do that. And now, we saw, speaking of ways to sacrifice, we saw Primordial Ritual being used on that Seaside Ringleader, and they're putting it in the graveyard so that its activated ability is now active, and then milling even more cards. Wow, there's just, this is the power of the Guoja deck self-milling and just finding lots and lots and lots of advantage.
Yep, you can generate a lot of value just from your own graveyard, which is exactly why this deck is so strong. And then you have obviously your big top end finishers like your big turtle.
And the big turtle was going to come online as soon as Sano has banished or has milled enough cards, because he gains a quest counter every time he mills from his deck.
Yeah, every instance of mill.
Every instance of some amount of mill.
Yep.
Here, speaking of which, here's another one. Conniving Plans, going to mill 2, and then has the Deluge 4 keyword, which means if he's got at least 4 water cards in the graveyard, he's going to get the extra bonus of getting a preparation counter, which doesn't matter. He didn't actually, I don't believe the player even tracked it, and drawing a card into memory.
Yeah, more importantly, you get to draw the card into memory.
Yeah, drawing card in memory is the important part here, which makes this has been a very, very powerful card added to this deck from Abyssal Heaven. It is an assassin skill, but of course in Grand Archive, it doesn't matter if it doesn't have a class bonus. Any class can run any card.
Yeah, and just milling 2 and drawing a card is very, very solid.
Going to, activate the Seaside Ringleader, get that another card drawn. So one of the hallmarks of both of these decks is going to ridiculous influence sizes. It's something that both are able to go to. Influence in Grand Archive is the number of cards in your hand plus the number of cards in your memory. So both players are building very large influences, which it's an apt name term because it indicates that they're both going to have bigger influence on the game, potential influence every turn to adjust the outcome of the game.
Now, I think we're going to see a lot of this Gembu deck this weekend, Dan. What is like the typical play pattern, the typical flow that this deck has?
This deck is not terribly different than the mill decks of the past that are just trying to use all of their routes to mill as many cards as possible to turn on their win conditions. The win conditions are typically going to be, in this case, we talked about Genbu.
Right.
Once you can mill enough to flip your Genbu out, then you can start either just attacking for 3 every turn or go for that crazy kill.
Because Genbu is a 3/9 that has the ability to swap its attack and health.
And has taunt, for what it's worth as well.
Or he doesn't have the ability to swap. You have a card
You
that
have to
can
use
swap.
Resonating Fury. It has a card that can buff the life
But he
stack.
buffs his own life.
And you
then,
use
then
Resonating
swap.
Fury to swap them. You also have Stratagem of Myriad Ice, which is a card that allows you to banish any number of float from your yard to deal 3 damage per card banished. And you also have Fractal of Polar Depths as a way to set up a ridiculous mill. It mills a player equal to the number of water cards in your graveyard. Okay, so now we have Zetivex going finally to actually just going to raw level 3 here. This is a key play that Merlin uses in response to the level materialization, going to activate that Merlin in order to get that 3rd level counter so that when Merlin's at the beginning of your recollection phase trigger occurs, then you're going to gain the 4th level counter, go to an even number, draw a card as well. So both players sitting here with pretty sweet influences. Now you look at Zet's hand though. Look at these beautiful pink cards. Crux is still fine and it's still great to play. With this sort of seeking in play, we have the ability to either turn it into Prismatic Edge using Spirit Blade Ascension, or return it to the material deck, or return Safeguard Amulet to the material deck as well with the Ghost of Pendragon to draw 2 and put a 3/4 on board.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Ghost is just, and here we see it being played immediately. It's just, as you mentioned, one of the best advanced element allies in the entire game.
And here we have the Safeguard Amulet being returned.
Yep.
So Zet saying, I have enough life. I'm not worried about stratagem. I controlled your float plenty. So I'm just going to return this. I'll get it out maybe next turn. But that keeps the sword in play for those Ascensions to be online.
Yep, and now he also has a 3/4 beater that can also chip down life, so you can get to the point where you can kind of do your fireball stuff.
This is cool, too. Plays a Stalwart Shieldmate. This is a very respectful play right now, saying, I'm going to put a Taunter in. What this Taunter is going to do is it's going to prevent that Genbu kill from being active unless Sano also does something to deal with the taunt. Now, Genbu has ways to do that. We have Smoke Bombs at the very least that can be materialized to give the taunt unit stealth, which would then cause it to not be able to be attacked, which then negates the taunt effectively. It also can just be removed by playing something like Frosthorn Paladin and attacking it.
Right, yeah.
But it's a layer. It's a layer of protection in front of Zetivex with access to Spirit Blade Ascension, which will allow him to send the sort of Seeking to the material deck and then bring a new sword out. Can bring out Prismatic Edge, and Prismatic Edge will be very powerful in this deck with the on-enter, always allowing Zet to deal 3 damage if he reveals a fire and draw a card if his opponent reveals a water.
Yeah, and that's obviously the prismatic part of Prismatic Merlin, right? Just getting those extra effects, and you just get a lot of value out of a single card.
You absolutely do. So Zed's feeling, I think, with a board that feels pretty okay. Sano's deck is one that presents a lot of potential challenges and a lot of potential ways to win the game, even through pretty well set up boards. It's going to be interesting to see with Sano's big influence if there is a lot of action to play with here, but actually looks like it just goes for a pass on Zet. Zet lightly bringing out, we see a nullifying mirror in, nullifying lantern in Zet's material deck as well. Which is, of course, a great card against Genbu. Again, putting more of this, it's all about building a wall.
Yeah.
In this case, your opponent is, in the case of Merlin, your opponent is playing the deck that can present the crazy kills. You just need time.
Right.
And Merlin loves to just build a wall and play, plink away with these Ghosts of Pendragon, draw cards, and eventually get that crazy fireball kill online.
And the Lantern is so good here because it turns off the water element in the graveyards, and Genbu needs the water element cards to get that additional life so you can do the swap.
There's also a few other key cards that do get hampered by this a little bit. Cards like we looked at Conniving Plans earlier that has the Deluge 4 mechanic and needs to count 4 water element cards.
Okay.
But let's talk about a wall. Zet is actually going to play Merlin's signature card, Incarnate Majesty, which has efficiency with her class bonus as a mage warrior and also costs 1 less for each Regalia weapon card in Banishment, which, and with that level right now, Merlin's actually at level 8. There are no Regalia weapons banished, but that means it's just going to cost 4 to put out the Majestic Spirit itself. A 4/10 Intercept, True Sight, Vigor. Your champion has Spell Shroud. And if a Crux element unit, which is your champion and your Ghost of Pendragon, would be dealt damage other than the Majestic Spirit, you prevent half of it rounded up. Now, the prevention is rounded up.
Right.
That means if you deal 1 damage, it's prevented fully.
Right. I mean, yeah, the Majestic Spirit, like, once again, going back to Worlds last year, this was a very big key card of that event, and we can see why just in the amount of word soup that Dan just read out.
It's crazy. It says so much stuff. Sano making a cool just value play here, did play a Pelagic Fatestone, and I do want to say you never want to be in the position to play Pelagic Fatestone in Genbu. That's like not your ideal place to be. But use that Pelagic Fatestone now, fracturized it to get a card draw off of the Pelagic, and then turning it into a reservable fractal, and then getting a float in yard, allowing him to have a big setup for a Lost in Thought for 3 here.
Yep.
Able to just churn through more of the deck because Sano's hand is just clearly not fighting this Crux deck effectively right now. Needs to get more stuff online. Has these fractals now as well to potentially get those refracting missiles to deal real damage. But there's a deer to get through.
Yeah, I mean the Merlin's kind of like pumping on all cylinders right now. This is like, as if you're a Merlin player, this is where you want to be, right? You've already done your Ghost, you have your Majestic Spirit out, you even have other layers of protection like your Lantern. I think he set himself up to be in a really, really strong position.
It's just going to be a matter of whether or not Sano can scale the wall that Zedvex is setting up. And I have to keep reminding you that there is Spirit Blade Ascension in Zedvix's hand.
That's true.
And that will give Zet a lot of potential responses to things.
And just like on base level, you can attack for 7 every single turn just on board.
Here's a key interaction.
But you need to be careful about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Zed is just going to push damage until he can close it with Fireball. Sano has the onus to try and win the game, and one of the best ways to do that was Genbu. Genbu is currently dealing with the Nullifying Lantern in play, but beyond that, here's a key interaction you might see in the deck. Genbu, when you use Resonating Fugue to flip life and power, ends up with 3 life afterwards, and Prismatic Edge deals 3 damage,
I see.
but not as a spell, so it ignores the Spell Shroud. And here, to the point where
Sano just is scooping it up here.
Zedvex's wall was way too set up. With all that stuff in play, Ascension, Sano was not getting anywhere.
Yeah, these are timed rounds. And as the Genbu player, you're going to be going for the late game and just respecting the board state and playing into the the round.
Yeah, this is a matter of if your opponent. I mean, this is how we saw the 2-0, right? If your opponent's playing Merlin, if Merlin just controls the value that Genbu's going to gain at level 2, and then draws the pink cards, puts the Crux stuff down.
Sure, yeah.
How are you getting through that? How are you getting through?
I mean, also, if you're Sano, you know that the Merlin players tested versus Genbu, right?
Yeah, that's what we said going into this, right?
Yeah, you have to know they've played tons of Genbu games.
All 28 players today have played Genbu.
Yeah.
A significant number of times.
You have to have a game plan versus this deck going into this event.
I would, in fact, to the point where I would say that if you're taking Merlin into this event, you are confident about your Genbu matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough to take a deck into the Gauntlet today, and say, I think I'll just dodge the Genbus and make it in.
Right. I think, what was it, like 12 of the 20?
Yeah,
It's
12,
like,
12 Genbu decks out of 28 today.
28,
So just about half of the format is Genbu. In an 8-round event, you are playing Genbu. I don't care what you think. You're playing Genbu today. So it's maybe even a little disconcerting to sit down against a Merlin and go, oh no, what do I not realize is about to happen? And it could be that Sano did test against this and realize and just hope no one would be so crazy as to take Merlin into this matchup. But we just saw the power, the raw power of Merlin. Still in the game.
Merlin has got to have some of the best words printed on any level 3 champion.
Those level 3 cards in general, Cal. It's like
so
Champion, the Incarnate Majesty, the Majestic Spirit, the word salad of Majestic Spirit, as you said.
Ghost of Pendragon, like just it's very good.
And again, that interaction with Prismatic Edge that I don't even know if a lot of Genbu players who maybe didn't test against Merlin realize necessarily. The ones here today probably do. But if the Genbu players at your LGS and locals maybe have never went against a Merlin and realized, oh, Prismatic Edge actually just kills this if I switch its power in life.
For those who don't know, Spell Shroud is very specific.
Yep.
It only affects spells literally. So anything else that's not a spell, maybe like the reactions or anything like that.
Action cards, yep.
Yeah.
Action cards that don't have the spell keyword
Exactly.
are going to be ones that can absolutely get around it. Or in this case, it's a Regalia.
Yep.
And it does not have there's a text that sometimes shows up on Regalia that says, as a spell, deal damage. And that means that this cannot target Spell Shroud things. But it doesn't have that text.
Yep, and so it's one of those things that you just have to pay attention to as a Grand Archive player. You can't just assume like, oh, my dude can't be targeted by anything. It's very, very specific.
It is very specific, and specifically, I think this Merlin deck is just packed with things that make the matchup against Genbu pretty. I dare I say favored? Would I dare say favored? Because
maybe
we've watched Zet 3 in a row now, Genbu players at the World's Gauntlet.
Right, yeah.
I mean, like, at some point, the statistics don't lie.
I think that was a very, textbook Merlin game.
It looked... my favorite term I've ever heard used in a TCG for a game like that, it looked surgical to me.
Yes,
I agree. It looked surgical. It looked...
everything from the level 2 just eating up the graveyard, accumulating those level counters. So when you get into level 3, you get that extra card draw. It was surgical.
It was everything was planned, everything was executed, and it was just if you're going in for an operation, you want your surgeon to be exactly that precise.
Yes, for sure. All right, so let's see what we're getting into
So
here.
we're starting with a little bit of Refracting Missile from Sano. Sano did take the first turn and is just going to plink a damage onto Zet's Vira, Spirit of Fire, and then have a float that he's going to use to level to Guoja, get the Fabled Sapphire Fatestone out. Hey, let's take a look at Material Deck, because of course Guoja does show the Material Deck to the opponent. Who gets to see if any changes were made to it. And we saw in Zet's hand a Creative Shock. Zet is going on that classic, just play on your turn a little bit. That's fine.
Creative Shock.
We see, we see a Dungeon Guide. We see a Spirit Blade Ascension. Or no, sorry, that's a Crux Sight.
There was a Crux Sight, yes.
Yep, we see a Crux Sight. We see... Kel, it feels good to me, personally. I love living in the Merlin era again a little bit. It's so fun to see these cards again.
This is a deck that I also played a decent amount. I actually played against you with this deck a decent amount. Yeah. I think it's a really fun deck, and I just think Merlin is a very fun card to play.
Ghost of Pendragon here too. Wow. Do we have float in hand right now? That's the one thing I want to know.
So I see.
Is that
two?
Is that a tempered
sites? I don't know if it is a tempered.
Okay, I saw something in there. Something cheeky is in here. And the big question is, if Zet has a float in hand, Zet's hand is feeling pretty cracked. And I think there's a tempered steel.
So yeah, you just do the creative, discard the tempered steel, and then you're kind of off to the races.
Now Zet's in a good spot too. Getting down the Tidestone Bovine, getting a mill of a Seaside Ringleader and a Tidestone Bovine feels pretty solid. But I think what we're going to see from Zet this turn is we're not, because none of these are class bonus float, Zet could potentially, he's doing a recollection phase actually, creative shock here as well, I believe.
I think so, yeah. We've already leveled up.
Yep. And Zet could go Dungeon Guide into Merlin 2. That's a thing that happens a lot with these Merlin players. Here it comes.
It's a little bit less value, but you still get the immediate activation of Merlin's effects, so you can start eating up their graveyard.
Oh, sorry, and we are Guoja level 1, so we do have floating memory. Excuse me. I totally forgot that in this game we actually went to Guoja right away, whereas Sano actually did a backup charger before Guoja in the previous game. So our float is online, and we have a Seaside Ringleader. So Zedivix, now, a lot of people think Merlin level 2 targets the card. It does not. So Zedivix can activate Merlin, choosing Sano. Sano now has to choose to activate that Seaside Ringleader right now. Once Merlin's ability resolves, there's nothing that Sano can do in response. It's going to get banished. So it's going to basically force Sano's hand right now to use the Seaside Ringleader right now, which might not be what he wants to do. Knowing that going into next turn, he will probably have to banish a card from memory to play anything that has a cost in material deck.
It looks like it's just gonna eat the cow.
But Sano kind of calls that and says, "That's fine.
Yeah.
If you want to not banish my float, go for it."
Yeah, you're gonna eat something anyway.
But this is the line that the Merlin player uses to kind of aggressively get Cal, like you mentioned in the previous game, get that level to 3 while there's 2. Creating an even number of level counters.
Exactly. Yep. You want the even number going in, or rather you want the odd number, then you get the level counter, and then you get the...
odd counter going in, even counter in Recollect, and that allows you to have the most cards in Influence the turn you level to 3.
Yeah, and you get the +2 attack as well, which can come into play.
It can. Yeah, it definitely can against decks like this, where like Frosthorn Paladins need taking out sometimes.
Yep. And every little point of damage is going to matter. We see the Flame Rune Swordsman coming on down, chipping in for 2.
The Flame Rune Swordsman is actually, I think, it might be targeting
the Bovine?
The Bovine. We see a Song of Frost on the Bovine.
So
that's
So protecting the Bovine with Song of Frost, and then we just have the Dungeon Guy chipping in.
That is a cool play. Where Sano respects the power of keeping Bovine in play, because this Bovine is going to let actually him control Zet's board a little bit more, as well as getting more mill in potentially. So it's a really good card. The mill is the big thing. Getting to on attack mill 2 is going to help Sano set up those big power plays, like those big Lost in Thoughts that Sano needs to see to banish a lot of float from yard and draw a lot of cards. Looks like maybe just going for champ. Deciding a little bit, but that attack's going to come in here and get that mill. Oh, okay. Yep, did go for board. Okay. All
right.
I was wondering if that would happen. And we saw Lost in Thought.
What was the other one?
I'm not.
But either way, still
totally
milling Lost in Thought is, one less Lost in Thought. You have to.
Yep, and that's huge because it's turning on Frosthorn Paladin right now, getting that Frosthorn down. Ooh, we see a Polar Depths drawn. Nice. Okay. Sano has got to be feeling a little bit better about this game. There's a lot of stuff happening. Actually goes for the main phase Blanche to go ahead and take that.
Finish it off.
Flame Rune Swordsman out. What Sano's trying to do right now is really control Zet's board, so that Zet does not get that free kill on Tidestone Bovine. Sano's kind of making Tidestone Bovine the centerpiece of this matchup right now, as well as just trying to put himself in that superior board position where Zet now wants to get rid of the Bovine to stop the mill, wants to get rid of the Frosthorn Paladin because damage, and wants to get rid of the Blanche so that those fireballs can start to deal damage to things, or in this case, Blanche will actually also stop the damage of the Prismatic Edge.
Yeah, I mean, Sano's doing a fantastic job of setting up quite the board, you know? I mean, you just literally said it all, but got to respect the aggressive Blanche coming on in, getting into the combat.
It's a position where Sano really desperately wants to be the problem in this matchup that Merlin has to spend all Merlin's resources answering.
Yep. And so we do have the level up.
Level up lost one card, and it wasn't Incarnate Majesty.
The Incarnate's rough to see. I've been in the situation where you get the Incarnate banished and then you don't draw into another one, and that could lead to some pretty rough situations. But we do get the even number of level counters and the extra card draw this turn at least.
We do have plenty of good cards still in Zet's hand. Now, Zet being level 3 with a decent influence, Ghosts of Pendragon in hand.
Multiple sites. He's got some action.
The sites are interesting. You have to decide at some point to use them to dig deeper or to hold them to do your fancy things with.
If you want to just cash them in for extra cards or...
Zet's got enough fancy things to do, though I think you are not in a cash site position.
I think so, especially with Ghosts in hand.
But that Blanche, honestly, every single card that Sano has in play is a problem in some way. So it's very successful strategy from Sano here in sort of adapting and trying to make sure that he is the threat. Now, Sano did go down on influence a ton, is the one thing to be aware of. If he's not holding a Lost Synthite, he's going to have trouble building that back.
And I'd like to note, we've mentioned this before, but Merlin does get +2 attack on the turn that they get to draw a card on the even number turns. So this attack was for 3, able to clear out that bovine.
Yeah, and I would love to ask the viewers at home, what do you target here in this situation, actually? This is such a tough call between targeting Blanche or targeting the bovine with the Ascension in hand right now.
Yeah.
There's Zet respected the mill, right?
For sure.
Zet said, okay, again, you're at this low influence. I really don't want you to continue to gain advantage. Has the Ghost of Pendragon, has the Sight, able to also string a couple of things together to deal with the Frosthorn Paladin. So, like, all 3 were options. Has the Sparklight here, too.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
The unpreventable damage. Drawing a Creative Shock and a Fast Cure, not like an exciting draw, but if he's got, if he wants to keep options open going to the opponent's turn, holding Fast Speed Interaction, can Creative Shock and pitch that Fast Cure at some point to just gain a little bit of extra value?
I mean, Creative Shock's not bad in this situation, especially since you actually get that class bonus, since Merlin is dual class.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I totally forgot. We're a mage.
Yeah, mage and warrior.
Who plays mages right now?
Right, yeah. So you do get the class bonus. You do get to do that extra 2 points of damage.
Yeah, and we do see Ghost coming down, going for the Blanche now also.
Yeah, I was going to say, clearing up that Blanche actually enables you to make use of that 2 points of damage.
Yep, that's pretty big. We're going to get the mill from Genbu, getting another refracting missile. So really, Sano's graveyard's got some action in here, but Zet's hand also has a lot of action. This is honestly, I'm really liking this game so far, where both players feel like there's so much that they can do to impact the game.
Yeah, I mean, I love when you're in that kind of situation as a card player.
Lots of thoughts in hand for Sano too.
I mean, Lost in Thoughts, it's a pretty good card draw spell.
It is, I would say, the best card draw.
Right. Yes.
The best card draw card in the game right now.
Maybe underplaying it just a little bit.
I would say you are underplaying it. But yeah, both players with just a ton of potential action to use a Frosthorn Paladin and a Ghost of Pendragon, 2 3/4s on board. These allies are going to be staring each other down, deciding who's going to kind of go for the board presence here. First, we have Sano dropping...
Yeah, just Polar Depths.
Yep, dropping a Polar Depths, representing another potential win con.
Yeah, Polar Depths is very interesting, as it can be used in multiple ways. You can use it to either mill yourself, or you can use it to mill your opponent, depending on the situation.
Here's a play that if Sano isn't finding more Polar Depths, Sano's definitely going to consider, is holding up a lot of cards going into a future turn, and then activating Polar Depths to mill some ungodly number of float into yard, and then just resolving a Lost in Thought for 6 or 7.
Drawing a ton.
Or something, yeah, saying, oh, Merlin, you draw a card every other turn? That's cute.
Right, right.
I draw 7.
I mean, at least they got it on their champion, though, right? They can do it. They just get it kind of as a free roll here.
And here we have Zet going for that Creative Shock, end of turn, going to... did draw another Stalwart Shieldmate, is actually deciding what float matters the most, but deciding, actually, I kind of like both these cards.
Yeah. And where did he point that damage at?
And using then the float that was just banished here to get that Drawn Blade out. Drawn Blade is going to then draw a card. Yeah, where did the damage go, actually?
I think it was at
must have been on
the Paladin.
Yeah,
I think it was the Paladin, so he definitely has the intent on finishing it off this turn.
But if that Creative Shock was at end of turn, it doesn't do anything on Paladin.
Yeah, I didn't see if it was end of turn or...
Was it the float? I don't think it was missed, but I didn't catch the player's statement here. If the damage was missed, then that definitely should be covered. So Zet now thinking going into the turn again, a lot of options available to Zet with a number of Crux routes that are pretty powerful. Zet has the ability to play Ascension, has 2 Ascensions in hand now.
He does have 2 Ascensions
for a double Prismatic Edge, so is thinking about cards drawn from that, is thinking about the damage dealing 3 per Prismatic Edge revealed, and then can Cruxite the Ascension again?
Yeah.
There's like, to the point where when you're Merlin in this position, you are actually figuring out you have to, as a good fire player, you're doing your lethal math way earlier than your opponent would like you to be doing.
Right, trying to count to 18 in this situation.
Here's the math we're thinking. Ascensions...
You'll see a lot of Grand Archive players do this as they plan out their turn. They'll just kind of put cards down, kind of like counting it out, making sure you have the requisite number of cards, because you definitely don't want to miscount.
You don't want to miscount. It can be absolutely deadly if you miscount that.
Ooh, we have a Spark of Light coming on down. I will get the class bonus, right?
Yeah, Sparklight, three unpreventable damage. So we did a swing with Ghosts and then the Sparklight to deal with the Frosthorn Paladin. And so Zet is taking a very conservative approach to this turn. Putting in the damage with Ghost of Pendragon, then into the using the Spark of Light, because Spark of Light's use is not as strong as Ascension's use. As that, again, Spark of Light can't touch Genbu. It's not something that it can actually do anything about.
It is a spell, yes.
Yep. Where instead we can just take our damage on board and say, I would like to have the superior board right now. As long as I can keep your interceptors off of the board, I'm going to do what I did last game and just punch, punch, control your ways of winning the game, make sure I have the outs in hand. Maybe going a Nullifying Lantern next turn again, just to kind of represent all the hurdles that you have to get through in our wall. And eventually Merlin's just going to take it.
Yeah, just kind of like outvalue.
The problem is, I think, the Polar Depths right now.
Yeah, the one on Polar Depth sitting on there does represent a lot of potential card draw.
Potential card draw, or if we find the other Polar Depths, a potential win con. But of course, we just milled one off of the Genbu instead.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is also important to mention in this matchup, and maybe something that brought Zev to want to bring Merlin in this match, but Genbu milling you when your deck has a lot of floating memory.
Yeah, I mean, it's true.
Is not a significant disadvantage.
Yeah, that is true.
And so it's pretty nice to have.
Especially when you want to be actively playing stuff from your material deck, right? That actually has cost.
We did go with the Banish the Seaside Ringleader, another just kind of card draw built into the graveyard right now.
It's a super cool card. I love the cards that have like these dual effects. Like you can play them as their card, but you also have the extra effect from the graveyard, which is just really sweet. This is one of the cards that when I first read it, I was like, this is cool, even if it didn't have a place at the time.
Yeah, it definitely found its place now. Seaside Ringleader in both the sort of the Watermill Sylvie that was cropping up in the last metagame going into this Water Goja, which is very much just a refined Sylvie that has a much better end game and much better life pool. It's giving Sano a lot of cards to work with, but I think Sano's turn right now revolves around resolving Lost in Thought. I don't think there is anything else that is more effective right now than resolving a gigantic Lost in Thought. And Zet goes for that Nullifying Lantern, exactly as expected.
Yep, called it.
Building the wall. Sano is going to decide in response right now. It's in response to the materialization of the Nullifying Lantern. I think thinking about using this Conniving Plans.
Oh, right. So you can actually make use of the card.
Yeah, I mentioned last game the Deluge 4 is going to be shut off while that Lantern's in play.
Right, because you mentioned, once again, the Deluge actually cares about water element cards specifically.
We did get 2 float milled.
Okay.
And so the significance of this, Kel, is that Sano would love to keep Polar Depths in play and draw a million cards.
Right,
off of
you want it all. You want both of them.
Wants to have both, and the Conniving Plans, hitting 2 float was very, very big for that.
Yeah, it means you can do your Lost in Thought without having to commit your Polar Depths, so...
And Sano's actually at the double Lost in Thought hand right now, so this is big. Gonna go for a Lost in Thought just for 3 right now.
Just for 3?
Just for 3,
Yeah.
But this actually represents, if he sees a couple Polar Depths, then he's got a plan locked.
Right.
If he doesn't, then his next plan can be to pop the Polar Depths, do that gigantic mill again, and use the second Lost in Thought, using the cards he just drew off of this Lost in Thought, to draw an ungodly hand size.
So it looks like we do have an activation of Polar Depths here.
Oh, and we're gonna do the Polar Response. All right.
Yeah, it looks like it was Lost in Thought and then Polar Depths.
That's really interesting.
Response.
That's really interesting because if he sees the Polar Depths in this mill, he's not going to be super happy about that.
It gives them a little bit more card selection and
get some card float. Here's Idle Thoughts. This is my favorite thing. We're seeing a lot of Genbu decks running Idle Thoughts now.
It has floating memory.
It has floating memory, and it sets up your Genbu mill perfectly on turn 1.
Yeah.
So Idle Thoughts is actually an incredible turn 1 play in this deck now. So that's been really fun to see.
One of the, or maybe perhaps the most printed card in Grand Archive.
Yep. Draw some cards. I guess the question I have is Sano sitting on a stratagem then as a potential way to win? And this could be a matter of seeing Zet bring out the Nullifying instead of a Safeguard Amulet maybe would turn on like, oh, if I just find stratagem, I think I can just win.
So for the audience out there who might not know what stratagem does, why is it such a big deal in this situation?
Stratagem is one of Sano's different kind of robust kill lines that allows you to banish any number of floating memory cards from your graveyard and then creates a trigger for each one that deals 3 damage to a unit. And so by just getting a 10
Okay, sure, yeah.
yeah, a cool 10 floating memory cards in yard, but that's a doable thing with this deck. You can just one-shot your opponent.
Sure,
with it.
casual 30 damage.
Yep, and that's going to ignore this Taunter in play. That's going to not worry about the nullifying lantern. Doesn't matter. It can just be a straight win for Sano if it's set up.
So the big key here is then, does he have it in hand?
Does he have it? Yeah. Now, the other key is, does Zet have Blanche? And we have actually seen Zet with Blanche in hand this whole game.
Is he sitting with Blanche?
I
just kind of looked as he was fanning
I saw it
through
earlier. I saw it earlier. I'm pretty sure I saw it earlier.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I saw that Blanche earlier.
Blanche, of course, being able to prevent damage equal to the number of cards you have in your memory, right?
Trying to get a little peek on it here. We do see a backup charger coming in from Sano here, drawing another card. Big old hand size. Gets a power cell out, a fracturizable power cell in the future. And we're drawing into a Frostworn Paladin as well.
So we have Seaside, some Fracturized, some Frostworn.
I guess I didn't see what was banished when we went to level 3. If the Blanche was banished going to level 3, then it's not there anymore.
I didn't catch that either.
Yeah. Blanche is a card that, for Merlin, in this matchup, it's good strictly, basically, to deal with stratagem. And if you're not, if you're not worried about it, it's a fine card. Oh, no, I see it. Blanche is in there.
Okay, cool.
There's the Blanche. He just revealed it to us. Thank you, Zet, for showing us that
nice,
beautiful Blanche. Yeah, so that, again, Zet holding all the cards quite literally. Passing turn,
right?
Just pushing some damage, and has a lot of late game potential. Both decks honestly have some crazy late game kill potential.
Absolutely.
And they both are just kind of maneuvering around who's going to do that. This is very familiar to me.
Right.
Having going back to Utrecht against former world champion Glenny Boy, who is playing this Fire Merlin deck into the Watermill, and when you get to that end game, it's this matter of like response to response to response,
right,
like who ends up getting to win the game.
And until then, it's kind of like this back and forth kind of like value proposition. Both players trying to accrue value through various means, drawing cards.
Exactly.
Or, And so it's just kind of like waiting for one player to get to the tipping point.
Players will have to like pull the trigger at some point, and Sano knows that. We can tell based on the way he's playing, Sano knows that we don't just pull the trigger on Genbu.
Right.
Ascension is a real card.
Merlin's sitting at 7 total level.
This is pretty interesting now, too, with Sano's got so much influence that Zet is able to just play a fast cure and recover down to 0. So with a very, very healthy life pool.
28.
Yeah, 28, meaning that, again, it's going to be like a lot of floating memory to get a stratagem kill. And goes for actually using the float that he played with the fast cure to raw play a Prismatic Edge.
Yeah.
This is Value Town, USA for Zet, who is going to be here with a 3 damage, drawing a card.
Yeah, this is like the namesake of the deck, right? This is the prismatic part of the Prismatic Merlin. This card just gives you so much value, and the ability to like loop it, to play it multiple times.
That's what Zet has set up.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's that loop.
Yep.
Can you explain to players the loop that Zet might be setting up for lethal now?
Well, it's the Ascensions, right? That you mentioned in hand. And how many did you say?
I believe we saw 2 Ascensions and a Crux Sight.
Yeah, so the Crux Sight lets you get back the Ascension, so it's essentially virtually 3 Ascensions.
Yeah.
And so what you want to do is you want to loop the Prismatic, 2-3 times, and you get that reveal multiple times. So multiple instances of the 3 damage, and then you can also use it at the end of all this stuff to actually attack and finish off, because it is a 3 attack weapon as well.
It is, yeah. And we see Sano kind of respecting, there's a lot of damage coming in here. Goes for Cerulean Decree to -3 the attack of this Ghost of Pendragon.
To mitigate a little bit of the damage
and draw into memory. Using Sano's got a big influence and needs to start spending those cards to try and prevent some of the damage. But let's see, with 22 health, where are we at on things? 15 left to deal to the 22 life to get rid of the game.
Now is when
3. Yeah, that's a pretty dangerous position. I understand that's really in Decree totally. There's a very, very respectable amount of damage coming from Zet.
And now is when you start doing the interaction, right?
Oh, and a sudden steal for free.
All right, see, I mentioned this earlier. Sudden
Yeah, you
Steal just has class bonus efficiency. Merlin is a warrior, and so it's just a nice, free, big attack. And being able to clear off all of the interceptors before just kind of like paved the way.
Okay, so here's what's happening. We have, in response to the activation of the sudden steal, we have the Genbu being activated to put the taunt into play.
Okay.
Which now Zet cannot simply, could triple Ascension, I guess, through it potentially, dealing 3 damage each time. But that's gonna be Zet's entire line and all of that damage Zet is giving up to get through just to get the 5 dealt with. But it does get the Genbu dealt with.
It's a lot of resources to commit.
Yeah. No, it just says, okay, that's fine. I will deal it 5, and
Genbu takes 5.
does it retaliate?
Well, it's an interesting proposition right now. Do you retaliate, or do you keep Genbu up?
If you retaliate, then you put yourself in risk of a deer coming down. So yeah, I think we went with no retaliate here.
Because like deer still punches.
Majestic Spirit, yeah. But
yeah.
Everyone calls it deer, but yeah, the Majestic Spirit could come down and then start punching through damage and potentially win kind of our kaiju war over time.
Yep, because the deer, the Majestic Spirit, does attack for 4.
Yep. So Zet just says, okay, you know what? Again, this is one of those cases where you see these high-level players making decisions that I think a lot of players would get very excited about play around, but just goes, okay, if I got you to flip Genbu for a free sudden steal, I put no resources down to play this, I am fine with that trade. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah. And another thing to consider, you mentioned this actually in Game 1, is that Genbu can be a little bit vulnerable when they do the health swap, right?
Very
because
vulnerable.
their health becomes 3, was their attack, and with Prismatic on field, like it does represent like some vulnerability for Genbu.
Absolutely. So we see Sano going for that second Lost in Thought play here now. The number was 3 or 4, I think. I'm not totally sure, but it's a pretty big number of cards that Sano is going to get to draw here. Sano is actually at the point where Sano's deck is actually getting kind of small.
I was going to ask, how do you know how many cards he's got in his deck? It's not looking too big, just judging by the shadow.
Yeah, I don't think we know the number of cards, but it's to the point where Sano at some point runs the risk of actually just like running out of steam.
Right. I mean, yeah, exactly. You need to pull the trigger at some point and try to secure the game. Otherwise, you run the risk of actually decking yourself.
But you can really secure the game pretty easily here once your influence goes to 16 or
It's
something.
a lot, yeah.
It's getting very, very, very big. We did see the second Polar Depths here. If Sano finds 2 Polar Depths, it's just game.
Right.
There's nothing Zet can do at that point unless he's got some sort of crazy instant speed win con, which Merlin does
maybe.
have with Fireball.
You do have Fireball.
But there's nothing to prevent the mill out from happening, because what'll happen is those 2 Polar Depths will come down, and based on the size of Sano's graveyard, they're each going to mill, we don't have a count, but somewhere between like 15 and 20, I think is where we're at.
Yeah.
And they're going to mill Zetifix's entire deck out.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned this a little bit before, but the Fractal Polar Depths can be used on yourself, or you can use it on your opponent as well. And you kind of wait until you can kind of get into that kill range where you just mill your opponent's entire deck.
Sano plays the Bespawn Boots now, and Zetifix does not respond to that, so there's no Fireballs in hand. I think Zet has been really hoping to see Fireballs this game and has not.
I've definitely been in that position before, for sure.
Yeah, haven't we all?
Yeah.
And if Sano's got the 2 Polar Depths now, with what the Bespawn Boots are going to do is give Sano Spell Shroud as long as he's got an animal or beast ally in play, which of course Genbu is, which is going to give him protection against the crazy Fireball lines as well.
Yeah.
So that means that
he had to have the Fireball there.
As soon as the Polar Depths come down, if there's 2 Polar Depths, that is going to be game. Even if there's not 2 Polar Depths, even 1 Polar Depths can mill Zet a lot.
Yeah, I mean...
And Zet's drawing a lot of cards as Merlin, too.
Yeah, I was going to say, Merlin still draws 2 cards every other turn. Not to mention everything else going on.
One thing that you see with these decks, and I want to point out the round timer here.
That's very true.
These decks can go to time very easily, I know from experience. And by going to time here, if Sano can't secure the game, Zet will take the match as the up-a-game player in this case. If Sano wins, both players going to time can just end up resulting in a draw as well. So Sano's going to do, this is crazy, high-level play. Look at this. Idle Thoughts. if I can find the Polar Depths in the top 4, I can draw it through one of my means and win the game.
Did we see Polar Depths in the top 4? He kind of flashed it
I
on
did
screen
not.
for,
I did not
for just a
personally
second. I don't think I saw it.
notice a Polar Depths in the top 4.
I'm just looking for the penguin. Where's that penguin?
I see a Song of Frost. I see.
I don't think I see it,
A
yeah.
Pelagic. Yeah, there's no penguins here. I think a bovine maybe. There's
Just cows, no penguins.
Just cows, no penguins. The wrong part of the barnyard.
Sure. My barnyard has penguins. I don't know about you.
I have penguin eggs for breakfast every day.
Sure. But the important part is a little bit of a whiff on that.
Yeah, not what you're looking for. And so here's the drawback to Idle Thoughts. We see those 4 cards, and those are our 4 cards on top now.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's not glimpse. They just go back on top.
It's a lot like the Scout Land we saw in the previous matchup. That's it. Except you don't get to draw a card this time.
And yeah, now you know that, hey, look, well, we're not getting much gas in the next few turns.
However, so our influence is huge, right? You're at the point where your influence is so big, your lines start to get like kind of wild. You can do stuff like Primordial Ritual, this Frostworn Paladin, after drawing a card, to mill more from the top to then potentially Idle Thoughts again and like try and dig even deeper. Like you have so much influence. You can actually play these kind of crazy, like do this to do this to do this to do this to maybe eventually find the win con.
You even see Sano kind of like chuckling to himself, right?
Yeah. Like, both players are both kind of thinking, like, if I could just draw this one thing, the game is mine, but neither of them are exactly finding what they need.
Yeah, they're setting up for it. They're just kind of, like, right on the edge.
How much is Zet wishing that he didn't hit the Incarnate Majesty earlier on in this game on the Banish? That would have been, I think things would feel a lot more in control, because Incarnate's going to make it so that stratagem is very, very bad as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Just being able to, like, have all damage, and it's just...
Look at two title locks as well in Sano's hand. Sano is like, this is that's game state I have been in many times before, where, like, both players are just packed with interaction, and you know if the game's going to come down to decisive finish, it's going to be this... I respond to this with this, and then respond with this, and then respond with this, and then respond with this.
Layers upon layers of resolutions.
We have a Tidestone Bovine coming down to mill that Idle Thought stuff away. Like, okay, that was all garbage. I don't really want to see that at all.
And as you mentioned, Dan, clock's ticking. 10 minutes.
10 minutes left in the round for these players. Zet, again, does not need to win the game. Just needs to not lose.
Yes, he just needs to not die to win the match or to win the round. Sano's basically playing for draws.
And the Polar Depths, I did not mention this either. The Polar Depths need to be accompanied by a card that gets seen a lot, which is the Unstable Mustang, to get rid of that Nullifying Lantern. Because as long as that Nullifying Lantern is in play, the Polar Depths is still not targeting. I apologize for not explicitly mentioning that earlier, but it's like, again, it's that huge hand size that Sano has. Find the Mustang, find the Polar Depths, win the game.
All right. I don't think he's got the double Polar Depths.
I don't think he's got the double Polar Depths, and Zet is going for some Prismatic Edge Ascension action now. Going to try and push some damage on board. The V-Spawn Boots, very different than a Safeguard Amulet in this case, is not able to prevent that Prismatic Edge damage because it is not a spell.
Yes. Yep. Prismatic Edge is, in fact, a Regalia weapon.
The wall is getting very, very big for Zet at this point. Again, we have the Nullifying Lantern shutting down the Polar Depths. Can be answered, but needs to be answered. Now the Viridian Protective Trinket, making it so those Tidal Locks, which Sano chose to play Tidal Lock over Frostbind, a choice that comes up a lot in building this deck. Tidal Lock is great when there isn't a Nullifying Lantern in play.
Right.
But it's now a 5-cost negation, which is too much even for Sano's gigantic hand size to be reliable.
So we have the Prismatic activation here, the reveal, 3 damage, draw a card.
Yep, I'm going to deal that 3 here, dealing it to Genbu.
All right, he's going after Big Turts here.
Yep, Big Turts has to go. And the combination of 2 Ascensions and the swing from the Frosthorn, or from the Ghost of Pendragon, both 3/4s. The Ghost of Pendragon will deal with that Genbu.
And as we just mentioned, the Lantern on field just makes it so Genbu can't do his thing.
Yep, the activation won't happen. You may wonder if Sano can fracturize the Lantern. And that is a thing that Sano can do, but it does not, because of how layering works in the game, it does not remove Nullifying Lantern's effect. I know it's weird, but that's what happens.
Yeah, that's been kind of like a deep cut play for Grand Archive for the longest time.
Yep. So we have the 3rd damage, or the 6th damage from the 2nd Ascension Prismatic Edge, and then here comes that Ghost of Pendragon dealing 3.
Yep, counting to 9 here.
Sano could attempt to Refracting Missile a couple of times. 2 Refracting Missiles,
Yeah.
but that Nullifying Lantern, not the Nullifying Lantern, the Radiant Protective Trinket. That's the tough thing about this matchup. There's so much stuff on board that like affects everything. Could do this, but this is in play. But if he does this into this, yeah. So I don't think there's a play to realistically kill the Ghost of Pendragon right now, having to spend 10 cards to play 2 Refracting Missiles is quite a bit.
Yeah, it's 5 for each. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yep, okay. Genbu has been defeated. The Kaiju has been felled, and that is going to banish that Genbu. And now Sano is sitting with a small board and against a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. Small board, lots of stuff, hope and a prayer. Hopefully we're getting that the removal for the Lantern as well as the Polar Depths.
There's an Incarnate Majesty in hand as well. Merlin is at level 9. Merlin could attack with one of these swords to banish to make that Incarnate Majesty extremely cheap to play.
Yeah, that's true.
That I mean, I feel like if Zet gets the Majesty down, then that is going to make it almost insurmountable for Sano at that point.
I would agree that the arrow's pointing in Zet's direction here.
The debate is just about whether or not you like want to lose a sword, and Sano looks okay with losing a sword, pushing damage. We do have that, like you mentioned, Kel, that damage buff on Merlin this turn as well, plus 2 onto the swing. So if this is a swing with the Prismatic Edge, that's a 5 damage swing. Yeah, he goes for it. I'm good. I'm good with this. I can actually still Ascension it later because Ascension does grab from Banish as well.
Yep.
But right now we're just going to banish this thing, and then we are going to go ahead and very likely, I think, play the Incarnate Majesty because it's just a cost of 2.
2 to get the spirit down. And as we mentioned before, it's just an absolute house. The 4/10, having all the damage.
It's one of those cards where the game, as soon as it drops, the game now revolves around this card.
Yeah, it's the big boy in the room, right? It makes everything about itself.
Zet is doing a lot of math, though, and I think this is very appropriate. Again, your opponent has so many ways to respond. As long as Zet is continuing to play, continue to take actions, that is excellent, which he is. It's just important to remember this time advantage that Zet has, because Zet is going to win the match with a game win or a tie.
I mean, there's a lot of decisions to make. Both players have absolutely massive influence right now.
Zet actually passes. Wants to just play a little safer.
Ooh, Tabula.
Sano goes for the. Okay, this is what Zet is playing around, right? Tabula of Salvage. Tabula of Salvage is an interesting card. It allows you to choose 5 cards from your graveyard and put them on the bottom of your deck in any order. And what this is used for in this game is milling yourself out entirely. When you have 0 cards in deck, then you activate the Tabula in Recollection, put your choice of 5 cards in the order of your choice on the bottom of your deck, and I have quotes for that because that is you have no deck at that point, which means setting up your next 5 draws, and then you go to draw the exact card you want, and then you set up a way to simply win the game. Now we have this is a Fireball.
This is a Fireball.
Yeah, this is Mortal Ambitions Art of Fireball, and in response to the Fireball that Zet activated, we didn't see a pop of the boots. We instead see a Revitalizing Cleanse from Sano to heal to full and then take the massive amount of damage. Putting Sano at 11.
Last card from Sano's deck, by the way.
There is the last card, and yeah, this is where the Tabula is going to come in. The Tabula will allow Sano to set up those Polar Depths.
Yep, so basically just gets to stack a 5-card deck, essentially, here.
And can stack Polar Depths, and if he doesn't have it, Mustang the Nullifying Lantern, and double Polar Depths for victory, potentially. This is that late game play Zet needed to find a way to close the game a little bit faster. If Sano has access to everything, then it is actually just all in Sano's hands.
It's going to be really close. 3 minutes on the clock.
Sano has to take action here.
Yes. Time is of the essence.
The players, of course, when we go to time, will have 5 minutes to play the additional round. There's the Unstable Mustang. Here's the Polar Depths.
All right.
Here's the Polar Depths.
All right, showing them.
And here's the Polar Depths.
Triple Polar Depths.
This is kind of like, I don't know what you can do, but I don't want you to stop this.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, we'll see if this ends up getting refined a little bit more. The players are free to rearrange their graveyard at any point. So it looks like he's just kind of picking out, I just want to know where these are and then decide. There's a Cleanse. That's a pretty safe card to consider. Yeah.
Debating between Double Mustang or some other form of interaction.
The Mustang, I don't know what Zet can do to stop the Mustang from happening. So I don't know why you necessarily need 2 Mustangs.
Maybe it's a situation where you just hedge your bets.
Yeah,
just
that's
in
what
case.
I'm thinking. Like, again, I don't know what you can do, but
Yeah, just to make sure that I got it.
Incapacitate does not work against any of these cards.
Yep, Incapacitate only cares about actions.
Zet can't, like, fracturize the Lantern in response. Zet's real out here is just, like, fireballing a couple of times in response because you have to do a couple to get through the Beastpawn boots as well.
Yep.
Because there is a Tidestone Bovine in play. You can kill the Bovine, and then if in response to the boots fireball, but that's still not. We're only at level 9, so fireball only deals 10.
Yeah, you need multiple fireballs because you need one to pop the boots, and then at least 2 more to get the kill.
You can sight the Prismatic Edge for the second bit of damage.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
You can sight to we also have, we have the Slick Torrent Rider as well. So there's actually 2 animals and beasts. I keep forgetting that thing's hiding over there, self-milling. That is the card underneath the Tidestone Bovine right now on the screen. So there are 2 animals or beasts out, making the Beastpawn boots pretty safe. So yeah, we have the top 5 set up. We drew the Mustang. We just have to draw into the it should just be a single, I think just a single Polar Depths at this point to get the win.
I think so.
Given the size of the discard pile, maybe?
This is a wild game, Dan.
I mean, look, anytime you see the Tabula of Salvage come out, you know it's a wild game.
Right, yeah. That's the card that you put in for literally this exact scenario.
If you're wondering, no, this is the only reason. This is the reason Tabula is run. It is specifically to be able to do this. And
all right.
Sano just kind of, with the Mustang, get the Mustang down. Target the Nullifying Lantern. Zed is going to make him play it out, though, because I guess...
At this point, it's all sequencing.
Sano will have turns, but if Zed can find a way to not lose the game...
I mean, technically, like you mentioned, we do have round extensions as well, so they could try to jam out like a 5-minute game.
Yep. They can try. Zed won the last round 2-0 against Genbu in 20 minutes, so maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. Like, I don't know, maybe, but it's all right. So here we have the Polar Depths coming on in.
Yep. There's the Polar Depths, and the mill has got to be a pretty high number here. Yeah, I think just attack.
Sure.
I see a little chuckle from Sano. Like, I guess I attack first.
Yeah.
Not that it matters.
It's still like, I don't know, I guess perhaps the optimal play.
And then resting the Polar Depths to play a Primordial Ritual to mill his opponent. Yeah, I was like, I don't think you want to mill yourself right now, but yeah, mill the opponent for 2 more, and that must make the math pretty effective at this point for this. Activate the Polar Depths, mill out. Did Sano not have another way to draw a card? Is that like, Sano's playing so coy right now, and maybe the mill isn't there quite yet.
I mean, here we have the activation.
Zet, I think, said in response, goes for the... Yeah. Oh, did the Primordial Ritual change everything? When we Primordialed the Slick Torrent Rider, now we can activate this, bring the Prismatic Edge out, deal 3 to the Bovine, force the pop of the boots. Is that what we're doing?
Second Crux Sight.
We're Crux Sighting again.
This one
what's the line? What is this madman line that is happening right now? Could draw into Fireball. Could draw into Fireball with the Ascensions.
Okay, so here we have...
Because the Crux Sight could not get back the Ascensions while the Nullifying Lantern was in play. But now it can, as soon as the Lantern was answered. Because it has to target Crux element cards in graveyard. So
that's true.
So now we have the Ascension, bringing back the Prismatic Edge. Okay, so Prismatic Edge is going to reveal we're definitely drawing a card and we're definitely dealing 3 damage to something. There's no shot with these memories that that's not happening. Okay. And Zet is on a prayer right now.
Yeah, he's on a hope and a prayer. This is, I mean, the time in the round is already done, though, without the extension.
Yep. Zet targeted the opponent. And this is, to a degree, too, this is playing and the timer is continuing. Now, again, as long as Zet is continuing to play at a reasonable pace,
yeah,
this is perfectly reasonable to do. Zet has actions to take that can result in a potential victory here.
Yeah.
So Zet is taking Zet takes the mill.
So his deck's gone now.
Zet has a materialized phase before he draws another card.
I think it's just done.
Oh, it's just done. Okay.
It's just done. Yeah.
Okay. Zet just gives it up. Yeah, with nothing else to draw, nothing else to find. Okay. Zet goes, and the players are going to have having 1 round each that turn, and with no time to actually play another game now beyond first turns, because the players only have turns. That should be the match, and that match actually will result in a draw for both players.
Yeah. So how are draws calculated in the Gauntlet?
So in any standard Swiss event, which the Gauntlet is,
Yes.
wins are worth 3 points.
Okay.
Draws are worth 1 point for each player.
Okay.
And losses are worth 0.
Okay. So this is a net 1 for both players.
A
here.
draw is not the worst result, again, especially considering this is a 6-round event. Both players were, 8-round event.
Six more. Yeah.
Yep. Both players were up a game already going into this, so they are both at 1 win, 1 draw at this point.
Yep.
I would say, frankly, for Zetivex, even taking a draw against Genbu can't be the worst thing in the world.
Right, sure.
I think Zet built this deck with being able to beat Genbu in mind, and as we saw there, if Zet's hand were just slightly different, I think that was Zet's game.
Oh, for sure.
Even through all of the power of the tabula, set up the 5 cards, here's the mill, there was a line there where Zet forces the Beastpawn boots and then just goes fireball, you lose.
I think there's like a lot of things that really went into it. Like getting the Incarnate Majesty banished early kind of skewed that into a much more slower, grindy match. Not drawing into the fireballs definitely could have been a different match if three fireballs in hand would have been a world of difference. But
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really, even though it was a bit of a grind. It's a fun match to see.
Yeah.
Especially Merlin kind of coming into this meta being like, did you forget about me?
Right, sure. And you can see all the cool lines and the cool plays that Merlin is really, really capable of. We saw that in the first game. So it's like, I don't know. I think it was a fascinating match and a really, really fun one to watch, for me personally at least.
And it's fun to see the Genbu deck do that late game tabula game plan.
Yeah.
It's almost the kind of thing where when you're newer to the deck, you don't realize that sounds silly. When does that ever actually happen? It does.
I mean, right there. It happened right there.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. Your draws are just, you don't always draw everything you need, but you definitely will mill cards you want.
Yeah, sometimes you'll just have 3 Polar Depths in your bin and not in your hand.
And the deck has so much built-in mill that it can set itself up to just, okay, my math now is about, how do I mill myself out to just tabula and win?
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, definitely keep an eye on this Genbu deck as we, watch more Grand Archive this weekend. We're going to be seeing it a decent amount, I would wager. We didn't actually see any of, the big, turtle activations or anything like that because it got hampered by, all of the anti-element interaction, from Lantern.
Yeah, Zet built that wall, right?
Exactly, yeah.
It was a very difficult game, but went to a draw. We are going to go to a player interview here, so stay tuned. No interview.
Just a break.
Yes, just a break with no interview. So we're going to head to a break now, but stay tuned because we do have Game 3 coming up real soon, and I'm sure we're going to see more exciting action.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Grand Archive World Championship Gauntlet Round 3. My name is Cam, and I'm here in the booth with Valkyrie. How you doing, Val?
I'm doing wonderful. Super happy to be here, and we've already had 2 very exciting rounds of Grand Archive, and we got another one coming right up.
Yeah, it's been really cool so far, especially with it's an interesting format where there's so many players that we have an established metagame, but so many players are trying to see not only what this tournament looks like, but trying to prepare for the known metagame with some sort of like off-kilter strategies. And so we saw that Merlin deck, which isn't a deck we've seen in a long time. That seems like really catered for that Genbu matchup, which is really cool. Is there any other decks that you're keeping an eye on, Valk? We've got some cool stuff out there.
We do have some really cool things out there. Like just in our first round, we had Fire Lorraine, which is another one of those decks that's sort of mentioned prior, but just it's low to the ground. It's fast. It can sneak wins out from opponents who aren't expecting it. So it's a great choice if you want to try and stack up those early wins, catch people really off guard. And then you mentioned as well the decks that are more of a counter. If you see a deck that's going to be popular, like the Genbu or the Luxem or Tristan, if you build a deck specifically catered to beat that, and that is most of your field, you have a very high probability of converting into either like later rounds with a good record or even the next stage of this event.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think it's really interesting to see what the ripples are going to be from this event, because not only the players playing in it, but the world's players as well are like very keenly watching this event to see what people are playing, and maybe they find one of these cool strategies that they weren't necessarily thinking of that makes its way through the gauntlet. Or, even if the Gauntlet player themselves doesn't do well, that doesn't mean that they didn't come here with a good idea, right?
Exactly, yeah. And the Worlds players actually have that huge advantage is because they get to see the next 16 people that they're pretty much going to be playing against. They get to understand how they play, what kind of strategies they're going for, and sort of their tech choices of what to do in this certain metagame.
Right.
So really wanting to see how this goes throughout our whole weekend, starting here from the Gauntlet.
Yeah, of course. And it's important to remember, how high the stakes are. These 16 players are fighting for their slots to get into the World Championship proper, and we can look at our top players right now to see who is coming out on top in these earlier rounds. You're going to see these top 5 players all currently sitting at 2-0 are going to be feeling great. You don't really need much better than like 4 or 5 wins to lock that top half that you're looking for to get a Worlds qualification. But that doesn't mean that any of these players down towards the bottom of our standings are out just yet. They have many, many more rounds to go before they're looking at elimination.
Indeed, and one of the things to note here are the points that we see on the screen. That is what you're wanting to pay attention to a lot of the time, especially as we get further through the day. These players are aiming for a certain point threshold. It's going to be around the 12-point mark is where you want to hit to try and secure going into that next day event.
Right.
And so as we progress through these rounds, keep an eye on those. As players get closer, you may start seeing a little bit of intentional draws to boost those points, because whenever you win a round in Grand Archive, you get 3 points from that. If losing, you get none, but a draw does provide you 1 point. So if you're sitting at like 10 or 11, you can maybe, as a strategy, take those intentional draws to boost you to that 12-point mark to be able to try and sneak your way into that day.
Yeah, and we were talking about this before we hopped on camera, Valk, is that, these players that are doing well in the early stages of the event are going to feel really confident and be maybe looking to start chaining those intentional draws earlier in the tournament, but if they do that, it does leave room for people that started off a little bit weaker of the, like 0-2, 0-1 in these first couple of rounds to be able to like win out the rest of the tournament and then leapfrog over those players that have been taking IDs all day.
Indeed, just because you're 0-2 or like 0-1-1 at this point does not mean you're completely out.
Right.
This is one of those events where you're going to want to play until the very end. It's going to be fighting for those points and make sure, like at the end of the day, as you said, you could be 3 wins, 4 losses, and still have the potential to win that last round and push your way through if people are taking those intentional draws.
Yeah, super interesting tournament. And usually, with this number of players, we don't run this many rounds. So it's there's going to be an unfamiliarity with the players on how these typical Swiss brackets work, because they've played in tournaments. These are accomplished players. Many of them, really have been at this high-level stage before, but not quite in this format, I think. So it's going to be difficult for them to navigate.
Indeed it is. And a lot of things going thought process like as a player in this gauntlet and this event, because it's one of those, you don't want to be just too narrow-minded saying, oh, I have to play in the gauntlet, because all these players are probably thinking, I'm playing in this gauntlet, what am I going to do for the next day then?
Right.
Do I I know my deck has some issues. Do I need to make changes to it right away? Maybe I sit with this and feel confident going into that meta. Because you're also going to be introduced to more players that you don't know what they're playing, how they're playing, things like that. So it's really going to just shake up the actual event itself. Every day is going to be new and a challenge for all these players as they progress.
Yeah, and something I think we should mention as well is something to look out for not only in the Gauntlet but in the Swiss stage tomorrow is that a lot of these players are playing on competitive teams. And so there is a lot of information that can not only be shared internally between these teams, but some like sort of information that you can glean assuming that, oh, this person is on this team and they're playing this deck. Maybe that means the rest of their team is playing that deck as well. We have, True Champion has their entire roster playing in the event. We have several people from main deck that are, between the Gauntlet and in Worlds proper, Apex Players Guild. A lot of teams to watch out for.
There are, and it's really cool because the teams are playtesting with each other as well. So if they even do get paired up against each other, it's more of a mind game at that point. It's like, I know how you play, you know how I play. Now, do we change what we go for and the lines we take just to try and fool the other person, or do you stick with what you know and hope that you can just outplay your opponent in that sort of aspect?
Yeah, it's a really tight field, and so many of these players, not only team-wise, but competitive Grand Archive-wise, have played against each other, right? So there is that familiarity, and you're exactly right, Valk. How are they going to play on that? Are they going to assume that the familiarity gives them an edge? Maybe it gives them a disadvantage. Yeah, I think it's really interesting, and we're excited to see how the rest of the day looks. We are, looks like we're going to be grabbing our players for round 3 shortly, and I believe, unbiased of course, but I believe that we do have Aqua playing Arisana that we're going to grab.
And not just playing Arisana, but 2-0 on the Arisana as we saw with those stats going on, which is already one of those, you're rooting for a deck that's not that common. They're already doing well in those events. And the fact that, here we are right now, the deck, looking at it, this is the bread and butter. I'll let you go ahead and go over this a little bit because I believe you're quite a fan.
Yeah, I'm a big Ari fan, and we've seen, Aqua is one of the premier Arisana players in Grand Archives, so definitely great to see him here. And a little bit of a different take on the list. We do see the addition of Tend the Land, which is a new card that came out in MRC Alter. But something really interesting here that you'll notice from Arisana decks that you've maybe seen previously in the season is the cutting down of Scatter Essence, which has been such an integral card for Ari when Fractals was such a dominant deck. But with that ban that Fractals ate, it looks like we're only playing 2 scatters in the main deck, 1 in the side, and really interesting Valkyrie is the 2 copies, 1 in the main, 1 in the side of Extortion Scheme, which is our one pretty reasonable out to Genbu, as it does deal with those Shenjus, as it is a skill, and so gets around Spell Shroud.
That is a perfect way to explain it. If you're like, if you just need to suppress something, why not run Zephyr? But you said it, the Spell Shroud, Zephyr is a mage spell. Yeah. Extortion Scheme, that's an assassin's skill.
Yeah, a really interesting choice as well because the SEA players, Aqua being one of them, Pro-An as well, we're very big in forwarding the copies of Ravaging Tempest being the answer to Shenju's in the sideboard. A little bit slower, a little bit harder to get off. Obviously a bigger payoff. It does permanently remove the Shenju, but it seems that with the advent of Genbu and the speed at which these Genbu decks can present a lethal clock, Aqua's opted to go for a shorter term answer, but a faster and more efficient answer in Extortion Scheme.
Indeed. And with only 1 copy, you're like, you're probably not going to see it as often, but Arisana glimpses and draws a lot of cards. You're able to really filter through that deck. So a 1 of, and then 2 of post sideboard is going to be very easy for this deck to go ahead and find and keep in hand.
But I don't think that's going to be doing Aqua a lot of good in this matchup. I believe on the other side we do have a Wind Luxem player. Our second time that we've seen Luxem today. It's going to be quite a popular deck, I think, throughout this weekend, not only in the Gauntlet, but in Swiss as well. And we've seen not the typical Serene Luxem deck, but we see Ollie is piloting this more tempo-oriented Wind Luxem deck that's really taken over this season.
Yes, and this deck, giving respect to Genbu players as well with the 4 of Cleansing Reunion, and it's all about consistency is the name of the game. And we look at here, we have the Sadies, Windmill Engineers. Surprisingly, only Windblessed Lookout when we're going with this tempo variant, but we have Reclaim, Scout Lens, Sirocco Operative, another great value engine. The point of this deck is to just generate prep counters, generate card advantage until you're ready to pressure your opponent and take them out. And that is what you see with the Lightweaver Assaults and the Luxem Sights and main board. The only Luxem cards. These decks have pretty much cut everything else, the Gleaming Cuts for the additional draw power late game. They're all about staying alive early and building that early advantage.
Yeah, I can't say that I'm particularly a assassin expert. Valk, do you think it's odd that there's only one copy of Windblessed Lookout in this list?
So there's a difference between like Xander and Tristan. I believe Tristan favors a little bit more Windblessed Lookout with the prep counter generation early. You need a lot of prep for Tristan. With Xander, I believe you can not really like have too much prep counter generation, especially if you're staying with Sadie a little bit, juggling that. You're playing more of that control oriented rather than that aggressive build up prep counters. Just since Tristan also, her level 2 requires 4 prep counters to get the additional draw 2, while Xander, you can get things back. You get the Surveil the Winds, any assassin card that you really need. It's your toolbox. So Xander is your toolbox champion, while Tristan is more of your aggressive, I'm aiming to take out the opponent as quick as possible.
And I think that toolbox is going to be really important in this matchup. I think typically is a pretty difficult matchup, not for Luxem, but for this wind tempo-oriented Luxem deck. But I think that this list that we see Ollie playing is a little bit more controlling, and that is going to favor them, I think, in this matchup. So it looks like we are off to the races, and Aqua is going to start off. We see that Serene Spirit of Wind, going to do some glimpsing. Keeps 2, sends the rest to the bottom.
And with the Serene Spirit of Wind, when you glimpse, it's really powerful for these like style of decks because you get to sculpt your hand, you shape it. You get to look at the top 6 cards of your deck, put any on the bottom, and then draw that many, and that is your starting hand. So if you draw 6 and you see cards that you don't need right now or don't like, you can ship them to the bottom, get to those later, and really get the playable cards just like the one activated now.
Yeah, it looks like Aqua found his best possible on turn 1, which is turn 1 Fertile Grounds, going to be able to generate so many herbs over the course of the game, and that is really one of the ways that you can grind out these slower decks like Luxem. Looks like on Ollie's side, he has found himself a Surveil the Winds, some very typical Wind Assassin things, Fairy Whispers, Scout the Land, Veiling Breeze. Lots of ways to protect himself.
Lots of ways to protect. One thing to note, though, nothing aggressive. We saw no Sadies, no like allies at all of that nature, just defensive options, although the Fairy Whispers do opting into that Ace and Protector. Now we have an ally, but still it requires an additional ally on that field to even be effective, other than Ace and Protector is just going to go ahead and return itself to its hand on enter.
Yeah, the slow start is a little bit hard for Ollie here. He definitely wants to hit the ground running and start pressuring this Arisana deck before she can start getting things going. And we're going to see Arisana level 1 get materialized here from Aqua and start getting value off of that Fertile Grounds. Just going to start ticking up and really adding an advantage over the course of the game.
Herbs are very important, especially for Arisana and against aggressive decks. They're pretty much sectioned off in groups of 2. You have 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and 5 and 6 that all share the same effect. 1 and 2s are going to be your level herbs. 3 and 4s are going to be your recover 1 herbs, and your 5 and 6 are going to be your cycle herb, the one that allows you to put a card from your hand on the bottom and draw a card. So you want to keep an eye on those herbs that are being generated as Aqua does level up, because 3 and 4s, I think, are going to be the most important to stop Ollie's aggressive turns if they decide to go all out with the allies.
Yeah, and after stuffing a Beseech with an in-cap, looks like Ollie is going to finally find some aggression, plant a Sadie, start getting some damage, and as you mentioned earlier, Valk is going to give him a target for a potential Ace and Protector later. But that's a pretty huge swing for Ollie being able to in-cap that Beseech the Winds so that so that Aqua has to level up the hard way. We're going to see that here, banishing 2 cards, going up to Ari level 2. Getting a few more herbs, up to 6 herbs already for that Polaris that is looming on the board. Very powerful Proxy's Vault card that allows you to shuffle Cosmic Bolts into your deck, and that is going to be the way that Aqua is going to look to win this game in the late turns.
Yeah, and we see a bunch of these herbs with 2 each on it, and that's a very important number for Arisana level 2, just because of her inherited effect. At the end of your turn, you may go ahead and sacrifice 2 herbs with the same name to draw an additional card. And as you mentioned with that Polaris, those herbs, when sacrificed, give Polaris those counters, so you're sort of getting a engine already started on this level 2, going hard level up. And so far with the herb rolls, Aqua has 2 more turns of drawing a card.
It's been pretty good. We'll see what Ollie's rebuttal is. We do see a turbocharge found to sacrifice Power Cell to draw 2 cards, giving him a quick +1. A Windmill Engineer is going to join the fray, and that is exactly the sort of ally that he is looking to pick up with that Aeson Protector.
And we're now actually starting to see the ally value that Wind Xander can have. Unfortunately, 1 or 2 turns slightly late, but thankfully Aqua's not putting too much pressure as they're also trying to level up and build a board state. So Ollie, more than happy to take a turn, Windmill Engineer, drawing cards into memory, filtering that deck, and sort of looking for more opportunities to get the key pieces you need to go ahead and close out the game.
Looks like we're going to see a new MRC Alter card in 10 the land get activated here from Aqua, and in response, a Reclaim is going to be activated to pick up that Windmill Engineer. We'll see what the plan is for Aqua. Pretty low influence, Valk. I don't know if he's going to look for the level here. That seems kind of risky.
It does seem very risky going down to only 1 total influence by banishing 3 to go into Arisana, but at the same time, you're not really in too much danger of being killed by Xander, so it would be a possibility, but Aqua kind of valuing the cards that were down in memory, going for the Grand Crusader Ring for the materialization, banishing that, drawing your card, and now you get to pretty much have a turn with an additional card you weren't maybe planning on having. But we actually just have a dungeon guide, so that may have been the reason here.
Looks like there is a dungeon guide, but a Stifling Trap waiting in the wings in Ollie's hand. We'll see if he wants to deploy it. Sometimes a risky business, yeah. You can really tell the familiarity of these players, where obviously for a newer player, the no-brainer here is to play your Stifling Trap, target the dungeon guide. But Ollie's really valuing that that's probably not what he needs to do, and he does have this in-cap in his hand that he can hold up instead.
And one line of play that you could do that the players are probably thinking about is Dungeon Guide has an on-enter effect. In order for Stifling Trap to stop the Dungeon Guide, it has to deal the damage to the Dungeon Guide.
Yeah.
With Polaris on the field and so many herbs, Aqua could have sacrificed herbs, build up that Polaris, use the Polaris to kill their own Dungeon Guide, preventing the Stifling Trap from going off and still getting the on-enter effect. So sort of a game of chicken of Aqua almost daring Ollie to use cards, and Ollie did not fall for it. Aqua got the Dungeon Guide on enter, and Ollie is now able to use this to imbue Windmill Engineers and keep the momentum going.
Yeah. And a huge amount of influence from Ollie as well. Holding, looks like, 9 cards in hand. It's quite a few, and we'll see if he can leverage that. That's exactly what this Xander deck wants to do, is leverage that influence gap, and he will get to hold that over Aqua for quite some time. It does take a while for Ari to build back up. Looks like going to take the allies here to maybe clear this dungeon guide. Sadie has that very, very powerful on-kill ability that he's maybe looking to leverage.
You really want that agility 3, get a couple of those cards back. Dungeon Guide actually for Arisana is a very fun card to just keep on the field because it really helps remove a lot of these pesky small allies. So it's a good idea to get rid of it here. But here we see a Polaris being activated for 5 right now. That's going to deal 5 damage to every ally on the field and shuffle in 5 copies of Cosmic Bulk into the deck.
And we are definitely going to see Sadie picked up in response. But yeah, there's a really a couple of interesting things to mention here about this Polaris being activated for 5. There is still 3 herbs on the board, 2 of which are Spring Leafs, assumingly Aqua is valuing the card draw off of his level 2 Arisana inherited ability. So he's keeping those 2. And then he's keeping 1 copy of Freyja, which the Recover one is usually the strongest herb that you can have, and so he's going to look to just keep building those up over time with that Fertile Grounds that he has in play.
Yes, make sure you duplicate it as much as possible. One thing with Fertile Grounds is you never want to go completely out of herbs, otherwise it will become a completely dead card. So you always want to keep one at all times. Luckily, you are able to multiply every turn, and if you're able to see 2 copies of it, it's even better.
Yeah, of course. We're going to see some wheels spinning here. A Fairy Whispers activated finds another Fairy Whispers. Tale as old as time. Building up those wind card advantage, just getting a little bit of selection over what these tools Ollie wants to have in hand. And you said this when we were talking about the deck list, Valk. It's all about tools. It's a toolbox deck, and he wants to make sure he finds the right tools for the job.
And I think we just found one here, that Reclaim, going to go ahead and save this Windmill Engineer back to the hand, preventing it from being taken out from the Polaris. Additional floating memory as well to help to get to that level 2 Xander to pick up any card that's an assassin from the graveyard here. And Ollie's sort of just allowing Aqua to shuffle 5 Cosmic Bolts into the deck and killing their own DG.
Yeah, we're going to take the slow approach here is Ollie, and it's really just going to be how fast can Aqua and how efficiently can Aqua find these Cosmic Bolts, because it does get to a point where the Cosmic Bolts are too large for sort of any of these control decks to deal with, but at least in the earlier stages of this late game oriented matchup, Incapacitate is going to be really huge. We see Ollie holding one of those. He's also holding a Veiling Breeze, which should prevent basically all of the damage that is dealt with the amount of cards that he has in his influence.
And Cam, why do Cosmic Bolts get so big in the late game?
So Cosmic Bolt, notably, does 4 damage to target unit, plus an additional 2 for each card named Cosmic Bolt in your graveyard and your banishment. So as you activate them and you send them from your deck into either your graveyard or your banish, you do get additional damage out of every Cosmic Bolt after that.
So it's sort of a additive value every time, right? You shuffled in 5 Cosmic Bolts, probably run 4 main board most of the time. So you have 9 copies, and it's 4 damage for the first one, and then plus 2 for every thing. So you have about 8 copies, so 16 extra damage in total. Looking at if all Cosmic Bolts are out of the deck, your last one's dealing 20, which is
it's pretty big.
Takes out any champion pretty much if any other Cosmic Bolts connected prior.
Yeah, both these decks are really about inevitability, either through activating Cosmic Bolts, as Aqua wants to do, or through revealing these Lightweaver's Assaults and these Luxem Sites, which are still waiting in Ollie's deck somewhere. A very slim Luxem package, but a powerful one too.
And what an interesting glimpse there from the Cosmic Astroscope there. We saw 2 Cosmic Bolts and a Comet Fall.
Yeah.
And it's, it's unfortunate you're putting those on the bottom, but Arizona just glimpses so much. We'll probably cycle back through that if needed. And so Aqua knows that the bottom 2 are cards that can be star called, and we'll have to keep that in mind as the game progresses if it does get that late.
Right. So that's 1 bolt down. Taking a draw step, does have access to 3 visits, which is going to be a very powerful way for him to be able to see more cards in his deck.
And here's just that strategy of the herbs. Just don't do anything on your turn. Pass the turn. Arizona Inherited Effect from level 2 draws you that card.
Yeah.
And then you just play more of a reactive gameplay. Your opponent tries to do anything. Oh, in response, I'm going to glimpse and try and find a Cosmic Bolt. And the really cool thing about Arizona level 3 is once per turn, you can star call for free. So if you glimpse on your turn and your opponent's turn, you're pretty much taking 2 turns.
Right. Yeah, and I think Ollie realizes this. He's going to start putting the pressure on. Does look pretty anemic here with just some Windmill Engineers, but we did see the Poison Dagger was the grab for the turn, and after that is able to wake up as some real threatening damage that can be generated from Jesse's Windmill Engineers, cards like Windbless Lookout, and maybe even Ace and Protectors or Slice and Dices, which we know that he has access to.
Yeah, Poison Dagger turns Windmill Engineers from an annoyance to an actual threat on board. And it's just all additive damage is what Poison Dagger cares about. You have so many different combinations with Ace and Protectors, bouncing Windmill Engineers. You can sneak in an extra 3-4 damage just from doing the little bit of combination.
Yeah, and Ollie can sort of overload Aqua's board wipes here. Once the Polaris is gone, which it is, the only way that Aqua has to cleanly answer a board in his main deck is Comet Fall, and so Ollie can deploy these sort of value-oriented allies and then force Aqua to deal with them, even though he doesn't particularly want to.
And here we go, Cosmic Bolt number 2 being star called off the top thanks to the glimpse from 3 visits here.
This one coming in for 6.
Big damage right there. Ollie has some protection against this, though. You have Veiling Breezes to try and help mitigate some of that damage. So just because the Cosmic Bolt is being activated doesn't mean it's guaranteed damage.
Yeah, like we said about the way that they grow over the course of the game, Ollie has correctly realized that if he's going to spend any interaction, he wants to spend it later rather than earlier, because the Cosmic Bolts will get harder to deal with. So if he has any sort of hard answers to them, he wants to save those for the larger ones.
Necklace Foresight being materialized from Aqua here. Looking at top 4 and instantly just slamming down that Cosmic Bolt. And this one is going to be for 8. We went 4, 6, 8. And let's see if Ollie has a response to another one.
Yeah, this one is lethal, so he does have to do something about this. Just Xander level 1. He's going to start off with an Ensnaring Fumes using that alternate activation cost to remove some prep counter to pick up those Windmill Engineers. And then I would be shocked if we didn't see either an Incap or a Veiling Breeze here.
And Incap it is to go ahead and negate the activation, not taking any of that damage. And something important here as well is Ollie's sitting on 1. So if we level up into Xander level 2, we can just grab that Incap back for another guaranteed protection.
And he's going to need it. Aqua is just firing on all cylinders here, finds yet another bolt with his Astroscope. And he's going to need another Incapacitate to be answered, but the response is a Horda counter, and that is going to be enough to push that last Cosmic Bolt through, coming in for 8. Ollie only being at level 1 Xander, that is going to be enough for lethal damage.
That was an intense last bit of interaction here.
Yeah.
We had Cosmic Bolt, well, I'm going to Incap that. Okay, Cosmic Bolt, well, I'm going to Incap that. Well, do you have any other Incaps? Because I'm going to Horda counter you.
Right.
And secure that game 1. And Horda counter is such a strong card for Arizona. And it's because it has 2 ways to be activated, correct? Or paid for. You have the paying for it normally from your hand into memory, or you can sacrifice herbs to actually increase the cost of it as well.
Yeah, a really interesting card that is X plus Y, and X is reserve cost that you pay out of your hand, and Y is herbs that you sacrifice, and you can pay any amount of either of those. There's even some really interesting things that you can do where you can target your own spells with your Horda counter. We'll see if maybe that comes up in a control-oriented matchup like this, but the players are going to go to sideboarding, and we'll see if Ollie can improve the matchup. It is a pretty tough one to navigate. A lot of the tools that the typical Luxem decks use sort of to bully Ari out of the game aren't available in this Wind mid-range deck, and so I think Ollie's going to need a pretty quick start. It didn't look like he was completely out of that game. Like there was a couple of opportunities where if he had the right hand, or maybe had the right sequence of threats, he could have got over the finish line, and we did see a bit of a slower start. So
yeah, the slower start was very unfortunate. You really wanted to see Sadie slam down or Windmill Engineer right away, and then maybe combo that with the Ace and Protector to start putting that pressure. Because when Arizona just has a couple of turns to sit there, pluck some herbs, and have a little bit of a good time, they just sort of run away with the game with the generated value. It was 5 copies of Cosmic Bolt shuffled in, but it felt like every glimpse we saw one.
Right.
So imagine if it was even more. That's how consistent you would see them. So you want to try and stop Arizona from putting as many Cosmic Bolts as she can. If you force them to pop that players early with 2 or 3 counters on it, you're saving yourself some of that damage.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Valk. I think that's going to be the plan for Ollie, and he is going to be going first this game, and so he will have a little bit more time to deploy some threats. Something that is interesting against Arizona is that so many times in Grand Archive, Valk, you can't just play an ally on turn 1 because it'll die. It's ridiculous to deploy any sort of threat on the first turn of the game. But against Arizona, she has literally no way to deal with that. So you can just deploy whatever you want on your first turn and sort of use those that extra tempo to start hitting the ground running. And so we'll see if that's what Ollie chooses to do.
Exactly. Some of the only allies you can activate on turn 1 are ones that make themselves immortal or hard to remove, like an Arthur, or ones that are easily protected, like a Windmill Engineer with Reclaim, things of that nature. So it's really helpful. It's almost like one of the spirits that came out in HVN, the Spirit of Fortuitous, wind, fire, water, things like that. You're pretty much taking that off turn anyways, so if your deck doesn't need it, it is very possible that you could just take advantage of that glimpse.
A wise man once told me those those Fortuitous Spirits are basically as powerful as Icebound Slam, so maybe we'll
Turn 1, yeah, exactly.
see them show up. All right, Ollie's going to start us off here with a Fairy Whispers. See what he grabs. Oh, wow. Big whiff.
Unfortunate to see. The deck's about like 75% win.
That's a lot of win
so
cards.
It's very hard to like whiff on it, but the unfortunate top 3 nothing.
Okay.
But all on the bottom, reveal the top, we hit a win. And that is what you really want to see. Probably nerve-wracking looking at the 3 non-targetable cards from Fairy Whispers, but we get the reclaim here in the end, and the game continues as normal.
Yeah, I'm sure a sigh of relief from Ollie here. And he does find a pretty good target for that reclaim as well. Picked up a copy of Wind Bless Lookout, new card from MRC, doing a bit of an impression of an older FTC card. Just a way to generate some preparation counters, a little bit of glimpse value as well. We do also, notably, see a copy of Scatter Essence in Ollie's hand. So if Aqua on this glimpse that he's resolving now finds that Fertile Grounds, which is exactly what he wants on turn 1, it is going to be met with a pretty devastating Scatter Essence on the next turn.
Yeah, it's probably set behind the game plan by a couple of turns because you really rely on the herb generation from that initial Fantasia, and the fact that Scatter Essence can immediately just remove it before it even gets any value.
Yeah.
You have to level up into Arisana 1 to even get your herbs originally.
Looks like one has not been found yet. I know that some RE players do opt to bring them out in a matchup like this, knowing that Scatter Essence can be so powerful. So maybe that is what happened here with Aqua, or he just did not find it. But either way, going to be fortunate for him that he doesn't play a Fantasia into this looming Scatter Essence.
And here we see an activation of Scout the Land, sort of same but different from Fairy Whispers. Instead of glimpsing, this just allows you to look at your 4 cards. They do have to go back on top, but you get to rearrange them in any order and then draw 1. So you're pretty much setting up knowing the information, what you have to work with in your next couple of turns. You're like, do I need to now materialize a Grand Crusader's Ring to draw a card to help filter through that little stack? Or can I take that turn to level up because I'm going to be drawing some really important key pieces to my strategy?
Right. And speaking of drawing key pieces, we see a Lightweaver's Assault is the grab off the top from Ollie after grabbing a backup charger with his materialized step. And we'll see what he wants to do here. He did find that Wind Bless Lookout. Maybe he wants to start deploying a couple of allies, putting at least a little bit of pressure on his opponent. We do see a Sirocco Operative as well, which is a card from the Tristan Recollection deck that has not seen a whole lot of play, but recently in this deck has been very powerful. Way to generate card advantage.
And the card advantage with Sirocco and Windmill Engineer all come from that other card we see peeking out in the corner of Ollie's hand is Ensnaring Fumes.
Yeah.
The fact that you can use 3 prep counters to activate it, return all allies to their owner's hand. Once you play Sirocco, a couple Windmill Engineers that they've already drawn to memory, you then activate that Ensnaring Fumes, bring them back. You've pretty much plussed on card advantage. You got the card they drew in and the cards themselves to be able to pay and activate for costs.
Back on the side of Aqua, we see Arisana level 1 has been materialized and doubles were rolled. Aqua's hitting the casino this weekend, starting off pretty strong. Going to see if he can generate some more herbs with perhaps this Harvest Herbs that we see him pulled to the front of his hand. Going to start by grabbing his Polaris, can be activated out of his material deck as long as he is Arisana. Such a powerful card to be able to safely put on the board in a matchup like this.
And it's all about ordering as well when you do these kind of situations. You want to make sure you take each step one at a time, get that Polaris on the field as soon as possible before you take any actions, just in case you do have to end up sacrificing herbs, the Polaris will see them immediately.
Right. You are exactly right. See a Grand Crusader's Ring grabbed by Ollie. Both players taking their time. A little bit of a slower setup game. And a lot of Luxem cards in Ollie's hands, so maybe that means that his plan is going to be to get to level 3 sooner rather than later to start leveraging those powerful Luxem cards. Going to start off with an attack and a reclaim on that Wind Bless Lookout. Value generated once again. He's going to get that 3rd preparation counter, which is going to unlock the Slice and Dice in his hand. Not going to be lethal here, but it is something that we'll have to watch out for.
And that is something in watch out for Deed, especially if the materialization for Ollie's turn is going to be that Assassin's Ripper.
Yeah.
Because that is going to be that 15-point damage swing with the activation of Slice and Dice and the Assassin Ripper. And that just takes 4 prep counters. Easily accessible to Ollie. If you just return another Windblast Lookout to your hand, find a Surveil the Winds.
All right, we'll see what the plan is from Aqua. Does level up to RE2. Hits the lottery again, rolls 3 6s for his 3 herbs, 2 from RE2, 1 from Tenderland. I hear there's going to be some casino night at some point this weekend. Maybe I'll try to grab Aqua to roll some dice for me because he seems pretty good at it.
Aqua's already doing it. Winning big here, making sure you get all the herbs. And of course, that 1/3 herb as well is very important. You mentioned it. It's the recover one. You always want to make sure you have those. And that can be a matter of like life and death when it comes to like a pinpoint slice and dice turn, right? If it's exact lethal and you have that 1 herb, Arizona will grab it out of the ground, munch on it real quick, and stay alive and be able to take another turn.
Yeah. 100%, and we see some numbers here. Looks like Aqua's doing some counting. Looks like we have a judge call that's going to be resolved on the floor here, making sure that this is the right number of cards in hand and all that. But yeah, definitely an interesting start so far to our game, and I think again the slower game does favor Ari, but I think something that's nice here for Ollie is he's holding on to a lot of those Luxem cards. So if he can safely get up to Luxem Xander, which right now is a bit of a tall ask, he can start really ripping apart Aqua's game plan.
Yeah, and the problem is getting to Luxem Xander without banishing too much of those Luxem cards. Looking at the hand of Ollie, we see about 50% of it is just Lightweaver Assault and Luxem Sights. And it's just like, yes, I have these. I want to take advantage of them, but I'm going to have to get rid of most of my playable win cards in order to get to that without seeing a dungeon guide. And you're just still on Spirit, so you still have to do 3 materializations of your champion to even get to that point.
Yeah, it's sort of this push and pull of the longer that Ollie takes, the safer he can level up, but the longer he takes, the more space he gives Ari, and space for Ari is very dangerous. We, of course, do have that 1 copy of Reclaim, which gives him a pretty clean level here. He has another copy of Reclaim in hand, so those are starting to add up. He really wishes he could cash in this Scatter Essence, but no Phantasias in sight.
And we see a dungeon guide here activated, and it appears the judge call was Aqua did not draw from 10 to land, so they were just confirming the amount of cards in hand on the field, and then Aqua was able to get that card draw because it is a mandatory effect. You can't just say, I don't want to draw right now.
One you don't see all the time, players not drawing enough cards is definitely a new one. So yeah, we're going to see that dungeon guide did resolve, so Ari level 3 is in play. Aqua's game plan is going to start, and we saw it end the game pretty quickly last game, so now Ollie has been put under the pressure, and we'll see if he can sort of respond in kind and get his own game plan.
Almost in the exact same position as well. Ollie being on level 1 Xander, Aqua hitting level 3 Arizona. The only difference is Polaris was already popped at this point with those 5 counters.
Yeah.
Polaris only sitting at 2, and we only have 1 like stack of herbs to eat as well for the Arizona level 2 ability. So I don't think Polaris is going to get as big unless we wait a couple more turns, all because of that 1 card that was not activated on turn 1, right?
True, yeah. And this is a pretty strange activation here. We're seeing a dungeon guide to level 2, and again, that really shows the respect that Ollie is giving here to this Ari deck. Knows that he has to get his game plan rolling as soon as possible, especially with all of those Luxem cards. And so we might see that Reclaim Valk used to pick up this dungeon guide to sort of rebuy that game plan.
Yeah, so that'd be really, really good here for Ollie, or you even have that ensnaring fumes. It's the reclaim for the field. And since it looks like you're not really going to be going that slice and dice route anymore, you're more than happy to use the prep counters to pay for an alternative cost rather than cards from your actual hand. That also just keeps all your Luxem cards that you set down safe.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money. I think that is a great idea. And we'll see what Ollie wants to do here. He will get a turn or two. Aqua, like you said, has not popped his Polaris yet. Nothing too frightening, but again, those Cosmic Bolts do start creating a very devastating clock very quickly. So it's going to be all about how much time Aqua can get to sort of further his game plan before Ollie shuts the doors.
It's about finding the right moment, because that Polaris is also preventing reclaims and the ensnaring fumes, as forementioned. Right? If Ollie tries to pull the trigger a little bit too fast and ensnaring fumes right now, Aqua can completely shut it down, remove those 3 allies, and Ollie just loses that dungeon guide and has to then risk the Luxem cards. Or we play a little bit slow, wait for an opportunity. Maybe Aqua gets a little bit of overzealous and uses the Polaris first, which then leaves Ollie the one to be able to respond in ensnaring fumes.
Yeah, we'll see. Dungeon Guide starting off. Coming in, looks like for 1 at Champion. And then at the end of Aqua's turn, he's going to leverage that Aqua, or that Arisana level 2 inherited ability to draw a card with those 2 herbs of the same name. He's holding up a lot of really potent interaction. An Incapacitate of his own in the form of Astral Seal is waiting in Aqua's hand to stop any sort of potentially game-ending shenanigans.
The advanced element, Incapacitate. And it's actually slightly better as well, because if a card is in banishment that shares a name with the card being activated, it's actually free.
Oh, this is so big here, Valk. We see the Ensnaring Fumes has been activated in response to the Polaris, but we might see that Astral Seal shut down this game plan entirely, which would be a massive blowout.
Ooh, there it is right now, and no other response from Ollie, and the Ensnaring Fume getting banished. Oh no, those 3 allies and the dungeon guide that was so important to get to level 3 is now gone for Ollie. And how many Cosmic Bolts was that? 5, 6?
Yeah, I believe it was 5 bolts going in, and not only that, Valk, we do have a Dawn's Reversal is hiding in Aqua's hand, and that is a 4 reserve cost card that gets its cost reduced by 4 if a activation has been negated this turn.
I'm no expert, but I think an activation's been negated this turn.
Yeah, we'll see if Aqua wants to fire that off for some extra value.
And then we do have that Lunar Conduit on the field from this materialization as well that is going to start getting those counters every time an Astra Element card is activated.
Man, what a back-breaking sequence of plays here for Ollie. We'll see if he can recover. We're going to see a 3 visits first. Look at top 2. A Lunar Seer is found. Pretty good grab.
And the question is, do we Star Call it for free, or do we pay the cost and then use it to then try and find a Cosmic Bolt that will Star Call for free?
Yeah, I think that is exactly what he's thinking about here, Valk. So he's going to grab it, see what the choice is. I think he'll pay 1, keep that Dawn's Reversal in hand. And I think, as you said, he's going to use that to fish for a Cosmic Bolt.
Importantly, it's an Astra Element card, so Lunar Conduit gets a counter.
Here is that Dawn's Reversal. So Dawn's Reversal does level damage to target unit, in this case going to be 3. And then Glimpse 3 as well. Again, going to try to find a Cosmic Bolt. Looks like he found a Meteor Strike, but that's not exactly what he's looking for. Might choose to just ship those to the bottom, get another 2 looks with Lunar Seer.
Yeah, not important right now. There's really no allies you really want to deal with, so Meteor Strike's can go. But we're saving Lunar Seer actually for Ollie's turn. Perhaps maybe wants to keep it on defense just so in case it is attacked, you can retaliate with it instead and not commit too many eggs in the basket.
Yeah, it gets a little bit more information as well. Like if Aqua here activates his Lunar Seer and sees Comet Fall Cosmic Bolt, that becomes a real decision if he's on Ollie's turn, whereas on his turn it would always be the Bolt. So just using all of the tools that he has access to. We're going to see a Swift Recruit come down for Ollie.
A little late to the party, but still more than welcome here. It is Floating Memory, and it is getting reclaimed as well, so just adding another way to level up for Ollie here. Yeah. I believe that's only 1 count of Floating Memory in the graveyard, so if Ollie does want to commit to level 3, going to have to risk a couple cards from Memory. And Aqua glimpsing with that Lunar Seer, not seeing anything they liked, shipping them all to the bottom here. And we are in materialization and maybe looking for a Grand Crusader's ring to just build up that influence. But at the same time, you just want to glimpse more, so that Necklace of Foresight is looking very juicy.
Yeah, a lot of really attractive options in Ari's material deck, so these decisions become very difficult. to, in the late game, decide at what point you should materialize these cards, because you do basically have to materialize all of them. So we are going to see the Necklace of Foresight grabbed, then immediately cracked in Recollection to Glimpse 4. Does find 2 sights. Not exactly what he wanted, but a little bit of value for his trouble.
It's technically a GCR. It does draw you a card for the cost of your Regalia from Necklace of Foresight, and gives you an additional glimpse as well to help find that Cosmic Bolt.
Here is an Ari player. You see him right here. He's going to put all 4 on top. He does have an Astrocyte in his hand, so he's chaining a little bit of a combo here to play Astrocyte, glimpse into an Astrocyte, draw a card, glimpse into an Astrocyte. So huge. Massive influence gain. And again, as you mentioned, Valk, that Lunar Conduit on the board is really getting out of control.
Oh, and the Cosmic Bolt to top it all off. What a chain of events. A Rube Goldberg machine of glimpsing.
Yeah.
We just saw a masterclass. And this is why Aqua's sitting 2-0 on this Arisana. A very strong pilot in this deck. Knows exactly how to get those combinations. And during this whole thing, Lunar Conduit was stacking counters.
Yeah, insane. Aqua is truly Ari's chosen champion here, and he's really showing it. He's going to pass back with, man, looks like 7 cards in influence. His giant Lunar Conduit up. Just a commanding position from Aqua in this game, too.
And we are passing here. That Lunar Seer, importantly, did not attack. We are valuing the glimpse over the damage.
Yeah. We're going to see a Surveil the Winds in Recollection. Making sure that we're ticking up to the right number.
Important information you want to keep track of, mostly because it is for Slice and Dice and Ensnaring Fumes. You always want to make sure your prep counters are accurate here. And a turbocharge, you love to see that.
Third Lightweaver's Valk.
I believe it is.
Man, you would love to see that in any other time than now. I believe he found another one. He's shipping it to the bottom. Misses again on Fairy Whispers and shows turbocharge on top.
Oh, and the concession there, just not seeing what you need, stuck at level 2, and Aqua's engine was revving. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, just a really unfortunate sort of set of circumstances there for Ollie. Really set up for, I think, a pretty explosive game plan in that game to play the Dungeon Guide, reclaim the Dungeon Guide with your Ensnaring Fumes, but got so punished by that Astral Seal on the side of Aqua that it was just really hard to recover from then. And then, of course, we see that was the second time that game that he whiffed on a Fairy Whispers, and he's just like, I can't do it anymore. It's too much.
It's heartbreaking. As we said, man. Like 75% of the deck is wind. You're expected, I'm going to activate a Fairy Whispers, I'm going to find a win card. Right. That is like the mindset. But when it happens to you once, you're like, okay. Twice it's kind of... You're like, what do I do?
Hey, you always got to look at the bright side, right? It's a long tournament. This event, specifically the Gauntlet that we're doing right now, allows you to give a couple of losses. Yep. You don't have to go undefeated. You're not, trying to get a top 8 record. So, Ollie just wants to get the bad luck out of the way. Get those Fairy Whispers out here so you can potentially see better ones, later in the tournament or potentially in Worlds tomorrow.
Exactly. You said it perfectly, and it's something that we want to stress to everyone at home who's watching is finishing first and finishing 16th in this Gauntlet, there's really not that big of a difference because you're not winning, like, the whole tournament. There's cash. Yeah. But it's like you're not winning the tournament. You're just winning the chance to go play in another tournament.
Right. Yeah, you're winning, the better that you do in the earlier rounds in the Gauntlet, you're winning some peace of mind.
Yes.
So that you can, not play all the way until the end of the tournament today and then have to sweat it out in the Swiss stage of Worlds tomorrow as well. But, yeah, there is, of course, a lot on the line. But... at the same time, there's a little bit more wiggle room. We are really trying to find the best 16 players in the room, and that means we are running a lot of rounds, and so we will really see, the unfortunate missteps or maybe bad luck will sort of get weeded out by the amount of rounds that we're running.
Yes, it is the last chance qualifiers. It's not a, hey, play a couple of games to see if you get into Worlds. These are people who barely missed the opportunity of making Worlds at the national events. We had North American Nationals, we had OCE Nationals, we had SCA Nationals, and EU Nationals. So all these players from those events who barely made it in, or barely did not make it in, are here fighting out. This isn't an opportunity given to anyone. So we got to make sure that these players who are finally going to make it to Worlds deserve that spot.
Yeah, and I think it's so important for us to reiterate that, of course, Worlds is this weekend. It's coming up just tomorrow. our World Swiss stage. And, of course, the best players in the world are going to be playing. But even in this tournament, these are some of the very best that play Grand Archive. There are former national champions here.
Yep.
There are former Worlds players, Ascent top 8s, what have you. So many very, very talented players here. So it's not like this is the easy tournament before Worlds.
Yeah.
It's like these players were unlucky enough that they have to play this very hard tournament before the very hard tournament later this weekend.
I would say the event is very aptly named, right?
Yeah.
The Gauntlet.
Yeah.
You are literally being put through 8 rounds of intense gameplay, strategic gameplay.
Right.
Gameplay against players who also are at your level.
Right.
And it's like, sometimes at a sense, you go there, you play, and earlier rounds you may play against players who are newer, people who are enjoying the game.
Right.
Here, your round 1 opponents probably won as many events as you have in your Grand Archive career.
Yeah,
So
you sit down, you're playing against Duck Hats, and you're like, oh, you won nationals last year. Congratulations.
And it is a possibility, like you could sit and play against a top 8 Worlds player from last year, and you go, oh, you're here, so that means competition's actually pretty tough.
Right. So yeah, we will be getting the very best to play in our World Championship all weekend. Such super exciting games, and I'm really glad to see so many, different decks. We're going to see a lot of Genbu over the weekend. We're not going to lie to you. Genbu is, I think, the de facto best deck that people think going into this tournament. But, I think it's really cool that we're seeing so many different strategies also showing up here and doing quite well. Of course, now Aqua playing Wind Arisana, very close to my heart. Moving on to 3-0 is very impressive. Lots of Luxem this tournament as well. So it's really interesting, and I'm extremely excited to see what the sort of after effects are from today
100%
for the rest of the weekend.
I really want to see that as well. And you said Genbu is the best deck, but the question is it the correct deck?
Right.
Just because something is the best doesn't mean it's always the right thing to bring. I just want to go back in the past.
Yeah.
When we were in Las Vegas last year for Worlds, the best deck in the whole game was probably Merlin at that time.
Yeah.
And he saw a lot of Rai players coming in and trying to counter that. But let's go ahead and hear from Aqua about that win.
Hello and welcome back. We are here with the post-game interview, round 3 winner. We have Aqua from the Apex Players Guild. Congratulations, and how does it feel to win the 3rd round?
Thank you, yeah. So what was the question again?
How does it feel to have won the 3rd round, knowing you'll be going 9 points into this this gauntlet here? You're in a very good position leading into Worlds.
I mean, I'm just happy, I guess. I'm just happy to be able to dodge all the Genbus. I heard there were 14
There are 12 Genbus.
Or 12 Genbus, yeah. So far I managed to dodge all of them. So I'm pretty confident to anything that's not Genbu. So yeah, everything seems to be working fine for now, yeah.
So obviously I have to ask the question, were you thinking about any other deck? The answer is probably no, considering how long you've been with Astra Ari, but I gotta ask, were you thinking about anything else?
To be fair, I did. So if you check my Fractal of Insight, I tried one Tristan during regionals, and I didn't manage to top, but I get to learn a different different playstyle as compared to just shooting bolts. So I managed to learn the ally beatdown, and it feels great. It's just that I'm scared of the mirror in a way, because I'm pretty confident in Astra mirror, but not in a Tristan mirror. So I decided to just wing with Astra. I just wing it, and then I just hope for the best, because I want to claim the best Arizona in the world.
True, and honestly, with where you're at right now, you may indeed become the best Astra Arizona player in the world. Let's talk about your matchup. So you played against Auli, Jet. You've played against him before, actually. It was first round of SEA Nats, yes, which is where you qualified for the Gauntlet. How did the match go compared to then? You know, there have been some changes to cards. Certain things have been banned, certain meta shifts. You know, Dissonant Fractal's been banned since then, as well as MRC Alter has come out. So how do you feel about the shifts between then and now?
Now it's a little bit easier in a sense for game 1, because not all Win Assassins will play the Scar Essence. And as compared to back then, we were aware of the Win Luxem, but we didn't test it at all. So we were just, okay, we just knew that it's a good deck, but no testing was done. But for now, we prepared properly, we tested properly, and then the matchup seems to be favored for Arizona side. So I'm pretty confident in the matchup now.
Yeah, it's really nice to see like the changes over time with that. Speaking of the changes over time, we've seen adjustments to your deck between then and now. You're kind of focused a lot more on herb generation. So I noticed that you're playing Tend the Land with Harvest Herbs in the main board on top of the Fertile Grounds. Now, Fertile Grounds has always been there, as you mentioned. Scatter Essence being less prevalent with less Fractals players, Water DHN Fractals players being there. How come you guys chose to go so heavy into the herb generation?
The herb generation comes in handy when you're fighting Wind Luxems or any Wind Assassins, because after siding, you just want to side out all 4 Fertile Grounds. I mean, you can sort of play a mind game where you don't take out the Fertile Ground because they are expecting us to take out the Fertile Ground. But just to be safe, in case they actually play the Scar Essence, the herb generation helps you plus a lot. That's why I also played one Generous Bite in the sideboard. So I just want to make sure I plus a lot against Wind Luxem. Wind Assassin in general. So because if I plus a lot, then my Hoarding counter getting really, really, really valuable. And usually, as long as I hold up one hand card, they cannot double like Vivermere. Or for example, they cannot do Shadow Strike into Incap, because I will have the spell shield into the Hoarding counter. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So being able to get more +1s off the level 2 effect of Arasana, being able to sacrifice 2 of the same herbs to draw a card. You have options with making a bigger Hoarder counter, like you said. There's a couple other things I noticed in your deck that I thought were really interesting. So you have increased the herb generation, right? So you have Ingredient Pouch, Harvest Herbs, Tend the Land, Fertile Grounds. However, you don't play the Prima Materia. Now, I saw a lot of that at other nationals. We saw a 1 of or sometimes a 2 of Prima Materia in the sideboard as a way to kind of push more additional damage in the matchups. But you chose to take that out. Can you talk to me about why you chose to do that?
So far, Prima Materia is realistically good into Wind Assassins and other slower decks, but we found out that in those matchups, you can just try to scope faster and just shoot faster. That turned out to be the best scenario, because if you try to farm against decks like maybe Wind Luxem or Wind Tristan or even Genbu, you might get out-farmed. So, and also the timing at which they reach the lethal turn is much faster, even when I'm playing Prima. So I'll just drop the Prima for now, because I just want the herb purely to plus or to Hardy counter.
Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. There's one other thing in your deck list that I thought was interesting, and I guess maybe this is because it's the way I like to play Astra, but you chose to go down on Lunar Seers down to 2. Obviously, the 1 extortion scheme is probably for like Genbus and Seiryu and stuff, so that makes sense to have in there since it's a skill, not a spell, so it can be used on the Shenjus. But talk to me about Lunar Seer. I feel like Lunar Seer was like one of the best cards. People were really hyping it up. It was fantastic, and it seems to have been kind of scaling back now.
Proan did scold me for cutting it down to 2 copies, because he always try to support, try to promote to people to play for Lunar Seer. But for me, Lunar Seer is kind of like just extender. It's not my main game plan, and also I prefer to be more defensive. So if you see in my list, I got 6 negates and 2 spell shields, and I still keep the Nascent Barrier as well. So I prefer to have more defensive options rather than try to roll, because I want to try to like get rid of the mindset that Astra is a high roll deck, it's a jackpot deck. I mean, I did jackpot in the game that I won against Jet, but Astra itself is not a jackpot deck when you know how to play it properly. Yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of playing it properly, right? That last play you had there, the Glimpse 4 off the was the Necklace of Foresight.
Yeah.
Seeing the, I believe it's double Astrocyte, right? Seeing the double Astrocyte, making sure that you don't actually Star Call it to accidentally put it at the bottom of the deck is kind of like a knowledge check in that regard. So, like you were saying, a lot of people treat Astra Arasana as if it's like a jackpot gamble deck, like a casino deck, but realistically, there is a really high level of skill required when it comes to knowing the order in which you need to do things like Star Call or Glimpse or, just put cards to the top and the bottom. If you were going to give one piece of advice to anyone who's looking to get into Astra Arasana after you just played that match, they see you, they're like, man, this Aqua guy is so cool. Astra Arasana is so cool. What's your biggest piece of advice you'd want to give them?
Try to be more calm. Try to account for more scenarios that your opponent might do, because Astra inherently is a reactive deck. So just try to spot their plays and take risks whenever necessary.
Yeah, I mean it fits well because you say you're a reactive defensive player. You want to be more defensive, so you're heavier on the spell shields, on defensive options in that regard. So, looking at kind of the field today, you're 3-0 right now. What do you think is your best matchup? in today's field?
I want to fight allies, obviously. Fight aggress is okay as well. Then any other deck that's okay. To be fair, anything but Genbu feels fine so far. Yeah, so yeah, I would say my best is win allies. I want to still see win allies, but everything that's not Genbu should be able to. I should be able to manage it. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. So, I mean, like we said at the beginning, you're 3-0 right now. You have the best position going into the rest of the gauntlet, into potentially Worlds. If you were to make it to Worlds, what would it mean to you to win Worlds and become, on top of being the best player, the best Astra Arasana player?
I get the bragging rights, finally. So, because, I mean, my team members are all great, very, very great players like Pro and Zedeus, all correct, and correct and all that. Even Repo are very good players. But if I win Worlds, I get the bragging rights in front of them. So yeah, that's one of the funny things that I thought of if I actually win Worlds.
True, you would be on top of being the best player in the world for the year. You would be the best player in Singapore and hold that title until at least next year's Worlds. So that would be a big one. What are the chances of you possibly swapping decks for Worlds if you were to make it?
If I see, like for example, half of them are Genbu, then I might just change to Tristan since I already prepared for it. So yeah, Tristan.
Yeah, it makes sense. So I guess, what about Tristan specifically made you want to pick that deck? This is going to be the last question, but I want to know, you've been this Arasana player for so long. Why was Tristan the consideration?
It's just because it has an easier matchup into Genbu. As compared to Win Luxem, Tristan has stronger allies in a sense. You play the timing at which you play, like for example, Windblast Lookout and Windmill Engineer is much earlier as compared to maybe like Sirocco Operatives. So in the early game, you have a lot of small attacks, and you still have a card that even Frostborn cannot remove in terms of like using Black Market Broker. It's a stealth that Frostborn cannot remove. So constant pressure against Genbu and then having access to Ensnaring Fumes is always good. And also just hope that they don't have enough Song of Frost. You might argue that Tristan will lose to Song of Frost, but Tristan usually play 4 incaps. So I'll try to draw more incaps compared to you drawing the Song of Frost. Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations again on round 3. Guys, this was Aqua of the Apex Players Guild here with the end of round 3 Gauntlet. We're going to take you to a short break, but stay tuned because when we come back, we're going to be doing an interview with developer Sitsagrass. Hello and welcome back. Guys, I am here joined with developer Sitsacras, also known as Roger. Roger, how are you doing today?
Hello, everyone. It's been pretty wonderful seeing the entire event come together fairly smoothly. It's been super exciting being able to set off our second World Championship and everything we have to show for everyone. Super exciting. You can already see here in front of us all the new merchandise available. So, very happy to be here.
Yeah, and speaking of the merchandise, that Lubu deck box is way cooler than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, same. Like, this is my first time seeing it in person. And it's like all the foil rendering and imprint on the front. I haven't even opened it up. I don't know what it's on the inside.
I feel like you should open it up. I'm curious now. But like seeing the foil rendering on the front was what really caught me off guard. It's something I haven't seen with GA products. Honestly, innovative products. You guys do a fantastic job with everything. Even like simple things like the adjustments to the Ascent Day 2 mats. Instead of having the region, you've scaled it back to just a nice Ascent Gold logo. People have seemed to be really receptive towards that. They actually like it quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, very happy that it's both receptive, since it's also a little easier to do, logistically wise, right? We can just print the same mat for the season, but I think it does help unify the experience of Ascent and just makes it a little more cleaner of a design as well.
Yeah, for sure. So for those of you guys who are not familiar with us, my name is Tyler Once in Love, normally a caster here. I am your host for Worlds 2025, the World Championship here. Roger, what is your official title at Weebs of the Shore?
Yeah, my title is the Director of Operations here at Weebs of the Shore, which means I operate things.
Pretty good. So, Roger, you are not an original developer. You joined into the team a little bit later on. I guess a little lore tidbit for that is we knew each other before Grand Archive. Roger here is actually the reason I got into Grand Archive. So funny story on that is Roger saw a Facebook ad for the Kickstarter. Arguably the best $2 this company has ever spent, as you are now Director of Operations off of that $2 ad. But with that, you are such a pivotal member of this team. You do so much for the game. You travel a lot. What made you want to join this team and become a part of the project?
I think what has been the recurring theme that we've seen about Weebs of the Shore and Grand Archive has been it's such a community-led project and focus, as well as an endeavor, because the product is really made for our fan base, for our community. What can we do to make it cooler, better, and really push the envelope that the community, even my locals, would appreciate, would think is really cool? And part of the aspect that I came into it was that I was originally a backer off Kickstarter, right? I thought that the art style in the game was fun, that the art style was beautiful, and so I wanted to help make the Grand Archive community as big as possible from the start. I think at the time I was just a Discord moderator. I had met the team. I wanted to help host events and run, but I was still working full-time at my previous job. And it really didn't come to a critical point where, I had a lot of my friends come into this game now, you included, Andy, Ernie, Lamb, Mitch, and then I had a lot of friends that I made in the game as well from the community and the dev team. And it came to a point where I was like, oh, there's so much of my personal community and personal engagement with this game. I want to be able to help push the company overall into the next step, to bring it to market, to bring it to the public, to grow it and scale it in a way that maybe it wasn't originally planned for.
Yeah, and I think personally you've succeeded very strongly in that regard. You've made such fantastic products for the game. You've created such a wonderful community outlook towards the game. This is the nicest and probably most receptive community I've seen in any game, not even just card games, but any game as a whole. So speaking of that, you were talking about how you wanted to bring success to your locals. You wanted to bring the community feel and aspect of that. I'm sure people are wondering, but what is your favorite champion that is currently in the game?
Currently, okay. I think a lot of what my favorites tend to be is the stories and characters that I resonate with, that I empathize with. And it always comes back to Lorraine being the first character story that I fleshed out, that I actually wrote. So if you go to the website, Lorraine 1, Lorraine 2 are both stories that I personally wrote and helped build out the character for. And so there's always a little personal connection there of like, oh, this is the first champion that I played. I played, aggro fire Lorraine, just go to level 2 and flame sweep and rending flames. And so being able to focus on that character and build it out in a way that really no one else could manage and own in that aspect has always made her like a special place in my heart. But I think as far as unreleased characters go, there are really interesting storylines that we're kind of like tweaking and fleshing out. And I'm sure when you have Ellie on, we'll talk a lot more about kind of the aspects of the future as well as world building and development goes.
Yeah, so speaking of Belle as the creative lead, I believe, for the lore-related stuff, before she joined the team, you said you were the one who worked on the lore, right? You worked on Lorraine's lore, you wrote some Sylvie lore, I believe, as well. Was that like a passion project for you? Was that something you felt compelled to do? You really wanted to get into it? Or was that something it's like, I can fill this gap, I think I'm pretty good at it? I think a lot of people who read the lore for this game really, really like the lore in this game, right? They really appreciate seeing the continuity between different cards, whether it's the art, the lore, the flavor text, or even just like more simple things that kind of go in together, right? Silidar tends to give us a lot of these tidbits. It's like, oh, this is a character that's coming to the game. It was released in a tidbit or on an article somewhere. Like Cordelia was a great example, right? Cordelia was in the Azoth lore, written as an article on the page. So I guess I'm just curious, where did that passion come from, and why did you choose to do lore?
Yeah, storytelling has always been a proponent or aspect that I felt very passionate about. And it's tricky, especially when you're younger, and then you go to college, you get a job, to find that aspect, to express that in a way professionally. Right. Before this, I was a management consultant. I was business development and strategy, all very, tech, hard, logic roles that involve math and communication. And within that, it's like not really known for storytelling. But the constant thread that I found through that is that, like, to get anything you wanted out of business, to make a pitch, you had to present it in a story, right? Because we as humans really digest and can engage with stories the most. It's what we sympathize with, what we empathize with, what we feel emotion and fear and happiness through. And so, on the side, of course, I played Dungeons & Dragons, I was a DM, I've also had so many of my own small fantasies and worlds, and so to be able to work on building out what the world of Grand Archive was a really exciting proponent of why I came into this. Unfortunately, it's not my most skilled proponent, so when my laundry list of responsibilities grew to be the size of what it is now, of course, I had to let a piece of it go and bring on Belle. And of course, we've treated it very carefully and, really enjoyed working together with her and crafting, being able to smash two heads together instead of one on what we think cool themes or ideas are, what we really want to focus on as far as maybe like a theme or a trend, especially going into Underland at DTR. I think it'll be very obvious soon.
Yeah, so speaking of Belle, hopefully we'll be able to get the chance to speak with her later today, or maybe even tomorrow, because she would be a fantastic guest on the show. Obviously, the lore is such a deep and underexplored section of Grand Archive, right? A lot of people focus on things like the art or focus on the gameplay, correct? Because the gameplay is fantastic in this game, but the lore is something that I think we can really go through a lot of and learn a lot about the characters, find different storylines, like you said. So going back a little bit more towards your position with Weaves of the Shore, you mentioned you had to give up a little bit of things as your laundry list got bigger. You are the director of operations. I would assume that means you fly around a lot. You're probably in the air like every single other day, maybe every weekend.
So the last time I slept in my own bed this year was back in March. The last time I was in California was right before NA Nationals. So that was a month and a half ago.
Yeah, May. Wow, that's a lot. So you spend most of your time in other places in the world, mainly, I believe, in Asia, doing a lot of work, whether it's at the factory in Taiwan or meeting other partners and stuff. We've seen, great expansions of the game in that region. Southeast Asia is one of the largest regions. I actually learned a stat that apparently there are more locals for GA than Magic in some countries now in Southeast Asia, which I think is really cool. Yeah. I never would have expected something that fantastic. So it just shows that the game is growing and it's very healthy in these regions.
Yeah, I think so much of what the learnings have been, especially with developing a global game, is that we can't treat every region, let alone every country, the same, right? There's so much nuance around the world that other games have, tried to tackle and struggle with, that being able to communicate with a local partner, being able to work with a lot of the local stores and players to understand, what are their struggles, what logistically, legally, or even like stylistically what resonates and vibes with the stores there, and what can we then do to adapt Grand Archive for distribution in that region, for management in that region, to really let it flourish, because there are some regions where our competitors are completely saturated, right? There's like, it's really hard in the US just because there's so many card games that are so accessible, although we do have a pretty steady presence. Whereas you go to Taiwan or you go to the Philippines where there isn't as much exposure from both Western and Japanese games, where we've had a lot of opportunity to look into that.
Yeah, so looking at that, you know, kind of this expansion strategy and the pacing of growth in different regions. During 2024 Worlds, which was last year in May, we saw a rapid expansion in the Southeast Asia region, right? We also saw a rapid expansion of the game in general, right? Mercurial Heart was honestly probably one of the most wanted sets for the last year, really, because even now with Alter coming out, people are still purchasing a lot of the set, opening a lot of the set. It's such a strong power level to the game that was added as the fourth set. And how did you guys deal with, I guess, kind of those distribution and printing struggles, right? Because there was I guess you could say, a shortage of product at the time.
Yeah, definitely. And it's something that's hard to predict, right? Even at our scale, to be able to predict that a set will be twice, 3 times as successful as the previous one means that you're needing to commit 3 times as amount of budget into producing the set. Is that a risk that some companies can take? Maybe with Magic and Final Fantasy, of course. They know that this will drive revenue, and so that they have the revenue to commit to the budget for the project. For us, at that time, a year and a half ago, it just wasn't feasible, and so we had to release that set knowing that we will plan a reprint, you know, MRC Alter down the line. And so now it's about what capabilities within the factory, within our, you know, development process from design to art to production, that we can speed up and accelerate in order to either give us more time to produce enough product for a set release, and or improve the efficiency of production, and or just add raw bodies and hours to producing the game in that set period.
Yeah, so you're talking about, I guess, the adjustments to the scaling and logistics of these sets, right? So something I want to ask about that a little more specifically. So I believe Dawn of Ashes Alter was about a year print run allowed. Knowing that the other Alter sets now have a longer print run, longer print life, do you guys feel like you have, I guess, a strong setup for how that will scale in the long term?
Yeah, there are tools now we can predict about how much demand each region will consume over a full cycle before maybe key cards are reprinted in a future set, right? Because that's when that life cycle of, say, DOA Alter ends and the critical cards that are needed from that base set are added into future sets or another type of product that contains it. And so at this point, there is some prediction. The trickiness is really new markets that enter the game and start picking it up in vast quantities. I think they're potentially a market that had started a year ago that is now really ramping up, might have a dearth of DOA Alter. And so there's some predictions we need to do there, but it'll never be perfect. And so trying to have more of a pulse on local markets, especially with where we're hiring, where we're building out community managers, is going to be critical for kind of the next 6-month period for us to really capture and predict the future with about 6 months time to spare. Because luckily our production cycle is much lower than typical games, because we effectively have our own in-house manufacturer that we partner with, that we aren't competing with Q for every other card game out there. It means we can be much more nimble, more on demand, depending if we need, you know, maybe another 9,000, 12,000 boxes, or we want to prepare in advance for a larger print run in the case.
So it's interesting knowing that you guys have your own in-house printing availability. Can we talk about the timeline for sets? So the things I'm most interested in is how does a set move from, let's say, concept to testing to printing, and then shipping, distribution, and then eventually to stores and to the consumers directly?
Yeah, it's, as you would expect, it's kind of a waterfall, but it means that the process isn't that you start design for one set, then you finish it, you print it and go to store, and then you're like, all right, that's great. We start design for the next set, and then we finish and print and go to store. Then each set would be like 9+ months, right? And so like even right now we have, you know, DTR is of course hitting stores at the end of month. PTM set 8 is upcoming, already in development, potentially going to print. Set 9 after that is already in development, potentially, I think, It is going through playtesting and or finishing playtesting, and then set 10, set 11 are concepting, ideas are being fleshed out, thematics are being applied. But yeah, all of that means that there are 5 or so sets now concurrently in production that the team is managing, I'm overseeing to make sure that we can hit our milestones. And luckily, we've been able to speed up each time. We have learnings, we have developing tools in-house to help with the production of card sets, to improve QA, to improve the efficiency of playtest as well. And so the process, is challenged, but it's fun. And so the team all gets together to be able to play the newest decks, try out the cards. And really, we're just excited when the set hits release to be able to see everyone's reactions to the set, how next week will go.
Yeah, it's really nice to see new sets. It's also really nice to see you guys enjoying the game as well, as the developers. And I guess as a player, from our perspective, seeing all of the developers so passionate about the game, so passionate about when new sets are released, going to their locals, hanging out with people, going to these events and just interacting with everyone here. It's very heartwarming and heartfelt, and it makes us have a lot of belief in the game. So essentially you're saying you generally have 5 sets in production at any given time. What would you say is the biggest bottleneck within that?
For us, the challenge is usually between art and playtest, just because the sets are so large, right? 200 cards. Then you have starter decks, which is another 50 cards, potentially a recollection. A lot of them are unique art pieces, and we want to make sure that each has the time, care, and attention that makes it worth being part of Grand Archive, worth being part of the card game, that everyone can appreciate the aesthetic that we've cultivated, and that, kind of the high definition art quality that we can then use to merchandise and IP and growth. And so that means a lot of time and attention and money and budget is invested on making sure that all of the art captures the mood and the theming of the set, especially as we move forward, be able to unify a set together by setting an overall theme, kind of the storyline, what each character, what each champion is going to inhabit, symbolize, etc. We want that to then bleed into the art, to make sure that the art lines up with the intended trend. And then that means we want the design to also reflect what these characters, what these worlds are like, to make sure that from a gameplay standpoint, each character, each world feels unique. That Azoth with the automatons and Synergy feels different from A and B, where there were a lot of unique allies, a lot of horses that mattered more as if it was, kind of like a war that you're fighting between two nations. And so that's sometimes how salient that comes across as a little hit or miss, but that is our ultimate goal, to be able to unify from an art, design, and lore standpoint these triangulation of thematics to really make sure it stands out, but then also is a balanced game at the end of it that is printed and high quality. And so as we are able to invest more time and more budget into the project, that is kind of the main focus of highlighting each set specifically compared to all the previous sets we've done before.
Yeah, it's really nice to see how much effort is put into the immersion of all the sets, of the game, of the characters, and especially the champions. I think that's one that's really overlooked, how immersive each champion is, how their lore and their stories fit with each of the worlds that they go to, and even just their interactions with other champions in the homeworld, right? Seeing, Tenoris' story where he chose to leave everything is very, very unique and different to everything else, but it also feels like it fits his character, fits his concept. Whether it's the naming conventions of the character, it's the flavor text on the cards, specifically on the champions, or even just other cards that feature those champions, right? Bandage Wound with Claude and Tenoris is a good example of that, or even seeing cards that are thematic, right? We see Xiao Qiao as an assassin, tamer, human cat, and she's on things like Slice of Dice, Extraction Decision. She's on these assassin-focused cards. And now with SP3, she's going to be on the Mark the Target. So seeing the kind of cohesion come all the way around, not just in the sets, but in future things, whether it's promo cards or seasons rewards and stuff like that, it's really nice to see that how much effort is put into how immersive and how much detail there is in the world.
Yeah, and I think it's the fact, looking back, where early on, if you played a Lorraine deck, right, how many cards would feature Lorraine in the art that would make you feel as if you were really embodying the champion, you're walking through the steps, leveling up. It was really just the champions, maybe one attack, Savage Slash. And I think part of the engagement with the IP, with the world, and with the game really helps when you're like, I really want to play Lorraine. I'm going to have Clarent, which features Lorraine, a full suite of cards that have all of the Lorraine alt arts that I can, bang out this card, and it feels as if I'm stepping into her shoes, playing that character, and engaging with the game. And I think that's the ultimate end goal for a lot of, the starter decks, the recollection products, and as well as like from player choice as well, that you have the option to really build and engage with a character in that way. And I think that for us, anime is always such an IP and character-focused genre in general. There's a lot of fandom around individual characters, and we didn't really consider that early on in Dawn of Ashes. I think we talked before where it was like we had these lineage break champions that were there to smooth out the draft experience. They weren't really, at the time, intended to be full-fledged characters with lineages, with stories and lore, but we saw how so many fans became attached to Tristan or to Mordred and asked, what is happening with them? Like, where is their lineage going? What are they doing in this world? Why are they there? That it really took us to reflect back on that, like, oh, we can't release characters haphazardly. We really want to think about how they fit into the story and where that direction is going to go. Now, with the Tristan Recollection, other products, and that will feature and hopefully develop these characters out, we've also taken a step back where we're not going to release as many champions at once. And if we do, they're going to be much more engaged as far as like a gameplay and storytelling perspective, where you can really feel and vibe with a character. The ultimate goal is, of course, that there is a champion for everyone, right? Of any flavor, of any niche that you want to play and want to empathize with.
Yeah, and so speaking on that regard as well, obviously myself as a Xander lover now, collecting all the Xander cards for every possible element you want to play, everything like that. It is really, really endearing to be able to collect the champion that you love the most and find different alternate art versions of cards that you feel like, oh, this is great in Xander decks, and then you're like, oh, cool, there's a Xander version of this card now. Eventually we'll get there with all the Tristan cards taking over my beloved assassin cards, Stifling Trap. But, it's one of those things where we'll get there eventually. On top of that, though, there are other things that get added. So other art forms that get added on a lot of these promo cards that are more difficult to obtain, which is why I think it's really nice that it's becoming a product. So something like Shira, for example, on the Incapacitate is, I think it's a fantastic step in the direction of being able to expand that type of art to people outside of strictly being a top 8 spirit. You must win an Ascent. You must win a Path of Silver in those regards. Seeing the sleeves and everything is like a fantastic, right? Or the Recollection product is, I would say, by far the best product on the market for TCGs. It is like a pretty reasonably competitive deck out of the box. It comes with sleeves. It comes with extra packs. Like, it has a little bit of everything for everyone. And it also isn't super difficult to kind of take it and upgrade it if you want to, right? Whereas in a lot of games, starter decks are kind of more difficult, right? We take a lot of these starter decks, and other games, it's like you got to buy 3 of this starter deck, you got to buy 2 of this starter deck to find all the playable cards. But with the Recollections, you just buy 1 and you have every single card from the deck that you need. So big props to you guys for making such fantastic products. And that's not even going into the merchandising products you guys have. The merchandise products are fantastic. The double deck boxes are great. The Ascent deck boxes, soon to be the lightweight deck boxes that I don't believe we've shown yet. But soon, guys, if you're tuning in, you'll be able to check out a lot of those things. And then from there, I guess my biggest question, and I'm not sure how much you can speak on this, Grand Archive and specifically Weaves of the Shore has always been a strong innovator in the TCG market, whether it's products like deck boxes, products like Recollections, cards, your card thickness, card design, the way that Grand Archive cards feel, the way your CRs are done, the collector rares. Is there anything really cool that you guys potentially are working on that you may be able to share a tidbit about?
I think that it ties in back to like some of the products. Like, I think we agree that Recollections are such a game changer on the market. We're able to push other games to kind of meet us at the same level. But to us, there's so much more we can look at the product as well, from like a lore, a storytelling vehicle that we'd want to engage with. We're not sure quite when we're able to develop that out, but to us, there's still much more ground to break from there. I think that kind of entails with our philosophy with design and art and manufacturing is that there is still so much we can try to push the envelope as a TCG that we think the industry just hasn't really, grown past. I think there's a couple aspects that are really wonderful for us to learn from. Bandai's, alternate art treatments with, One Piece or Gundam are amazingly visual. Would love to learn kind of like what's involved there. I think, the product that some of the Japanese games release as far as like sets and bundles go for as merchandise, especially around like character-focused IPs, are really interesting. And of course, Japan being kind of like such a leading IP leader in fandom, there's a lot to pull from what does well. But I think an example that we can show off here. Okay, so there's one. We've always made jumbo cards for events, right? We kind of like saw how Magic does it, and Fleshbud does it, and we were like, oh, we want to make jumbo cards too. It feels cool to have a giant card representation of that. But we've come to events where we're like, oh, it's actually really hard to display this. Sometimes they curl, sometimes they bend, the humidity is different. It's so cumbersome, but like, what can we do? I guess we can frame it. And so I've been working with this factory in Taiwan just to figure out a solution for it. And I think this is the first time we're actually going to showcase it, but I think it turned out really nice.
I'll take your mic so you can. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so this is a mini snap. It might be a little big for a mini snap.
I think it's a mega snap. it's a jumbo snap,
but it's
I guess?
effectively a giant, like quarter-inch thick acrylic frame that's magnetically sealed that fits this card perfectly. The factory was able to take a jumbo card example and fit it custom towards exactly the dimensions we need. And so this has become kind of like initially a prototype display piece that you will find at the Ascent store later tomorrow. And potentially, depending on how easy and or mass producible it is, we may be able to, use it elsewhere.
This is really cool. I wasn't expecting to actually get an answer for this. A lot of the, we're working on things soon are generally more of the answer. But I mean, this is fantastic. It looks gorgeous. I mean, even just touching it, like the material is very, very sturdy. This is something I would, because one of the biggest issues with these is, like you said, curling, humidity, those things. I've talked to a lot of the people who have, won these, whether it's from an Ascent Scrub Out tournament or have purchased it from the Ascent Sylvie store. Most of them struggle with shipping and framing. Framing something like this is like a couple hundreds of dollars. Yeah.
Right?
It like starts at like $500. So being able to have something like this as an option really, really helps kind of improve the experience of winning something like this, right? It's so cool to win something really cool, and it's really, really demoralizing to not be able to do anything with it. You're like, I
guess I have to sell it if you're local. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and that happens a lot of the time. A lot of people are like, oh, this is really cool. And then they're like, so how do I get it home? And you're like, good luck, guys.
There's FedEx across the hallway.
There's FedEx down there somewhere, I think. Maybe they can help you. But yeah, I mean, this is a fantastic thing to show off. I think it's something that people will really appreciate. Definitely. Along with this, I think people are probably really excited for the Sylvie grading service. Kind of feels like it's. Imagine getting a jumbo card in a Sylvie graded slab. That would be cool.
The unfortunate timing is we tried to make a slab version of this with a label and then custom print a label for it, but that was pushing the envelope a little bit too far. They can only make so many shapes of acrylic in the time frame.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, that is fantastic. So thank you so much, Roger, for showing us that. I want to talk a little bit about collaborations and Grand Archive as a world. So collaborations, you guys have collaborated with the Square Life Collab out of Taiwan, Limnos, Hoshi Kawasara, and now Nova Okami, which was recently revealed on the official Grand Archive Twitter yesterday. So when you guys do these collaborations with these other worlds, is the intent to expand the Grand Archive world? Is it to bring characters into the Grand Archive world? Kind of what's the whole like concept and idea behind that, I guess is what I'm looking to ask.
Yeah, I think the philosophy usually with collaborations is that there is a mutual interest and then overlapping audiences that you think would generally appreciate both sides of the coin. What typically, as far as the industry focusing more on anime for collaborations, is actually relatively common in Japan, right? The You see Burger King collaborations, you see product collaborations with, MiHoYo or Naruto or any of the Suisha IP pieces, because it's a way to expand your universe, but also expand your audience. I think it would be arrogant for us to say that we must keep it pure, because that is what the essence of Grand Archive is, because we've developed the lore in a way that it allows for the exploration of these collabs. There are multiple worlds out there, multiple realities, where a god or a champion visits, maybe somewhere that overlaps in that instance. And so it's such a wonderful opportunity to work with amazing creators like Nova Alchemy or companies like, Limnos or Nijisanji, to be able to explore a character in the universe, similar as we can explore that Lorraine in the GSC set going somewhere else, or
Sylvie. Lorraine in GSC? Leaks?
GSC is all-encompassing and all-developing.
Yeah, I actually really like the GSC concept. That's kind of what led me to this question. Was originally, before collaborations with Outer World, IPs and stuff like that existed, we had the GSC, which is the Gensensha promos, for those of you at home who are not familiar with that. A good example is the Favorable Wind Sylvie. She's in front of, I believe, Taipei 101. We also have Empowering Harmony, which is in front of City Opera House. It's also Sylvie. Yep. I want to say my favorite, but it's not really my favorite because I'm Canadian. But we have Anime North was, I believe, Mordred in front of strategic planning.
Yeah, in front of the Anime North convention.
The Anime North in Toronto. There's Sparkalite, which is Tristan at the Sky Tower in New Zealand, I think.
And there's Sylvie with the Patronus Towers at Kuala Lumpur. Yeah. And now upcoming, Nico.
Mandalay Base. Yes. Yeah, in Singapore. That was a really cool one for me when you guys released that, or I guess released the image of that on the anniversary stream, because I'd actually gone to Ascent Singapore and I'd been to that exact spot and I was like, wow, this is really iconic. So it kind of hit a little different for me, and it really hit close to home. I was like, wow, these cards and these characters coming to the real, to our world, maybe not the real world, but our world, is really interesting, because I look at the cards and I'm like, these don't feel out of place in any way. I think that they're perfectly suited for the IP, and I think that the concept is really good. So working on collaborations with IPs outside of that, are there any future tidbits or collabs possibly in the future you could maybe potentially leak us?
There are options that we will always consider and think would be interesting to explore. Of course, we hear all of the feedback of, oh, maybe this character dressed as that character could be really cool, or that ability is really like that ability. What if we had this type of variant? I think there's a lot of different ways a collaboration can form, and a lot of different ways that it can be expressed, whether it is maybe an alternate outfit, or a different world, or a promotional card, or a skin over a character or over a deck or design. Again, we want to push the envelope on a lot of these things to see what can the Grand Archive universe expand into, what are the opportunities afforded for us. We always want to make shit special, right? And so we'll always think hard about what the next one will be.
Definitely the racing set. No, so talking about that, I think one of the most overlooked collaboration opportunities that people don't tend to talk about is collaborating with your own IP, which is something that's unique. It happens a lot in where companies like Square Enix will collaborate with their own games a lot of the time. Do you guys have any? I guess you kind of talked about it, but do you have any plans to potentially have promos where characters are collaborating with other characters, like champions collaborating with other champions? I think the closest thing we have right now is Peaceful Reunion with Sylvie dressed as Lorraine and Lorraine dressed as Sylvie. But do you guys have any plans to do anything more like that? Kind of, push the envelope on that kind of stuff?
There are some thoughts that have been brewing. We've done fun things around April Fools before. What are the other options there we could explore? There's, a ton of options that people would be mad if I talked about extensively here.
I will refrain from getting you in trouble, as you've always been a good friend. So I got to make sure that you keep your job so I can keep my job. But yeah, so speaking of that, there's all these different products, promos, etc. Supporter Pack 3 will be available starting tomorrow, I believe.
Correct, when the Ascent store opens.
So that's a change. Previously, it was first available at Anime Expo, but with Anime Expo Worlds being a week apart, it made a lot of it available here. With Supporter Pack, where did the original concept come from? Because Supporter Pack is probably one of the coolest and most well-regarded products in all of TCGs.
Yeah, I'm surprised by, well, maybe not surprised, but kind of empowered by how successful the idea has been embraced from. I think there was always an option of like, we want to have a product that A, can like tamper some of the reprint pressure, A, but B, also give us a way to provide alternate arts. And then C, secretly, it was also a way for us to improve the arts on promo cards that we didn't like in the original set, that we didn't have as much time to sculpt, and so we're like, hey, that would be a really good supporter pack card. And then ultimately also, we realized that the ambitions for our organized play program were really high. I think looking at a lot of the other competitors that released alongside with us, that our grasp of what an important and fully fledged organized play program was miles ahead of some of the other games that were releasing our direct competitors. And so the mounting cost of venues, of going to new countries, of exploring and breaking ground on a sense, almost every month, meant that there was a significant portion that we wanted to kind of like front forehand as well. There was so much cost into this venue, and I think the success of Supporter Pack 1 kind of spurred us on to look at 2 and look at 3 and see how all of that can be then taken from the support of our community and then put back into all of these events. Like, Worlds this year compared to Worlds last year is night and day. Like, your whole production crew behind the scenes, I wish there was a segment covering what the transformation is over here.
My job didn't exist last year. Last year I was a caster. This year I'm the host. I'm here. And I get the opportunity to sit on this couch and talk with you about the game and bring this kind of information to all the people at home who would never get the chance to kind of see what it's like, right? We try to give you like a little insight into the event, into the venue, but also into our lives as people, right? Because we're not just developers of Weaves of the Shore, caster for Grand Archive. We are people outside of that, right? I love Xander, for example, right? Everyone has their favorite champion, their favorite element, their favorite thing about the game, because it's all so community-based, right? So, I don't know, maybe we'll have the opportunity to get some production on this couch for an interview at some point.
Put Shinja on the couch.
Wink, nudge, nudge at Shinja. So I do have a couple more questions talking about Supporter Pack. Going into that regards, you did mention all this kind of fronting and groundbreaking stuff for the organized play program. I think even outside of premier events, there is a fantastic push for the organized play in this game from what you guys provide. I've had the chance to introduce this game to a lot of stores, actually, in my area up in Canada, where it's not as popular for Grand Archive. And just letting them know, hey, this is what is offered to you guys for organized play. This is what you would get if you ever got a store champs or a regional, etc. And they're just bewildered. They're like, wow, they're giving us all these things to create the game. They want people to come play the game, right? They're not charging us $1 million for all these things to have people play the game. It's like, it's really cool because have not really played a lot of other card games outside of maybe playing with friends at homes. I haven't experienced what it's like to go to locals. So when I got into Grand Archive and I started going to these different stores, I started to really see how innovative Grand Archive was and is, and how much it pushes the envelope in every direction. Arts, organized play, events, premier events. Everything is just very, very well thought out, and it kind of all cycles itself. It's very self-sufficient. I think that's, this isn't really a question, but, big props to you guys. This fantastic job you've done with everything.
Yeah, I think what's not obvious about kind of like the life cycle of card games is that a lot of the expenditures for organized play, we as a company must realize that the ultimate goal, as far as like, it's not money we're losing that we have to commit for this, it's money we're investing in the local player base for EVP, for store championships, for Revel Fest, for regionals. That's all investments we want to make, we want to give back to the players so that they're excited about the game they're looking to play, they're excited about the new set. And then more people will be interested in the product, more people will buy into the game. There'll be a wider community to be able to enjoy and engage with the game. And ultimately then a wider community means that we'll see the revenue back on, potential set sales, reprint sales, etc. Which means now we have more revenue to now have bigger events, to increase our event caps from, 200 last year to potentially 600 tickets sold at this event.
And then, Akihabara, actually, is one of the new regions. You guys expanded to another venue hall, essentially. And I believe it's 800 tickets are available for
Yeah, I think
which are now sold out.
tickets are sold, and there's 100 left over for local tickets.
For local tickets.
But then even Ascent Taipei, which is September before, I think is at around 500, 600 tickets sold as well. And so, bigger and better venue halls are expensive, and we're just thankful that so many people are interested in playing the game that we will then go out of our ways to try and fund and bring bigger events everywhere.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how much the game has grown. I mean, I came back to the game with the release of ALC. I had been away for medical reasons at times, but I came back, saw the game. I was like, wow, this game's really cool. Found out a lot of people were like, this game is not in the greatest place with FTC. And then all I saw was personal growth in the game. I saw the game soar. It went through a meta where people loved to play the game. Tons of people came back. Ascent Ontario, there was maybe a little 150-ish. By the time Worlds had come around 5 months later, there were 500 people attending an event. And now we have, a year and a half later, where we're seeing plans for 800-person events, right? We have a world championship with 32 players and a Lance Chats qualifiers for people. There is so much growth in this game, and it makes me feel like there's so much potential that's unexplored, which is crazy considering how much it's already happened.
Yeah, and we think the same as well. I think there's so much flourishing in the competitive aspect. We want to make sure we don't forget that the player base largely is more casual as well. People want to be able to play the game at home, be able to just take any deck to locals, and so there are ways that we're thinking of maybe with Rebel Fest or other future events that makes the game, more rewarding to just play with friends, to have a good time playing the game, rather than forcing you need to always win the game in order to be able to earn prizes or to enjoy the experience. And so that's top of mind for us, is with the game grows at such a pace, how do we also improve kind of the more casual experience, the more dynamic, or the more party game atmosphere of that aspect?
Yeah, and like you said, the game is super rewarding, right? On top of the EVPs that are given and products and how much you can get from just going to events and such, you also have end-of-season rewards, right? End-of-season rewards, albeit they were scaled now to be silver and higher, they're still such a fantastic product for people, right? They get to know what they're working towards at the end of the season. And also, it's just a nice way to have additional arts for cards that are beloved or cards that just could use a little bit of a cool update. Mm-hmm. So I guess I have one more main question for you, and then it'll probably branch into a couple others. But localization is probably one of the biggest questions people are wondering about with the expansion into Japan and all of these other regions, right? In Southeast Asia, we have Taiwan, we have Philippines, we have all those things. I think the biggest question people are wondering is, are there plans for localization? And if so or if not, what are the difficulties in doing that, and why would you or why would you not go for it?
Localization, I think, is something that's much more challenging than people realize. On the face, it's just, you just hire a translator and translate several thousand cards, right? That seems easy. It's maybe 10,000 words. It should be fairly quick. And then as you update each set, it's fairly simple to just keep pace. But the reality is of it effectively doubles the production burden. Not only do we need to make one product in English, our main set, we now need to schedule time, find space, design all of the files and templates, and then print an entire run in a second language that may or may not be usually is much smaller than the English set is. And we've seen competitors kind of pull back from that aspect as well. Magic had caught a lot of the support for some of its secondary languages. Flesh and Blood has withdrawn support for a lot of the European languages. And so for us, we are cognizant, especially as I am pretty involved with the entire production, scale, and logistics process, that it's just not feasible at the current demand levels for us. There are tools that we can support regions and countries that don't have English as a primary language that have become very successful, right? Taiwan plays the entire game in English. That's not to say that we don't want to ever produce the game in Chinese, but at the current level, the game is successful in English in that area. Japan, we're just entering, and so we'll see kind of the back and forth there and what it takes. But it really is a numbers game of how much improvement in revenue would, translation be? What is the impact on getting a new region onboarded into the game if we did translate that? What are the benefits? But ultimately, what are the costs of doubling, tripling, quadrupling the production scale, which is a very expensive figure.
Yeah, and I can attest to the ability for regions to play the card game in English. When I was at CNATS, which was in Taiwan earlier this year, I went to a store championship. I played a couple games. I actually played 2 full sets without saying a single word in either set, and we could communicate very easily by pointing or making actions. Stop. I want to activate this, etc. The game itself is templated in such a way that it's very easy to use the game as its own language, and I think that that's a very effective way to not need localization. So I was just curious. Localization's always been one of those questions where people are like, oh, why don't you just print the game in Japanese? Because you're making all these Japanese cards and stuff. And it's like, it's not quite that simple, that straightforward. When it comes to kind of like your expansion with that, in terms of making promos that have other languages, I noticed the things that you guys keep in common are the name of the card is in English, and the name of the super types, subtypes also remain in English, but the rest of the text can generally be in a different language, whether it's Japanese or Chinese or something else. Was there a specific reason you chose to keep some aspects and not others?
It's the same ruling as kind of like the alters that you can make as far as art alter goes, as long as they cost the names and the type super type flag is visible, then like whatever else in the card is kind of fair game per head judge approval. And so it's kind of like similarly internally, we're making an alter of a card, right? As long as we can make the name identifiable so that you know what you're playing against as far as like the subtype and typing goes, the effect, the art, the flavor, we can fudge with on the trade-off of that. We're making a card that is much more beloved by a certain region or a certain group. So, and kind of going along the lines of like, translation isn't black or white, right? It's not a 0 or 1. There are a lot of things in the middle, like a promo card, maybe like a demo event that's run by locally, or that we provide local demo decks translated into a language for, that can be done to improve the engagement at the local level. But some aspects still of us being a startup, we just have to accept that like the people that are going to be mainly interested are people that are familiar with Western games, that potentially already have a proficiency in English. That's our easiest audience and opportunity for us to approach and to look at for some of these new regions.
That makes sense. I do have a question I forgot to ask earlier. It's a really important question, I think, for a lot of people that are interested in how the production for the game works and how a lot of what you do works and the timeline for things. When you create proxy vault cards and you go to print the official versions, how does that kind of like set concepting look? Do you go like in between set printing times? It's like, okay, we have this much availability, we're going to print this, or like how does that work? Because the original proxy vault pack we got had all the cards that were currently in Proxy's Vault, and then new cards quickly came out, added to Proxy's Vault. Some were printed pretty soon after and distributed at events. Some were not. Some cards were updated, and so now they have outdated versions like A and B versus Stone Scale Band and Scepter of Lumina and such. So can you kind of walk us through the process of printing and creating these Proxy Vault cards?
Yeah, they're quite similar to how like a promotional card would get produced and put into a run. So usually the design team and the playtest team have several concepts that they're working throughout. And so once they land on something that they think works or they want to release, they will, put it out, we'll announce it. Art may or may not be included with it. Once all of that is together, I can take it and we'll just find time in the queue to schedule it and produce it as if it was its own standalone product. So that means depending on the season, it can be very fast, it can be a little slower. We may want to wait to bundle it into the next organized play season if it's at a certain break point of time. But for instance, if you go to our Sun store tomorrow, you'll be able to purchase a wonderful Proxy Vault pack of all of the previous updated Proxy Vault cards. And then if you do attend Worlds, you'll also be given the latest two, which I believe are the reprinted Scepter of Lumina and Clarent Reimagined.
That's super exciting. Clarent Reimagined is a very beloved card right now, actually. I think a lot of people have been playing it. Even in the Gauntlet here, we see a couple members on that. But I just want to thank you so much for your time, Roger. It was great to have you. Guys, we are joined here with developer Roger, also known as Sitsakras. He is the Director of Operations at Weaves of the Shore. Thank you so much for your time. Do you have anything else to say?
Always wonderful chatting. Attending tomorrow. Excited to see all of you. It's going to be a fantastic time. There's so many more cool things besides just this, besides some of the merch items that we've shown off. Just really excited for you guys to all see what we have in store. hopefully there can be a tour of the venue or the event sometime soon as well.
Tomorrow, I'm going to make sure it happens. I will not promise it, but I would like to promise it. So we'll see that. But thank you guys so much for joining us. This is the end of the lunch break round here. We'll be taking a short break here and then jumping right into round 4. So stay tuned and hope to see you guys soon.
welcome back everyone to our World's Gauntlet stage. We are getting prepared for our round 4 currently right now. My name is Valkyrie and I'm here with none other than Lineage Breakcam. How did you enjoy these little bits of interviews we had?
It's good. We were taking a little bit of a break after our last round, lunch break. We were taking a walk around the venue, so we didn't catch all of the interview with Roger, so we'll have to go back and watch it. But super exciting. My favorite part about these events, Valk, is like the venue is so cool, and like new art and spoilers and upcoming things I just find super, super exciting. We can't wait for you guys to see the venue. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's amazing, and it's one of those things like it's not even fully flushed out yet.
Right.
This is everything's still being set up. As you guys can see here in the background right now, there are a couple like boxes and stuff, but it's from already what we can see. It's amazing, and it's one of those like we cannot wait till tomorrow to be able to show this to everyone, the public. I know Tyler's gonna have so much fun going around the venue, showing off things, multiple, and like it's not just one room either. It's spread across a whole plethora with so many cool like unique details and interests, and I just know production's going to be all over it with the cameras showing around, pictures, highlight reels, things of that nature, and it's like, oh, it's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, we're no strangers to card games, and we've been to events for other games, and it's crazy when you come to a Grand Archive event that like we've been walking around the venue and we're like, oh my god, they did that. Like I've never seen anyone do that. That's so crazy. And that's even different from previous Grand Archive events, like anyone that made it to Worlds last year, which was a huge event. Like this feels somehow just like way bigger than that, which is crazy to me.
It really is. And like one thing I always tell people about Grand Archive tournaments and events that happen is it's not just a tournament. It feels like a whole like convention. It's meant for the players and the enjoyers of the game. It's like even if you don't want to play the game, but you still collect or really like the artwork, there's thousands of things you can do, buy, collect, trade, and it's just and enjoy. Like you can enjoy it in so many different ways besides just the standard, I'm going to go play and see if I can win something.
Yeah, of course. And that means a lot, right? To get that sort of more casual audience interested. I'm not a huge tournament player, we're here sitting behind the desk, right? And so it's really cool to come to an event and be able to enjoy it, and yeah, super exciting.
But it's not all fun and games. We are about to see our first player for this next round. We have True Champion Gaming Isaac piloting the Water Genbu. Looks like the list that the team has decided to go with here, and kind of a standard spread, except for one particular card that's sort of sticking out like a sore thumb. You see a young Beast Bonder being included in this list, and from the rumors I've heard is apparently it happened a lot in testing, and they found out it's pretty good in certain matchups, and it's really going to help accelerate the game plan.
Is that for Bovine, or is it for Genbu specifically?
I just think it's like a universal. It's good for Bovine, good for Genbu. I think the particularly early game saving your Bovine from being removed is super beneficial, because it's one of your key pieces to start that milling train for the Genbu, and especially if you want to end up going the stratagem route, you need to fill the graveyard with floating as fast as possible.
And you sort of like build your own Frostborn Paladin, right? When you put 2 counters onto a Bovine, it becomes that 3-4 stat line that's pretty hard to deal with. So definitely pretty cool. And on the other side of the bracket for round 4, we have Mike playing Wind Tristan. So this is sort of similar to the other Wind lists that we've seen, notably being Lux and Xander decks, but this is the Tristan take on it, which is a little bit more slice and dice focused, has that Shadow Strike top end. We see a lot more copies of like Windbless Lookout, which is a card that we've talked about, but very sort of similar game plan to the way that Xander wants to play, but a little bit more aggressive. You think, Falk?
Yeah, a little bit more aggressive. And interestingly enough, we're seeing some mastermind schemes in here and not capped out on the Windbless Lookout. We're running 3 of instead of 4 of.
Yeah.
And so it has that potential to go to that mid to late game. A very interesting tech choice. I feel like game 1's really going to set the tone and pace for Mike here. Post sideboard, I think Mike is going to be very happy, but it's that game, the important game 1 is if you're able to snag it before any sideboard thing, you're going to feel very comfortable when your sideboard is meant to counter Genbu.
Yeah, there's 4 copies of Brackish Ludus in the sideboard, which is a crazy amount of respect for this Genbu deck. And obviously these players know that that is going to be the target, for the weekend. So, yeah, I think you're right that he'll feel a lot more confident once he gets those Ludists in play.
Yeah, and both these players, interesting to point out here, are sitting at 2-0-1. So we have 2 wins, 0 losses, and a draw. So still really going to have to play it out here. You're not too safe. You want to make sure you build up a couple of those wins, get that buffer period, because we are looking for 12 points. Both these players are sitting at 7.
7, yeah.
Yeah,
so just need to pick up a win, a couple more draws. We're going to start getting into that area, I think, especially once we get to round 5, where you're going to see a lot of players start to look for those intentional draws. And so we're going to start moving our eyes sort of downwards in the bracket to start looking at those people that do have to find those win and in spots, the ability to sort of come back from a bit of a weaker start. So these players are looking to pick up that 3rd win, and if they can feel pretty safe. I'm not going to say 100% safe, but pretty safe at 3-1. So it's pretty big.
Yeah, it is indeed. And as you said, as we move like your eyes down the bracket, see who's playing and stuff, and you get to those very important matches, that is really like the true feeling of what this Gauntlet's meant to be. That feeling of just like each game can be the one to seal the deal for you. So you always have to be at the top of your game. Make sure your optimal plays, everything is lining up in your favor. And it's part of the reason, like, you don't think about it too often, but why competitive card games like Grand Archive is a best-of-3 format, and why you include a sideboard is there isn't really a deck that's meant to beat everything, but it's like, what can you beat? But without further ado, I think we're about to jump into our match here. I'm very excited to see this. Water Genbu versus Tristan. This is the first time we're seeing this on stream here today, this particular matchup. We've seen variations of Win Xander, and we saw Water Genbu ending in a draw last time it was here on stream. So the question is how is Water Genbu gonna win the game? They have 3 viable options, or is Tristan just gonna have that commanding ally presence and sneak in a slice and dice?
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see Tristan start off with that gorgeous Kaze. Obviously, Isaac's been around the block. You guys know True Champion Isaac, but you can't feel great when your opponent says start of the game, we'll put this Ascent Spirit in play. And they're also going to start with that Wind Bless Lookout in play as well. Going to start building those preparation counters, which are so important for Tristan's game plan.
It is indeed. And that Wind Bless Lookout turn 1 is really going to be a mind game, because if there's a reclaim in hand, you're already looking at setting up 2 prep counters on the next turn, which can immediately go into a slice and dice. But we don't see that reclaim quite yet. But there is a Sadie, which is the other really good prep counter generator for Mike.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting in these wind matchups if Isaac here wants to respect that reclaim, because if he thinks his opponent has a reclaim, it's so punishing for him to send any amount of damage to kill that lookout. Here it looks like he just starts with a Fractal of Rain. He's not going to put that Bovine down just yet. We're going to see a backup charger grabbed by Mike. Just start building that influence, and I think you're exactly right, Falk. We're going to see a Sadie come down here and start putting on the pressure.
It's all about the bread and butter for these 2 decks, right? You really don't want to go out of line for your first couple of turns, because your first couple of turns for both these styles is you need a setup. You need to make sure all the cogs are in place before the clock turns on, and that's exactly what Isaac did with imbuing the Fractal. And now we see Mike just answering kind, imbuing a Windmill Engineer. Let's dig a little deeper. Nobody's in really like any pressure. Everyone is just gentleman's agreement. Let's draw some cards, generate some value, and then in the mid-game we'll meet and see who wins.
Yeah, looks like exactly right. Just going to pass after that, and we'll see what Isaac's rebuttal is. End step fast cure. Looks like does have the influence deficit, so he is going to recover 2. And that's going to give him a nice, clean level up. Make sure that you get that Fate Stone on board as soon as possible. Start building up those quest counters to make that big turtle.
And this is something really important about Guojia and the Fabled Stones that you do grab. You have to show your material deck to your opponent as part of the cost. So Guojia pretty much says, grab a Fate Stone, but show your material deck to your opponent just to make sure you're not hiding another Fate Stone in there. And it really gives your opponent a chance to look at everything, write it down, and be like, this is what you can materialize. This is what I need to play around and work with.
And most notably, very important post-sideboard, as these players do have deck lists, but they won't know exactly what is going to be sideboarded in, and so you can get some extra information from seeing their material deck. So after that Fate Stone comes down, we're going to see another very powerful Tamer card here deployed in the Fractal of Polar Depths, one of the 3 axes that this Genbu deck looks to win the game on. If they can't kill you through damage or kill you with a big Genbu, they can always look to mill you out with these Fractal of Polar Depths, which we have seen on camera once this weekend already.
We have indeed, and the activation of the Bovine, another really good card here. Going to try and trade into that Windmill Engineer. We do have it on attack trigger, which means that when this Bovine goes to either deal damage to the champion or another ally, you do have to activate the effect, which is going to be putting the top 2 cards of your deck into your graveyard. All about the Guojia game plan with Genbu. You want to mill as many cards as you can, keep getting those counters. And speaking of counters, you'll notice on Isaac's side of the field, Guojia has some counters on her. That's something to really keep in mind here for Genbu specifically, as you need 9 to be able to flip Genbu into the actual turtle version.
Yeah.
So you always want to keep your eyes on that to see how fast Isaac can actually get to the magic number.
Definitely true. We're going to see a natural materialization of Tristan underhanded here. Going to lose a card, loses that big ace and protector. But just like Isaac needs to get his quest counters rolling, Tristan also needs to get her prep counters rolling, and there are a lot of class bonus cards that are locked away until you level up to Tristan. That's what we see Mike do. And then, of course, the namesake of these assassin decks, we see Sadie Blood Harvester come down and look to pick off that Bovine.
Sadie is so powerful against these smaller allies just because of that class bonus, as you were mentioning, the unlocked potential. The on-kill, you gain Agility 3, which means at the end of the turn, you get to pick up 3 cards from your memory just right back into hand. It's almost as if you had a free turn and developed your board.
Yeah, just paying no reserve for costs, or no reserve cost for cards is pretty powerful, and we see that here. A whole lot of interaction is what you can expect from these wind assassin decks. That is what Mike is holding up as we see a quick level up to Goja level 2. Goja level 2 allows Isaac to either draw a card or get 2 quest counters. Looks like he chose to draw a card, and then we're going to see quite a few cards milled from various sources to build up those quest counters.
And a lot of cards just immediately being milled. And one of the cards used to pay for the materialization of Guoja level 2 was a Pelagic Fate Stone, which goes ahead and flips into the Bright and Beautiful Dolphin. That gives you an additional mill. So Isaac getting 3 counters this turn, which you're 1 turn away from flipping that Genbu.
Yeah. And, you know, just like that, it could sort of be lights out. There are a lot of really scary things that this Genbu deck can do, which it's not necessarily known for. It's like a slower, more controlling archetype, but it does have these back doors to extremely fast kills. And so, of course, Mike does have to be worried about that.
And let's see what Isaac is thinking here. An Extricating Touch. This card is so good. It allows you to target your opponent, and you either choose a memory or hand, and you get to look at what was chosen and discard a card from it. But Mike not allowing that to happen.
That's pretty crazy. Like Mike saying, this card is so powerful against me right now that I'm just going to give you this Incapacitate, which is such a super, super powerful card in matchups like this when they're looking to resolve stuff like Resonating Fugue. So yeah, huge respect to Extricating Touch. And has to feel pretty bad for Mike after whiffing on that Fairy Whispers and then also having to spend a card to prevent the Extricating Touch. He is a little bit behind on influence.
And you usually don't see Windex with less influence than your starting total. And the important thing here is we're on Tristan, not Xander. That in-cap is gone for good. We cannot get it back. So you're now playing down an in-cap that you might have wanted to keep, as you said, for Resonating Fugue or a Stratagem, something that is more devastating.
Wow, really interesting choice here from Mike as well, choosing to send the damage upstairs, really trying to start this race rather than maybe picking off that Slick Torrent Rider for that Sadie ability that we mentioned last turn. Just looking to put the pressure on Isaac, wants to get as much damage in on the ground as he can before this Genbu turns into a big taunting 3-9.
And I really like the play from Mike here as well, because he's setting up for a Tristan level 2 on his turn.
Yeah.
With 3 prep counters and a Sadie, you can put 2 down to return Sadie, get your 4th prep counter, materialize your Tristan with the cost paid, and then you get to draw 2 cards from the on-enter effect. So a really nice setup turn here, but Isaac not really slowing down. We have a Tengu materialized, getting additional counter, 3 mills from the cards we have on the field currently, putting at 10 total counters on Guojia, influence of about 7 or 8, if I caught a quick glance of that there, and a lot of options. The only thing missing are the combo pieces. We're missing the big payoffs. We have all the enablers, but where are the payoffs?
Yeah, we did see a Resonating Fugue get taken off the top of his deck from that Fractal of Rain, and those are definitely the kind of cards that he's looking for now that Genbu is online. And we'll see what his plan is here. Does look like he's going to deploy some more to the board. Going to start with this Unbroken Mustang, try to pick off those boots.
And the horse has successfully stomped out the boots. They're out of here. Not really a way to save the boots, unfortunately, in wind. And there wasn't enough counters on Tristan to even activate the boots to draw a card. So
yeah,
they did provide 1, though.
Yeah, it does feel pretty bad, especially, again, as we said, Mike feeling a little bit behind on the influence game. Picking off those boots is a really smart play from Isaac, just trying to keep that pressure on Mike's hand.
And here we see Mike attempting to turn Sadie to hand. He's successfully going through, getting that 4th prep counter. And materialization, are we looking at Tristan level 2?
We are indeed. So clean. Just like you said, Valk puts 2 cards down for the Sadie, so he gets to get rid of only cards that he doesn't like. Gets that 4th preparation counter so that you can draw 2 cards off of Tristan Hired Blade. It's really clean play here in the hands of Mike.
And building up a little bit of that influence, going back up, being able to draw 2 is a really nice feeling.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best feelings in Grand Archive when you get to draw multiple cards in a turn, and Tristan is no stranger to that.
Yeah, we love the 3 words. Draw a card. Best you can get.
And the hand's looking kind of clunky here. We see another Sadie drawn after we just banished one, activating a Sadie for turn. And we're going to try and get that agility here. We do have a Mastermind Scheme in hand for Mike. We can double our prep counters to 8 if needed, which would unlock another batch of agility for us.
Yeah, and maybe that's the plan. There is, as you said, a pretty clunky hand. On the side of Isaac, we're going to see this Unbroken Mustang be broken by this Primordial Ritual. Put 1 more float into the yard for Isaac. It's crazy to see Idle Thoughts in constructed decks.
It's one of those cards that was only put in starter decks to help new players, but the fact that it's seeing play at such a high level.
And it feels okay in this Genbu deck. It's not the worst. So that's for you at home, folks. Any card can be playable if you try hard enough.
It is. Knowledge is power, and Idle Thoughts gives you the knowledge of the top 4 of, am I okay to put this in the graveyard?
But yeah, we'll see if Mike has a plan here to sort of get towards that late game. He's really looking for a big Shadow Strike kill in this matchup, I think, and Mastermind Scheme will help him get towards that, but it does make his mid game a little bit awkward.
It looks like Isaac is kind of getting tired of sitting here milling cards, going for a very aggressive route here, getting the Tide Holder Claymore.
Yeah.
It's a 5 power weapon, 3 durability. As an additional cost to attack with this weapon, you have to pay 10. However, it's reduced by 1 for each water card in the graveyard. And Isaac doing a quick count here, I think there's 10.
10 sounds like enough. It's going to be really hard for Goja to swing this Claymore. It seems like it's bigger than her entire body. But we're going to see it get declared here for 5 damage, which is pretty big.
And then
it looks like Genbu's going to get flipped as well.
He's coming in, the big turtle. Being flipped, you must remove the 9 prep counters here, or prep counters, the wrong champion.
Turtle preparation counters.
You must prepare the turtle counters, yes, indeed. Genbu, a 3/9 ally here. As a class bonus for Gojia, you can pay 3 and invert its power and its life.
Yeah. It gets plus X life.
Oh, plus X life. And
X
then
the amount of water cards.
And then your combo card is going to be the Fugue that switches them. So your big finisher, I don't think we see a Fugue in hand here for Isaac, though.
Yeah, that's the issue that comes up with these self-milling decks sometimes. Sometimes you just don't draw the half of your deck that you need, and we've already seen Fugue, I think, twice hit the graveyard from Isaac. So he's looking to pick up one of those, but going to be a little bit of a thorn in his side is Tristan Shadow Dancer, going to make a couple of friends, and those friends can jump in the way of a big turtle, make it a little bit harder for the resonating Fugue kill.
Indeed. I think it's a very smart level up here. You see Isaac already going for Gen Boost. It's like, I need an extra layer of protection just in case.
Yeah. All right, friends made, recollection, and draw. And now that Mastermind scheme looking pretty attractive. Doubling you up to 12 prep counters is pretty good.
Are we in Shadow Strike range?
It's pretty close.
So we have 6 prep counters. Shadow Strike attacks normally for 4. So that'd be 10. And then we have Shadow's Claw to make it 11. 2 from each shadow, so we're looking at 17. That's 23. That is 1 shy. No, exactly.
Yeah.
No,
22 life right now.
22 life.
Yeah.
Yep. So that is something to consider. But Isaac, with a grip of cards in hand, and might have something to say about it here if Mike does decide to fully commit into the Shadow Strike route.
Yeah, it looks like Mike is just going to take the turn off, so to speak, going to play this Mastermind scheme. Does have efficiency, so it only costs 3 as he is level 3, and it will double the amount of preparation counters, and as long as he has 8 or more counters, which I think he will, Valk, he'll get that agility 3.
Indeed. Isaac not wanting this Mastermind scheme to fully activate here. Going to be doing a little bit of math, counting in. And I believe I saw a Cerulean Decree in hand as well. So it is you can force Mike to pay an additional 2 if they really do want the Mastermind scheme to go off. And then you get to cycle a little bit by drawing into memory.
Oh, he does have 2 decrees, Valk. So he can actually stop this from resolving if he wants. I don't know if that's a good trade, but it's an option to him.
Do you want to commit that many cards and resources into it? Or do you want to save it for a better option?
Right. Yeah, and I think that's really what Isaac is thinking about. We also see he does have a Lost in Thought in his hand, a very, very powerful water card that can just sort of skyrocket his influence. So if he thinks this Mastermind scheme isn't super important, he can just look to build his own influence instead of worrying about his opponents. And he's really, really laboring over this one. These are the types of decisions that the Genbu deck really thrives on, where, you know, if you make the correct decision here, it can be game-winning, game-losing, and we'll see if this is the correct decision. We see the first, the Cerulean Decree, pay 2 or negate, and draw a card into memory, the very classic mode. And we'll see if he wants to fire off that second one.
Mike instantly paid. That was a snap pay. No hesitation whatsoever. The problem is with this second Cerulean Decree, it cannot be imbued. We have a Norm card in hand, so we lose a little bit of value, go down on influence if we do want to stop this Mastermind schemes. But you already committed the first one. You have to commit the second one at this point, I think.
And he does. So just going to be negate unless you pay 2. He will not pay 2.
And we still got some attacks, though. The Shadow's Claw being used by Tristan, going to sneak in there for 1. And then the Shadow's Claw get to use it for free. They add a preparation counter and use one at the same time. So a total of 5 damage swing here. Very, additive amounts.
Yeah.
You let that in a couple 1-2 turns, you really start to realize, oh, I gotta do something. I gotta get rid of these.
Yeah, that's the issue with this Tristan deck, is if he goes for the big Shadow Strike and you don't have a response, you die. But if he doesn't go for the big Shadow Strike, he's just like, I'll attack you for 5, I'll attack you for 5, I'll attack you for 5, you will die that way too. So it's a clock on both angles, which is what makes it so scary to play against. See a Seaside Ringleader added to the graveyard. Maybe something Isaac wants to think about.
Yeah, all cards down, though, in memory, you would have to commit the Fractals to it, which we are not. And Isaac, another Polar Depths drawn for the turn off to top.
That's pretty big.
The mill route is in like the forefront of Isaac's mind now. As soon as you slammed it and said, how many cards are in that deck?
You saw the immediate point to his opponent's deck. How many cards you got over there? And it's a pretty hefty graveyard Valk on the side of Isaac, so these fractals are looking pretty big, I think.
Yeah, you mill yourself with the first fractal, and the second one will target your opponent, pretty much doubling the amount of water cards in your own graveyard. So Isaac just double-checking the math here.
That was pretty big. I think that was like 18, if I caught the glimpse real quick. Pretty close, in the teens for sure.
So a potential of maximum 36. That is if you only hit water cards, though. There are a bunch of Norm that Isaac is running this list with Idle Thoughts, Young Beastbonder, and Mustang that you could hit.
We're going to see one more card here in Refracting Missiles. Looks like just adding to the graveyard, so he might have done the math that he can get an efficient enough mill here. Yeah, looks like refracting target my Slick Torrent Rider, rather, to add some more cards. Going to do another count, and if that does bring him up to 20?
We're adding 2, right? Around 18, add to 20. Yeah. So a maximum of 40 then?
Yeah, looks like not enough yet.
I wonder if Isaac's going to do it in response to materialization. Just because there is possibilities that Tabula could be used in the material deck, so you want to...
You are so smart, Valk. That is exactly what's happening here. He says, oh, it's just a Viridian. I'll play a Lost in Thoughts in response, and then I will crack these 2 fractals target you. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that. I think you hit the nail on the head.
And here we go. Yeah, Isaac going to go ahead and take the mill victory against Mike here for game 1.
Yeah.
And it's one of those, like, Genbu is a 3-pronged attack deck.
Right.
You have the Genbu, the turtle, with the Fugue combo. You have Stratagem of Myriad Ice, where you get to deal damage equal to your floating memory. And then you just have the straight-up Fractal of Polar Depths that say, hey, you've stalled me out long enough, and I've built enough time and graveyard, I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of your deck.
Yeah, there's even that fourth win condition that you just play some Tidestone Bovines and some Young Beastbonders, and you just beat your opponent to death with these, reasonably anemic Tamer cards. But, that damage does add up over time. Yeah, it's such a hard deck to combat, and especially, Tristan, in her own right, a very interactive deck, but very good at interacting in the traditional sense, and less good at interacting with these sort of more nebulous ways that he wins the game, like the Fractal Win Con is pretty hard for Tristan to interact with without something like Cleansing Reunion.
And I feel like that game was a lot closer than initially just glancing at it.
Right.
Mike was one turn off from just winning the game. And it's also one of those moments if Mike just shot off the Shadow Strike that turn instead of going for the Mastermind Scheme, I think they might have had a chance to try and sneak something out there.
Right. Yeah, it's so hard to know when you're supposed to go for it, right? When is the spot that you are supposed to say, okay, this is my best chance to win. Maybe they have interaction, but it is worse for me if I wait. And that is, super hard. There were so many cards in Isaac's hand.
There was. The double Cerulean, I think, really solidified it, because it could have stopped both routes. Just Cerulean is such a good card. All 3 decrees, right, in each element, they give you options. And options in Grand Archive create so much diverse game plan that it's really the whole game's about options. And when a card gives you 3 separate ones in just one card, it adds so many more play lines. And I'm really enjoying seeing this camera angle of these sideboards. Just the thought process going in through Mike's mind of what to take out, what am I adding in, what's going to be helpful. And this is a process that's usually not seen a lot of the time at competitive events. So I'm so glad these hand cams are demonstrating it. How a top player is sideboarding, their thought process, and just what they value in the matchup.
We did see a lot of cards come in. The 4 copies of Brackish Ludus, 2 copies of Innervate Agility. Oh, he's going to show us again. Looks like 2 copies of Resolute Stand, the promo Resolute
I believe
stand?
It is the Square Life promo Resolute Stand going in there. And that's, really good against, as you said, the 4th game plan. I'm going to get beat down by cows and turtles.
Can we give a quick shout out, Valk, to Mike's $15,000 deck that he's playing with right now? It's insane. The CPR Square Live Resolute Stands. They just sit in my sideboard. Sometimes I bring them in.
Occasionally
Really,
they look good.
Really bringing the heat to the feature match area.
Yeah, and it's something really cool to see because the decks that players play, sometimes they play it just because it's good, right? It's competitively viable, but it's how they like showcase that deck. You see a lot of these players just fully foiled or fully like borderless from the SP sets. And then you even see players go as far as like, I'm going to get CSRs of everything I can.
We get a quick glance at our real-life feature match area. Shout out to the current world champion sitting in the front row.
Going right there, enjoying the day, checking out the competition.
Yeah.
You know, I really want to know the opinion of if the previous world champion had to go through the Gauntlet, how that would have felt last year in Worlds.
Right. Yeah. Well, there's one Merlin player in the Gauntlet, and I'm sure he would be the second.
That is true.
All right. Well, we'll see what the plan is here. If Mike can sort of come up with an effective rebuttal to that first game. I think, we said this before the match started. I really think that Mike gets a huge leg up in the post-sideboard games, especially if he can find those Ludists. Those Innervates are going to be really big.
Yeah, and as you said at the beginning of this whole round, is deck lists are open. So Isaac knows there's Ludists coming in. It's like, how do you play around that now? Do you try and not overcommit to it? If you try and go for like the mill route with a 2 double fractal start, and they just respond with, okay, I'm going to go ahead and go Brackish Ludist, now your turn's null.
Yeah. We at least saw some insulation from that Shadow Strike in Isaac's hand. Looks like he picked up 3 copies of Song of Frost, which is not exactly what you want. Does find a pretty good mill off this Tidestone Bovine, though. Finds a Seaside Ringleader on his first mill.
No floating, though. Does kind of hurt. You are going to have to commit a card in from memory to go ahead and go to Guojia here. But Mike, taking it nice and easy. We're just going backup charger, building up that influence. I feel like that was one of the main struggles in Game 1 was the low influence. So we're going to start Game 2 right and proper, and we're going to draw some additional cards.
Yeah, I see a couple of copies of those Reclaim effects, Reclaim itself, and Ensnaring Fumes, but doesn't look like an ally to deploy. We're going to see a level up from Isaac. I would be shocked if there wasn't a copy of Song of Frost getting banished here. Oh, it looks like he played a Lost in Thoughts at the end of the turn. So a Lost in Thoughts will be eaten for that Gojia level 1. Grab that Genbu. Fate Stone.
That is the beauty of Lost in Thoughts. It's completely free to activate. 0 cost, or you may choose 0 cost here for it, which allows you to pretty much get a floating for free, nearly uninteractable, and get that level up here. Bovine swinging in. We have a Extricating Touch and a Refracting Missiles. Love to see that floating memory. And Isaac might just be looking here to set up a Frostsworn Paladin. Mike's not committing any allies to the field, so might as well keep the train going.
Yeah, the FTC Classic looking like it's coming down here. Gonna grab that Idle Thoughts. Frostworn, banish Idle Thoughts. That's about as classic as it gets. And it's really going to put on the pressure, like you said. No allies to speak of from Mike. Oh, wow. Looks like we are going to cash in the Ensnaring Fumes just to sort of stem the bleeding. Does get rid of that Frostworn Paladin +1, but it's going to be pretty punishing to just get to redeploy a Frostworn Paladin here, I think, from Isaac.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where you're really just lacking allies or early game pressure, so Mike has to do something. You have to commit, activate a card, get things down to just level up.
Yeah, I don't know. Does this feel good? He gets to play Bovine again. It gets the buff counter from the Seaside ability. Gets to mill 2 more cards. It's a really tough position to be in from Mike. He really has to find these sideboard cards. Brackish Ludus would be best grab, I think, from the top of the deck.
Shadow Strike has been banished from memory here. Going to be paying very close attention to the draw here for turn for Mike. And we see a Mastermind Scheme. That's not what you want off the top here. Very unfortunate. Just having to pass turn again.
Yeah.
Not drawing well. And this is the problem with some advanced element decks or late game strategies, is you draw all your late game engine. And you have none of that early pressure. And I feel like Isaac sort of smelling blood in the water. That's why they committed the Frostworn Paladin originally, and we're going to see it again this turn.
It feels so bad where like this Genbu deck, all of your threats are like recursive advantage. So if you put them back into your opponent's hand, it is usually helping them. But like, again, what's Mike going to do? Like, he has to stem some of this bleeding, or he's just going to get, beat down by the swarm of allies that Isaac's deploying.
And once again, Bovine just hitting really good cards. A young Beast Spawner and another Refracting Missiles. More floating memory directly into the graveyard here for Isaac. And now developing a Fractal of Polar Depths. The second win con slowly coming online.
Oh, interesting. I think we saw Frostborn go down for this extricating touch. We saw the power that it had last game, stripping and incapacitate out of Mike's hand. No incap this time. We get to look at the grip. Ensnaring Fumes, Dungeon Guide, Resolute Stand, 2 Scatter Essence, Reclaim, Shadow Strike, and Mastermind Scheme. Just nothing going on.
Amazing cards by themselves.
Yeah.
Together, they're not doing much. Well, and I think this is the information exactly what Isaac was trying to glean from this extricating touch. It was like, hey, you haven't really done anything for the past couple of turns. Let me see what you're working with. And now with this knowledge of that, there's no really interaction points here from Mike besides an Ensnaring Fumes. Isaac may be able to overcommit or go for plays you normally wouldn't, like if you were concerned of interaction.
Yeah, Isaac sort of just throws his hands up. He's like, it doesn't look great. Maybe I take Resolute Stand here, keep that pressure on.
And just taking
looks like
the Dungeon Guide. It feels really bad.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a tough place to be in. And then we'll see another cow deployed. Mill 2 more cards. Peck in for another damage.
What are we going to be materializing here for Mike? Windwalker Boots. Okay, let's get the prep counter generation going. You got to start somewhere here. And, ooh, something off the top. We have a playable. First, we're going to Scatter Essence the Fractal Polar Depths. Not wanting to have to deal with the late game plan again, but Isaac just in response activating it and is going to go ahead and I believe target themselves.
Yeah, looks like that is the plan. Does leave Mike in a bit of a tricky situation. He did pick up a Windmill Engineer for his draw step, but if he does deploy this Windmill, he cannot keep up Reclaim, which is usually what you want to do in that case. So he might just opt to pass. So much floating memory from Isaac.
And that was 9 additional cards put into the graveyard from that Fractal Polar Depths.
Yeah, it's huge. Stratagem is just turbo lethal here if you can find one.
And the Tide Holder Claim, or you have plenty of floating memory for this, and I believe plenty of water cards in that graveyard here now. So we're looking at a total of 5, 6, 7, 8 damage sitting on board between the Sword and the Bovines. And Tristan, not very full of life, right? You only have 19 life to work with here. Already sitting with 7 damage counters. It's you're about halfway there. Bovine sneaking in, and was that a stratagem that was drawn for turn?
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it. We're going to see if Mike has to flinch. He might just be dying to these ally attacks, but he's going to start by taking the 3 off of the 2 Bovines. Goes up to 10 damage counters. As you said, there is a Tide Holder that can come in for another 5. I don't think I see any allies in the hand of Isaac.
There should be a Frost one, I believe, in there, chilling. And we are going to put...
Oh, yeah, there she is.
1, 2, 3. Frostworn Paladin successfully deployed here. Going to eat another floating memory. And that's another 3 damage.
Yeah, it's not quite lethal, but it is quite a lot. And he's just going to take it. Goes to 18. Just so punishing to put these cards back into his opponent's hand. It would probably actually kill him if he played an Ensnaring Fumes here. So sort of just has to take it on the chin and hope that there's not another one coming.
Isaac is just 1 damage away. There is a Lost in Thought. Do you think there's a possibility you Lost in Thought for 3 or 4, put that hand down, and just hope to draw another ally to sneak in that last bit of point of damage?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty greedy, but in this commanding position, right? That's probably the sort of play that you can get away with. We see not a whole lot going on here in the hand of Mike. Windmill, Reclaim, Ensnaring Fumes. Does have that Resolute Stand. He chose not to play it, which is pretty huge.
Interesting, yeah. The keeping the Resolute and choosing here, but Isaac just going to develop that last Fractal Polar Depths and pass the turn. Mike definitely leveling up here. He wants that additional life buffer that Tristan Hired Blade does provide. Unfortunately, only drawing one card since you have 2 prep counters. You only draw 2 if you had 4 or more.
But still a nice little rebate for leveling up, and we know that he lost that dungeon guide. Would be a huge rip. Does find it brackishly just a little too late, though. A bit of a sigh here from Mike's like, oh man, that's that sideboard card I wanted on turn 1, not turn 6.
Yeah, that's one of those, as I put you in the deck for a specific reason. You need to be there when I need you, not when it's too late. And we have really no way to clear all these allies. There's a couple of, like, maybe Windmill Engineer, attack into a Bovine, reclaim it, attack into the same Bovine to remove it. Frostborn Paladin sitting a little bit tougher to remove at the total 4 life it has.
Yeah, he's sort of safe if he resolves this Resolute stand, which he should have a pretty easy time doing. Only goes to 20 from the attack on board, 21 if Gembu is flipped, but that's not a good feeling going into 21.
Yeah, just being 1 away. Oh, we have the materialization of Tabula. Isaac may be looking to completely deck himself out here.
Looks like maybe that is the plan. Says crack fractal target myself. And so we'll see what the number is, but it's almost assuredly his whole deck.
22 I count there.
And we've seen this on the feature match before, but if you guys are just tuning in with us, Tabula of Salvage allows you to choose 5 cards in your graveyard and you put them on the bottom of your deck in any order. If you have no deck, this basically allows Isaac to say, I will create my deck. It will be 5 cards. I will order them how I want. Sort of allows you to get all of the tools that you need. And especially with a graveyard this large, looks like he's just setting up all of his Fractal Polar Depths. And he's just going to go for that alternate win condition if the allies aren't good enough to get it done, which they do in themselves require an answer from Mike. So, again, fighting on those 3 different prongs, as he said, Valk.
Just pushing it through, and we see an activation of Seaside Relinger just to draw one of those Polar Depths into memory before your actual draw for turn. And we are going, and I believe there's a lot of cards in that graveyard here. So this Fractal Polar Depths is definitely going to mill out Mike, but a second copy exactly is going to be the end here.
Yeah, crack these both, target you. Not a whole lot that Mike can do here. He's going to take a look, see if there's any options that he might be missing, but as we saw, no in caps, no... even in cap can't work on fractals, so yeah, just not a whole lot of juice here for Mike. Yeah, thinking about playing a Fumes.
I believe this is before Isaac declares any attacks here.
Yeah, saves him on that angle, but without a Tabula in deck, doesn't save him from the mill.
And so that was at the end of turn. Isaac just choosing not to attack whatsoever.
Yeah, it looks like he's just waiting for a recollection step here after the materialize again, just in case there's any sort of tabulas hiding. He says, yeah, Tristan's good, resolves, get your 2 ominous shadows before your draw step, crack these polar fractals, target you, grab your library.
Really contemplation here. Mike staring at a Resolute stand, a Mastermind Scheme, and I believe another card here. Just not sure. Nothing to really do. Get a Resolute stand
Resolute
for free.
Stand, no draw step. Yeah, and then it's just going to be lights out after that, unfortunately.
Interesting. So if you activate Resolute Stand, alternate cost, you actually don't draw a card for the turn.
Yeah.
So Mike just bought himself a turn after being completely decked out because of the Resolute Stand alternate cost. So it is possible, being Tristan level 3, 4 prep counters, you get Shadow Claw. If there's a Shadow Strike, And the Mastermind scheme, it is very possible you can completely catch your opponent off guard here.
Yeah, so it looks like not over yet. Mike does get his one turn. He does have a Shadow Strike.
We have the Shadow Strike and we have the Mastermind scheme, but we don't have enough cards to activate both.
A bit odd there. I thought we saw the fist bump, but maybe not. Mike's going to see if he can grasp at life. Going to play that Shadow Strike. Coming in for 8. Would be 9 with the Shadow's Claw.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yeah, 13
total.
not quite enough.
Just going to be 6 shy here, and that's 6 shy just from the not having those early allies, no Sadies, when Bless Lookouts. And Isaac going to go ahead and flip the Genbu, going to Guojia. Level 3, if you have a Shenju ally, you can materialize. It's reduced by 3 to materialize.
Yeah, let's see what the plan is. GCR.
And a little bit of a fun here from Mike. Grand Crusaders and go to recollect in response.
All right. Just putting on a good show for the camera. Yeah, so basically, you know, that can sort of get you out of that situation, though. Like, you're exactly right. That might be why the Resolute stands are in the sideboard. Mm-hmm. Yeah, obviously, they're decent in this matchup, and they're very good against stuff like Philo, Fire Lorraine, more aggressive fire decks. But in this matchup, does have that sneaky way to give you one more turn. And it was pretty close. I mean, like, if he had gotten to resolve a Mastermind scheme at some point that game, that could have been a lethal Shadow Strike, and Isaac really didn't have a whole lot of interaction.
Correct, yeah.
He put all of his Sorgenfrost down because he was like, oh, yeah, my opponent's dead. I milled him out.
Yeah.
And then, you know, there was that one sneaky chance. I would assume that Isaac had a bit of a, you know, heart drop moment. It's like, wait a minute. Did this guy just get me? But a little bit shy, unfortunately.
I really loved the demeanor of Mike the whole time, because Isaac goes, yeah, I milled you out. You're going to draw and lose the game. And he goes, resolute stand. Yeah. I'm going to recollect. And Isaac goes, oh,
okay.
Like, what do you have?
Yeah.
Like, and Mike's like, I'm going to play this, materialize, Shadow Strike, get you. And Isaac's like counting the damage, double checking. Like, that's not lethal.
Right.
And then Mike passed his turn. Isaac's like, you're not scooping? What's going on? What do you have in hand again?
I think something so interesting when you play at the highest level of Grand Archive is that there's so much respect for your opponent. Like, you know that every person that you're playing against is playing at their absolute best and is a very, very talented player. So, like, if your opponent doesn't scoop and they're like, oh, I'm not dead, you're like, do they have something? Should I be worried about something here? So you see a lot of times that players will, like, even if they have lethal and if we're here in the booth, you know, we have perfect information, we're like, oh, they can just kill them here. But they don't, is because they're like, well, what if he has this? What if he has X, Y, and Z? What if he has these 3 different answers all together to stop me from doing this? And that's something I think that's really cool that you only see at high-level play.
Indeed. Yeah, it's super fun. And, you know, both these players enjoying their time here at the Gauntlet. Like, as much as you said, it's like, you know, you have to play your best. It's last chance qualifier. These players are really enjoying their time, enjoying the fact that they made it here. And, like, even making it to this point, you do get rewarded.
Of course, yeah. I mean, we haven't even mentioned it, I think. At least we haven't. Maybe our fellow casters have. But just for being here, you get a super VIP package to Worlds, which is awesome. Comes with a bunch of promos. The CPR Spurn Dash is really cool.
Yes.
You get, I think, minimum $500 just for showing up to the Gauntlet. And then there's, of course, cash prizes for, you know, doing well and getting first place and et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, they are, playing for a lot, of course. But, like, just for being here, they get some stuff. They get to be at Worlds, of course, right? Worlds is the most exciting Grand Archive event of the year. And, you know, the cool thing about GA, and we're a smaller game. We're growing, and I'm very, very proud of the growth of Grand Archive. But everybody just wants to be here. Yep. Everybody loves this game, and it's such a, you know, the camaraderie is so great. And I love to see people enjoying it, even when there are very high stakes.
100%, yeah. If, you know, the unfortunate news, if you don't make it into the actual Worlds Swiss stage here, you get a VIP package. You get to enjoy Worlds in the best possible way.
Yeah.
And you didn't have to buy that ticket.
Right.
You earned that ticket by playing as best as you could, qualifying for the Gauntlet. So it's just so many things to do. In the end, these players can still participate in Ascent Worlds, because that doesn't start till Saturday.
Yeah.
And Ascent Worlds is a really cool format. It's 3v3, something that you don't see quite often, and it has a really interesting rule to it. That rule being is between the 3 players on your team, you can't have more than 4 copies of a card. So, like, if me and you are on a team here, and we both want to play a level 3 deck, you're playing your Ari, I'm sitting here, and I want to play, like, Umbra Diana, we can either go 2 Dungeon Guides, 2 Dungeon Guides, or 3 Dungeon Guides, 1, or 0, 4. We can't both have 4.
Right. And something, which is important, especially if you're a doomer out there, you assume that all of your opponents are playing Genbu. If you're playing in 3v3, only 33% of your opponents can play Genbu.
Correct.
There's only 1 copy of it. And I think more than ever, it makes the deck choices for 3v3 super, super interesting. Like, if you guys get a chance, please look at some of the lists that come out of 3v3, because there's a lot of strategies that don't necessarily make it all the way to like tier 1 competitive in standard Grand Archive because of sideboards and best of 3. But there are some like more niche, more sort of linear strategies that are really cool that don't get to see the light of day because your opponent just like sideboards a sensor and you lose the game. But like you get to do some more like kind of crazy off the wall stuff in 3v3.
Yeah, you really get to break the mold. You get to play so many fun things that just can catch your opponent off guard. And in a best of 1, if your opponent doesn't know what you're doing, you have all the advantage.
Right. Yeah. You got to hope that that's the case, right? That your opponent doesn't know what you're doing.
Exactly. And, you can break out so many different like cool tools. We talked about it earlier, but in Grand Archive, you have multiple spirits to choose from. You have your normal draw 7 spirit. You have your serene spirit that glimpses 6, and then you can lineage release it to recover 6. You have your fragmented spirit, which is glimpse 6, get a fragment shard that allows you at level 3+ to draw a card. And then our newest one are fortuitous spirits that glimpse 7 and draw directly into memory. And all of those are viable options for your 3v3 team. So it's just like, are we all on normal spirits, or do we want to do something fun, do a little bit funky?
Yeah, like everybody can play wind, or everyone can play water.
Yep.
Which is not something that you could do last year. Like that was just not an option. We didn't have enough extra spirits, right, for you to play last year because MRC wasn't even out yet. So it was just 2 spirits last year. So
That's
I
right.
think that's pretty cool. Yeah, you can play a whole team. So I'm pretty boring. People know me. I have a deck or whatever. But Valk, if you were playing in 3v3, what's your crazy off the wall deck? What are you playing? your team says, Valk, you do whatever you want. You take all of the cards that you need. We will pick up the pieces. What are you playing?
What we play? All right, we will play a fortuitous Fire Nico Dawn of Ash deck.
Oh, Jesus, that's a lot.
The cook here is you open Spirit of Fortuitous Fire, glimpse 7, draw, and then you level up into Tony, just a little bit of protection, get that HP buffer, and you go into Nico 2. That's your champion line.
Yeah.
The only elemental cards in your deck are going to be 4 of Creative Shock, 4 of Ravishing Finale, and then it's just going to be Norm Floating Memory.
Okay.
And
cool.
Dawn of Ashes.
I love that. That's something.
I guarantee you no one will know how to play against it.
I don't even, I'm trying to parse the information that you've just told me. Well, listen, if you're still undecided on your 3v3 deck, you get that one for free. You can take that one, and you have to give, let's say, what do you think, 25% of your prizes to Valk for the idea?
I'm generous, 10%.
10%, okay. Just the spirit, how about that?
Yeah, just the spirit, yeah. Just, you have
when
to.
you top 8, just the spirit.
And don't be surprised if you guys look at the top 8 deck lists for Sunday and you see like 4 or 5 of those variations. I'm just throwing that out there.
That's the cook, for sure. That was way bolder than I could have assumed. I assumed you were like, I play this cool off meta deck. Not like that's some crazy stuff.
You can't tell me I have unlimited resources
No, I'm glad that you ran with it. That's all I'm saying.
And then that's when I go to my actual team and like, hey guys, this is what I'm playing. They're like, no.
They're like, can you find a different team, sir? Yeah.
They're like, actually, I think you should be at the casting desk currently right now. We're gonna go ahead and find another teammate here. Whew. You know what's something we haven't mentioned, which I'm kind of getting excited for? There's a set coming up on July 25th.
It's crazy, huh?
And, I'm no expert at counting the calendar, but that's real soon here.
Yeah, a couple of weeks, and man, I think this weekend we're going to see a lot. We have design notes tomorrow. that's been announced. Design notes in the morning. Get to see the new champions is very, very exciting. But, for me, I'm super excited for new announcements. I love the presentations that they do. It's absolutely my favorite part about events like this, and I've said that on coverage a bunch. But the thing that I find super interesting is coming into the weekend months ago, I sort of assumed that our closing presentation, where we usually get all the big announcements, the super hype, exciting stuff, would be design notes for DPR.
Yeah.
It's we have to see it. It's out in 4 weeks, and that'll be exciting. But we're getting the design notes at the beginning of the weekend during our opening ceremony, so don't miss it tomorrow, opening ceremony in the morning. But that means, what are we seeing at the end of the weekend? What are all the big, exciting things that we don't know about?
That's actually a really good question that I never even thought about.
Yeah.
If the thing that you look forward towards at the end of every ascent is at the start of your ascent,
right?
What are we closing with?
Yeah.
No one knows what the devs are thinking or anything is prepared.
And it looks like maybe we'll get some insight. We have a quick interview with the devs, with Tyler, that we're going to jump over to right now.
Hello and welcome back. I am here with the Round 4 Gauntlet winner, the feature match, Mr. True Champion Isaac. Congratulations, you are now 3-1 on the Water Genbu deck. How does it feel to be in the position you're at right now?
Really good. Since it's an 8-round tournament and there's only 28 players, any early wins are insanely good because you don't need many to top 16 to guarantee yourself for Worlds. So I'm really happy that I'm at least 3-1 right now. I'm pretty sure if I take at least one more win and then ID the rest, I'm in. As long as I get opponents who allow me to do that. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good at least.
So I have a couple questions for you about your deck choice.
Yeah.
I know True Champion tends to pick what they feel is the best deck in the format.
Yeah.
Previously, into the entire season at all the nationals, you guys played Diao-Chan Fractals.
Yes.
Now, Dissonant Fractal was banned, so I can kind of understand why the choice not to pick that. However, I did see Terry picking up a couple cards that were interesting. He's looking for some Sadies, a little Shadow Reaver. So it makes me curious, what made you guys choose Genbu over potentially Tristan?
So yeah, we first of all, before even Fractals, we were testing Genbu. Before we were on a Fractal deck and we were playing those at Nationals, we were testing Genbu because right before that, in Utrecht, me and Kevin were on Self-Mill as well, Sylvie. And then this came out and we saw it was strong, but then we realized that Fractals just would destroy it. And then since Dissonant got banned, when we started doing the matchup, it definitely felt a lot closer. Genbu can still win, Fractals can still win, but Genbu definitely had a higher chance of winning against Fractals when they couldn't just go for an early kill of sorts because of Dissonant. And also Dissonant glimpsing so much, just the consistency of finding Zhongs early, and also just going for early kills was hit quite a bit. So Genbu was a choice for us because we were playing a lot originally, and we recognized how strong it was since Fractals was really keeping it in check.
Yeah, that makes sense. So another thing is you guys tend to play the same decks, specifically you and True Champion Terry.
Yes.
You guys are always the ones who play the same deck. Kaven's usually the one who has a little bit of a quirky tech there, the 1-2 card differences. But this time, you guys are actually playing a 4-card difference.
Yes.
So the main one was the Fast Cure in place of what is normally a Revitalizing Cleanse.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to ask about the Young Beast Bonder, but what are the why did you choose to make such a big difference between you and Terry's deck?
Yeah, so I have 2 Fast Cure and 2 Extricating in the main, and he has 2 Fast Cure, or sorry, not 2 Fast Cure, he has 2 Revitalizing Cleanse and additional Tidal Lock and additional Cerulean. And the reason why the difference of Fast Cure is because I hate milling Revitalizing Cleanse. And so I wanted something that could still heal myself in aggro matchups or just general matchups in general, and usually get that heal off against Luxem pretty easily because they have, at least in my experience, they had a bigger influence earlier on. And so just when they swung with Sadie and healing even just 2, actually was a huge difference. And then the Extricating difference is because I hate negate cards. I hate playing them in my deck. If I could, I wouldn't. But the thing is, when you don't, people won't play around it at all, obviously, because it's not in your deck. So I have to run some so people play around it at least a little bit. But I think Extricating is really good because when you Extricating something like Luxem really early and you hit the cards that just are going to out you for whatever game plan you're going for, it's just feels detrimental to them when you get that off. So, and then you said Young Beast Bonders. I know it's different from other Genbu lists. That was actually a card that me and Terry were testing a lot, and we during testing, we realized we would side it in every single time against almost every single matchup because the amount of power it can bring to board, and also it's a float, but the amount of power it can bring to board with just, you put on a paladin that's already been buffed, and now it's a 4/5, and you can kill each enemy's paladins, or an Aeson or whatever. Or you can put on to Genbu, and now Genbu's swinging for 5, and even if you fugue it, it swings for 11. So even if you're under Nullifying Lantern, you can just swing for 11, which is pretty darn good. You can also, more importantly, put it on Dolphin, the Slick
Torrent Rider.
Yeah, Torrent Rider. And it swings for 2. And it's a 2/5 that's really annoying in a lot of matchups because it's just chipping you for 2, and they don't want to kill it because they don't want that float to go back in the drop. So it had a lot of applications during testing, and we cited it in a lot, and then we realized, why aren't we just running this in the main?
No, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's the perfect definition of why you would move a sideboard card to the main, right?
Yeah.
If we decide this against every single matchup, surely it should just be in the main. We move something out that we're not playing as often. You did talk about extricating touch. You're running 2 in the main as the difference, but you're also running 2 in the side. So to me, that signifies that you're playing a very heads-up forward game. You feel like you're always on the front foot. Can you talk to me why you chose 2 and 2 as the split?
Yeah, so I would put 4 in the main, but I need to run some kind of counter cards. And Cerulean's really good, and Tidal Lock can be really, really good if someone just plays into it. But I do bring them in against Luxem because I can just pull out like a slice and dice early, so I know I'm not going to die to that. If I don't happen to draw my Song of Frost, I can sometimes hit an ensnaring. It does give them a float, but if I'm going for a Genbu plan, like I can do it before I Genbu and bring it out or whatever and flip it, then I know I'm not going to get ensnaring during the large swing, and I'll just win. So, and also, really importantly, it's just a lot of info. Especially if they just put all their cards down on turn 1 and you have the extricating, you just look at all their cards, you know exactly what they're going for. You don't have to worry about playing around stupid things that they might have a 1 of in their deck or whatever. So it just gives you so much information, and information is just like crucial right now, I feel like, because matchups can be so razor thin that having that extra information can give you a large step ahead of your opponent.
Yeah, so talking about the extricating touch, I guess this might answer my question, but I noticed you only run 2 Primordial Ritual.
Yes.
Now that I find is a very interesting tech because Unbroken Mustang is one of the more important cards in your overall game plan, right? Because you're trying to deal with those Nullifying Lanterns, and Stifling Trap is a big problem, right? It will kill the Unbroken Mustang, but on top of that, it also stops the on-entry trigger.
Yeah.
Primordial Ritual is a way to get around that, right? You can use it in response to the Stifling Trap to remove the ally from being a target, fizzles the Stifling Trap, and then the on-enter resolves.
Yeah.
Did you feel like the extricating touch was more heads up enough to not need the Primordial Ritual, or was there another reason?
I did, because the decks that you're putting Mustang on the board, at least for me, either didn't rush Lantern, like they don't want to do that because they want to get draw value off of backup charger and turbo charge and doing all that kind of stuff, and so they don't bring out Nullifying Lantern that early. Also, some people are still not playing in the main, and it's only in the side, and so we play a 3rd Mustang in the side. We don't play a 3rd Primordial Ritual in the side, but maybe we should, but we almost never use Primordial Ritual on anything. So it's almost always just in our hand. It's and when we did testing, when we had 3, we always had too many Primordial Rituals in hand. And our deck, because of Young Beastbonder, can go to board more. So we're not so desperate to destroy Nullifying Lantern because we can actually fight for board and go for a more beatdown plan. So it didn't feel as crucial to have to Primordial Ritual our Mustang. And also you can always, as long as you have 1 fractal on board, you can always missile it as well. So,
yeah, that makes sense. So thank you so much for the interview here. This is True Champion Isaac, the winner of the feature match of round 4. You're now 3-1. Congratulations and good luck on the rest of your games.
Appreciate it.
We'll see you guys soon after a short break for round 5.
げく声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
I'm very excited to see this. Water Genbu versus Tristan.
Going to be a little bit of a thorn in his side is Tristan Shadow Dancer, going to make a couple of friends, and those friends can jump in the way of a big turtle, make it a little bit harder for the resonating fugue kill.
Indeed. I think it's a very smart level up here. You see Isaac already going for Gen Boost. It's like, I need an extra layer of protection just in case.
Yeah.
And Isaac, another Polar Depths drawn for the turn off to top.
That's pretty big.
The mill route is in the forefront of Isaac's mind now.
How many cards on deck?
40.
40? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I'm going to kill my dolphin.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Looks like refracting target my Slick Torrent Rider, rather, to add some more cards. Going to do another count. And if that does bring him up to 20?
Respond.
Yeah.
Play Lost in Thought.
Yeah.
I'm going to sack both of these.
Yeah.
Both target 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Both will target you. So I'm going to do 23 twice.
Okay.
So 46.
Okay, let's get.
Okay, okay. And then in Recollection,
Yeah.
pop both of these, target you for 39 twice.
39 twice. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You go ahead.
And we collect.
Yeah.
One more turn. Yes.
Free cast. Yeah.
Interesting. So if you activate Resolute Stand, alternate cost, you actually don't draw a card for the turn.
Yeah.
So Mike just bought himself a turn after being completely decked out because of the Resolute Stand alternate cost.
Pass.
Okay. Materials. This one.
Sure. Yeah.
We collect.
Yeah.
Before we collect.
Yeah. Sorry.
How's it going, everyone? And welcome back to the Gauntlet, the Grand Archive World's Last Chance Qualifier. My name is Kel, also known as Red Zone Rogue, and I am joined once again today in the booth by none other than Dan from Main Deck. How are you doing?
Hey, everyone. I'm doing great. And what wild games we've seen far today. There have been so many cool moments already. We're only halfway through the day, Kel. That was the end of round 4. And if you all saw, we just had a wonderful highlight reel showing the various ways that true champion Isaac found some polar depths, mill lines, even in the face of some wild resolute stand tech to try and stay alive. Such cool games, Kel.
Yes, I agree absolutely. And that penguin putting in so much work, just churning through the deck like nonstop.
We got to see Tabula plays earlier in the day.
Yeah.
And then once again, Isaac showed us the power of the Tabula of Salvage.
Turns out being able to pick exactly what your final 5 cards are is pretty strong.
I'm just waiting for people to run the Bauble of Abundance.
Oh, interesting.
Make your opponent draw in response to the activation of the Tabula.
Oh, interesting. So that's like next level big brain, right?
Yeah,
that's the next step, right?
But as you saw there, true champion Isaac was playing so effectively around, waiting to the opponent's recollection phase or waiting until they materialize their card to try and play at the last possible moment to go for that mill, which is, there's all sorts of cool play, and we're about to see even more exciting play. I'm actually super excited for this next round, Kel.
This is a pretty hype matchup. No Genbu, sorry. We'll come back to Genbu maybe a little bit later. No Genbu, but an absolute classic Grand Archive champion, but 2 different flavors, I would say, of this champion played in pretty distinct ways, I would say, and some fan favorite pilots as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to have a Lorraine, not a mirror match, champion mirror, but we have Anki on Water Lorraine Spirit Ruler versus, as we talked about earlier, Jimmy Lee on Fire Lorraine Crux Knight.
Yeah, I love that. It's like both Lorraines, different elements.
Both level 3 Lorraine, right? That's the key, is like a lot of people get really locked in, like the first round we saw today, and this Fire Lorraine that maybe goes to 2, but maybe doesn't care too much.
Yeah.
No. Only level 3s for these 2 players.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be a particularly interesting matchup, especially since these are both Dawn of Ashes champions. One of them was the starter deck, the original Lorraine starter deck. The other one, the booster champion, and they're the current iterations of these decks. We have the fire variant and then the water variant.
And this is a very cool moment for Lorraine, having finally gotten this Proxia's Vault card, Clarent Reimagined, that really reinvigorated these Lorraine decks, creating not just these lines where Clarent Reimagined, which allows you to remove its durability counters to prevent sources of damage that turn. This not only gave Lorraine so much play against some of the popular ways of winning the game at the moment, especially like the Fractal deck that was popular.
Oh, yeah.
But in addition, it's just unlocked these really interesting lines because of the ability to banish swords from your material deck to pay for the cost. Yep. We'll see some of the interactions that these players are working with. We're actually going to hop right in and look at Anki's Water Lorraine deck. Let's take a look at that, Kel. So looking at our list here, there's some really, really fun stuff that I love to see in here. For people who watched the Nationals, North American Nationals, we saw the power of the Sadie in the Water Lorraine, Water Merlin in this case, but now we have Sadie showing up again. And this is really this mill-oriented, kind of self-mill-oriented, but just for pure power value with the Dion Ways and the Sword Saints of Eventide. Title sweeps in here. We see just a lot of these cards that we just haven't seen hit the table in a while, Kel.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I'm also looking at some other cards in here too that we did actually see in the last round, like Extricating Touch, but in a Lorraine deck, it's kind of interesting, especially the one of main board and the one of in the sideboard here.
The big power play that this deck is doing is it's getting to use Erendite Azure Blade. Erendite Azure Blade, which allows you to banish a number of floating memory cards, which of course they're going to be setting up with some of these self-mill options, in order to put a bunch of counters on it, which is going to just maximize its power, make it do a ton of damage to the opponent. So the access to this Erendite really gives this deck some punch. that it didn't have before, and then the combination of Clarent and Erendite. It's just there's a lot to work with.
Yeah, there's also a lot of like control elements too. There's a lot of negation with like the Frostbinds. We have the Cerulean Decrees. And I think it's those kind of cards that are really going to set it apart from the like the fire variant that we're going to see from Jimmy.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this plays into the fire variant in particular. Let's take a look at Jimmy's list here as well. Jimmy Lee's list, this is well known if you've been following the competitive Grand Archive game for a little bit here this season. But of course, the idea here is that we're again going straight to level 3, except instead of using the Spirit Ruler like Enki did that allows you to get a sword back from banishment and put a bunch of durability counters on it. In this case, Jimmy Lee is playing the Crux Knight that's just going to increase his attack damage based on the number of banished swords
Yep, she just gets really big and helps you do really, really big rending flames and just generally punch for a lot of damage. We are going to see a lot of that typical fire kind of like cadence where you want to discard cards to then fuel your more powerful fire cards later on.
In this case, we see Jimmy Lee relying more on these powerful Crux endgame cards as well, where as Enki was doing kind of that classic just use dispersion for raw damage after you go in for the big Erendite swing, creating really powerful lines, but in totally different ways. So we're going to see rending flames coming in on one side, and then the like Erendite swings and the dispersions on the other.
Yeah.
So I think it's safe to say that we're going to see some sparks flying in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And I also took a extra note of the one main board incapacitate, and then the one sideboard incapacitate for Jimmy as well. I feel like that's kind of a hallmark that he does.
That is the Jimmy Lee special.
Yeah, he likes to run like these, just kind of in these more aggressive like fire style decks, and I've kind of taken a shine to that as well, like just kind of sneaking in incaps into a lot of decks.
Well, you have the combination of Fire's card draw and Crux's card draw.
Yep. To
the point where, no, Lorraine is not an assassin, so she doesn't get the class bonus on that. But to have enough cards in hand to go for your big attack and hold up an incap is actually not asking that much in the deck.
Yeah, just having that extra layer of insurance can really, really make the difference between like winning or losing when you're fighting like another deck that has a lot of interaction as well.
Well, when we're taking a look at Enki's deck, we're seeing some of the classic water value plays and trying to use that floating memory and trying to gain advantage from that as well. It'll be very fascinating to see how both these decks are trying to manage their influence while also trying to decide. I think the thing I'm most excited about is when these two players sit down to a game, against a lot of other decks, they have a very good idea of whether or not they are going to be playing the aggressing role or whether they are going to be the player who tries to control the game a little bit more.
Right. There's like the common adages, who's the beatdown?
Who's the beatdown, right? So they have to figure out in this matchup, based on, I don't know, a lot of vibes about what's going on in the match. What position do these two players need to play?
I don't think it's entirely cut and dry from the get-go. I think it's going to the pace of the game is really going to determine like who's the beatdown.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think what we're going to see ultimately from this matchup is a lot of high-level play. Obviously, we've seen that all day. We're going to see these two players sitting down, and I think every single turn we're going to see some really fascinating math being done from both players, trying to figure out, is this my opportunity to take the reins in this matchup, to be the one who's going to force the problem and get the opponent to answer. But we're going to start by seeing Jimmy Lee.
Beautiful spirit.
The Aithne is just gorgeous. And he is going to take the first turn of this game. So let's see just how spicy this fire opening is. If you know anything about Jimmy Lee, he has a lot of fire decks, and he has a lot of experience getting these value openers. You see, to the point of even playing Cemetery Sentry, an often forgotten card.
I played with this a lot when Grand Archive first came out, actually, and I generally like this card quite a bit. It's a 4-drop. It is only a 2/2, but you do get that immediate card draw. It doesn't draw into memory, draws right into hand.
And this is probably not like the most optimal start for Jimmy here. Getting the Cemetery Sentry we usually run as like our additional ways to discard just to have consistency, and he ended up discarding a Flame Rune Swordsman, which does have floating memory, but it's class bonus.
Yep. That's important because you won't be able to use it to level up into your class.
Exactly. Floating memory, of course, is going to be the name of the game for both of these decks. They're trying to get the floating memory in graveyard, which allows them to banish it when paying memory costs, so they can more efficiently level their champions up to those remarkable Lorraine level 3. Enki is going to start with a Chilling Touch. Speaking of floating memory, again, this is what you're going to see in this matchup. Chilling Touch is going to temporarily banish a card from Jimmy Lee's hand, and he did lose a Spirit Blade Ascension from his hand. It's the beautiful Nationals promo from last year. Just temporarily. He'll get that back later, but it's going to throw his numbers off a little bit.
Oh, for sure. And we're definitely seeing like a lot of alternate art type cards here, especially like with this Frostborn Paladin coming on in. and just kind of easily clearing the board.
Yeah, Frostborn Paladin too. The Chilling Touch into Frostborn Paladin is a really, really classic water play that allowed Enki to use that floating memory to immediately get a card back, put a big threat on the board, and we're talking about positioning to figure out which player is going to be the problem. Enki is currently kind of taking the reins on the game.
Yeah, Frostborn Paladin is just kind of a big game. It's just generally an annoying card to play against.
Yep. Jimmy Lee goes to Lorraine level 1 and puts in the Nationals promo, sort of seeking that he deserved and earned at North American Nationals this year. So very, very well earned on that front. I'm going to put that down, and then just considering his play for the turn. Again, given that start that we saw, we really didn't see like a lot of the really obvious play action here, and he's got to kind of decide if he's going to deal with this Frostborn Paladin and try and get control of the board, or looks like just pass is the option, and hopefully he's got some fast speed action to play instead.
Yep, just a little pass into a backup charger for Enki. For those of you who are new to Grand Archive, this is a really like typical play these days. You want to play your backup charger with at least 3 cards in your hand so you can crack it immediately.
That's got to be something Jimmy Lee is keeping in mind as well. Often when you pass your entire turn like that, you're hoping to play 1 fast speed card and then have those cards up to do the backup charger in the future. And that's really the power that Frostborn Paladin plays. By drawing a card back, it's set Enki up for a pretty powerful sequence of plays that turn. We have, Jimmy Lee too being in the position where maybe would have loved to be able to attack that Paladin and take it out, but just clearly didn't have the options available. And Enki's going to take sort of a commanding role here now by building his board up even further with an imbued Fractal of Rain.
All right. Yeah, I mean, like, this is... And then we immediately have a Sadie. So, yeah, as you mentioned, Enki's doing a fantastic job of just building his board, building out threats, building out really resilient threats with Sadie. As we mentioned, it's a card that, even if you're not making good use of the prep counters, it's just a resilient card that keeps coming back and difficult to deal with and difficult to actually remove.
The Sadie can be really cool in water decks too when you get to play it alongside Korhazi Trapper.
Oh, it's true.
Which is a card where you can spend preparation counters to reduce damage on attacks, which really helps you control like your board presence or even just not die to things. But Sadie's really found a home in these water decks, especially who like to keep cards up as just a really hard to deal with threat. It's just always there.
Absolutely. And we did see the trappers in the list, if I remember right. There's at least a few.
Yeah, and it is a really, really powerful combination to have access to.
Yeah, Trapper is a card that you can remove prep counters from your champion to basically shrink your opponent's attacks.
Exactly. Now, Jimmy Lee, just trying to figure out like what is this hand right now? What can we do with this?
Let's see.
He's maybe considering a dungeon guide.
Does have a dungeon guide.
Yeah, he's going to just dungeon guide to 2 right now. Jimmy Lee is the kind of player too where I would never stop to question whether or not a play is right like this. I know he's done this play 100 times. And so he's got a plan here. He's going to get that Lorraine Blademaster out, going to get that +2 power and on-kill draw card, and use the combination of Dungeon Guide into Blademaster to try and deal with this Frostborn Paladin, and gets to successfully connect and take it out. No interaction could stop that here from Enki, and that's going to give Jimmy Lee a card draw as well. So suddenly, even though he had a Dungeon Guide to 3 and kind of went down a card to do that, he's got that value back right away. He's cycled through his deck a little bit more. And he's one step closer to that level 3 where maybe he can find a way to take over the game.
Definitely. I was going to say he also furthered his end game.
Exactly.
Now we have a Fracturize here. This is just going to help generate a little bit more resources over time, turning that into a reservable.
Yeah, that Fracturize on your power cell is the second part of the water play where you just sort of get a remarkable amount of value by taking the time to do both parts of it. And now with the 2 fractals in play, the Fractal of Rain and the Power Cell, Enki does have 2 cards with the reservable keyword, which allows him to actually rest those to help pay for costs of cards, where normally you have to put cards down to pay for the costs.
Yep.
He has the ability, every turn can rest those to help.
Yep, and that'll just help with general plays, sequencing, as well as playing multiple cards in a turn if you need to.
That, especially with that Sadie in play now too, he's got a lot of uses for reserve. He wants to be able to use his turns to max value by playing as much as he can, get really good action economy, and that's going to help.
So here we have the Scepter of Illumina, once a very, very ubiquitous card in Grand Archive. It has seen a little bit less play.
It has seen a lot
recent
less
memory.
play. Yeah, since it did get an errata and got adjusted down in power level a little bit, but this is the deck where this shows up. These Lorraine and Merlin water decks will use the Scepter of Lumina as a combination of damage from dungeon guides with Scepter, leveling up really quickly, and then, like we mentioned, that Spirit Blade Dispersion, after Lorraine's Spirit Ruler puts a sword into play, then chucking that for even more damage. That in both of these decks, both players have these lines where they can burst out a ton of damage, and this is a key card for Enki to be able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Scepter, when you're still a Spirit, basically represents an additional, 12 points of damage over the course of the game, and that's a big amount.
It is. We do see Enki dropping the Korhazi Trapper here, too. So the combination of Sadie and Korhazi Trapper now is really helping Enki kind of cement that he's got the board to deal with. And it's going to make it very, very difficult for Jimmy Lee to do that.
In particular, this Korhazi Trapper, as someone who's played against it with fire decks, if you're looking at a Rending Flames in hand, the Trapper can make your Rending Flames very, very sad.
It feels very weak.
You don't get that doubling effect until it actually deals damage.
Yeah, the Rending Flames are not rending a whole lot while that Trapper's in play. Now, Jimmy's going to put in Clarent Reimagined, another Proxy's Vault cards. We got Proxy's Vault card back-to-back here. And as we've talked about this a little bit before, Jimmy was able to banish 2 swords in order to reduce the cost of this card down to 0. And now it will be out here. It's got this ability to remove durability counters, which will, if there's refracting missiles in Enki's list, I can't quite remember if there are, that'll help kind of manage those to help potentially protect his board. But otherwise, it's really there. It's a weapon. It's something that can be ascensioned in order to bring Prismatic Edge out.
Yep.
And it banished a couple swords to help Jimmy Lee's attacks become even more potent. And with that Korhazi Trapper in play, that might be essential for being able to find damage to actually win.
Yeah, I think so. I think so as well. So far, the game has been a little bit back and forth. We haven't seen a lot of really explosive plays, but as we mentioned, kind of leading up into this, both decks are very, very much capable of doing so.
Yeah, Jimmy Lee going for the Cremation Ritual on that Dungeon Guide, so it kind of served its purpose, and now you just cash it in for a couple of cards, exactly. And
it's a good use of a Dungeon Guide, actually.
It's one of my favorite uses of a Dungeon Guide, other than, I mean, Jimmy Lee got such good value out of the Dungeon Guide, actually, at helping take out the Frosthorn Paladin to draw the card and then getting to Cremation Ritual it. It's kind of what you want.
Yeah, definitely made up for itself in value here. We do see a Stalwart Shieldmate coming on in.
You cannot discount this card. This card we saw multiple times at National. Stalwart Shieldmate just clinging Jimmy Lee onto life late in the game. Jimmy Lee loves dropping a good old Stalwart just to hide behind, forcing his opponent to attack into it, kind of removing some of their lethal lines. And we do see that Refracting Missile coming down now, though. So
just pointed at face, actually.
Pointed at face,
I believe so.
With Clarent in play is interesting.
Yeah, pointed at face. Jimmy's now up to 10 damage
Jimmy
taken.
just takes the damage. Doesn't want to use the Clarent on that. Maybe saving it for dispersions. Maybe trying to find better uses for those durability counters than just preventing that.
Yeah, potentially thinking like, if my life isn't threatened now, I'll just save my resources for later when it can be more valuable.
It is going to be the Clarent is an important interaction too. Is that with that Scepter of Lumina in play, when we go to this level up here, Jimmy Lee is actually able to use. That's the big thing, is the Refracting Missile at end of turn.
Right.
But by using Clarent now, he's going to be able to prevent all sources that would non-combat sources that would deal damage to and prevent 2 of it for this turn.
Yeah, I think Clarent has done a good amount of work to kind of boost up Lorraine's standings in the current meta.
Yeah, as soon as Enki goes for that level up, I think that's when you're going to start to see these Clarents start to get removed.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right on cue. So only 2 damage now. Clarent, of course, like we said, preventing 2, and we see the Crystalline Longsword coming on in.
Yeah, finally we're going to Lorraine 1 and putting in a sword that has definitely been a staple in these Water Lorraine decks. Not that they're played super often, but when you do see it, you see Lorraine wanting to bring out this Crystalline Longsword because it's just a very, very efficient 2-power sword with 2 durability, as long as you have the Water Element cards in graveyard. And Jimmy Lee, I don't think running Nullifying Lantern is not very good for him to have in play necessarily either.
Right.
This is actually kind of so. We saw a similar match earlier where the players have hate cards that are good against their decks too, so they're neither end up using them too often. We have this Dian Wei now. Dian Wei, you only really see in this deck, who allows you to mill some amount of cards, and this is where like Sadie is really cool. Again, Sadie's a human, Kel, not an automaton,
that
as
is
we've
true.
discussed
Yes.
before. So this Dian Wei has an on-enter that's actually going to put 3 cards from the top of Enki's deck in their graveyard, and then has that Deluge set up to buff up the other human allies. And you can see, really, like, look how good the Sadie is in this deck. Honestly, it's crazy.
So, I mean, Sadie attacking for 3 is much much better than attacking for 2. And as we mentioned before, just being a really, really resilient threat. Dianwei is actually going to be putting in a ton of work right now.
Yeah, we're already seeing Dianwei going absolutely wild. And we did, in our mill, we did see a Lost in Thought in there. So there's some float accessible to Enki. Scepter in play. Well, the Clarent is in play. It's not preventing all of the damage from Scepter, right? So Enki is absolutely happy to just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And Jimmy is just very backed into a corner at this point.
Yeah, going into this, we spoke about, like, who's the beatdown, but it's variable. One deck could be the beatdown in one game, the other could be the in another game. And here we see the Water Lorraine definitely being in that beatdown role with this wide board of allies.
Look at how much influence Enki actually has to spend in order to progress the game this much, in order to push this much against Jimmy Lee. He's got 1 card in memory because we have those reservable fractals.
Yep.
And so Enki is able to hold up just so much potential interaction while also having the superior board presence.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree. I think Jimmy is backed in a little bit into the corner. We do see him leveling up into his level 3 Crux Knight, but the extra little bit of life buffer can come into play here.
There is a nice life buffer. It's just tough to know, like, what is Jimmy Lee's option right now, because things like Rending Flames are shut down by the Trapper as well.
Yes, Rending Flames. Is he running Flame Sweep in main board?
Flame Sweep was in... I'm not positive, actually.
But either way, just the Trapper makes it very difficult.
Yeah, Flame Sweep would go very hard right now for Jimmy Lee. It would be something that could potentially go hard once those preparation counters are gone. And the unfortunate thing is that, again, the combination of Sadie and Korhazi Trapper makes it really difficult for anything to ever kind of progress.
Exactly, especially since Enki's still sitting with, 4 cards in hand.
Yep. And Frostbind is one of those cards as well. So Jimmy Lee is even a bit held back in how many actions he can take in this turn successfully. Wow, this is just a tough position to be in. Going to level 3, though, we do get the Ghost of Pendragon. So the big thing to see here is if the advanced element cards that have been unlocked by getting to Lorraine level 3 far before Enki does will be what Jimmy Lee needs to come back into the game, because this is certainly a powerful ally to put into play.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is one of the ways that you can kind of claw back in. Like, just having the raw value from Ghost, and it's also just a very high, high-statted body.
Yeah. Actually, here, just seeing Crux Knight force Enki to activate the Korhazi Trapper to sort of bait that activation out so he can get the Ghost down and start actually clearing board, that's huge. You really see the effectiveness of Crux Knight right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As you mentioned, like, getting that prep counter off enables a lot for Jimmy here, because it just shut off so many really powerful cards.
Now, while Enki can get the prep counter back, you can only use that Trapper once per turn, as it is a rest ability.
Yes. Yep.
So that's going to be kind of Jimmy Lee's. It looks like his out right now is just to try and claw back into the game by dealing with the board. But Enki's...
I love that they're both using the Kickstarter Lorraine Blade Master.
Yeah.
I love it. I actually love it.
Yeah, this is awesome.
But yes, we do have the Lorraine Blade Master level 2, so it's going to get that extra little +2 and the on-kill draw card. So this Ghost may not be long for this world.
No, it certainly doesn't look like it is. And Enki is in a position here, too, where he's got the ability to level to 3 and Dispersion. Thankfully, that Clarent is going to hold Jimmy Lee on a little bit.
Jimmy's sitting at a precarious 8 health remaining.
It's not a lot.
Especially when you're staring down a wide board.
Yeah, there's so much that Enki has to kind of worry about right now. And the access to this Blade Master, being able to swing and take out the Ghost of Pendragon as well, using the Crystalline Longsword to then draw a card, certainly doesn't feel great. Oh, actually, maybe we're just going to cleave face. We're just going to cleave face.
I think we're just going to be attacking.
Yeah, Inundating Clash does a whole lot of damage to a rested unit. And, of course, Lorraine loves to rest to attack.
4, 5, 6. Yeah, 8 is what? Attack for 8?
Yeah, this is big time.
Now Jimmy is forced into a pretty tough situation. Does he have interaction here that can
lethal
get him out of this?
Coming in? No, he does not. Jimmy's going to pack it up, unfortunately. So this is where Enki showed that the power of the water line, the power of Sadie, Trapper, and Dianwei. What a combination that really, really took over this game for Enki.
Yeah, water can be aggressive too. We know fire as like the aggressive element, but water can be really aggressive with like their absolute deluge of allies.
Oh, I like that. That was good. That was good.
It's also pretty good like when you also have an ally that just pumps the whole squad by +1. Like Arthur, obviously very good, pumping your squad by +1. Well, water also has their variant.
Yeah. Arthur not being class bonuses allowed us to see a lot more play, but here we saw Dion Wei a little more restrictive in how you can play it, what your deck needs to look like. But when it comes down on the right board and players really honing in on this like Sadie core to the deck to really to give them resilient humans to keep in play, I think has really made Dion Wei come into come into being a little more fruitful when you play it in general.
Does a good impression of Arthur, right?
It's a good Arthur impression, but sometimes it's even more strong because you get to mill several cards, and the amount of value you can get off of that is pretty crazy sometimes.
You get a little bit of upside that also just helps your game plan, you know.
Yeah.
Seems pretty good.
It seems okay. So now the players are going to be sideboarding a little bit here, trying to figure out what options to bring in to deal with their opponents. And we already saw Jimmy realizing, okay, I might be on the back foot in this matchup. I wonder what Cal and Fire Jimmy's going to have access to even bring in here. We're going to take a little closer look at their sideboarding. And I'm also very curious to see what Jimmy takes out of the deck, because this is usually a very, very tight deck list. There's a lot of stuff that you really want to have access to. It's awful. It looks like he's pulling some Flame-Ridden Swordsman aside. It's sometimes those are cards you just have to remove, but it's tough when you need the float count to be consistent with your float as well.
Yeah, he was kind of like... I saw some honorable Vanguards maybe being pulled to the side as well, but difficult to say. He was pulling cards fast and furious.
Looking at, trying to get an eye on now Enki's deck list. Seeing he's got some Snow Fairies in there. Snow Fairies are not super great against water. There's not like a ton of allies in Jimmy's deck that he's like mega worried about. So I think some of those might be less likely than others, but I think might have seen a Terrafring in there, which is certainly a card that you would want to bring in.
Yeah, I mean, Terrafring makes a lot of sense against any like ally-based deck. And as you mentioned, the Snow Fairies are... You know, they kind of like lock like one thing down. They're very good against like single big targets.
Yeah, and as we saw earlier, you know, the Lorraine decks really like to lean on attacks as their way to try and close the game from the champion, which is not really Snow Fairy's specialty.
Doesn't really do much versus the champion, that's true.
Players, looks like they've completed sideboarding, though, so we're going to shuffle up. We're going to go to game 2, and of course, Jimmy's going to start this one once again. It did not do him enough favors in game 1, but also that start Jimmy had game 1 was...
I mean, it's a little bit of a clunky start, right?
I would say it's pretty far under the ideal start. Again, Cemetery Sentry really think of as just it's additional copies of like a Hasty Messenger or Creative Shock-like effect. But it's the worst form of them.
Because it costs 4. It has a little bit of a better body being a 2/2, but it does cost 4, and you only have that effect once. You don't get repeat value out of it.
The big thing is with Cemetery Sentry, you have to discard a fire element card.
Yes, it does have to be fire specifically.
And that makes it just, there are fewer permutations of opening hands where you're going to get the value that you're looking for. If Jimmy finds a Stalwart Shieldmate early on as his only floating memory, it doesn't draw first, so you don't even have a shot to try and find another one. It just ends up being an unplayable hand. In that case, we saw him discard a class bonus floating memory, which then put him a little bit more on the back foot as he was trying to level more quickly. And he just ended up being fairly low on answers to things.
So if you're Jimmy here, Dan, what do you want to see from your first couple turns to solidify yourself in a very solid position that you can feel comfortable with?
A lot of, I think, what you're looking for is what we think of as the more optimal or classic discard draw situation. You really want to get that a lot of float set up right away. You want to get Hasty Messengers online and kind of force your opponent to not be able to do what Enki did there, which is just like clock in at Jimmy's face, attack at champion, and put the pressure on Jimmy to the point where when Jimmy tried to stabilize the game at 3, it was just too late, and Enki had everything he needed to close it. At least by putting things like Hasty Messengers in play, Jimmy can accrue some immediate value and then force Enki to respond to those and kill those, which also sets fire cards up in Jimmy Lee's graveyard. Jimmy Lee's goal is really to find an opportunity to just clock a ton of damage in on him, and Enki did not ever give him any quarter for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see just the draw pass from Jimmy here.
Yeah, Drew's opening hand and pass. We do see a cremation ritual in here. I think there's an incapacitate. But a cremation ritual with potentially nothing to cremate, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, even if Jimmy did draw into like something like a hasty, it's not the best turn.
It's not
one
really
card.
what you want to play turn 1, right?
Yeah.
Creative Shock turn 1 into a hasty turn 2 starts to feel a whole lot better. A nice line for a fire deck like that is going Creative Shock into then backup Charger on the next turn, then drop your hasties and start to accrue value that way. But instead what we're going to see from Enki is just dropping down the Frostborn Paladin with the Idle Thoughts for free for 0 just to get the value, and then the Trappers down again.
It's a very strong opening from Enki, if I have to say so.
So there is the Creative Shock. So we might actually be seeing that exact line going into potentially a backup Charger. No, but Jimmy respects. Jimmy just pitched an immediate non-class bonus float in Tempered Steel, and then banished that to go to level 1 because he knows he's got to start dealing with the board right away. He can't let it get out of control again.
Absolutely, especially when Enki has such a, a very strong and I don't want to say explosive start, but I mean, a Frostborn with a counter and a Trapper on turn 1 is very good in this situation.
I think in general, this is a tough matchup for Jimmy Lee because of just how many water cards answer what Lorraine is trying to do that this deck is running.
Yeah, I think so as well.
So the combination now of the Flamer and Swordsman was just a 2/2 with the class bonus flow. The 2 Flamer and Swordsman.
Jam them both.
Yep. Jimmy knows that we can Korhazi Trapper one of the attacks, but then the second Swordsman and the Sword of Seeking will be able to... Oh, okay, actually... Did Jimmy just attack into...
I think he just forced him to use the prep counter.
Into Frostborn?
Yeah, I think that's what happened there.
Oh, and he didn't use the Jimmy Lee. He was going into Frostborn. Okay.
Because Frostborn has 4 health now, so the math doesn't quite add up to take it out without an additional card from hand.
That's interesting. My initial thought was taking out the Korhazi Trapper instead, which I think Jimmy Lee could have achieved that turn, but I don't know that would have necessarily forced the prep counter, and if Enki has a second Korhazi Trapper, you're just in the same position next turn.
Yeah.
And you're just dealing with an attack for 3 every turn. With
I think the thought process was just like getting through that prep counter.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing is if Enki is holding on to a Sadie, then it's just going to be Yep.
I got bad news for you. I got bad news for you, Dan.
Oh, no.
I do see the big claw of Sadie just sitting in Enki's hand.
Here it comes. Here it comes. This have you seen this exact board before, Kel? Because I feel like I have.
Yes, we have. And I'll be honest, as someone who plays a lot of Sadie, I always love seeing it in my hand, but this Sadie's also going to accrue... well, it's not going to get this class bonus off of the kill, right? Because we're not an assassin. We're not going to get this agility 3, but it's still like a nice little way to just clean up the board.
It's just having these consistent threats in play that, again, the Sadie that you just can't ever really attack into. It's not efficient for your turn to be attacking into the Sadie.
Oh, not at all.
And there's already bigger threats that you have to deal with, and then the Trapper just makes it even tougher. It's one of these situations where Enki's deck is just so good at putting Jimmy into kind of impossible to win board states like this. No matter what Jimmy comes up with to do, Enki seems to have the answer to it.
Yeah, it does seem like a tall order.
Looking at Jimmy's hand here, boy, we have the dungeon guide. That's so nice. We
does
have the
have
ghosts.
action.
We have the ascension. Jimmy has action, but it's all, I think, like his real action is to get to 3. And he's got to figure out how to do that. And keep in mind, too, Jimmy's playing this whole game around Frostbind. Knows that his opponent's list has Frostbind. Frostbind may not come out and may not ever negate anything, but it will negate something unless Jimmy pays 2. And that means Jimmy can't ever kind of like double play on his turn without risking just losing that second thing.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned this in a little while, but this is open deck list. Both players know exactly what the other person is playing. They know what the deck lists are.
Exactly. And so that's the power of Frostbind, right? And Enki can even potentially like sideboard Frostbind out, and Jimmy will still have to play around it and still play slower because of it. Yeah. And that is just that. All of that is in Enki's favor. So Jimmy gets the Cemetery Sentry down, gets to pitch another one of his floats, and then starts to just attack in, trying to just get any bodies on board that he can to try and clean things up.
Looks like we had a Sadie activation, prep counter on champion, and then Trapper activation.
That's so rough. Yeah, there's just so much. And okay, so
and
Enki going.
Fracturize.
It's been a minute since I've done this. Fracturizing the Sword of Seeking, but it's a hot play against Lorraine because again it shuts down now. If Jimmy wants to go level to 2, Dungeon Guide to 3, and then immediately be able to Ascension, he can't anymore because he won't have anything in play to return.
Oh, true.
You need to return a Regalia weapon. A sword weapon specifically with Ascension to be able to activate it, or with Ghost of Pendragon, any Regalia you need to be able to return. But now Jimmy doesn't have any of that. The Fracturize simply makes it a reservable fractal. It has no other types.
That certainly hampers Jimmy's options going into his next turn. He can't really go into 2 and then Dungeon Guide into 3 into everything that you just mentioned.
Yeah, that Fracturize play was definitely like a turning point for Enki, or at least maybe potentially even just shutting the door on Jimmy here.
And not only that, it also limited Jimmy's options from using the sword as a sword to help clean up board. Enki's really been doing everything he can to protect his board state.
A lot of Enki's game plan is just pushing the knife in and twisting it even further.
He's just like sticking some allies and then just protecting the allies. And he's done an absolutely fantastic job of that so far.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Jimmy can do to get out of this at this point, but if anyone can figure it out, I do believe it's Jimmy Lee.
I'm right there. I'm right there with you, Dan. As somebody who plays a lot of fire, I'm just like, This is a tough situation to be in.
The level to 2 could potentially help clean up the board, but man, the Trapper again shuts off any like flame sweeps that would really help, and the Trapper is just going to make it difficult. Even if Jimmy Lee does go to 2, then the Trapper will make it so that it's hard to even draw a card off of that swing with Lorraine, even if you're just doing a basic attack, not even a cleave attack. So Jimmy Lee goes for Clarent Reimagined here instead, and Clarent was definitely keeping him alive a little more in the last game, so not a terrible play, and is setting up for that level 3, and also, importantly, again, putting a new sword into play for all his other activations.
Absolutely. It's going to, double as both protection and, as you mentioned, as a valuable piece to possibly future turns.
Enki with those cards in hand is still representing just being able to return the Sadie to play and activate the Trapper. All you have to do is attack for 3 every turn, and you eventually get there.
Yeah, I mean, we also saw him set up Scepter as well, which will also help set up, this inevitability.
Yeah, inevitability is a really good term, Cal. This is a game where I think Enki, really does realize that it is on the onus is on Jimmy to find the way to push through this, and Enki can kind of take as much time as he needs to.
Yep, he can do multiple, instances of damage through attacks with your allies every single turn. You have 4 damage from the Scepter on level up, so that's a 12 virtual damage as well. And he just needs to continually control the board, limit what Jimmy can do, and that's the game plan.
I think a lot of players, especially early on in Grand Archive, don't quite grasp how conservative sometimes it's correct to play here. But Enki is really showing players, I think, the power of this kind of conservative play, the power of things like Sadie off class in this deck as well, and just forcing your opponent to have to expend all of their resources.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not surprising how strong it is, but to some degree, I'm like, Sadie's putting in so much work in an off-class deck.
It's crazy. And here we saw Jimmy Lee again attacking with the Flame-Rune Swordsman into the Sadie. Enki then returns it to hand. So now we are set up to try and do something, but the Korhazi Trapper is still there. Jimmy Lee going to reserve that fractal again. Remember that Sword of Seeking is no longer a Sword of Seeking. It is just a reservable fractal because of the Fracturize. So he's able to rest that to pay for one of the cost of what it looks like he's maybe eyeing this Cremation Ritual on the Flame-Rune Swordsman, which is going to set up a little more float for him to try and potentially get to that level 3 a little more efficiently and draw some cards. Maybe there's something more useful at the top of his deck.
Yeah, exactly. Cremation Ritual. It's just interesting to see how difficult it is to push anything on Enki, right? If you attack into Sadie, she just comes back to hand, puts that prep counter on. So you have to get through the Sadie, then you also have to get through the prep counter as well before you can actually do much.
I think just highlighting the power of that's all on board.
Exactly. Yep.
That's
not even cards in hand.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
The cards in Enki's hand are the extra layer of defense right now for whatever Jimmy Lee is trying to figure out. We are going to go with the Fracturize on the Clarent as well. Now, this is an interesting play because Clarent's ability does allow it to gain Spell Shroud when you activate it as well. So Jimmy Lee simply removes a durability counter, which is going to negate that Fracturize. But what Enki did just now is remove a durability counter from Clarent.
Yep, removed the durability counter, excuse me, and then also set up a floating memory as well.
Clarent is the thing that's probably standing the most in the way of Enki absolutely just, ending the game and closing it. So with nothing else that's actually more important to do here, Enki was just happy to fracture that. And now finally getting that Lorraine level 1 and Crystalline Longsword in play. Enki is doing what we see a lot of these Water Ally decks doing, is they really stick at 0 for quite a long time. They have so much control over the game that they don't have a big rush to level.
Yeah, at minimum, this is a 7 damage turn, 4 from the Scepter, 3 from the Paladin. Yeah, with Jimmy at 14 damage, 6 health remaining, it's going to be a crucial couple turns coming up here.
The pressure is just mounting. Turn after turn, Enki doesn't have to do much. And Jimmy Lee is already just 6 life away from losing the game. He's going to have to level in the next turn, but again, that level is already just, all of the value you can gain is kind of handled by the Korhazi Trapper.
Yeah, this is, even though it's coming down to the wire, basically, Dan, is what I'm getting down to. Jimmy's going to have to pull out some pretty miraculous things here.
Yeah, we'll see what he's dealing with here, but Enki's in such a powerful position right now where he's able to kind of delicately just consider his plays for the turn and figure out what else he wants to actually commit to board. Without that Sadie in play, he probably wants to commit something to board, but it's really deciding like how much to commit and going for actually a Tide Diviner, which is a card we don't see played a ton of these days. With that 4 cost for a 1/1 body, you don't get a ton of board presence with it, but it does allow you to get to replace itself with a card in hand and also to mill a card once you're at level 1. And so we see the mill of a Sword Saint, and then we have a draw of a Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tide Diviner also just can chip in for a little bit of damage too, which is likely going to be relevant in the next coming turns.
It's also relevant that Tide Diviner is a human for this deck too, so it works really well with Beyond Way.
Absolutely.
And again, it's just Enki in the position where I think he sees that, I really don't. I still have the prep counter right now, so it's not like I need Sadie in play to get a line with my Korhazi Trapper. And instead, I'm just going to play this and just kind of set up.
Yep, and still keeping, 4 cards in hand. He has, Ghosts, and I wasn't sure what other action he has, but... Yeah, if you're Jimmy, you still have to respect the possibility of something like a Frostbind, and
you absolutely Enki. That you'll never see Enki go down below 3 cards in hand, unless it's to guaranteed win the game, because that Frostbind is again just keeping Jimmy off of a lot of the potential lines that could end up winning the game. He doesn't have to have the Frostbind in hand,
or even Cerulean Decree.
It's just the threat. Yeah, the threat of either of those negation. Yeah. Action cards are going to force Jimmy to have to, if he wants to try and do something crazy, he's going to have to risk his opponent having that.
Yep. But, perhaps he's at the position where the risks are going to need to be made.
I would say this is a position where you definitely have to take a few risks if you want to end up getting a win on the belt.
All right, so we have Jimmy kind of planning out his turn here.
We did see that level to Lorraine too, which was kind of essential just given how far Enki had pushed the damage so far. And then just going to go for the dungeon guide here.
All right, going straight to 3.
Straight to 3. And so this is kind of a cool interaction we get to see. Because we had Clarent already played earlier, we're going to go to 3. And now we have Crux Knight. Now, when we go to Lorraine level 3, we still have the on-enter from Lorraine 2 floating. That's +2 to Lorraine's attacks this turn. So actually, with the Crux Knight and the Lorraine level 2 bonus, we've got a +4 to attacks this turn right out of the gate. And Jimmy can potentially push the damage higher than that Korhazi Trapper can realistically stop if he combines this with some sort of attack card as well.
Yep, and you still have that on hit as well to potentially draw a card.
Yeah, and that's what Jimmy's trying to do. You can't really give up any portion of your card advantage right now.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm going to start with the Dungeon Guide, swinging in possibly to the Tide Diviner. I don't think hitting face makes any sense right now. The opponent's champion is too healthy to care about dealing damage to that, but you can try different ways to force the Trapper to activate. And one thing you can do is you could put this at the Diviner, or you could put this at the thing you actually want to kill just to get a damage onto it. So you can kind of lower the threshold that the Lorraine needs to find to get the kill herself. But the math is just a little unfortunate right now for dealing with the Frostborn Paladin, for example. Jimmy's only at a 5 damage attack base using the Clarent in play. And so that's only 2 after the Trapper activates.
Yeah.
We're going to see Enki, though, Primordial Ritual, the Trapper.
All right.
That is interesting. A Primordial Ritual on the Trapper. I think he might have activated it targeting Lorraine in the first place then. That's what I would have done.
Yeah, Primordial Ritual is an interesting card. It's kind of like the water version of Cremation Ritual, right? You get 2 cards worth of value at the cost of sacrificing one of your own, and you can kind of cash it in this kind of situation where you still get value out of a ally that may have died this turn.
Yeah, and that floating memory value, again, can set Enki up for some pretty crazy damage swings if he just wants to try and close the game down. Now that Jimmy Lee is level 3, we're going to start to see those Crux plays come out, and this is where he can do his best to try and turn the tide, and already losing the Trapper feels like he's in a little bit of a better position.
Yeah, if you're Jimmy here, you need to do several things, right? You need to accrue more card equity, and you need to accrue better board equity, right? And I think both of these things need to happen so you can feel like you're in a good position.
Yeah.
And it's definitely an uphill climb. I don't think he's quite in that position, but cards like Ghost of Pendragon really, really help you get into that sort of position.
The unfortunate... Oh, wow, this is wild. Okay, hang on. We said Ghost of Pendragon came down, returned the Clarent, drew the cards, and then the Dungeon Guide came down raw.
Yep.
No leveling here. We don't have access to Lorraine's level 4, which is being released this Worlds weekend.
Sure.
Unfortunately, not that you would want to do that, but it's just going to be a 1/3 coming down for 3, which is going to give him the 1 more damage he needs to get rid of that Frosthorn Paladin, and at least Jimmy Lee is going to say, all right, Enki, if you want to win the game, I'm going to make you work for it a little bit more.
Yep, he's still got a lot to get through. Like we mentioned, that Scepter is still going to be chipping away 4 damage every single level up. He still has that Crystalline, as well as just a 1/1 on board as well.
But he's going to go for the Inundating Clash with the Crystalline Longsword, and that was really all that was required to close the game down here. So we have Enki taking with the superior board position basically the entire game. The combination of Sadie and Korhazi Trapper locking down Jimmy Lee's ability to climb out of anything here. So going into game 5, that's going to put Enki up at 3 wins. Jimmy Lee is at 2 and still going to be trying to pick off. It's not over for any of these players. I want to really stress that about the Gauntlet today.
Yeah.
It is not over for anyone. These players have more rounds to be able to try and bring themselves into that position where they're in the top 16 and they can make it into Worlds. So, of course, I think the World's going to be rooting on fan favorite Jimmy Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, we were hearing some of the numbers. I think 13 points is around what folks were saying that you kind of wanted to aim for to get into Worlds.
That's the magic number that we're hearing based on the math being performed by some of the math magicians behind the scenes. I'm not one of those. I usually listen to the other competitive players. They tell me the number, and then I just say, that sounds right.
Yeah.
In this case, though, that means that still with the remaining 3 rounds, going to be looking to pick up at least 2 more wins for Jimmy Lee, where Enki is in a more solid spot now, looking to pick up at least 1 more win, and then potentially a draw will get him into the top cut.
Because each win counts for 2 points, and draws count for 1 point.
3 points and then
3.1 point.
Yep, 3.1 points. So these players are going to have a lot more Gauntlet to dig into, but there, man, it was really impressive, I think, to see that Water Lorraine deck just have absolute control over the game, Kel.
I mean, just sticking the Frostworm Paladin and the Trapper turn 1 in the second game was nuts. Like both of those allies lasted almost the entire game, and that Paladin then backed up additionally by Sadie, and the prep counter generation was just like almost insurmountable.
Yeah, and what's really cool about this is the deck that we really don't see many copies of. We don't see a lot of people playing this Water Crux, I think I call it, because we've seen variants of this. Now, we go back to Nationals, and we did see a Water Lorraine in day 2 of that. A Water Merlin in day 2 of that had a very, very similar build to this. We did see a lot of the stuff. It was a little less of the sort of warrior aggression happening, but it was playing Sadie's, and it was playing, we famously saw the Mandate of Honor come in against the Wind Luxem as a way with the combination of Sadie and Mandate of Honor. You always keep a unique in play, and while a unique is in play, your opponent can't draw beyond 8 cards in hand.
Yes.
Yeah, it came back to you now.
I remember what this does, yeah.
Yeah, and that is against a deck like Wind Luxem that's really desperately trying to get to 10 cards in hand.
It can be very stifling, yeah.
It was very stifling. So I'm really happy to see more of these water warrior style decks that are using some of the lesser played cards, and it's really hard to have watched that game and not think, wow, this deck actually seems like it can do a lot.
I mean, going into an event like the Gauntlet, right? This is an event, your last chance to qualify for Worlds. You have to be pretty confident in your deck pick into like what you expect into the overall meta. So we know like, you know, confident into potentially like Gembu and Luxum and, you know, maybe Tristan and maybe Fractals. But like going up against something like Fire Lorraine, for example, how would you treat that? Is it like, okay, is this like another ally-based deck that I've already like prepped for, or do you have like a little bit of a different strategy?
Well, when you go against Fire Lorraine, you know, we talked about this earlier, but the big thing you're aware of is that they are going to try to win the game with some kind of very large attack. That's the usual MO. And Jimmy Lee, we talk about how that Crux Knight is built to find those gigantic attack damage lines. And as the water player, I think you generally feel pretty okay about that matchup in general. Your deck has the tools already to try and stifle that, prevent that from dealing a lot of damage. So it's got to be a matchup where you go in feeling like you are the favored matchup as the water deck. I think the interesting thing that we see is that we have seen water ally decks like this being played for a long time.
Yeah.
Water ally decks all the way back to 2024 Nationals is where I really remember them coming into play with the Scepter of Lumina. And those decks then were really reliant on just playing what we see more of in the wind ally decks, 2/3s for a 3 reserve cost.
Yeah, I remember them running a lot of just generic, like, neutral,
yeah,
you know, 3-drop
trained
3/3s.
Sharpshooter and stuff like that. And what I love about this iteration now is we've really moved away from that in the water ally deck. I don't think there's a single just core 2/3 for 3 in the deck that we saw.
There's a lot of like high synergy cards, a lot of like human matters cards.
Yeah.
And it just really gelled all together. The fact that like Sadie could help put prep counters on this other card, but they're all still humans that all get pumped up. It just synergized very well.
Yeah, it feels like the deck has found a lot more of a unique identity in that way, and I feel like it's just a bit of an underplayed deck. But Kel, if you are going up against that water, you know, you're thinking you're going to be Enki's opponent the next round.
Oh no!
How do you take this thing down? What are you?
Hoping I'm not playing Fire Lorraine.
Well,
yeah,
sure. I mean
that's for sure.
It seems like it was a little bit tough, but
it depends on your strategy, though, right? Because like that was very well tailored against decks that care about attacking, right?
Yeah.
The Trapper did a very, very good job of just stifling any attacks, especially attacks that care about like on hits, whether it's it didn't end up happening, but just having that on field makes it so like Rending Flames is really, really hard to get any value out of at all.
Well, maybe we'll get some insight from Enki because we're going to head over to an interview with Enki and hear what he has to say.
Hello and welcome back. I am here with the round 5 feature match winner, Enki. You are now 3-2 on the Water Crux Lorraine. How does it feel to win that last match?
Yeah, I feel like have a rock off my back. Feel a little bit easier after my 2 losses. So yeah, I kind of feel okay right now.
So of the matches that you lost, what were you playing against when you lost?
I was playing against one Water Gambu and Aqua on Arizona. Yeah.
Aqua is definitely a hard opponent to play against, especially knowing that you're on like a more of an allies build here.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so you are pretty much a one-trick Water Crux player. You've been playing Water Crux Lorraine for so long. I looked back at your Fractal of Insight stats. You've been playing this since like the beginning.
Yeah, very much, yeah. I think since I stopped playing Grand Archive, I play like Water Crux for like almost like over half year, I guess, yeah. Yeah, I've been playing for so long, so yeah, that's why I chose the deck.
So what about Water Crux do you like so much? Like, why is that the deck that you like to play?
The reason why I love the deck was actually before Heaven Abyssal, because I was playing Enso, and I love the card Enso so much, and I really love to play the deck that can fit Enso into the deck and still win. That's why I chose Water Crux, which is kind of more fitable than the other Crux decks, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I really like playing Water Crux as well. Being able to Lost in Thought to draw more cards, being able to play Tide Diviners and things like that. It kind of enables a lot of these cards, and Onsoul is like actually quite good in the deck.
Yeah, but it's kind of a little bit awkward right now in very awkward space right here.
Yeah, it's a little tougher. It's definitely a more expensive card to play.
Yeah, really.
So looking at your deck, I noticed you have 5 swords,
yeah,
but no Terrafring.
No terraforming, yeah.
So how come you don't play terraforming?
Because the materialization deck is kind of narrow, the space. I don't really have much space for terraforming, and I think like I don't pretty much need terraforming for meta matchup, so I put it in sideboard just in case against aggro matchup and the deck that plays many attack cards, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, because I noticed you're playing 4 Sadies.
Yeah.
Now, even without the class bonus from Sadie, you can always return her to hand, get a preparation counter. So that really like pairs well with your Korhazi Trappers, right? So maybe that's a good reason why you don't need the Terrafrings.
Yeah, that's it's a really attack defense combo, which I figured out pretty much long ago. Because at the beginning of the Enso deck, it plays the combo, but after some reason I ditch it. But now it comes back because a bunch of aggro meta in my country, which is Taiwan, because people play lots of Tristan and aggro deck, Wind Eyes, and I think I really need those combo to decrease the pressure in earlier games. So yeah.
For sure. I have one last question for you, Enki.
Yep.
So you're running Clarent Reimagined in your deck.
Yep.
Even though Dissonant Fractal got banned and a lot of Fractal decks are not showing up. In fact, there's actually, I don't think, any Fractal decks here.
Yep.
How do you feel about Clarent Reimagined in the meta currently?
I think it's a pretty good addition to the level 3 Lauren, which you can pitch the sword out into the banishment. So in whatever circumstances, you can still bring back the sword from the banishment when you go level 3. It solves the problem that if you cannot attack 2 times with the level 1 materialization sword, so you will always get the level 3 sword back. And the other reason is that you can protect your allies with your clearance. So against like deck like Fire or Refracted Missiles or Tempest Downfalls, like those decks, you can pretty much to protect your allies so they just don't die yet.
Yeah, thank you so much for the insight, Enki. Congratulations again on winning round 5. Guys, this was Enki from Taiwan. Good luck on your next match. You are 3-2, and I hope you make it far in the Gauntlet. We'll see you guys after a short break for round 6.
Thank you.
The Crystalline Longsword to then draw a card. Certainly doesn't feel great. Oh, actually, maybe we're just going to cleave face. We're just going to cleave face.
I think we're just going to be attacking.
Yeah, Inundating Clash does a whole lot of damage to a rested unit. And, of course, Lorraine loves to rest to attack.
4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's 8 is a what? Attack for 8?
Yeah, this is big time.
Now Jimmy is forced into a pretty tough situation. Does he have interaction here that can...
Lethal
get him
8
out of
coming
this?
in. No, he does not. Jimmy's going to pack it up, unfortunately.
I think the thought process was just like getting through that prep counter.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing is if Enki is holding on to a Sadie, then it's just going to be Yep.
I got bad news for you. I got bad news for you, Dan.
Oh, no.
I do see the big claw of Sadie just sitting in Enki's hand. Dragon really help you can get into that sort of position.
The unfortunate... Oh, wow, this is wild. Okay, hang on. We said Ghost of Pendragon came down, returned the Clarent, drew the cards, and then the Dungeon Guide came down raw.
Yep.
No leveling here. We don't have access to Lorraine's level 4, which is being released this Worlds weekend.
Sure.
Unfortunately, not that you would want to do that, but it's just going to be a 1/3 coming down for 3, which is going to give him the 1 more damage he needs to get rid of that Frosthorn Paladin.
Yep, he's still got a lot to get through. Like we mentioned, that Scepter is still going to be chipping away 4 damage every single level up. He still has that Crystalline, as well as just a 1/1 on board as well.
But he's going to go for the Inundating Clash with the Crystalline Longsword, and that was really all that was required.
Yeah, thanks for games.
Thank you as well.
Yeah.
失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込め
Welcome, everyone, to round 6 of the Grand Archive World Championship Gauntlet. We are in the last chance qualifier for all of these 28 players today trying to make their way into the World Championship Swiss stage, which starts tomorrow. And the top 16 today are going to make it. I'm Main Deck Dan, and I'm joined by my friend Red Zone Rogue. How's it going, Kel?
Pretty good. Last round was a little bit of a heartbreaker for me and any Fire player or Jimmy Lee fan for that matter, with a pretty tough task, you know.
That was certainly a challenging matchup. Had to be one of the harder ones in the room when we finally saw this Water Lorraine deck put out that board. It just there were some insurmountable tasks to deal with to get through, but that is the nature of card games. Sometimes you have matchups that are better, and you have matchups that are that one.
Exactly. Absolutely.
Kel, we are in still an exciting part of the day, though, as we start to, it's going to be a little different than I think a lot of bigger events where as the day goes on, we're getting these players who have racked up 5, 6, 7 wins, and we're trying to see who gets to be the top one. Right now, a lot of our matchups are the players who are clinging in there, who are trying to figure out how can I accrue the amount of wins necessary to be in the simple top 16 of a 28-player event.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's quite literally almost the last chance for the folks here at the last chance qualifier Gauntlet. It's really, really getting down to the wire. We are going into round 6, 2 more rounds afterwards, so we have 3 rounds ahead of us, but as Dan said, it's really, really getting down to it for a lot of folks out there, especially for a lot of the players that had, draws is what I'm trying to get at. We had a lot of folks go to time, a lot of draws, and so it kind of made a lot of space in between like the top and the bottom.
It did, yeah. We are actually, and in this round, we're actually going to be having a little bit of a delay before the start of it, but don't worry, everyone out there. Actually, we have news that we have a really fascinating interview that's being set up with our organized play manager, Theo.
Okay.
So we're going to be going to that really shortly, but until we have that all ready to go, Kel, how do you feel so far about the metagame that we've seen represented today at Worlds?
So I've been thinking about this, actually. Going into it, we saw like kind of a rough breakdown of what all the representation is, and just talking to players, even in advance of this event, we knew that like Genbu was going to be kind of like a big, well-represented deck. A lot of people think it is the best deck, but it is not the only deck here. In fact, it was about like a little bit less than half. We saw like 12, I think, was the number of Genbu.
That's right.
But a lot of other variation and of just general like different decks, right? So we just saw Water Warrior allies, we saw Fire Warrior, but we've also seen a lot of different flavors of Assassin. We know there is a Fire Goja as well. I think it's fairly diverse. Oh, Merlin? There was the Merlin earlier?
I mean, look, we saw a Merlin on stream that was winning. That's kind of end of story,
like holding
right?
their own against the Genbu deck.
Yeah, and the Genbu deck, it is the boogeyman today. A lot of people, this whole format, the Abyssal Heaven format, has been really centered around Fractal as a boogeyman deck for a while. Genbu has really taken that place, but in all scenarios, we've had decks that are able to go toe-to-toe with it or even beat it. And today we've seen some really powerful performances from well-known decks, even if they're maybe a little more on the complicated side. You see fewer representation of them, but things like Win Luxem, right?
Oh, yeah.
We talked about how that is a hard deck. It's got a high skill floor and a high skill ceiling.
I do want to mention, too, like going into, I think it was the previous round, the only undefeated was Wind Luxem.
Oh, who is, just if you don't mind, who was that again?
I don't know, Dan. Just how about you tell everyone?
Main deck Corbin. Of course, Main deck Corbin,
yeah.
The only undefeated player so far with Wind Luxem, was absolutely crushing it, taking Genbus out left and right.
Yeah, it seems like a good meta call. You know, if you're not playing the best deck, why don't you play the deck that beats the best deck?
And that's where we see the Merlin player as well, bringing in Fire Merlin and showing us, you know what, actually, this is still a deck that has some good matchups right now, and Genbu might be one of them.
Might be bringing the heat quite literally, right?
Yeah,
the heat and the big deer,
the big old majestic spirits. So, yeah, I think this format is quite an interesting one, especially with the players really selecting decks based on who they expect to see, what other players they expect to be on. So it is tough to take this 28-player event, given that a lot of these players, we have things like people like One Tricks, Jimmy Lee. We have people who are known to play best decks like True Champion Gaming. And that really influences some of the deck choices people take. But despite that, we're still seeing people bringing particular decks that take them on. But this will be really interesting to hear more about organized play from Theo. So let's hop over to that interview right now.
Hello and welcome back. I am joined by Grand Archive's favorite podcast of all time, Bestial Frenzy. Here for another episode, I'm joined with Chica Blue and Andy K.
It's the first episode in 2 years.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Grand Archive's favorite podcast.
True.
No offense to
Real
everyone
and
else.
true. Real and true. How are you doing?
You know, today's been a day. I'm actually kind of surprised by all the results of the Gauntlet. Mainly the fact that there are no Fractal players at all.
Yeah, that's really surprising.
I was expecting at least one.
You know, I'm actually not terribly surprised. I think that's the kind of deck that has a really high skill ceiling. And so I think a good strategy that a lot of people have gone with is try to play something that's, you know, a little bit more neutral across the board and like has a higher floor. That way you can try to coast into day 2, and then you pull out your really skill-intensive decks, because tomorrow is going to be a really long day. So if you have 2 full days of Fractals, that's exhausting.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that. 12 Genbus in the field so far to the 28 players. Couple just straight aggro decks. I mean, Fire Lorraine, Jimmy Lee is the classic there. We've also, there's also a Suzaku player. And then on top of that, some of the fun skill-intensive decks. We actually have a 1 Fire Exia Jin player.
Really?
there is one. Unfortunately, I think he's towards the lower end of the bracket right now. I kept rooting for him. I kept seeing him play Exia cards. I was like, yes, do it,
Emerging Ren, go!
But
Cleave for 50
might not be meant to be.
Yeah, sadly, it wasn't quite meant to be. Andy, I'm curious, how have you felt about how Worlds is setting up for so far? Because it looks kind of cool in here.
It's really exciting. That was one of the first things I mentioned when I came in here. It's like, wow, I love the setup. I love the couch. I love the production value of everything. We got replays going now in between the rounds.
Replays go kind of crazy.
No, it's super cool. I think it's setting up really nice, especially for the World's competitors. And then we got a 3v3 coming in on Saturday. It's just excitement all around.
So I guess talking about the 3v3 team standard format here, what do you guys think will do really well?
So I'm really excited about the 3v3 this year, especially compared to last year. Because last year, the card pool was still small enough that I think it was pretty easy to sort of predict what would be pretty common. Whereas now I think your options have just like gone crazy. Because, you know, you could still do the classic like fire aggro, wind like mid-range, and then like a water control deck. That was kind of like, you know, the thing that people did over and over last year. But now you can throw in, you know, like a slime deck can get in there, right? Because you have Spirit of Slime that doesn't take cards from anything else. You've got, you know, all the Tristan stuff, and the Wind Xander might compete with like aggro Xander. So like there's just so many options that I just think I'm really excited to see some creativity.
I think we're going to see a lot of Arasana. I'm really excited. I hope we see Arasana. And like you guys mentioned with the increased card pool, I think we're going to see a lot more teams have multiple of the same elements being played. So where it's possible where, like, if you're playing, like, Wind Xander, there's not, like, an incredible amount of overlap with Arasana. So I think you could play 2 Wind versions of that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think there were people who tried to do that last year. They were like, okay, you could do, like, Serene Luxum and Erupting. But then you found out there's a lot of overlap in, like, generic cards. And, like, you want your creative shocks and stuff. But, you know, I think now that the card pool has gone up, especially for Wind, I think you're onto something. I think Water as well, you could see, like, allies and some sort of, like, Serene build or fragmented, you know, level 3 deck.
Yeah, there's still enough overlap to where it's going to be interesting, but enough not overlap to where you're going to see a lot more mix and matching between decks.
Here's a fun one. Do you think any of the teams, all 3, play the same element?
Fortuitous.
At least one. At least one. There's got to be at least one. But I think the big homage here is that I'm fairly certain Andy K here, as the resident original water self-mill assassin player, I am fairly certain there will be like water self-mill assassin players at Team 3v3.
I can see it.
Only self-mill or self and opponent mill? I want to see an opponent mill.
Probably
assassin.
both.
I want to
Probably
see. I want to see those prepare cards hit and mill you for
Delusional
10.
Vapors, go.
They're so fun.
Sun Deluge, go.
This is the format to do it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is the format where you can play all of these, you know, quote-unquote weird decks. Yeah. Because they work, they fit, right? You can play just about anything in a 3v3 team format.
Especially in a best of one, you can catch a lot of people off guard with some of this rogue stuff. Because, you know, in a best of three, it's like, oh, you play one, you win one match, or you win one game, and then, okay, I know what's happening for game 2, I know what's happening for game 3. And right now, if you're just a best of one, you just play it, you win, and that's it. Your opponent doesn't get a time to adjust.
Yeah, there's a lot of, like, a weakness that a lot of road decks have is that they are hit by a lot of common counter cards. So, you know, you could play a rogue deck, and then if your opponent sides in their blanches, which they have for other matchups, you're like, dang, I also lose. But when there's no sideboard, yeah, just like you said, you could just play something wacky out of left field, catch someone off guard, and be like, oh, well, that's my game done.
Yeah, speaking of these rogue decks, it also kind of opens up room for level 3 decks to have a lot more opportunity. You know, with the generic power cards and the generic answers to cards being split up amongst decks, you very well could run into a matchup where it's like, oh, cool, I'm just going to play like 27 Umbra cards, and I'm going to resolve them because you have no answer to these. Because your player A has all of the answers that they would use against me.
I'll just say this. If you want to play 27 Umbra cards against me, that's fine.
Umbra might not have been the best example. We'll go like 27 Terra cards. Like 27 Terra cards.
27 Terra cards is scary. That's scary, yeah.
A little more realistic. I think Water Kong Ming Terra is like a very real 3v3 deck that people are not going to be ready for.
That deck is fun.
Yeah, it draws almost as much as Windluxem. Like,
I think it draws more.
Step, go west, draw 3 from all of my Hydro Guard retainers.
I'm impressed you know the direction.
Yeah, so it's north to west for Hydro Guards, and then you go pre-recollection. I'm going to take out my Preserved Terrasite, activate it, and then go west. Then you play something mid-turn, go south, and then you go back up.
No, you want to know what feels like extremely mean in that deck is you play Extricating Touch, and then you flip to west, you draw 2 off your Extricating Touch. And then you steal all their cards. It's so mean. It feels so good. That card has never felt so broken.
Oh, well, okay, now you guys know what to do for Terra Kong Ming.
Real.
The other one that really caught me off guard that I forgot about in Terra Kong Ming is Ceasing Edict. So if you're facing south, it's just free, and combat phase. Banish everything on the stack. Song of Frost for 0 is crazy.
Yeah,
and
well,
it's a spell.
Yeah, that's actually the big thing, is that Song of Frost is such a good generic card, but for Kong Ming, it's a skill, right? But she has her own, so, you know, we love spells here.
That's a big one. Slice and Dice? Yeah, I have 1 card in hand. It's fine.
Everybody switch to Kong Ming right now. Yeah. It's the best deck in the format.
We're telling you right now. We're telling
3 Kong Ming players. You can do it.
Yeah. Honestly, it's pretty scary when they go Dong Zhao and you go, what does that do? And he goes, your whole board dies. And you go, oh.
Andy wakes back up.
And then he wakes up. Or he empowers, and then you just take a Leeching Bolt to the face.
You're going to catch so many people by surprise because nobody knows what any of the cards do.
I know what the
card
cards
people
do.
know is like Terrasite. Preserve, draw it again.
All this to say, I'm very excited for people to just, like, you know, find the weird stuff, find stuff that's unexpected, and just, you know, take people by surprise. It'll be so cool.
Yeah, 3v3 is going to be really great. Honestly, I think everything's been going on pretty well so far. Gauntlet's great. 3v3 is looking to be fantastic. I'm really excited to see the World Swiss stage, especially with that format change. So we're going to get an extra 10 minutes to the rounds. Format change is going to be 70-minute rounds for Worlds. How do you guys feel about that?
I think I like it. You know, these high stakes matches have a lot of like really big decisions and really, you know, high pressure things, and so having a little bit of extra wiggle room just, you know, gives you some peace of mind to take a little bit of extra time to make the important decisions and really feel like you're confident in how you're playing.
Yeah, kind of piggyback off that. Yeah, absolutely. You want to be able to take your time. We want to make sure that the Worlds is the highest level of play, and to allow those players to be able to take the time to play at the highest level of play. Also, just drawing feels really bad, especially in the format with so much stakes. It's where I love the extra 10 minutes.
Yeah, it feels even worse when the draws are worth 0 points.
Yeah,
that's true.
Draws being worth 0 are kind of a little rough on that side.
A little bit extra time to help, yeah. I think another really cool format shift for Worlds is the deck switching between day 1 and day 2. because one of the great things about the World's players and even the Gauntlet players, like all the players here who are playing are some of the like brightest minds in Grand Archive, and so their ability to metagame and sort of read into the room and say, okay, these 12 players prefer these decks. If I go for these techs in my deck, like I can maybe have a better chance. Like these are the people who really care about those details. And so even if they only switch out like 2 cards between their decks day 1 and day 2, which several people did last year, I think they would be able to like write a paragraph about why they switched out 1 card.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes. I guess a perfect example of what you're talking about right now is in the Gauntlet, we have Sky Sama, who is playing Wind Allies Lorraine Huaji, and has 4 Brackish Ludus in the main, because he assumed he was playing it's all Genbus, which, under normal circumstances, yes, that would be exactly how it is when 12 out of 28 players are playing Genbu. Unluckily enough, he has not played against a single Genbu.
Oh. Yeah, sometimes it just rolls the wrong way for you. You can be as prepared as you possibly can be, but if you don't roll the right matchups, that's card games.
Yep. Sometimes you prep 6, but you needed to prep 7. It's just not enough. So, something I'm curious of, you guys did the Best Show Frenzy podcast. That kind of
at one point in time, yeah.
At one point in time in previous history, but that is kind of ancient history at this point. Theo, you did join Weaves of the Shore.
Uh-huh.
What kind of got you to go from being player, content creator, now head of organized play?
So I started off as I worked at the card store that he worked at as well. So that's how I sort of like started being a player, because he was really into the Kickstarter. He got in and he was like, this game's great. I think this game's going to do really well. And I've never known him to be incorrect about card games. So I was like, okay, well, if you think the game's great, I'll give it a try. I played like the demo decks, the print and play demo decks before anything came out, and I was like, okay, this game is great. It's super fun. And then as soon as like Kickstarter came out, we were like ripping boxes, and I think I bought like 7 or 8 decks, and I was just like, I'm going to have everything I could possibly think to have built, even if it's nonsense. I think when FTC came out, I was just saying this the other day, the deck that I built first was Prismatic Sanctuary Slimes, which kind of funny how that evolved.
Wow.
But I played that at locals, yeah. I think I went like the 3-1 or something with it. I was just like blue slime taunt, and people were like, I can't beat that. But so, I mean, I was just hooked on the game, and then started as a player. I've always been someone who enjoys content and enjoys making content. I've streamed at one point in time, and so I was always interested in making content. He was a big community member, and so we started talking. We're like, you know what? I think we have a very unique perspective on a lot of the things in this game, so I feel like people would listen to us yap about it. And then they did.
And then you guys abandoned us.
Yeah.
You had to go and work for the company. No, but that's such a neat story, right? Shout out to that $2 Facebook ad again. Got Roger into the game, got me into the game, got Andy into the game, who got me into the game.
It's just
so it's the big chain of events.
The whole couch is here because of a $2 Facebook ad.
$2 actually spent, I'd say.
$2 Facebook ad goes a little crazy. But a lot of us got in based on that. So you are head of OP. I have 2 questions for you. 2 really important questions for you.
Okay, great.
Now the first question that I would like to ask you is, what do you find were the hardest challenges to overcome when it came to expansion for the organized play program?
Yeah, so I think Roger may have even spoken earlier on this a little bit. Really learning the differences in all of the cultures around the world and how they approach the hobby industry in general has been probably the biggest challenge, because I'm used to how we do it in NA, and how there's a weekly local, and the card stores are usually however big. But I started traveling to do showcases with distributors and partners and stuff. And as I was going around, I was like, okay, they do it completely differently over here. So any strategies that we have that would build NA wouldn't necessarily build Australia or New Zealand or EU, etc. So really trying to pick up on all those differences and learn from the people that I've spoken to at all these events has been the most helpful thing, because it's really hard for me to just absorb every culture. But I think it's been really successful so far. I'm just so grateful for all the people that I've been able to reach out to and work with. Everyone is so lovely, and so that's kind of
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. And then, Andy, I have a question for you. As one of the few leaders of an online league for Grand Archive, there are, I believe there's 4. There's Yeti for North America, Elusive for the Oceania area. There's Cake for Europe, and then I believe Fable also runs an online one in C. How have you felt like the growth of the game has been over the last, let's say the first year and then the second year?
It's really interesting that you mentioned that, because I was just going through all of our stats. Someone asked me the other day, it's like, oh, because they started in FTC, it's like, how have you felt the growth? And, in FTC, we were getting like 18, 20, 22, 24 players per week, and which was pretty good at the time because we were small games starting out. And now if we get a weekly on, like we run on Thursdays, below like 45, 46, it feels like something has happened that week. We're missing something. So we like steadily see the growth of the game throughout, like, and we're open to everybody. So we're the North American server, but we allow everyone to play. And we see a lot of people from like Southeast Asia, Malaysia, Singapore starting to play in our leagues. Not to say that America doesn't have equal growth, but it's so cool to see how worldwide the game has become from FTC days. But we get to see big growth. Our unique player count from HVN season compared to FTC season was 4x.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
I think it was something like FTC season we had 80 unique players, and HVN season we had about 380 unique players.
I'm surprised I don't realize these things, because I do help run these events with you. So like to see that kind of growth and not really notice it, it means this game's like exploding. It's going crazy.
It's huge. It's such a beautiful thing to be a part of. You mentioned earlier, it's so interesting to deal with like a lot of cultures and how everyone approaches the game differently and how everyone approaches running events differently. But everyone shares the love of Grand Archive. We all speak the same language at the end of the day.
Yeah, one of the things that I especially love about all of the online communities is just how welcoming they are to new players. It's become a thing where you even see, you don't even have to advertise your own league anymore, because someone will show up in the main Discord. They'll say, "I'm new, where do I go?" And then they'll just get bombarded with, "Go to the online leagues. They'll introduce you how to play. Like, it'll be so great. Everyone is so awesome. We love each other." And it's like so lovely to see like a community that's just like, we're so happy to be here and do whatever we need to support the game. Like, it's just lovely. It brings me to, like, I smile every time.
Yeah, and big shout out to all the judges that help us with the online events. Whatever online league you judge for, you make a huge difference. And it's definitely something that's kind of forgotten by some players, but the people who judge for this game, the people who do support staff, whether it's the volunteers here at events, it's volunteers for, regionals and stuff like that, whatever it is, they make this community fantastic on top of what it already is. So if you're one of those people, you deserve a good pat on the back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all of our people who are engaged in the judge program are lovely, and they really care, and you can tell. And that's like one of my favorite things, is you can tell how much they care and how much they love it.
So one last question before I let the legendary Bestial Frenzy podcast go here at World Championship 2025 for Grand Archive. What are your favorite decks and champions? Andy first.
My favorite deck is Fire Luxem Xander.
That's my guy right there.
That's I have a full foil deck of it. I've always loved Xander from the beginning. I love the control aspect of Luxem. I love when my opponent gets me to 24 damage and I recover it all in one turn with Luxem Sights. I love breaking hearts with the deck.
He's toxic.
Xander trigger, reveal triple Luxem Sight, uncover the plot, triple Luxem Sight.
I revealed 4. Earlier, I played Poro in a fun match, and I had 8 cards in my memory, and I had 4 Luxem Sights, 4 Lightweaver's Assaults.
Is that why when I was giving the interview, he's like, "Dude, you have what?"
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
That's definitely a good one. What about yourself, Theo?
For me, it's Tristan. Win Tristan, Umbra. I love that deck. It also has a sentimental place for me because after I joined the team, ALC was like already basically done being designed. So the first set that I actually was able to have some input on and play around with from the get-go was MRC and the Recollection decks, and I put a lot of effort and love into how Tristan played, just because every time I play an RPG style game, I always gravitate towards the rogue Nightblade kind of, that sort of archetype. And so she slots right into that. And so for me, I'm like, okay, great. She has this design that I really like. She's like the character design I really like, and then also the deck plays like how I like to play my decks in card games, which is like this mid-rangey. You can kind of go fast, you can kind of go slow. You're like really versatile, and so it's just like all of those things combined. I'm like, yeah, that's just my deck.
Yeah, it's a fantastic one. One last final question before we wrap up here. One of the casters, Lineage Break Cam, was wondering, Theo, how do you keep your skin so soft and supple and wonderful? He needs to know about your skincare routine.
What a strange question. Thanks, Cam.
He said you're welcome.
Yeah, I heard him. Well, if we're being honest, water. And then every once in a while, my wife will say, you should really use some cleanser. And I'll say, okay. And I'll go wash my face with cleanser.
So that's it for you guys. Just remember, water. Stay hydrated. But thank you guys so much for joining me. This was Andy K. and Theo of the old Bestial Frenzy. Fantastic podcast to bring back for just one episode here. But we'll be bringing you guys round 7 shortly here for the... Round 6, my apologies. Round 6.
This interview wasn't that long.
My bad. I milled out a couple times in the brain. But yeah, so we'll be coming back to you after this short break with round 6 of the Gauntlet.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are about to head into round 6 of the Grand Archive 2025 World Championship Gauntlet. Last chance qualifier, an 8-round event today where there's just a few rounds left, and these players are really fighting to make it into Worlds tomorrow. I'm Main Deck Dan, and I'm joined again by Red Zone Rogue. How's it going, Kel?
Pretty good. As you mentioned, we do have 3 more rounds for y'all. We're going to be doing round 6 very, very shortly, and I'm very excited to see where it all goes.
Yeah, and I hope that was the last question we're going to have today about how supple someone's skin is on stream.
Yeah, sure.
Man, but it was really fun to hear, of course, from our organized play manager and Andy from Yeti Gaming, who have been just huge pillars of building Grand Archive into what it is today, what you all can see going on here. We have the preparation in the background, of course, for the Swiss stage, day 1 of Worlds coming tomorrow.
Yeah, in more ways than one, today is really setting up for the celebration that is Worlds that is going to be kicking off tomorrow, right? We're setting up both in terms of like the Gauntlet, the players preparing to qualify for Worlds, but also just like kind of literally behind us, people are still setting up for Worlds. And if you're unfamiliar with Worlds or any other like Ascent, big Grand Archive event, I like to think of it as kind of like this mesh of like an anime convention and like a TCG tournament, right? We have artists, we have like merch booths. They really go all out and make it look like there's a lot of spectacle with it.
Yep. This is definitely the event to go to in the future if you want to attend one of the most fun Grand Archive events. Now, speaking of fun, we're going to be getting to the basics here, I think, of the format right now. In the next match, round 6 is going to be a matchup of some Titanic decks. Water, Guoja, Genbu, and Wind, Tristan.
Oh, my favorite. Actually, my favorite deck. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how this kind of like pairs up. I know you've done a lot of testing, obviously playing with this. I know you have also played a lot of Wind Tristan as well.
I have, yeah. Both of us are big Tristan fans, actually, as well as Theo.
Yeah. Well, he's got good taste. So how do you actually feel about this matchup? Because I know you've played against the Genbu deck a lot more than I have.
Yeah, this matchup, I think this is a really fun one, especially with the addition of Korhazi Lookout now.
Oh, yeah.
That has really given Tristan that little bit of extra, if I dare say, sharpened edge against anything in the metagame, really. But it gives Tristan that ability to fight a little bit faster. Tristan naturally has a way to take this deck out, of course, right? We have Shadow Strike, which Tristan's calling card, kill card, is naturally unblockable when it's prepared.
Yep. That's like literally what it does. Like that's why you run. I mean, it does big damage too, but it just bypasses, sneaks through everything.
It sneaks through Taunt, which is Genbu's kind of like main answer. And on the flip side, Tristan's Shadows have the ability to have attacks redirected to them. So
that's true.
And that's not a like taunt, not an intercept effect. It's just it's a separate ability, which means almost nothing Genbu can do can stop Tristan from sending the Genbu attack at the Shadows.
And the Shadows are also just really annoying to deal with. They prevent damage to themselves. It's just like just kind of like a tricksy, annoying kind of thing to deal with, especially when you're dealing just a lot of like hard damage.
Yep. Now, this is a matchup we saw earlier. We saw True Champion Isaac playing against a Tristan deck, and we saw kind of two sides of Tristan in that matchup where the first game it was quite tooth and nail. It was getting close there, but Isaac able to pull it off by finding one of those alternate win cons with the Fractal of Polar Depths.
Yeah.
Game 2, a little more Isaac favored, a little more Genbu favored in that matchup where a strong board presence was never able to be kind of dealt with. And while it was a mill victory at the end, there were several routes to victory that were sort of presenting themselves at that point, and Isaac just chose the one that seemed the most effective at guaranteed closing the game. And that's the big thing that we're going to watch in this matchup, right? We're going to watch Genbu, and we're going to see, is Genbu going to be able to find one of those 3 or 4 robust lines to winning the game before Tristan goes, actually, you lose.
Yeah, I have 4 prep counters, and I'm going to hit you in the face for 15, and you may or may not be dead right on the spot.
Yeah, and that's the really it's a game of fighting for time, being the player who can kind of find that closer before the other one goes off. And Tristan has, especially with the addition of Korhazi Lookout now, with that really, really consistent preparation game that we see from Tristan now, Tristan doesn't as often find those kind of stumble starts where she can't find the preparation counters she needs, and she's got a lot of ability to kind of pick and choose her material lines well to get to that effective Shadow Strike finish. But let's see what the Genbu's rocking, because there are a number of tech cards that can help our Genbu player deal with the matchup. So we have what a wonderful name, by the way, Water Tamer, playing the
absolute perfect name for this
Water Tamer deck. Yeah, there are a couple of things actually I already like from the start.
Yeah, for sure.
I like seeing this Resolute Stand in the main board.
Yep, that's the thing that jumped out to me immediately as well. Resolute Stand being a pretty classic Grand Archive card that's just really, really good at stopping, attack-based aggression.
Again, Tristan's going to find that. Usually, when Tristan finds that line to win the game, it's an exact damage line or it's pretty close.
Yep.
And Resolute Stand is one of those cards that's just really good at turning off the Tristan level 3 lines because she relies on the Shadow Strike followed by the Shadows attacking as well. So that is definitely really nice to see in here, and that is something that I think we're going to rely on. We also see the addition of things like we have the young Beast Spawners in here as well, something that True Champion Gaming was playing with too, and those are certainly going to be a way that the Water Tamer can push a little bit more of an aggressive line, which is what we saw be quite effective for Isaac earlier. But we're seeing a few tech cards here that aren't like crazy useful necessarily. I think there's an interesting line we could see with Expel the Departed.
Okay.
While there aren't a lot of Phantasias or any Phantasias in Tristan's main deck, those tokens that she creates, the Ominous Shadows, are Phantasias as well.
That's actually a really good point. That's not something you think about too often, right? I think of it more as just like, hey, I got some like shadow clones. But yeah, you're right. They are Phantasias.
Yeah, so Expel the Departed is a card that can deal with those. Now let's take a look at Tristan's deck, because Tristan could have some pretty strong tech depending on what we see. Of course, Windblast Lookouts. Windblast Lookouts are in here as well as 2 Black Market Brokers. We have a lot of ways to gain preparation counters. This is Quest playing a 2 turbocharge list, and I'm a huge fan of the extra turbocharge for more consistency, being able to draw the cards. 1 Penumbral Waltz in here. I think that's really notable because that can be a really, really key card to be able to just prevent some of those crazy damage lines that Genbu might string out there. And Scatter Essence, Kel, can you talk about Scatter Essence in this matchup?
Scatter Essence is an interesting one because it, obviously lets you take care of other Phantasians, Fractals, right?
Fractal of Rain is, of course, the big one, right?
Yep. You mentioned Penumbra Waltz, and Penumbra Waltz is a card that I've been high on for a while, and I think it's a really interesting card because not only do you prevent the damage, like you mentioned, but if you remove at least 3 prep counters to do its effect, you also summon additional Ominous Shadows as well. So it also can help prevent or help push damage on following turns as well.
Yeah, it can. We do see a 2 Ensnaring Fumes in the main here with 1 in the side, as well as those Resolute Stands in the side as well. So we do see a number of tech pieces in here. The Ensnaring Fumes can be very effective against Genbu because that is one of those cards that there is little that they can do to respond to the Ensnaring Fumes. Once the Genbu is flipped, the Ensnaring Fumes is going to send all allies in play to their owner's hands. It's not going to target, so there's no lineage release from Guoja that can negate that effect. It will just send Genbu to hand, which will then cause it to actually go back to the material deck.
Yeah, I think Ensnaring Fumes is just such a powerful card right now in any of like the Assassin Wind decks, right? Because you have it against stuff like Genbu, of course, against your opponent's board, of course, but also you just get this extra value for turning your own stuff to your hand, so you can replay it, like with your Windbless Lookouts or just your Windmill Engineer, like anything that just has like on-enter effects.
Right.
It's just a really, really strong card, and also refills your hand, so you still have more influence, so you can do other things as well if you need to.
And then the addition of those Resolute stands in the sideboard, we already saw the kind of the trick that you can do with that when the opponent does go for a Polar Depths mill out. You can activate the Resolute stand.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Specifically, even if you can pay for it. But specifically activating it, taking the cost of I don't get to draw a card on my next draw phase, so you don't have to draw, and so you get one more turn to try and find that win. So Tristan is not without a lot of interaction, a lot of ways to deal with this. It's to the point where I think the main issue is like Tristan has kind of everything going for her in this matchup, but Genbu is just quite strong. And we're about to see what's going to happen with this matchup and to see if like the raw strength of Genbu is going to be able to overcome Tristan. So let's jump right into this match. We're going to head over to round 6 of Grand Archives World Championship Gauntlet, Water Tamer versus Quest. We're going to have a die roll off here. Water Tamer getting a 9, and Quest is going to potentially try and compete with that. And actually, I think winning the die roll in this matchup is going to be a pretty big impact on the game. Quest getting that nice natural boxcars 12 is going to let him take that first play here. And I love that these player names are going to make it very easy to remember which one is which. In this case, Quest with the Tristan deck starts with the Spirit of Wind. Going to draw an opening hand, and when Tristan, Kelly, you played the Tristan deck a lot. What's he looking for?
I mean, anything that you can drop on the first turn that gives you either card advantage or replaces itself or gives you prep counters, preferably all of the above. But something like a Windbless Lookout is a really, really nice first turn play.
It looks like we're not seeing any of the ally starts, but we see some really key cards here. Surveil the Winds and Fairy Whispers, presenting some interesting lines. There is an Ensnaring Fumes in hand as well, and we're seeing a Mastermind Scheme and a Dungeon Guide. So a lot of kind of the late game stuff that Quest needs is already in hand here, and a Shadow Strike. So we are. This is really an excellent. It's got a little of everything. The key that Quest needs now is just to find kind of more of that action early on. And Quest looks at his hand and goes, yeah, this is just a Fairy Whispers. This plan is clearly just Fairy Whispers, level, and then Surveil in Recollection.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of a reactive hand than a proactive hand, right? You're not applying any sort of board presence, chip damage, but you still have a game plan, which is still nice to have.
There is an interesting choice that you can make there as far as do you want to use the Fairy Whispers as a Surveil in your main phase just to find something else and find a proactive plan, but often that's not quite necessary when instead you can just take that Fairy Whispers after you've seen what your opponent's doing on their turn a little bit and react a little bit more. Specifically using the Fairy Whispers to make sure that the one card that you banish to level up is the worst card in your hand right now.
Right. And it's also something to be said for just being able to play cards and react when you have the most information possible, right?
Now here we see a card that has been memed so much in the game, but has gained so much power and playability in this Genbu deck. Idle Thoughts. Rearranging the top 4, putting a floating memory in the yard. Now, when we rearrange the top 4, Water Tamer is thinking of a very specific line here. Water Tamer is going to use this Idle Thoughts to level, go to Guoja, put the Fabled Sapphire Fatestone out, and then cause each player to mill the top card of their deck. So when he sets up that top 4, the goal is to make sure that that mill is going to hit a floating memory.
That makes a lot of sense. That definitely makes a lot of sense.
Yep, and we're going to see that Fairy Whispers at the end of turn from Quest, going to then be able to potentially get the level up here.
Almost a whiff on this. We've seen Fairy Whispers whiffed multiple times today, but
multiple times. It's been crazy.
It's close, but not quite.
We did find a nice, I believe that's a Scatter Essence.
I think so.
I think that was a Scatter. And no, while Water Tamer didn't have a Fractal of Rain out quite yet, or is that an arrow trap?
It's a trap.
Sorry, not an arrow trap. It's a stifling trap. Stifling trap. Excuse me. Yeah. Stifling trap here. Also a useful card in this deck potentially as a way of negating Frostsworn Paladins.
Oh, for sure.
And we're going to go the backup charger instead.
All right. Yeah. I mean, backup charger, especially when you have resources available to just crack it immediately, is a very say like a traditional Grand Archive.
Yeah,
I was trying to think of the
This
right
is
word for it. A lot of players do it.
It's a very common play just to build your hand a
yes.
little bit more. And the especially in this deck with Quest running the 2 turbocharge, you got a lot of possibility to draw into those. And now we're seeing more Fairy Whispers, more ways to dig a little deeper. So Quest is always, I think, happy to have that backup charger out because it can represent actually a lot of potential card draw when he finds the right cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And we mentioned the running 2 of the card draw spell, which is nice.
Yeah, Turbocharge is so good that you're happy to run 2 of it, even if you can only use 1, because you do need to sacrifice a power cell to use it, but just pay 3, draw 2 is very, very good in Grand Archive.
Yeah, it's a very good rate, yeah.
It is great. Quest is going to pass the turn now, and now nobody is surprised when Guoja level 1 comes out, using that Idle Thoughts to get that level up, and now we're going to show the material deck as part of the resolution. You have to show your material deck to Quest, take a look through, see if there's anything weird. Although the players know the deck list. This is an open deck list format, but
yes.
It's nice to remember what's going on. We do see sometimes players writing down the cards there. Fabled Sapphire Fatestone comes out next, and then that is going to cause in the recollection phase a mill of both players. Quest is actually, this is really smart. In response to the trigger, Quest is going to use this Fairy Whispers. This will allow Quest to take something like, for example, that Scatter Essence that he just found. Set that up to be the second card from the top when he puts the 3 cards back. He will get to draw the top card. If you reveal it, if it's a win card, add it to hand, and then resolve the mill from Genbu and mill a float for himself.
All right.
So this is really clutch. You can try and take every advantage you can to get advantage against the Genbu player. In this case, perfect. Look, both players ended up getting a mill of a floating memory, which is going to set both players up to be a little more efficient going forward, because of course these floating memory cards can be banished when you're paying memory costs.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice little easy level up on Quest's next turn.
And we're going to see Water Tamer now go for a very classic line. Now that we milled that float, which of course we did set up with that Idle Thoughts, we're going to spend that on, instead of using it to pay a memory cost, we're going to banish it to the effect of the on-enter of Frosthorn Paladin, draw a card, put a buff counter on it, making it a 3/4, and start clocking in, doing what we've seen all of these Genbu players do best, attack for 3 until I win.
Yeah, absolutely. Frostborn Paladin has been, honestly, one of the best allies printed ever since its debut in DOA Alter.
I'm happy to say it is the best one, Cal. I'm happy to just go get on this hill.
I'm not going to argue with that, to be honest.
I'll die on it.
It's just such good value. The stats are very, very strong. Hard to argue.
Hard to argue indeed. Tristan going for the level up now, taking the advantage that Genbu gave Quest, going to level to Tristan using floating memory, gets to get a preparation counter, and now has that Surveil the Winds with the fast activation, able to activate that in the recollection phase, get a prep counter, get a draw. Just debating what to do first maybe. Let's start by actually looking at the top 3 and getting a little more information. We have things like Quest already has so many dungeon guides in hand. We definitely don't need the third one there. But we have Dream Fairy, a card that, okay, so this is an interesting thing, Cal. Dream Fairy is a card that a lot of people like to play against Genbu. We drew a Windblast Lookout from that too, which is really great. But actually a lot of players have been taking Dream Fairy out against Genbu.
Interesting. Why is that, Dan?
They are removing it because it is too slow to actually do what they're trying to do, and they need 2 activations of it to get through the Guoja level 2 lineage release.
Okay.
So it ends up not always being quite where you're looking for, where you're much more happy usually to just try and resolve an Ensnaring Fumes to deal with the Genbu if you really have to, or try and win before the Genbu drops.
Sure, right. We did talk about how Ensnaring Fumes has a lot of multiple applications, whereas the Fairy is very direct, right? It does its one job very well, but it is a 3-drop, and as you said, it's slow.
Yeah, it is it's a little clunky. It's a little slow. It's not what you're trying to be doing after the Genbu is there when you feel already a little too much pressure from the Genbu deck. That said, maybe we'll see. We have seen it on stream be very effective against Shenju in the past. In this case, what we're going to see it come down for is not to deal with the Genbu at all, but to deal with the Frosthorn Paladin. It's a little bit of a dangerous game to give your opponent the Frosthorn Paladin back, allowing them to banish in the future potentially another floating memory to draw another card. But as long as this stealthy Dream Fairy is in play, the opponent cannot activate cards with that ally's name. So it's on Water Tamer to find an answer before he can replay the Frostborn. Yeah,
and that's just kind of like a blanket thing. It's not like that specific Frostborn Paladin. It's just all Frostborn Paladins.
It can buy Quest, even if the Fairy gets answered, it can buy Quest a lot of breathing room. When we've seen many times today already, Frostborn Paladins just attack for 3, and that eventually pressures the opponent out of the game.
Yep, and we do see Quest with a lot of potential prep counter generation, right? We did see the Wind Blast that he opted not to play, but we also saw like some Surveil. Like there's a lot of prep generation in the future.
I think an interesting thing to note, too, is that Quest's list is running. It's a little bit more of like a traditional Tristan. I think it has seen fewer adaptations from what we saw earlier in the season, where it's running things like Ace and Protectors still as well, alongside those mainboard Dream Fairies, and using the Ace and Protector to return the Dream Fairy when the Genbu drops to be able to use it again is another potential avenue that gives Quest an out to this, as well as giving Quest just a 3/4 ally that can attack. We did see Water Tamer go for the Pretentious Tengu this turn, which is sort of the backup charger at home, unless you're Guoja.
Yeah, so unless you're Guoja, in which case it's very good.
It's a very exciting backup charger because it also puts a Quest counter onto your champion, helping speed up Water Tamer, who is seeing, I would say, one of the of all the stream games we've seen of Guoja so far, this is one of the slowest to accumulate quest counters.
And for for the audience out there, Dan, how many quest counters are we looking at? What's the critical point to flip into the big turtle?
Magic number is 9 for Genbu. Genbu is looking for 9 quest counters, which are accumulated typically when you mill cards from your deck, but then we have these abilities like Tengu that can add a little bit more as well.
Yeah, and it's important to note that it's each instance of mill, not the number of cards.
Correct. Yep, exactly. So Water Tamer is really hoping to find some more of these mill sources, things like Pelagic Fatestone that you can then put the Slick Torrent Rider into play, things like Fractal of Rain, like we mentioned, another really useful card for getting that consistent mill. And instead we're going to see, I'd say, one of the less exciting plays for Water Tamer, which is a young Beast Bonder with nothing in play to put buff counters on.
Yeah, it's just kind of like a 1/1 that has the possibility to be cashed in for floating memory later.
I think we're seeing Water Tamer find maybe one of the clunkier sides of the deck. And Kel, this goes into what we were talking about earlier. While Genbu is thought of as one of the best decks in the format, or the best deck in the format, it is not without its flaws and faults, and we don't see Quest playing necessarily a remarkable Tristan game right now, but we're seeing Water Tamer maybe just have a game that feels a little bit more like a stumble for the Genbu deck, which is going to give Quest a little bit of extra time in this matchup.
And it might just be the time that he needs, and something like the Windwalker Boots can help exactly with that. You know, you get this prep counter generation every single turn, and you can also cash it in a little bit later for some card draw.
Yeah, the Windwalker Boots is going to really relieve some of the pressure that Quest has on him right now. With Tristan, your goal is to get 4 preparation counters on your champion when you're going to level 2.
That's the max greedy Tristan play. I always try to go for it so you can draw 2 cards off of her enter ability.
And I think a lot of games are really decided on whether or not you're able to achieve that, which is where that Windwalker Boots is a very useful card. And now the combination of Windwalker Boots and the Windblessed Lookout will give Quest the sort of the hand that he needs to be able to get to 4 efficiently. And so next turn he'll be able to go for that level very easily, go to 2, Dungeon Guide to 3, that same turn, Shadow Strike, Mastermind Scheme, all that's online.
Oh, yeah.
It's looking pretty solid for Quest, especially with his ability with the hand size Quest has. Quest even further kind of drive the knife and has the ability to play Ensnaring Fumes after all this to get influence back going into 3, use the float from the Fumes to go to 3, as well as putting 2 cards back into hand, which can set up the dream play. Cal, I don't know how often you've done this. Okay. Mastermind Scheme into Shadow Strike the turn you Dungeon Guide.
Okay, it's rare. That is a rare play. That is kind of like the dream, right?
It is.
That's like you're pumping on all cylinders.
Now Quest has to be careful because as a water deck, Water Tamer has access to negation, and so you have to be playing a little more coy with that. But Quest is going to go ahead and do some attacks in, plinking that damage off on Guoja, making the amount of damage that Shadow Strike needs to deal softer and softer every turn. And we're not gonna. I think it would have been fun, but I think we're just going to go for an Ace and Protector now to return the Windblessed Lookout to hand.
Oh yeah, this is if you play Tristan, this is a really feels good play for you, right? You get a big, protective body, and also you get to replay your Windblessed Lookout. That also gets you more prep counters, but also helps a little bit of deck manipulation.
We have a good look now at Water Tamer's hand. We do see Tidal Lock as negation. We see a Resolute Stand in there as well. So there is a little bit of interaction that Water Tamer has to play with here. There's a Primordial Ritual, which now we can kind of understand the Beast Bonder play a little bit more.
Okay.
That Ritual on the Beast Bonder will put a float as well as getting some mill going to maybe get the deck a little bit past the starting block where they've stumbled.
Yeah, I've been calling this kind of like just the water version of cremation ritual, right? You sacrifice your ally, and then you get that mill as well.
Yeah, we're going to see the attack from Ace Protector here, pushing in some more damage. Certainly not going at the Beast Bonder, just going to go at face here.
Oh, no, yeah.
That and now with Quest with these cards left over, I think just considering what else to do, but nothing else. We're just going to get a prep counter by keeping Tristan awake. But at end of turn, now Water Tamer is going to go for that ritual play and get that Beast Bonder out of here. Put the float in yard where it was a lot more useful, as well as potentially getting a second float would be really nice, or even a third off of the 2 mil from the ritual.
All right,
we're gonna see. Okay.
That's not bad. That's not float, but that's not bad.
It's not float, but the Seaside Ringleader is certainly not unwelcome to see either. Water Tamer does have cards in hand to be able to activate it during the Recollection phase, and when that's activated, it's going to draw a card to memory, as well as buffing any animals and beasts, in fact, all animals and beasts that Water Tamer plays that turn.
Yeah, that seems pretty good. I mean, like, just being able to activate that from your graveyard is really, really strong. I think I mentioned it a little bit earlier today, but it's one of those cards when I first read it that I was like, this seems good, but it didn't have a place at the time, and now it's found a really nice place in this
fantastic
Gembu deck.
Now, yeah.
Because even if you don't get that buff, it's still worth it, right? You still get that card draw for almost like no upfront cost.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, as we've seen before, if you can play, for example, multiple bovines on the same turn.
Big cow.
Yeah, you get a lot of big cows, and you start to do a lot of damage, and your mill really ramps up quickly at that point.
Yeah, it's still a little bit of ways from flipping the Gembu, right? Still like 5 away, but as you said, like, you know, maybe you can apply some aggression and some board presence without Gembu.
There are some interesting things to keep in mind, too, such as that Guoja level 2 has the ability to either draw a card or put 2 quest counters on a Guoja. So the quest counters can surprise you at how quickly they're able to accumulate when it's time to get a Genbu in play. I think the big issue right now, though, is that Guoja is not necessarily in that commanding position where you can try and push any sort of like aggro with it. The mill hasn't been strong enough where the activation, we talked about the combo that you do in the Genbu deck where you activate Genbu to pump the life up of Genbu by the number of water cards in your graveyard. We just don't have enough water cards in graveyard to really get a big benefit from that to then Resonating Fugue, swap it to power, and go for a one-shot.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to just mention quickly, because we kind of talked over it a little bit, but we do see a Terrafring coming on down, and that could just be just a little bit of an annoying or stifling card later in the game when Quest is trying to set up for a big turn, because it just makes something like Slice and Dice difficult.
Here's the sort of the foresight that you have as Water Tamer here with that Terrafring play, is that the opponent already has 2 allies in play, but is also representing 4 preparation counters on Tristan 1.
Exactly.
You have to assume always when you're at Tristan 1 and you're at 4 prep counters, the next turn they can be Tristan 3.
Yep.
And that Terrafring is going to cause a tax of 2, not only on attacking with the allies in play, but attacking with Tristan and attacking with... hang on.
Ooh, Stratagem of Myriad Ice.
Hang on.
This is a scary card.
Water Tamer might have found a line here.
All right, Dan.
This is really, really interesting. Water Tamer might have a line where we're going to banish our floating memory from yard and deal 3 damage to a unit you don't control for each one banished. Now, this can actually be used, and maybe we're seeing the rare line where you use it to board control.
Okay.
I think that's possible here. But the thing is, Water Tamer does not have to choose any targets until the stratagem has resolved.
Interesting.
Because it is a reflexive trigger. It's a bit of a nuanced ability on the card, but this card has the when a card is banished this way, which means the resolution of it is to banish the floating memory. But then once it has resolved, then those triggers are going on the stack and get all their targets. Quest has to make decisions about responding right now, plus the ability to respond once those triggers go on the stack, and has to choose to respond at the correct time.
Yeah, that makes this decision and situation pretty tricky because, like you said, like Water Tamer could go face for sure, but also could expend 3 floating memory and wipe the board.
Exactly what we saw here, targeting the Aeson Protector and the Dream Fairy. So kind of a nice little bit of breathing room that Water Tamer has built here. This stratagem was not looking like a live way to win the game, but instead is potentially a way just to try and shore things up and actually doing something a little bit unfortunate here, playing a Frostborn Paladin with the last cards in their hand, raw.
This is the sad Frostborn Paladin, right?
No on-enter trigger because we used all the float to clear the board. However, this is an interceptor that can at least try and force Quest to do something to find the extra damage to win, because of course we know that Shadow Strike is unblockable, and we know that the Ominous Shadows are also unblockable. But Quest, I don't think, is quite at the lethal line necessarily, unless he's got the perfect line. Actually, we have 4, 5, 9, 10... no, actually, Quest is quite lethal with unblockable.
I was gonna say, he needs...
hang on. Back up. We're quite lethal.
There's 6 damage on Guoja, so the number's 13, right?
Yeah, 13 is the number. Shadow Strike does 4 naturally. We're going to have 5 prep counters once we've hit 3. That's going to be 9 unblockable. +1 from Shadow's Claw goes to 10, and then the Omni Shadows attack for 2, each for 14, which is very lethal on the line, on the Guoja.
Yeah. And we just cut away real quick, but are the shields down for...
It was a
Tamer?
full hand down.
Yeah, I
for
think
Water
so. Yeah,
Tamer.
yeah.
Stratagem is in fact slow speed, so we went full hands down, put the Frostborn Paladin in play.
I do want to note though, there is the Terrafring as well.
Yeah, the Terrafring is the thing that will save Water Tamer in this case. So the question will be whether or not Quest using his resources is going to have enough cards to pay for the important attacks, but it's going to be way too many to attack with the Shadows as well. So that's where Terrafring is quite effective. Water Tamer basically going, you can Shadow Strike my Frostborn Paladin if you want to get rid of it this turn, but otherwise you're not going to have a lot of options to take it off of the board. And it's kind of just a big setup, kind of regain control of the gameplay. As long as Water Tamer remembers in Recollection to use the Terrafring.
Yes, for those out there who don't know, you have to use the Terrafring during Recollection. You can't just pop it any time. It looks like it was actually used here.
Yep, so yeah, we cut away for a second, and then the Terrafring did get popped. Terrafring now making it so it's going to be 2 to attack. So the reason this totally shuts down Quest line is because Shadow Strike will cost 2, and then you'll have to pay an additional 2 for Tristan to attack, and then the Shadows will also cost 2 to attack with each, and we can't even do any of that until we Dungeon Guide to 3. So it's way too taxing on the opponent to be able to get those attacks off, which is going to make, even at 2-3, that Frostborn Paladin feels very safe to have in play.
Yep, exactly. And that line takes, 9 influence total, including the Shadow Strike in hand. You can pop your boots for an extra draw, but
it's going to be too many.
It's tough, yeah. So here, if you're in this situation, is this just like a setup turn where you're just going to prep and set up, maybe quite literally prep for upcoming kill turn?
I would say that right now, Quest is in no mortal danger from Guoja. And is certainly happy to just go ahead and take a setup turn. I think Dungeon Guide in a Mastermind scheme actually feels really good to me right now, so I think that's the line. And now Quest is just deciding which cards that he feels okay losing to the Dungeon Guide. But this is honestly, like, your opponent going hands down against Mastermind scheme is everything you want to see right now, because Mastermind schemes... The key to Mastermind scheme is actually resolving it to get the agility 3 so you can stay responsive on your opponent's turn. And seeing your opponent go hands down like that is a great opportunity to be able to make sure that happens.
Yep. I mean, like, it's exactly what you want. Like, when your opponent is hands down, this is true for just Grand Archive in general, but it feels like you can just do anything. It's like, all right, the gates are open. Yeah. I can just have at it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Quest feels a lot of freedom here, goes to the 5 preparation counters, and now looking at the lines, all of the attacks make 0 sense outside of, like, I guess I could see a line to, if you had 2 Shadow Strikes, to try and Shadow Strike. Or maybe Slice and Dice. No, you don't want to Slice and Dice with the Terrafring.
Slice is rough. Yeah,
that's
Slice
bad.
is
That's
rough.
bad.
It's like
back up.
6 cost. 6 cost. Yeah.
No, I think the line that makes the absolute most sense here is exactly what we're seeing, which is going for that Mastermind scheme. Mastermind scheme is going to double the number of preparation counters on Tristan. As long as we have 8 or more at that point, we're going to gain the agility 3, which is going to send all these cards back to hand. And if we don't attack, we actually gain an additional preparation counter still from that boots in play.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's really putting Quest in the position where the Shadow Strike is going to be on its own extremely lethal, kind of no matter what Water Tamer does, leaving all of the other cards in Quest's hand to be able to pay for any interaction.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's all in Quest's court at this point, and I think it's up to Water Tamer to come up with the interaction that he needs to survive the next turn or 2.
Yeah, exactly. This is where we really see, we talked about before the match started, Kelly, had a really good question about kind of how this match was going to go and who was favored, and we see everything kind of came up in the favor of Tristan in this match. With that opening hand right from the start, we saw kind of all the little pieces that we need. We hope we see one of each of these things. Basically, it was a smorgasbord of options.
Sure, yeah.
And then with Water Tamer just kind of stumbling to get going right away, this is kind of what Tristan is really good at doing, is just taking advantage. If you stumble at any point, Tristan's consistency is what's going to take you out of the game.
And I think stuff like that Windblast Lookout really helps with consistency now. Whereas it was a little bit tough for a little while not having like the critical mass of 2 drops to help you generate prep counters, but it's definitely there now.
Yeah, and we see Water Tamer going to Guoja level 2. I think based on the numbers we must have taken, did we take quest counters there or did we take draw? Because we're at 8 now. The mill off of Genbu added 1, and then I think we
took the quest counters.
I think we took
here.
the quest counters to try and do something in this matchup. If we get enough water mill, now Genbu would have the potential to try and swing for a large amount with a resonating fugue, but Mastermind scheme puts so many preparation counters on Tristan that it can easily be redirected to any of the shadows.
Yep, the shadows just have that extra ability to just redirect any attack to themselves.
Yep.
And I mean, you're fine like having your shadow absorb a giant Genbu swing.
We see a Polar Depths being played instead. Polar Depths is that other win con that we saw Isaac using so well earlier in the day. The card you would have much, much rather seen earlier on in the game to have the setup so you can even potentially use it to find the mill you need, to find the float you need, so you don't have to play these sad Frostborn Paladins.
Sure, yeah. It's a very snowbally card. It's a snowbally card that also can be your win con, which is why it's such a really, really powerful card in this deck in particular.
Exactly. So it's feeling a little bit like, from Water Tamer's perspective, maybe a little bit too little too late at
potentially.
This point.
Yeah.
Where Quest is looking at lines to end the game now, whereas Water Tamer is still trying to think a couple turns ahead.
Yeah, Quest smells the blood in the water. He's like, I'm going to try to go for it in the next couple turns. And I think it's pretty obvious to both players at this point. Whereas Water Tamer's like, okay, how do I survive? And then how do I potentially set up some sort of counterattack if I do survive?
The players are also, it's maybe a little early to say there's any dire straits from this, but it's important to consider the timer here, where these are both decks that are happy to kind of take a long time. Well, maybe not happy, but they're apt to sometimes take a long time with their round. And if this ends up being one win for either of them and only 2 games being able to be finished, then that's another draw on their record. And these players are going into this round already with 2 draws.
I was going to mention both players. I think it proves that these decks can maybe go a little long, that they both have 2 draws.
Exactly. Now we do see Quest going for the Blinding Orb here. Blinding Orb, that card that you always go for when you say, I think I'm going to try and kill this turn. It's going to put 2 cards down from Water Tamer's hand to reduce the amount of interaction that can potentially hit the Shadow Strike. I'd say the one thing missing from Quest's hand has been Incapacitate. So far. And Blinding Orb does draw cards, so Quest finding Incapacitate.
I think he has one in hand.
Oh, does he
right
have
now.
one?
I think he has one in hand right now.
Oh, never mind. Then Quest is really with everything.
See what he flips through his cards. Maybe I misjudged something.
Oh,
but
that's the promo. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's right behind the Shadow Strike.
We do see the promo Incapacitate. The players at Worlds this weekend are in fact going to be able to get their hands on if they have the higher level tickets.
It's the Incap of my choice, using in my own deck. So
it's gorgeous.
Beautiful card.
And so that is that, along with the Blinding Orb, is really doing the Tristan thing where we talked about earlier about Merlin building a wall. Tristan instead likes to just build a massive amount of just interaction with you to stop you from, I'm going to put your cards down, I'm going to hold up the Incapacitate, and I'm just going to make sure whatever I do here 100% lands.
Yep. Yeah, Blinding Orb just kind of messes up hand math, right? If your opponent is like trying to set up the perfect interaction in their hand, it just kind of fiddles with it to the point where it can be quite devastating.
Yep. We did see the Genbu flipping out here as well. And again, the Shadow Strike, when prepared, is unblockable. So it's the taunt is not something that's actually a threat to Quest, and Quest is really just more interested. It is the one thing it's going to do is stop like a slice and dice line. So this is maybe this is in some way Water Tamer thinking you have to have Shadow Strike to kill me. Yeah. And sometimes making your opponent have specifically Shadow Strike is going to buy you time.
Yeah, we've talked about it a little before today, but like sometimes you just have to make them have it.
Yeah.
Like you play to your outs and then make them have it.
In this case, Quest putting 2 cards down, and so much is at stake here. It's really important and really good to consider, am I good? Am I lethal if I go for the Shadow Strike here?
So Shadow Strike, he's got 11 prep counters, so that's a 15 damage Shadow Strike.
I will say too, though. Doing a little prep counter math instead here.
12 prep counters now.
We haven't seen the activation of the Shadow's Claw yet, and we're not going to go for the Shadow Strike until the Claw is out.
Right. Because Shadow's Claw can be activated from material for 0.
The math that Quest does have to consider is the Shadow Strike has to be lethal independent of the Claw damage, because it's possible for Water Tamer to fracturize the Claw and reduce 3 damage from the total turn.
Okay.
So that's another important line that needs to be considered by Quest right now when deciding that. So that prep counter math might actually play into just guaranteeing a kill with the Shadow Strike, as long as he's playing around his opponent's interaction well enough. Quest also may just, again, say, I'm not in danger right now. I'm not actually concerned. I can build even further if I want to and make it very, very safe. And that looks like what Quest is doing here. Quest really, really taking the very conservative line, almost, if I dare say, true champion Cabin level conservative play here. The kind of like, I am only going to do this when it is 1,000% my game.
Yeah, I mean, like, we are here in the Gauntlet, right? These players are playing for a spot in the Worlds. So, like, you want to be 100% sure that your cards are going to do what they do. You want to be 100% sure you can, seal the deal, not whiff, and then, have things fall apart from there.
Yeah, there can be no question about that. And Water Tamer playing a little slower and keeping a lot of cards in hand is really, a line where even if Water Tamer's hand had no interaction, this is one way that higher level play can start to disrupt your opponent a little bit, where Water Tamer could be bluffing, basically, having multiple pieces of interaction and causing Quest to not want to make him have it, right?
Sure.
I'm not ready yet then. I'm not ready yet but at the same time, as long as Water Tamer's not doing a lot, Quest also doesn't have to do a lot, right?
Yeah, when you're staring down a Water player and they have 3, 4, 5, 6 cards, you're like, all right, what are the odds that they have the negation in hand? You're like, it's probably pretty good. So you hedge your bets in those kind of circumstances, and you don't want to be wrong and have make a game-ending or game-losing blunder.
And with no Nullifying Lantern in play this game, those title locks are very cheap interaction to play. So it's possible Quest is thinking, I know he's, again, open deckless. I know he's got title locks. My turn needs to get through 2 title locks. Now, drawing a second Incapacitate, well, that would be a pretty good way to do it.
That would be. Did he draw a second Incapacitate?
Yeah.
I think he did. Okay, he did. Yeah, he did. Okay.
Yeah. It looked like Water Tamer taking taking another slow turn of holding interaction up, and now that second Incapacitate has got to really make things feel pretty safe. Although, again, we're still not seeing the Blinding Orb pop. We're still not seeing the Shadow's Claw activation, and there are multiple card draws in play with the Boots and the Blinding Orb together that will give Quest even more to work with here. So
are we going to see a mastermind scheme?
It's really interesting to see just how deep Quest is willing to go.
We're going to go to
on the prep counters when
26 prep counters?
Song of Frost with the double is not even a concern. I don't even remember if it's in Water Tamer's main board, but Song of Frost is not necessarily a concern anymore with double Incapacitate in hand and plenty of card draw available. And, oh, man.
This is like... I mean, as a Tristan player, you love to see it. Once you get your prep counters in the 20-plus range, it's like you're swimming in abundance.
But the problem is just with this water deck, keeping your entire hand is like there are legitimately so many different ways to interact with your opponent, including just doing resolving a large Lost in Thought to draw a bunch more stuff if you don't have the answers. So Quest really, when you keep your whole hand like that, Quest has to just really respect everything that can possibly in there.
Yeah. So this is once again, just hedging bets and doubling up on the prep counters.
Yeah, we're going so deep now. It's not that common these days to see Tristan go this deep, but 26 preparation counters sitting on Tristan for just a casual 30 damage Shadow Strike if he wanted to spend them all.
27 prep counters, by the way.
Pass turn, agility 3 from the Mastermind scheme and go to 27 preparation counters. There is a possibility of being too cautious and letting your opponent draw out of the situation.
Yeah. You don't want to give them too much time to mount defense, which can turn into an offense. I think what you mentioned before are kind of what we're looking for from Quest, the telltale signs that he's going to be going for, and that would be popping the orb, getting the dagger, right? Those are the signs that he's going to be going for it. We do have a nice smoke bombs coming on.
Yep, we have smoke bombs coming out from Water Tamer now. A way to provide stealth to a unit and draw a card is certainly not unreasonable here, at least turning a float into a card draw at the very least, but the stealth can save a unit being attacked, or it can shut down a potential intercept or taunter. Now, Tristan isn't known for intercepting or taunting things, and with 2 shadows in play, there really isn't any fun play to take around being unable to redirect attacks to something.
Yeah, because their effect isn't intercept or taunt.
It's
completely separate.
The shadows and the Tristan ability are going to make it so that it looks like it's mostly just a card draw at this point for Water Tamer, who's just digging and trying to find a way to probably just mill out at this point, looking for a Polar Depths kill.
Yeah, this seems reasonable as like a line to take.
It's really the danger that I think Quest is in this situation, though, by just taking it slower and slower and slower. All we need to see is, like we saw Isaac in Game 1 earlier, you just rip the Polar Depths off the top. If Water Tamer might need to find 2, but if Water Tamer finds 2 Polar Depths, then Quest is in trouble.
I mean, the longer you wait, the more time he has to draw into those. So we're just essentially waiting on Quest to kind of decide that it's time to actually pull the trigger, to kick things into high gear.
Yeah, we're at quite a standoff right now. We're Quest now going for another materialize here, and is that actually a nullifying lantern? Quest does have the nullifying lantern in the main.
Lantern, yeah.
So that's finally coming down, and that's actually going to shut down the Polar Depths lines until an Unbroken Mustang is found. Now, Water Tamer actually does have one in hand, so Water Tamer isn't too concerned about this nullifying lantern, but doesn't have the Polar Depths necessarily to back it up either.
Right. Yep. He does have the Mustang in the back pocket.
There is an interesting choice of whether or not Water Tamer needs to activate Genbu right now. You can activate a Genbu in response to that Polar Depths just to get the life buff if you think you need your Taunter to be able to take a lot more damage this turn.
Staring down Tristan, though, is it worth using the hand equity? Maybe it is.
I think, honestly, Water Tamer's headspace is a little weird right now because hasn't seen Quest Shadow Strike yet. And I think all of us are expecting the Shadow Strike to come down at some point.
Well, yeah, we know he has it,
right?
But Water Tamer doesn't know he has
it.
it.
So Water Tamer might think that, wow, because I put these Taunters in play, Quest hasn't gone for kill, there is no Shadow Strike. And honestly, that could make this potentially a high-level play, where you go for the Lantern to force your opponent to at least put some cards down. By putting some cards down now, we lower the threshold of cards, making Blinding Orb more effective, and then turning on our Shadow Strike in-cap kill.
Because Blinding Orb takes 2 cards from hand down, so this is going to be a total of 5 from hand. It's a significant amount.
I think the Lantern is bait.
Yeah,
I think the Lantern is bait, and that bait is going to be very effective potentially if Quest sees the line the same way that I think we're looking at it. Unless there's something that Quest is playing around that we just haven't discussed yet. But with 2 in-caps in hand, I just can't imagine that there's too much that Quest should be concerned about at this point.
2 in-caps in hand. He can always pop the boots for an extra card draw.
And the Blinding Orb will give another card draw when it's used. There's so much in Quest's favor. There's a Surveil, too, in case...
right.
In case it matters. I think right now, given Water Tamer having finally put 3 cards down, I think it's time.
All right, we're going to see the Shadow Claw Orb this turn.
Wait, are we though? Are we though?
Maybe.
Quest really debating. So
it's going to be an imbue here.
An imbued windmill engineer.
Okay, drawing.
Kel, I can't help but feel I'm missing something.
Me too. To be honest,
the Shadow Strike seems like it seems like it's time.
That is a Shadow Strike in hand, and he does have the 2 in-caps in hand.
Wait, Kel, wait a second. I'm wondering if Quest feels so in control of this game that he's actually playing down the clock.
Oh, interesting.
That's
because you just need to be 1-0 to secure the victory.
That's now my new line that I'm thinking, is that Quest is playing down the clock, because I just can't. I've played so much Tristan, I can't imagine having 2 incaps in hand and not just Shadow Striking for lethal. Yeah, but now the Nullifying Lantern isn't bait. It is actually just saying, I don't think you are going to have outs. I'm going to make you have so much to try and kill me. We got to go for the Shadow Strike at some point, but once the clock is down enough, then it becomes almost impossible for Genbu to beat Tristan quickly.
It's interesting. It could be a dangerous line to take, though, right?
It is. It's a total potential backfire line. Yeah. It's a total potential backfire line, but when it works, it is a full match win with a single game win.
Because Quest also doesn't know what's in Water Tamer's hand, and he could be sandbagging multiple Polar Depths.
It's it's a line that could go really, really deep here. We see a Fractal of Rain coming down from Water Tamer imbued, and now now Water Tamer is just kind of like setting more things up, but not necessarily pushing any lethal lines here.
Yeah, it's just kind of like going through the motions at this point, just trying to draw and dig into more lethal or just progressive lines.
I think the key really is Water Tamer thinking Quest doesn't have Shadow Strike, though. I think Water Tamer putting Quest on specifically, okay, he's got Slice and Dice, and my Genbu and my Frosthorn are saving me. And that makes Water Tamer also feel like I cannot push too deep, no action just ends up taking place.
Do you think Quest is maybe just waiting for a second Shadow Strike? Like, I'm just trying to come up with ideas.
A second Shadow Strike doesn't help because you still have to rest your champion on activation.
That's true. Yeah.
So my best theory at this point is playing for time. And I don't think it's a bad strategy. I think it's just a risky one.
I mean, as long as you're making game actions and continuing to play, it's not an illegal thing to do.
Yeah, that's what we say. And again, it's a very justifiable, like, from the grand scheme of how to end up winning the game. You see Quest going, I don't know, Safeguard Amulet is a card that does a small amount of something in this matchup after the stratagem's been played.
Yeah, it can do something, yeah.
Into a Windbless Lookout drawn.
2 Windbless in hand, 1 on field.
We are at 20 minutes left in the round for these players, and I've got to feel at this point, this is maybe time, right? I say that every turn. I don't know how many turns I'm going to say that. But Quest is being very methodical about making sure that this victory occurs, and again, I think going for a match win.
Yeah, just trying to be like, I'm going to make you kill me, or I'm just going to run it out.
Yeah, the clock continues to tick down as Quest is now sitting here. We can see the finger math occurring, the classic TCG player trope, figuring out how to do the math. Can I see, can I see your graveyard, I think? Looking at what is in here as well. It looks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 water cards, which are actually norm element right now due to the existence of the Nullifying Lantern. Interestingly, too, Water Tamer didn't decide to Mustang at all during that turn.
So we do see 1 Polar Depths in Water Tamer's hand. So Dan, what do you think Water Tamer needs to kind of pull off this, from nowhere victory?
It's actually Mustang with a Primordial Ritual to deal with that's the issue right now, and we heard a little bit about this in the interview. We are going for a Slice and Dice now.
Interesting.
Hang on. We're going for a Slice and Dice. We have a Taunter that has to be the target of the Slice and Dice.
Yep.
Genbu is completely taunted, which is going to allow Genbu to retaliate, I guess, if he wanted to as well.
That's true. It's 3 damage.
But a prepped Slice and Dice will kill the Genbu when both attacks target it, with the inability to activate to pump the life total. I guess maybe that was what Quest was thinking to do last turn, was try and Slice and Dice the Genbu.
Okay.
And kill it, but then Water Tamer, it looked like kind of surprised Quest with the activation in response, because we saw that Quest had to go read the card and I think ask the judge a question about it. So I think Quest's line was to go Nullifying Lantern, trying to kill the Genbu. And my curiosity is about whether or not that's about continuing to run out the clock.
Perhaps. Maybe he's got, layers of plans here.
There could certainly be layers upon layers of plans happening. with one of the busiest boards that we've seen in play as more allies just continue to drop.
It is quite large. I do like how he has separated it between material deck cards and allies, at least.
Yeah, and a very large amount of allies.
Yep. So the Slice and Dice is the card that is currently being played. It's on Water Tamer right now to respond to it. It looks like we're getting a Resolute.
The Resolute stand, that's always been an option for Water Tamer to have. We mentioned it in the deck list, but at the point where Quest gained enough prep counters, then the Shadow Strike was no longer worried about the Resolute stand as far as being a lethal kill.
Right.
We're going for an actually, this is the alternate cost paid for Resolute Stand. So Water Tamer actually had the cards in hand, but chose not to reserve them to activate Resolute Stand and instead use the level 2+, activating it so Water Tamer will not be drawing a card during their next draw phase. And that is leaving more cards up in Water Tamer's hand to be able to potentially respond to things. Although with Tristan being rested to activate that Slice and Dice, and again, we didn't see the activation of, for example, the Shadow's Claw, which would have helped that Slice and Dice still deal damage. Because the Resolute Stand only would prevent 3 damage from the attack, and that would have brought it to 4, which meant it would have gotten its on-hit trigger.
Yep, but not enough to take care of the Gembu, at least. Yeah.
It is also very much a potential that Quest continues to play conservatively and just bait out interaction from Water Tamer. Water Tamer has to do something about the Slice and Dice killing the Genbu. It's a line that's going to reduce Water Tamer's ability to actually win the game down to nearly nothing at that point, having used a stratagem, having a Lantern in play, and not yet finding a way. The big thing that the Water Tamer needs to do is be able to resolve an Unbroken Mustang with a way to actually kill the Mustang in response to a potential Stifling Trap.
Right.
The reason for that, of course, is Stifling Trap's ability is contingent on the target still existing to deal 2 damage to. So if the target does not exist when the Stifling Trap resolves, that means that the Unbroken Mustang, their on-enter will not be negated.
So you still get the on-enter even though your ally is dying.
Yep, you kill the ally yourself, so now the Stifling Trap has no target. The entire ability fizzles, and then the on-enter will still resolve. So that's been a key this whole time for Water Tamer to be able to answer that Lantern and then potentially find one of the outs.
But that's like the first step, right? That's like the first. Yeah.
It is step 1 in a 3 or 4 or 5 step plan.
Right. Yeah.
To win the game. So
that's how we start, and then we have to assemble a way to actually win.
Yeah. No, it's resolve Unbroken Mustang, and then it is question marks, and then it is profits.
Right.
So we have we had a little judge call there taking place, but I think it looks like the players have resolved the issue and are going forward again. Oh, we drew. Yeah. We drew off of the Resolute Stand is what happened, Kel. So we talked about the on-enter, or sorry, not the on-enter, the alternate cost to activate.
Right.
But it looks like Water Tamer then defaulted to drawing cards. Something that happens all the time very innocuously. In this case, then, the resolution was to shuffle a random card from Water Tamer's hand back into the deck.
Okay.
Oh, the card that was drawn. We did have an identity of the card that was drawn, so it got shuffled away.
So here is that Unbroken Mustang play we were talking about, Dan.
Yeah, so do we have, because we know Quest has the trap and about 1 million preparation counters.
Yeah. The freest trap of
So
all
we have
time.
a free activation of the Stifling Trap. And it's up to Water Tamer to try and respond to this. A double Tidal Lock can be attempted, but Quest has the full hand, so that's not going to do anything. So Water Tamer just actually has to have it actually has to be Primordial Ritual, which has sacrificing the ally as part of the cost.
Oh, not as part of the resolution.
Correct. And there's the ritual. So the setup was there. So step 1 completed, Kel.
All right, we're on our way.
Step 1 has been completed, and we are now on the way to finding a win. And at the very least, this might force Quest to try and close the game with the Shadow Strike at this point.
Yeah, because now the next step is to assemble, at this point, multiple Polar Depths, multiple Chili Penguins.
Multiple Polar Depths. We do have the Genbu activation as well, but that can't get through those shadows. We'd have to have a way to get rid of the shadows first. And again, we do have those Expel the Departeds.
That's true.
So the Expel the Departeds could come into play, but also Quest could find Penumbral Waltz.
I was going to say, depending on what's in Quest's hand, we do know he runs 1 main deck Penumbral Waltz, which can, spew out two more shadows.
The Genbu dealing that damage to is also contingent on the resolution of Resonating Fugue, and Quest is holding on to those incapacitates like they are pure gold right now.
Oh, he needs them. Yeah, for
Does
sure.
not want to let go of those until absolutely necessary to win the game.
Iron grip on those. Yeah, I mean, either way, Dan, either way, no matter what the strategy is, this is really going to come down to the wire here. It's going to be down to the last, these 12 minutes here.
We have the activation.
The signal
of the blinding
signal
orb.
flare has sent.
Quest,
the beacons are lit.
Quest, I think, playing more conservatively than we have seen on stream all day, waiting for everything to be down for Water Tamer. There can be nothing standing in the way of Shadow Strike.
Blade. Show me the blade. Here
Look,
we go.
It is the Shadow's Claw. This is actually the alt art from MRC Alter, which is a really beautiful new alt art. And the Shadow's Claw gets activated, and we're not even going to bother to put durability counters on it. Here is the Shadow Strike fully prepared.
All of them. He's just all of them. This is attacking for approximately 87 damage.
87,000 is actually, I think, where we're at this point. No, it's going to be 24 plus 4 plus the 1 from the Shadow's Claw. So 29 damage.
29, yep.
The 29 damage. And I have to say, if Quest's plan was playing for time, it was very effective.
I mean, now the players have 11 minutes to finish a second game.
I can't say I've ever seen an 11-minute Genbu win. It is not that it's impossible.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've seen it, and especially after the players are going to take a little bit of time right now to do a sideboard as well. But we'll see. We'll see what can actually be pulled out of a hat from our tamer here. The tamer is full of animals. I don't know if there's any rabbits in hats, though.
Right, sure. It's to say that Water Tamer's on a little bit of a back foot is an understatement for sure. It's going to be rough.
Quest's position is very, very commanding. Now, it's not just the 10 minutes, right? We should mention the standard procedure in a Grand Archive tournament is
correct.
60-minute round. Then we go to a timed 5-minute final 3 turns.
Yep.
Okay, so the players are going to they're going to finish whatever turn they're currently on and then have 3 additional turns with a 5-minute timer being the ultimate dead stop.
Okay.
After the resolution of anything that we are currently resolving, any combat phase or any stack. The stack has to be empty. This is kind of a new thing that happened as of Nationals this year. But the stack has to empty and the combat has to end. And once that has happened and the 5-minute timer has been hit, then it is a dead stop in the game.
Right, and we mentioned before, to be declared the winner, you just need at least to win one of these, right? Be a 1-0, and you are declared winner of this
Being
match.
up on a game,
yes.
right? In whatever capacity you can. And I've played some weird games of Grand Archive where we've had a non-intentional drawn game happening before the round timer ended.
Okay.
Those are the weird ones you can get into that usually involve, it did for me, Bauble of Abundance with 2 empty decks.
Sure, okay.
Where both players drew from an empty deck and lost, and we took a draw and went to game 2 with a record of 0-0-1.
Hey, I'm a Bauble of Abundance defender, so
yeah,
I like it.
It was in the moment I was not the player of the Bauble, and I can't say I was feeling really excited about the Bauble.
I like it even more now, Dan. I like it even more.
I'm sure you do, Cal. I'm sure you love that. In this case, that's not what we're seeing, but we are seeing one of the players, Quest, up a game, going into game 2 of this round after extensively playing out an extremely conservative approach to dropping that Shadow Strike, but finally finding the line where it was 1,000% safe, exactly like we said he wanted, and then winning the game after a 40-minute game 1.
Yes, exactly. Dan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now Quest goes into game 2 here, and I am not surprised to see the players thinking extensively about the sideboard here as well. Going into this, I think perhaps that the Guoja player maybe wants to have a fast sideboard, but players are allotted a certain amount of time to make the sideboard as well. But even Water Tamer was thinking and is now at the shuffling stage. Both players do seem to be playing at a timely manner still as they're making those decisions.
Yep. I mean, it's still very important to sideboard properly going into this.
We did note there's a lot of sideboard tech that both players have to potentially bring in here too.
Yeah. So it's not nothing. And we still do have 8 minutes, and as you mentioned, we have the 5-minute extension as well.
It is going to be, I think Water Tamer right now is hoping for the higher end of the fortunate hits on the game. I mean, like, this is still a deck that can pull off the early strategy.
Okay. All right, Dan. As someone who has played with this Genbu deck and played against it, what is like Magical Christmas Land?
Polar Depths Stratagem. Polar Depths Stratagem is what Water Tamer wants to close the game decisively and quickly.
How many of each do you need?
1 Polar Depths.
1 Polar Depths, okay.
1 Stratagem. And a whole lot of luck.
Okay.
Because you need to find, you potentially also, you need to start with things like Fractal of Rain, get a good amount of mill going. You need to hit floating memory with that. Get a Polar Depths out. You have to mill floating memory with the Polar Depths to find enough floating memory to get your Stratagem to be a lethal line on the opponent.
And all of this has to be played fast.
Yep. Now that is a line that can happen in just a few turns.
Okay, so even when we're down to like the last 3 turns, it could sequence in a way that we get to that point.
It is, yeah. And that, right now, that can get Water Tamer a draw.
Okay. Not down and out. Draws are still worth, what 1 point? So
Draws are still with 1 point, which will put Water Tamer's total at 9. With 2 rounds left.
You just need 13, right?
Yep. That's again.
That's what we've heard.
It's not a hard math.
Right.
Okay. We in like a sense now we have hard math for getting into day 2.
Right.
In this event, it is top 16 make it in, and that is the math kind of on the street.
Right.
The street math
that's the
about
goal.
how to get there.
Like, yeah, that's kind of like the nebulous goal.
We're going to start off Water Tamer taking the first turn and getting the Idle Thoughts, which is a great way to find the setup for such a fast win.
Yeah,
so
floating memory setup seems like a good start.
I think we would have liked to see a Fractal of Rain also.
Okay.
I think maybe getting like Idle Thoughts, Rain, and then seeing all the float and putting it in the right order was like the dream.
Right.
You'd go Imbued Rain, and then play the Idle Thoughts using one of the rains would have gotten you there exactly on a 7-card hand.
Okay.
But
so this is like fine, but not crazy.
I will say this is a start. It is a start that didn't do nothing.
Okay. That's a good step at least.
Quest, though, is going to make life really difficult for Water Tamer with the sideboarded Brackish Ludus.
The Brackish Ludus?
Yeah, and now if a card with floating memory would be put into a player's graveyard, it gets banished instead. So that Idle Thoughts set up the perfect float for Genbu.
Talk about a silver bullet.
But it's not gonna happen. Water Tamer getting rid of a 1/3 is impossible, I believe, on Water Tamers at fast speed before this Genbu happens. So Water Tamer actually has to make a decision about, like, do I even go for Genbu right now and just banish one of my float?
Yeah, this is like the tech, right?
It's the tech. It is the tech, and it's the card that probably more than anything, maybe we'll just draw the card instead. It's the tech that more than anything else I think will make it nearly impossible for Water Tamer to find a fast enough kill, but we're going to see Water Tamer attempt to do it, going with a Portentous Tengu, and at least the audience at home can see a player at the top of the game who is trying everything they can, trying to find that weird line that wins the game.
Yeah, when I'm playing just any card game, I'm not really an early conceder. I want to play the game out. I want to see it to its inevitable end.
Some of the coolest wins of the game come from seeing it out.
And sometimes you get there, which is why I do it. Like, sometimes you actually get there on games that you may not have thought you could win.
Yeah, exactly. So Water Tamer going for that Portentous Tengu, drawing another card, just kind of setting up a bigger influence now, and is passing turn again, not playing anything proactive, but potentially could have some cards to play on the opponent's turn. Now, the awkward thing is the Brackish Ludus affects cards played from anywhere. So Water Tamer did have an Idle Thoughts, could have maybe tried to dig a little bit deeper to find some more cards, but the Idle Thoughts would get banished.
Immediately banished.
So that is, it is a lot of advantage for Quest. Quest actually didn't even attack with the Brackish Ludus.
That's true. That is true. The Brackish Ludus, at the very least, it's not a super threatening body, right? It is able to be attacked into quite easily.
Right. Going for the Grand Crusaders ring here. This is a bit off kilter for Tristan. Tristan playing GCR early with could have played a backup charger instead, meaning that Quest is maybe just trying to hold interaction up to save the Brackish Ludus. I'm not positive what interaction Quest has or what Water Tamer will play at fast speed that can deal with the Brackish Ludus, but Quest is respecting it at least by going for a GCR instead of putting cards down.
I mean, Quest is playing to not die, not necessarily to win, whereas Water Tamer is playing to win. He's got to win.
Quest simply needs to not lose the game, so the paramount option right now is, and we saw Quest play plenty conservatively previously, is just, if this Brackish Ludus sticks in play, there is,
well, here's another one.
If both Brackish Ludus stick in play, then there is almost no chance that Water Tamer is going to pull out of the game. The Water deck is too dependent on finding floating memory.
Yeah, and I think Quest is just Yeah, he just has it.
And I think, again, like to your point, Kel, there is also no point in attacking.
Yeah.
Drawing the game is winning the game.
Yeah, exactly.
So we often think, well, you might as well attack. Well, actually, in this case, you might as well not.
Like, don't give your opponent more opportunities to like mess with your stuff if your goal is to just not die.
Yeah, some kind of interaction, some kind of fast speed. We do have cards that like hypothermia that will only affect a rested ally.
Exactly.
So
yep.
Don't even bother. Don't even bother. The optimal thing right now is to just not attack. We're going to go for a Cerulean Decree, imbuing a few cards, and we have Quest taking notes on those cards. We do see another Cerulean Decree. We see a Fracturize, and we see a third card. It might be a Title Lock, I think.
Yes, I'm not sure what the middle card is, but
it looks to me, with a small amount of art, like a Title Lock. Just a few interaction cards in Water Tamer's hand. They, again, not proactive, right? And I want to go back to the start, what we said at the very beginning of this, Cal.
All right, let's do it.
Genbu.
Right.
Best deck in format.
Supposedly.
It's a deck that runs a lot of reactionary cards.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And it gets in situations where it doesn't have a lot to do to progress the game when it just draws that side of the deck.
I mean, yeah, when you're playing a deck that has a lot of control elements, sometimes you just draw the control elements and you don't draw any of your proactive cards. It's just the nature of these type of decks, really.
Yep. And we've seen Quest just using the game rules sort of to his advantage here, making sure that the opponent has the fewest chances possible to end up even taking a game on him. And we see a lot of Quest cards being just highly effective at doing that. Part of resolving, here's another example, part of resolving Guoja is you do show the material deck to your opponent.
Yep.
Quest isn't taking an excessive time to look at it.
Yeah, he's not like slowly going through it.
But it is within his right to see if anything was sideboarded in, and he takes a quick look through and makes sure of that. And then we see the Fairy Whispers being resolved. We're going to start glimpsing some cards. We do see Incapacitate, not at all a bad card to find here when you are just trying to make sure your opponent can't do anything.
Yep, Incap was a Wind Bless and something in the middle.
Just puts all three on top, going to draw the Lookout. Will eventually draw that Incapacitate too, likely very soon.
Oh, it was a Windmill, okay.
Yeah, Windmill Engineer. I'm going to use that Idle Thoughts as well for that level. It looks like we just hadn't banished that yet. And then drawing for turn.
Yep, Incap on top of Quest's deck currently.
And as the timer ticks down here now, Water Tamer is going to have the timer hit on their turn. So we are now officially going to be at turn 0. The judge is letting the players know of the procedure. Turn 0 has been called, which means there are 3 more turns left in this game, or 5 minutes, whatever elapses first. Quest will have the next turn, Water Tamer will have the turn after, and then Quest will have the final turn of the game. So Water Tamer has this turn and 1 more turn to win the game at this point. And look at Water Tamer going, the time is not with me. I'm going to try and kind of shortcut, play quickly, get these allies down. Quest only has 2 cards in hand, so there's not a lot that Quest can do to interact, but these two allies can only take out 1 Brackish Ludist. We're going to mill 2 cards. We actually, thankfully, hit no float this time.
That's true, yeah.
This is the only time when you say, I really hope I don't hit float on the mill.
So took out half of the silver bullets here.
Yep, half of them gone, but Quest is going to take their first turn of their 2 available to them. And it's really on them, it's really in Quest just to make sure that Water Tamer's single final turn, they've got no way to deal lethal damage. I would personally, I was going to say, I would go for
level up.
Tristan here. You get a bit more of a health pool. The Incapacitate that you, I think, have, I believe Quest has either a Fairy Whispers or a Surveil.
Yep.
Will have a way to draw the Incapacitate as well that was set up on the top of the deck.
He'll be drawing it for turn, actually.
Drew, put 3 cards, reveal.
So we should have Incap in hand now.
Okay.
Yeah,
I missed a draw.
Yeah, they got milled, actually.
Oh, wait, the mill.
Yeah.
Okay, the mill. Yeah, that's right.
So Incap in hand costs 2 now. So as you were saying, I think Tristan has multiple layers of being really good in this situation.
Yeah, exactly. And so that means Water Tamer now is an assassin, has the Incapacity available, has Sadie, will use these cards to take out the threats that Water Tamer has played, and they're just...
Oh, yeah.
This is really an excellent showing of just how to completely control the Genbu player and make it so that there's just nothing that Water Tamer will really be capable of doing in a single turn with that Brackish Ludist in play to be able to close the game.
Yeah.
Going to pass to Water Tamer's final turn here.
I'm just trying to think of like anything that Water Tamer can do. Anything. He still has to clear the other Ludist before you can even start to think about... Like, it's... Sisyphean, pushing that boulder up.
It is. We did see the Quicksilver Grail with Water Tamer putting something underneath it. I didn't catch what the card was, but I think there is just simply very little that can actually be accomplished here. We saw no float again.
Yeah.
So the water cards in Yard are building.
We've had some good bovine interaction.
And going into the Seaside Ringleader as well.
Just as a 2/2 body. It will help pick off that Ludus, but at this point, how much does it really matter?
This is a game where, given more time, Water Tamer actually found some good cards and could potentially build to something here.
Oh, yeah.
But the time is in Quest's favor entirely.
I mean, that's one of the dangers of playing a deck that is like this, the really, really slow, methodical deck, even if it is very, very strong.
And there we have it called 1-0 in Quest's favor. Players ran out of time. There was no chance any longer at that point for Water Tamer to be able to win using their last turn in turn. So it is not a climactic win, but it is a decisive win set up by Quest, I believe, in Game 1. Playing slowly, methodically, and wearing out the clock while still playing at a reasonable pace, making actions, not overstaying his welcome, but using the clock in his favor.
Yeah, I wouldn't say necessarily playing slowly, but using the clock in his favor, I think, is a great way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is a part of the game. It is a part of the tournament. It is something that that is a danger for these slower decks. When you have an opponent who can control you like that, we often say with these slow decks, your goal is to win Game 1.
Right.
And if that doesn't happen, you have a lot more trouble.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely something that that needs to be considered. It looks like, actually, excuse me, the players did bump Knuckles, but we actually went back to Quest's final turn
Okay,
here.
I guess we're going to be playing it out.
They want to...
It seems like we're going to be playing it out for the 1-0 versus the 2-0 because the points do matter.
Okay, yeah, it is a part of the tiebreaker system. So that's a very interesting situation where it's actually favorable, I guess, for Water Tamer to not give his opponent the second game win here by just saying, well, okay, can you kill me in one turn? Otherwise, you only get 1-0, and then you have fewer game wins, which goes in your tiebreaker.
So you get 1 point instead of 3 points.
Yeah. So I do think there's a little bit of a sort of a quid pro quo feel here where Water Tamer says, if you are going to wait out the clock that long in Game 1, I'm going to make sure you get what you set up.
I mean, Dan, I feel that's fair. I feel like that's fair.
I'm with you. I think I think both players were very justified in their actions this game, and I think neither player can actually feel necessarily bad about the opponent doing either thing back. So that's how it goes. But we do have then. There it is, the final 1-0 conclusion for that matchup. A very interesting, I think, game to see played out.
An absolute grinder.
A grinder.
That is the definition of an absolute grinder.
It was very planned, I believe, as a grinder, but it'll be really interesting to see if we do see a potential interview here to hear that line of thought.
Absolutely.
I'm really curious if we were missing something, Cal, in our analysis of but both of us have played a lot of Tristan.
Yeah.
Like what? I don't know what else could have been there. So I think it was a clock play.
We'll have to wait and hear what he has to say, but you may be right. You actually may be right, and I think within the parameters of how the event is constructed, it is very within the rules to do so.
Yeah. Now it was also, like we mentioned several times, a showing of the best deck in format not having the greatest games, not having the greatest matchups always, and a Tristan deck that was fairly teched, especially out of that sideboard. I mean, you see Brackish Ludus.
I mean, it was very teched. Like, the Ludus was like an absolute silver bullet.
The Ludus really...
The double Ludus is like...
How good do you feel,
nail in the
Tristan,
coffin.
going into that second game and you have two Ludus in your hand? You're like, okay.
It's pretty good. you feel pretty good.
And then you watch Genbu take the turn and actually play nothing but an Idle Thoughts turn one.
Yep. It's not like a fractal into some shenanigans.
Or even just like doing a Frosthorn Paladin Lost in Thought. Like, here's actually a threat for the Brackish Ludus that'll take care of it. When you see that setup, is like, wow, everything came up Quest for that second game for sure.
Oh, for sure.
And there was a second game, unfortunately, where everything really, really needed to come up for Water Tamer for any chance to get out of that.
Yeah, I mean, like there were like multiple. This was true for both games too, right? There are multiple levels of padding that Water Tamer had to get through, right?
Yeah.
There was just like the lanterns. There was the Ludists. It was just like you had to set up multiple things in order to even be able to start to assemble some sort of win condition.
Kel, set 1, there's a card called Extortion Scheme. Can you think of that card? Can you imagine that artwork? Can you imagine?
I know the artwork. Yes.
Yeah, it's artwork of Tristan extorting someone.
Yeah, it's like old Tristan, short hair Tristan, and she's got a dude, and she's like threatening him basically.
Yeah, and it's sort of torturing him.
Yeah,
I do feel just a little bit like we saw that play out here,
right,
on the stage, with Quest really taking advantage of his position in the matchup against the Genbu player.
Yeah, and just thinking about not just this match in particular, but like this day, we have seen Assassin perform like pretty well, right? Even though it's not the most represented.
It's been a great day for
deck.
Assassin.
Like we mentioned it before, but your own teammate at one point was, I'm not sure what he is now, but at one point he was like 4-0, like the only undefeated player playing Luxem Xander, win Luxem Xander.
Yeah. It has been actually a remarkable day for Assassin. Both of those Assassin decks. I actually haven't checked in on the Fire Luxem decks, but Win Luxem and Win Tristan have had some good showings in general, and we haven't seen every match be won by the Assassin player necessarily.
Right, it's not like unbeatable, but I think it has a better showing than some people might have thought going into it, especially when you're like, it's all Genbu, right?
And that's one of the benefits of going into all of the best players in the game really playing the game. So what we're actually going to see here is we're going to go into our highlights replay. If you missed the end of that first game especially, you can see the closer of that when in just a moment we hit those highlights up.
That was a big shadow strike.
Yeah, it was one of the biggest shadow strikes I think that you're going to see all day.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we are going to head to that highlights reel, and then we are going straight into the next round after that. So stay tuned, check out the highlights of this round, and then we're going to go right to the next round. You're not going to want to miss round 7 of today's Gauntlet.
Don't go anywhere.
Grand Archives World Championship Gauntlet, Water Tamer versus Quest. Fabled Sapphire Fatestone comes out next, and then that is going to cause in the Recollection phase a mill of both players. Quest is actually, this is really smart. In response to the trigger, Quest is going to use this Fairy Whispers. This will allow Quest to take something like, for example, that Scatter Essence that he just found. Set that up to be the second card from the top when he puts the 3 cards back. He will get to draw the top card. If you reveal it, if it's a win card, add it to hand, and then resolve the mill from Genbu and mill a float for himself.
All right.
Tempting to play Stratagem, sir.
How many floats in your grave? 3?
I have 3, sir.
For 9 damage. Cards in hand?
And attacking with, hang on.
Ooh, Stratagem of Myriad Ice. This is a scary card.
Water Tamer might have found a line here.
All right, Dan.
This is really, really interesting. Water Tamer might have a line where we're going to banish our floating memory from yard and deal 3 damage to a unit you don't control for each one banished. Now, this can actually be used, and maybe we're seeing the rare line where you use it to board control. Quest has to make decisions about responding right now, plus the ability to respond once those triggers go on the stack, and has to choose to respond at the correct time.
Stratagem's fine.
I'm choosing now to banish 3 I'm choosing to banish 3 floats.
Yep.
The targets I'd like to choose are 2 floats that will be on Aeson, 1 on the Dream Fairy.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so do we have, because we know Quest has the trap and about 1 million preparation counters.
Yeah. The freest trap of
So we
all
have a
time.
free activation of the Stifling Trap. And it's up to Water Tamer to try and respond to this. A double Tidal Lock can be attempted, but Quest has the full hand, so that's not going to do anything. So Water Tamer just actually has to have it actually has to be Primordial Ritual, which has sacrificing the ally as part of the cost.
Oh, not as part of the resolution.
Correct. And there's the ritual. So the setup was there. So step 1 completed, Kel.
All right, we're on our way.
There can be nothing standing in the way of Shadow Strike.
Show me the blade. There we go.
It is the Shadow's Claw. This is actually the alt art from MRC Altar, which is a really beautiful new alt art. And the Shadow's Claw gets activated, and we're not even going to bother to put durability counters on it. Here is the Shadow Strike fully prepared.
All of them. These are all of them. This is attacking for approximately 87 damage.
87,000 is actually, I think, where we're at this point. No, it's going to be 24 plus 4 plus the 1 from the Shadow Spa. So 29 damage.
29, yep.
Is just, if this Brackish Ludus sticks in play, there is, well,
here's another one.
If both Brackish Ludus stick in play, then there is almost no chance that Water Tamer is going to pull out of the game. The Water deck is too dependent on finding floating memory.
Yeah. GG, dude. Well played.
90
yeah.
damage. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to Grand Archive World Championships 2025, the Gauntlet. My name is Cam. I'm here in the booth with Valkyrie. Hey, Valk.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hello. Thank you.
We have some exciting games going on. We're getting down to it, man. There's 2 more rounds in the Gauntlet today, and then we are closed out, getting everybody ready for the World Swiss stage tomorrow. So people are sweating it out. We're going to start seeing all of those IDs that we've talked about rolling in, start to see people get locked. There's, you said it a couple of times when we were on earlier today that you're looking for that 12 points puts you like right on the bubble. 13 means you're like basically guaranteed in. And so players are going to be looking to get that. And so I think we're going down a little bit further in our bracket to start looking at those tables that where they're, right on the edge of those 12 points.
Yeah, now we're really getting into the big do or die for this event, and it's kind of exciting. In just 2 rounds, we'll have our entire roster for our 2025 Worlds.
Yeah, it feels crazy to, at the start of the day, it felt, it's a very high-stakes tournament, of course, but it felt a little bit more relaxed. People have some losses to give, people lose their game. They're like, oh, not so bad. I can pick up a few more wins. But now, round 7, it really matters. Like all these games, the people that we're going to be watching really can't take a loss, or they're going to be kicked out of Worlds. Going to have to play the 3v3.
Yeah.
All the normal people not moving on to the World Championship.
No longer in the spotlight anymore. Going to have to. Yeah, and this is pretty much like these next 2 rounds, as you said, are just going to be the spotlight, the thing to watch. The amount of pressure these players are probably feeling on stream in this current moment, I couldn't even imagine, because you're on stream. Hundreds of people are watching you. It is a spot to get into Worlds, but not only that, it's like you've been playing for the last 6 hours. It's so many things culminating, and it really is going to determine the stamina and just perseverance these players have.
Yeah, it's definitely a different vibe too, which I think these players being sort of out of their comfort zone if they're used to these more high level events. This is it's definitely a lot of pressure to be put on to make it into Worlds in these last couple of rounds.
100%. And usually you see a bunch of smiles and laughter at the beginning, but as you get towards the end of the day, more solemn, serious faces, people locked in.
And maybe a face that you guys have seen before in our feature match area. We're going to have Sean Zhang.
Grand Archives World Championship Gauntlet, Water Tamer versus Quest.
Pretty crazy. Shang. My fault. Yeah. Is playing Wind Ari, which we saw once earlier today. I think this is our only other Wind Ari player.
I believe so, in the Gauntlet. And they're very interesting deck lists compared to the past one. It's running a little bit more value package with Indolent Leisures, Mnemonic Charms, Wisdoms, Reprises. So it's really cool to see. You see the Prima Materia as well to help boost the damage and draw effectiveness of your entire deck. Along, we have the Scry the Stars combination with Scry the Skies as well, so we may get huge deck glimpses.
Yeah, there's sort of 2 ways to build Ari, and we saw that Aqua played earlier, the more reactive Ari that you've seen a lot of people play this season. It's definitely super popular over in SEA. And then there is the Scry the Stars build that is a little bit more combo-oriented. It has you do a lot of things on your turn, really leverage the ability to use Scry the Stars to cast cards like Scry the Skies and Wisdom's Reprise. These cards that you can activate, and they generate influence because you're playing them out of your deck rather than in your hand. So even something like Scry the Skies, when you activate it, it draws a card instead of playing it from your hand. So I think that's interesting to see what the difference will be from the match that we saw earlier, because like that match that we saw earlier, we do have exactly the same matchup in Wind Luxem, I believe, on the other side.
Yeah, it was so nice we had to give it to you twice at this point, right?
Yeah.
It's but an interesting variant of the Ari.
Right.
So it's same matchup, different game plan, as you were sort of explaining how that is. And we're going to take a look here actually coming up at the Luxem deck to see if it's similar to the one we saw prior. It's going to be a little bit more unique. And looking here, it actually does have a little bit of a difference here. We see one of Diablo coming in, a little fun tech card to try and steal your opponent's Divine Relics. We are running the standard Sadie Slice and Dice, but we are up on Slice and Dices compared to our previous ones, down on defensive options. We're not running 4 Veiling Breezes. We don't see any Crystalline Destiny as well. And only 3 Luxem sites too. So very interesting to see the small 4 to 5 card differences between the decks.
Yeah, a little more aggressive, but that is sort of worrisome in this matchup where you really do want those defensive tools like Veiling Breeze, like Crystallized Destiny, like you said, really do pull a lot of weight. We'll see. I hope this one Diablerie really puts in some work, steals the Divine Relic, but yeah, it's a similar matchup for sure. They're going to be looking to find an aggressive start, sort of. You mentioned this when we talked about it earlier. Polaris is going to be a huge card in this matchup, and it's really important for the Xander player to make that Polaris popped early and soon before that deck gets too dense with Cosmic Bolts, because then it's just really hard to come back from that.
Yeah, we have already seen the power of glimpsing 2 to 3 in your turn for multiple times. The amount of Cosmic Bolts you're able to find, you want to limit that as much as possible. And it's just all about the opening turns. That's what we're going to be really highlighting and taking a look at for this matchup is what do these 2 players do on turn 1 through 3? That is going to make or break their game plan. If we see Xander do nothing pass or maybe Fairy Whispers and whiff, it's really setting up for a poor transition from early to mid game.
Right.
But then on the other side for Ari, if we don't see the set up to get a nice level up into 1, into 2. Maybe you don't roll multiple herbs, and we're not running the one that duplicates your herbs at all. So if you don't get duplicates, you lose that additional draw power. That was so key in the original matchup.
Yeah, I think an interesting part about the way that these decks plays, because they have such a similar endgame, right? They're these recursive sort of control-based strategies that want to end the game with cards that are sort of net neutral on their influence, right? Where the way that Ari does this is she just basically hard levels every turn. There's a couple of times that you'll take a turn off, but you're most of the time going to lose 6 influence to go to level 3, whereas Xander wants to be very efficient and not lose nearly as many cards because they need so much influence in the late game to sort of enact their game plan. And so I think it means it's easier for Ari to just draw a bad hand and level to 3 because she's going to do that anyway. But it is really on the Xander player to have a good start, like you said, and find those tools that they need to prepare themselves for the late game rather than just, we saw earlier, sit around, and sitting around is a death sentence against Ari. So I think we are ready to go down to the feature match area for round 7 of the Gauntlet.
And super excited to jump into this here. These 2 players battling out. The record is 2-2-2. This match matters so much for them here in round 7. It has to be a win for one of them if they want to even consider making tomorrow.
Yes, sir. And it looks like the Rain Goddess is going to start us off, that Spirit of Wind, and we'll see what they found. See a Sadie, which is a good start. Definitely what they're looking for. And it looks like 1 Veiling Breeze, 2 Incaps in hand as well. So a pretty good start, especially off that Spirit of Wind with no ability to glimpse like we see from Sheng here. Going to glimpse, try to find himself a good footing to start off this game.
And even as you're saying, Ari gets the bad hands, you still can shape your hands as well. So it's not like a completely dead draw if you do see 6 cards you don't like. You do get that initial glimpse. And then going second here, Shane does get that draw for turn as well. So you can feel very confident you're at least going to find a playable, something that is valuable to slam down here on turn 1. And we actually see the Fertile Grounds.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't call this hand a whiff. It's quite a good one. Very, very rarely do you see an Ari player keep that many cards, and Shang did keep 5. Kept 2 copies of Fertile Grounds, a Dungeon Guide, a Fast Cure. The 1 copy of Horticounter that is in his list is now in his hand. It's a great start, and we'll see if the Rain Goddess can make a good start in kind. Going to come in for 2 with Sadie.
It's always a good feeling to find that one of you have in your deck immediately. It's like, I don't have to dig for this anymore. Just make sure to play around it, don't put it down, and it will come in clutch exactly when I need to in these moments. Rain Goddess is sort of going to be digging here with a Surveil the Winds, getting the additional prep counter. And since Sadie was deployed earlier, it is now a consideration that we have a fast slice and dice turn. On the Rain Goddess's next materialization, just because it can go to 2 prep counters. We're returning the Sadie, replay Sadie, return her, go to 3, and then that should be enough if Shang wanted to stay on Spirit to close out the game there. But you called it 100% hard level, going straight into Ari.
And this has got to be a pretty worrying sight if you're the Rain Goddess to see this Dungeon Guide banished for the level to Ari, as that probably means he's holding another one, and we know for a fact that is true. So Rain Goddess knows that the pressure is on, and level 3 Ari is coming soon. We're going to see Polaris activated here out of the material deck, and then just a pass.
That is one of those things of if you banish a card from your opponent's memory because they're leveling up, paying a cost, and you're like, oh, I got a good card, probably implies they have even better ones hiding away that you couldn't have chosen to begin with.
Yes, sir. We're going to see the Glimpse 2 off Xander. A couple of good ones, Fairy Whisper and a Surveil the Winds.
I think both are very valuable here. No matter which one you choose on top, the other can just grab what you want. So I think just keep both, help you dig. And I'm curious, though, which one is higher priority? Probably Fairy Whispers, because it lets you look at more cards initially. But no, Surveil the Winds was kept on top here. So we are guaranteed the draw of Fairy Whispers if this were to be activated.
2 coming in from Sadie, and I think we will see that. Going to see a Surveil the Winds here to pick up that Fairy Whispers, something that these Wind Assassin decks are so good at. Just finding the tools they need. Fairy Whispers grabbed. And now pretty set up for a Slice and Dice as well. Not currently one in hand, but we'll see if the Rain Goddess can find it. Activates this Fairy Whispers. Looks like they find Asen. Diablerie. Oh, Diablerie goes to the bottom. No.
Not this game. Not this game.
Yeah, the Divine Relic from Ari is not super important, so holding on to a Diablerie for that long can be pretty detrimental, so unfortunately not the matchup for it.
I know personally if I was in Rain Goddess's boots here, I would be fighting the voices in my head saying Diablerie someone on stream.
Yeah,
but cool, calm, and collected. Rain Goddess bottoms it, keeps the Ace and Protector instead, which is going to be a much more valuable play as it helps you push that damage through and puts that pressure on Shang, where we were talking about. You need to have them pop Polaris as fast as possible.
Yeah, and this is a good way to do it. Ace and Protector is about as potent as threats get for this Wind Assassin deck, and so a good place to be and might force an early Polaris, but right now we're just going to see a level 2 Arisana Master Alchemist grab 2 more herbs for her trouble, and then 1 duplicate from Fertile Grounds.
A little not as lucky on the die rolls as we've seen previous Arisana players here on stream, not getting the instant duplicates off of the initial level up, but Fertile Grounds making sure to do its part and doubling. And once again, want to highlight the key herb that is being duplicated.
Yeah, lots of Recover 1 flowers being made, as they're so important to keep that life total high and really close any sort of doors that your opponent can have for an early kill line with something like Slice and Dice. Also notable about the list that Shang has brought to the tournament today is that he is rocking a couple copies of Prima Materia, which he does want that wide spread of herbs to be able to brew for that extremely powerful brew ability on Prima.
And Cam, what is brew specifically like? What is it?
Brew is a cleric mechanic that allows you to, instead of paying a card's reserve cost, you can sacrifice a list of requisite herbs, as we see on the board here. And so it's a way to cheat out cards that are otherwise pretty costly, and then some cards, like Prima Materia, as mentioned, get an extra bonus effect when they're brewed. And we'll see if that comes to fruition. We do see a Dungeon Guide resolved on Sheng's side, Astral Zenith put into play. And he does crack 2 of those recover 1 herbs to get just a little bit of influence, down to just 3 cards.
Just 3. And a keynote is a Cosmic Bolt was banished. It is not the end of the world, though. It is just adding damage now to your Cosmic Bolts in the future.
Yeah.
And this is one of those things that's really cool with the deck. Because of Polaris that allows you to shuffle in more Cosmic Bolts, you're more than fine losing them early on.
And we'll see if this Polaris is a threat. 3 damage coming in from Aeson Protector. Not quite enough yet, I think, for Shen to have to pull the trigger. See Sadie come down, maybe. A Windmill pulled to the front of the hand here.
Ooh, Surprise Dungeon Guide flying out there, but Windmill Engineer being imbued, we're going to draw into memory here from the on-enter. And one thing to just point out, the Poison Dagger materialized for this turn, and then the Windmill Engineer, it's really looking like the Rain Goddess is setting up for a very explosive turn. We had Noe, there's Sadie already, and just doing quick math, it's 6 plus additional 4, that's 10. Arisana's already sitting at 7 damage counters, total of 25 life, and the only ways really to recover now are going to be the Lineage Release, the Recover Herb, and your 3 visits.
Yeah, pressure is the name of the game, and pressure might be stifled here. We see a Horda counter being activated. Paying looks like 1 is X, 2 is Y to stop that Sadie from resolving, and also he gets a Glimpse 3 for his trouble. No extra bolts in the deck yet, so looking at a fresh deck. Does find 1 Astra card, but not one with Star Calling. It is Astral Seal that he's going to put on top, 2 to the bottom. That's one way to deal with Sadie, huh, Val?
Oh, 100%. You know, it's hard to remove her off the field, but you can sort of cheat it if you never let her get to the field at all. Yeah. And unfortunately, Sadie is no longer for this, put into the banishment from Horda counter. And I was actually very curious if Shang was going to use Polaris in response to the end of the turn here to go ahead and get those bolts shuffled in, freshed up, remove the Aeson and Windmill Engineer now since the Rain Goddess doesn't really have any way to protect them. But it looks like we blew through Materialization, Necklace of Foresight, Dungeon Guide attacking into the Windmill Engineer. Aeson's still sitting there being a little bit of a problem, but we are passing turn, and Sheng has a very important card in Fast Cure now in hand, which is going to sort of negate this Aeson turn.
Yeah, Fast Cure, Fertile Grounds, Astral Seal, and Prima Materia is the grip right now. Ship has sort of sailed on Prima Materia being brewed, so he might look to activate it the old-fashioned way. But we are going to see a Grand Crusader's Ring grabbed on the side of the Rain Goddess. Add a little bit of influence. Picks up a second copy of Aeson Protector. It's pretty big.
You could combo them off with each other, sort of attack with Aeson, bounce back your Aeson, and sort of get a 6 damage swing every turn where the opponent has to try and remove one but can't deal with the other.
It's infinite damage. They just keep replacing themselves.
If you had all the cards ever in influence, you can infinitely kill your opponent. But Aeson going on, no Poison Dagger this turn. Kind of Ship has sailed on that as well with the Sadie and the Windmill Engineer being taken care of. And very curious to see the hand here of the Rain Goddess. We have a Dungeon Guide, Ensnaring Fumes, the 2 incaps that we saw prior, a Stifling Trap, but I'm not sure there is any more like value allies that they're able to deploy.
Yeah, they have a very defensive hand, but usually you want those defensive hands to be paired with your level 3 and with Luxem cards. And it looks like no Luxem cards in the Rain Goddess's hand, and so it's going to be a bit tough to play that defensive role.
It is always an... Oh, we do see at the end of the turn Fast Cure sort of recovering that damaged Aeson. dealt, and then with the floating memory, you can get the astroscope. Yep, exactly right here. Very cost-effective, already part of your game plan. It's everything well-oiled machine for this Arizona deck. And I would just wonder if you use this pre-recollection, which we are right now, answers my question. Looking for a Cosmic Bolt off the top. Cam, how much is this doing?
Just 6 for this first one. There is 2 in the, or a single Cosmic Bolt rather, in the banish, so it's going to be 2 extra damage. So it's going to be coming in for 6. That is a good start. Very surgical. You called it. He is playing exactly as intended. And I think a great way to think about this Cosmic Astroscope and the way that Ari plays is every additional turn that you have it in play gives you like 2-3% to win the game. So it's sort of a snowballing level of advantage to be able to see that many cards and glimpse so often. So the pressure is really on for Raid Goddess here to start getting the ball rolling. We did see that Dungeon Guide fly out of their hand a little bit earlier and might be integral to getting towards an end game that is favorable for the Wind Assassin player.
Indeed, it is here, and we're starting to see like history repeat itself. I'm having a very big deja vu moment of Arizona set up with level 3 Astroscope, ways to glimpse, and not all the Cosmic Bolts in the deck yet, but there's 8 sitting there as a potential, while Xander players are still stuck at level 1, trying to filter, trying to gain that influence, that value. And I just wonder if it's just the matchup in particular, it forces the Xander players to have to play like that every time, rather than like other ones where they are able to sort of be the aggressor, be the faster pace allowed for time. And was that just a regular materialization of Mercenary's Blade?
Yeah, it looks like the old-fashioned way. And, you know, the Rain Goddess really at the mercy of their draws sort of, you know, dictates what game plan they can take here. We did see, it looks like a Windbless lookout picked up, so that's at least a pretty handsome target for these 2 copies of Asin Protector if we really want to force the issue on this Polaris.
Oh, we do see that Windbless lookout. Gonna go ahead. We do get a preparation counter on enter, and then additionally get to glimpse 1, so help filter a little bit of your draws. But there's an important card I just saw on the Rain Goddess's hand that we didn't see prior. Must have been drawn in the last 2 turns, but there's a Slice and Dice now.
Oh, wow.
So there is kill potential. Looking at the Poison Dagger Mercenary Blade, we are looking at a total 3 from base Slice and Dice. If it was prepared, you get an additional 6 if it hits. Mercenary Blade will add +1 to the initial hit, so that's 4. Looking at 10. Poison Dagger is additional 3. So that is 13 there. Not quite going to be lethal by itself. And I'm probably assuming the Rain Goddess is keeping the Poison Dagger back and not using it, because as soon as it would have been used for that turn, the allies would have been instantly removed off the field from the Polaris.
And it looks like Polaris has been cracked for 8, and we will see a hard activated Ensnaring Fumes in response. Going to keep those prep counters, like you said, for probably that prepared Slice and Dice. And this is going to be pretty big for the Rain Goddess to keep influence, keep these allies. And so I think, man, talk about deja vu. We see an Ensnaring Fumes met with an Astral Seal to wipe the board clean, means those allies will fall to the Polaris, and a staggering 8 Cosmic Bolts going into the deck.
If I had 100 Sylvie bucks every time I saw an Ensnaring Fumes get Astra Sealed, I'd have 200 Sylvie bucks.
200 Sylvie bucks.
Which isn't a lot, but it's crazy it's happened twice in the Gauntlet already.
Right. Yeah, that is huge. Just feeling so great for Sheng here, I think.
Yeah.
Feels to be in a really commanding position. Doesn't mean that he's out of the woods yet. Some really scary Slice and Dice lines here available to the Rain Goddess. And so many cards in their influence still, even after those allies met their demise.
There's 10 total Cosmic Bolts in this deck now, which it's mind-boggling. That's crazy to think there's so many, but yet Glimpse 4 off the top, not seeing a single one.
Yeah, that's the tale as old as time. And it looks like Scry the Skies was a card put on top, which will give Sheng a little bit more looks to find his Cosmic Bolt for the turn. As Ari, you ideally want to be casting a Cosmic Bolt with your Star Calling ability once on your turn and once on your opponent's turn. So he's going to put that Scry the Skies on top so that he can play that on his turn and keep the Cosmic Astroscope for his opponent's turn. We'll see this. Glimpse 3. Bolts found. That one's coming in for 8. Pretty big, not lethal yet.
Just about, though. Xander's sitting at 16 total damage. Xander's life pool, 19. And we double-checking the amount of Cosmic Bolts in here. We have 2 in the graveyard now, 1 in Banishment. So if this Cosmic Astroscope at the materialization of the Rain Goddess's turn sees a Cosmic Bolt within the first 3, it is going to be lethal.
Yeah, I think so. Rain Goddess holding on to 2 cards, one of which is a Veiling Breeze, but at 16 damage counters, it's just not going to be enough.
And curious, though, Shang does need to find a Cosmic Bolt, which immediately, not even waiting for the materialization.
Yeah, just says, I'll do it on my turn. You have an answer for this one. This one's for 10. Checks for Veiling Breeze math. That's not enough.
For, I believe, 5 win cards out of the 8 in memory here. Whew. And just going to pack it up, and we are going to game 2. Shang making sure to remove those 8 Cosmic Bolts out of the deck. You do not get to start the game with them.
True. Yeah, very explosive game from Shang. Just finding those Cosmic Bolts so quickly. That damage ramps up out of nowhere. And you said when Shang played the Dungeon Guide that it was important that we noted that the Cosmic Bolt did get banished there, and banishing a Cosmic Bolt that early just means that your math to kill your opponent is so much more favorable than it sort of leads on to be, right? That 2 extra damage on all of your bolts really adds up super quickly.
Yeah, if you feasibly look at it, that was an extra 4 damage before the actual lethal Cosmic Bolt.
Right.
So it's the difference of Xander being at 12 compared to 16. And I'm pretty sure if Xander was at 12 and that next Cosmic Bolt was only coming in for 8, that Veiling Breeze would have kept them alive.
Right. So we're going to take a look at sideboards here, see what the players are doing. Looks like the Scatter Essences are coming out for Shang. And make sure he takes those bolts out as well. I think those are the ones in his main deck. And I wonder what's coming in here. Usually not a whole lot of super impactful tools for the Tristan matchup. He does have some extra negation in Horticounters in his board that he can bring in, which look pretty attractive.
Do you value extra Horticounters and the Dawn's Reversals in this particular matchup, or would you rather be more on the game plan you originally are on?
Yeah, I think typically cards like Horticounter do find a lot of good places against decks that are playing Incapacitate, because usually your opponent's going to hold their Incapacitates until the Cosmic Gold is lethal, and they're going to try to fight over the last one. And so if they play an Incap and you play a Seal, they play another Incap, they usually go low enough on influence that you can get them with the final Horticounter. And so I think we will see Shang bring in those to sort of fight over those Incapacitates, which are sort of the most problematic card for Arisana.
I'm a big fan of Horticounter as well, because it allows you to pretty much put every card down in memory except for 1. And you sort of sit there, and if you have 1 or 2 herbs and your opponent's just not thinking about it or calculating that this could be a potential route you're taking, they can easily fall into the trap of it.
Right.
And then it just gives you a glimpse as well. So you can negate something and then go, Cosmic Bolt.
Yeah, it's crazy that they gave Arisana a 0 reserve cost negate that also glimpses 3, just in case you needed it to also kill your opponent. It can also kill your opponent. Very, very powerful card, and we'll see if Shang gets to use it here. We did see one played to pretty high impact against the Sadie in the first game, and so maybe he's looking back at that game 1, thinks, man, that counter was really good. Maybe I should have some more of those in my deck.
And maybe overstepped a little bit on that turn with trying to activate that Sadie with everything you had. There were multiple incapacitates in the hand of the Rain Goddess, but never usually put them down to start activating your allies. And maybe a little bit of defensive turn could have changed it up a bit. It's one of those what-if scenarios, though, because you never know what your opponent was going to do on that turn.
Right.
You can make an assumption, and then they do something completely different.
We'll see if this game goes completely different, and that's what the Rain Goddess is hoping for. Going to start us off. Looks like they did find a couple of those Luxem cards, which will be helpful later. Did find, looks like, 2 copies of Sadie. a Eternal Magistrate, which is really big in this matchup.
Eternal Magistrate definitely does shut down a lot of Arizana's natural game plan of Polaris and Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, it really stops that materialization in your main phase of Polaris. And that is super important to keep these sort of assassin boards at bay. So if the Rain Goddess can stick an Eternal Magistrate on their next turn, and then sort of keep that Polaris away for a turn or two, they can really put in some pressure.
And here we actually see Shang Glimson putting a majority down, 4 back to the bottom, only keeping a couple. And we see the Mnemonic Charm for the first time here. A nice little pay 2, activate it, draw into memory, and then you can later empower. The empower isn't the biggest upside of it, but it's a great way to cycle. Keep things fresh, dig through that deck, and then allows you to level up instantly to level 1. You have cards down, and you're more than happy to just take that trade.
Back over on the Rain Goddess' side, we see a backup charger grabbed, usually the turn 1 for decks like this. 1 damage coming in with Windmill. And quite a few allies here, Valk, have been found by the Rain Goddess, so we'll see if they can apply that pressure that we keep talking about that's so important in this matchup.
Indeed, that Ace Protector looking very juicy this turn.
Yeah.
As it recycles that Windmill Engineer, pretty much allows you to +1. The Ace then gets to attack in for 3, and really starts putting that early pressure. But it may be a Sadie instead. No, a Turbocharge, just more value. As an additional cost to activate this card, you must sacrifice a Power Cell. You have to have one here. But when you do, you get to just draw 2 cards. It cycles, and that Power Cell usually just sits around doing nothing for most of the game. So if you're able to turn it into 2 additional cards, it feels so good.
Yeah, a lot of influence, and that Eternal Magistrate going to keep the board here pretty safe. So a much better start from the Rain Goddess, and a little bit of a slower one from Shang as well. Did not find that Fertile Grounds on turn 1. Didn't find any floating memory in the form of Fast Cure. Not a whole lot of cycling to be had either. So maybe this is the Rain Goddess's advantage to push for this game. We're going to see Arisana 1 materialized. A couple of herbs grabbed as usual.
I'm gonna look here. We're Zephyring the Eternal Magistrate. This is such an interesting play just because the imbue mechanic is an additional cost. So if Eternal Magistrate leaves and then comes back, it is no longer imbued, and you can't re-imbue it technically because you're not activating. It's just coming back in from banishment. So the only way to get this Eternal Magistrate back online is going to have to either be a Reclaim or an Ace and Protector and just try and redeploy it. So I'm curious, though, Shang using it now rather than they had like a Dungeon Guide turn, because it is possible that this Windmill Engineer, or not Windmill Engineer, Eternal Magistrate just comes back.
Yeah, just really, really valuing this Polaris. So we see Polaris activated in his main phase with that Arisana bonus ability, and that seems to be really important enough to spend a Zephyr to get that Magistrate out of the way. Going to cash in a Scry the Skies. Not exactly what you want to do with it, but it will put a second card down into Shang's memory, which is what he wants to level to 2 next turn.
Yeah, 2 cards in memory, perfect for if you want to go to level 2. And as you mentioned prior with Arisana, it's literally just a 1, 2, 3 materialization, and not until you hit 3 is when you start getting more of the value regalias.
Right. Speaking of value, a little bit of Glimpse 2 from the Xander Prepared Scout, materialization from the Rain Goddess. Going to pick up a Reclaim. As you said, we can reset that Eternal Magistrate if there's Dungeon Guides on the horizon. Comes in for 1 first, and we'll see if the Rain Goddess does want to do that. Has pulled a Sadie to the front of the hand, though.
Sadie would be an interesting choice here. You're going to help mount that pressure. Start building prep counters. Notice the difference between Game 1 and Game 2 is Game 1 we had a bunch of prep counters. Game 2, very much lacking. Oh, interesting. I just saw the card Rain Goddess put down in memory. They sideboarded in Gleaming Cuts. So they are looking to try and go that more later game Xander, looking for the Lightweaver's Assault outs and victories, rather than that fast pace. So maybe they purposely want to slow down the game themselves.
Right. Yeah, I mean, typically Luxem has had a pretty good matchup into Arisana. It's just this more mid-range focused Wind deck that has struggled. And so maybe he's looking to call back to the days of yore and act a little bit more like a traditional Luxem deck and really build that influence over his opponent.
Ooh, double one rolls here from Shang. Love to see that here. And yeah, Arisana traditionally beats ally decks. Polaris, very, very good against them. They can't overcommit to the board. If they do, instantly gone.
Yeah, so it does make this a little bit easier, and we do have that Polaris looming now. And as you said, the 2 1s rolled for Arisana Master Alchemist will allow Shang to cash those in at the end of his turn for a card if he wants. He's going to cash in a Mnemonic Charm now for a card into his memory. And something to note about these that we mentioned a little bit earlier, but is different about Shang's deck list than the other ones that we've seen in the tournament, is he is running a couple of copies of Dawn's Reversal that I believe were brought in with those Hoarder counters that can really give him some pretty big value off these Mnemonic Charms.
Oh, that's right, because it...
Yeah, level damage.
Level damage, yes. That is the damage. Also, it combos really well with the Scry the Skies, because that's also Glimpse level.
It is, but it is a skill, so it won't pick up.
Oh, it's a
won't
skill.
Pick up.
Yeah.
They did that one on purpose. They did us dirty.
They looked out. They knew.
See Sadie come in for 2. A little bit of damage, which does add up. Still not level 3 here, Shang. And notably, we haven't seen a 3 visits all game.
That is true. No 3 visits, no quick, easy ways to start filtering through the deck and recover 2 each time. And we do see that Cosmic Bolt again banished, though, to get to that level 2. Shang with sitting at 10 damage counters now. About halfway there. Let's see what the Rain Goddess is going to deploy here to mount the pressure for. I believe that's going to be an Ace incoming. It is indeed. Looking probably Eternal Magistrates to your target?
Yeah, I think so. As long as you can play it this turn, it's up to the Rain Goddess whether they want to hold up Incapacitate or not. And if they do, they'll just pick up a Windmill instead. But we're seeing a few herbs popped in response here. So it looks like maybe Shang is looking to pop his Polaris in response to Ace and Protector, so that Ace and Protector will come in and have to bounce himself.
Oh, Shang just looking to take out the Ace and Protector as well. We're looking at a Polaris for 4 currently.
Yeah, so it looks like it was in response to the on-enter trigger.
And so the Rain Goddess has to make a decision. Do we save Sadie, or do we save a Windmill Engineer, Eternal Magistrate, or Aeson with the Reclaim?
Yeah. And that will put in-cap as a inability for the Rain Goddess to activate on the next turn should they play a Reclaim, which is pretty risky. We will see the Reclaim, picking up the Windmill.
Oh, and then the Windmill can go and save Sadie here.
Yep.
Which we are going to do. Just make sure we pay for the costs in a certain way. And Aeson and Eternal Magistrate no longer here.
Chose to not keep up Veiling Breeze, but kept the in-cap in hand, maybe looking for a costed Materialize next turn, so they're worried about losing their Incapacitate. So they did keep it in hand alongside that Sadie. And, you know, you have to think that, like, the Rain Goddess probably doesn't think they're dead here. That would be pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, from 0 to 19 in 1 turn. Not 1,000 Cosmic Bolts as we saw last game. We only doing 4, about half of what we had in game 1. But we've seen the power of just 4 to 5 Cosmic Bolts as well if they manage to worm their way up to the top through a couple of glimpses. And I'm pretty sure here we are going to see Shang go immediately to Arisana level 3. We have 1 floating memory, and then, or the potential of 1 floating memory with the fast cure in hand. But no, we're not even fast curing here, just straight 3 from memory.
Yeah, do what has to be done. Does have a copy of Wisdom Surprise. Looks like he is going to fire that off in Recollection. Did see a Spell Shield Astra banished as well.
Spell Shield Astra, Comic Fall, and I couldn't see that last one quite, but just filled with Astra cards.
My lord, what a glimpse. Finds Dawn's Reversal, Astra Sight, Cosmic Bolt. And now he's really going to have to think about this one. He can set this up in a way that he draws the Dawn's Reversal if he wants to keep it, puts the Astra Sight on top, puts the Cosmic Bolt underneath that so that the Astrocyte can immediately pick up the Cosmic Bolt. But that does put you down a little bit of tempo if you were looking to cast a bunch of bolts this turn. Looks like he's just going to grab the +1. Grabs the Astrocyte, draws a card off of Wisdom Surprise, then draws another card off of Astrocyte, builds his influence a little bit. Another Astrocyte, still in Recollection, and he finds the bolt. Oh, man. Ari players are running good today, Valk. That's pretty good.
They are indeed. The amount of times I've seen Astra Sight just do crazy amount of combinations is way too much. It's very hyped to see the fact that your Glimpse 1 can turn it into 4, 6, 8 damage.
Yeah. And it was 6 in this case, which gets us off to a pretty reasonable start. Shang doesn't need to find much more to be able to put some pressure on that 19 life that Xander has. 2 more bolts, enough to get it done.
2 more indeed, and we do see a couple of cards in here, hand of Shang. The most noble one, though, is going to be the Astra Seal.
Yeah.
That is what you want to keep up and make sure you use it at the right moment, and we may be looking for that right moment here coming up very quickly.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. The Ripper grabbed from the Rain Goddess is a bit of a sign that says, I have a Slice and Dice in my hand. I would like to deal you 15 damage. And Astro Seal is a good way to get around that, but Incap is a good way to get around that. So we'll see who comes out on top. There is a Serene Spirit waiting from Shang, so the Assassin Ripper Slice and Dice for 15 is not quite enough to threaten literal lethal, but it's still pretty scary.
It is, and Shang actually has 2 options they could go about this as well. There's also a Zephyr in the back, and you can attempt to Zephyr the Assassin's Ripper, force the Incap, and then still get the Lineage release as well, and you don't have to worry about having a win card that's stuck in your hand.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Looks like Dungeon Guide is pulled up. Another Dungeon Guide to 2. Xander players thinking alike this weekend. And we'll see if this one works out for the Rain Goddess.
I think you Dungeon Guide to 2 here just to save yourself on the influence of having to play and then return Sadie for that 3rd prep counter. Because Dungeon Guide into Xander 2 will then get you your 3rd prep counter and a card back, but I don't think there is any Assassin card 2 that grab. We have Turbo Charge, Ace Protector, and Eternal Magistrate in the graveyard.
This is so cool, Valk. We see an Astral Seal being cast targeting this Dungeon Guide. Astral Seal says if any other Banish Zone has that card in it, it costs 3 less to activate. So there is a Dungeon Guide in Shang's Banish Zone, which will make this Astral Seal 0 to activate, which is really, really strong. Allows him to play an Astral Seal, target this Dungeon Guide, and also keep up that Zephyr, like you said, for potential Slice and Dices.
And here we see that Incap just immediately in response, negating it, but I believe that Astra Seal did what it needed to do. It got cards out of the Rain Goddess's hand, no longer an Incap having to be worried about, and you're clear to use that Zephyr.
Yeah, we'll see. There is, I think still Slice and Dice amount of cards in Rain Goddess's hand. And maybe they think the coast is clear, like you said. Seal's been dealt with. You got this Dungeon Guide through. Pick up an Incap. Maybe it feels pretty safe, and that Zephyr could be pretty backbreaking if that's the line they go for. 1 first with the Dungeon Guide.
A grip of Luxem cards in hand. We see Gleaming Cut, Lightweaver's Assault, and a Luxem Sight, along with that Incap and Slice and Dice. So a very curious way you could go. You have 3 cards down in memory. You can just pass the turn here, hard level into Xander level 3, and then look to do something with your Luxem, now enabled, or you could have gone the Slice and Dice route.
Yeah, it looks like pass was the option. We're going to see a Necklace of Foresight grabbed by Shang in his Materialize. Finds a Dawn's Reversal and a Cosmic Bolt. Thinking if he wants to cast this bolt, potentially keep maybe that Dawn's Reversal. I believe a 10 lands in there as well, but not exactly what he's looking for. He's thinking about it. Do I need this bolt here? Can I afford to put these on top? He says, yes, I can. Puts Dawn's Reversal on top. Cosmic Bolt below it. Draws Dawn's for turn. Does not currently think have a way to glimpse one, though. No Astroscope, no 3 visits in sight, has left Shang at sort of a stalemate. to be able to activate any of his cards or find any sort of glimpse for Cosmic Bolt.
Yeah, not wanting to commit anything for like an indolent leisure to try and build influence. You need to keep cards up for protection, especially against what the Rain Goddess is planning, threatening with a Poison Dagger and a Assassin's Ripper on the field already. And we know that top card is going to be that Cosmic Bolt, so maybe setting up for your materialization on your next turn, right? You can now get that Astroscope, looking for like a fast cure at the end of your opponent's turn.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, and that's what we're doing. We're going to see a Blinding Orb is the grab. Pretty huge way to interact with Shang without having to activate anything necessarily. You just have to crack this Blinding Orb, makes your opponent put 2 cards from their hand into their memory, also draws you a card for your trouble, and that will turn off any sort of potential Astral Seal shenanigans, unless they are activated for free.
Shang knows there is the in-cap back in hand, so you really have to stop and consider is like, what's worth keeping? Are they going to let me use the Dawn's Reversal? Are they going to let me recover off the fast cure? Or is that in-cap going to be safe for something more deadly like the Cosmic Bolt at the top of the deck?
Wow, huge amount of respect here. So in response to the Blinding Orb being cracked, an activation of a Zephyr targeting the Assassin's Ripper met with an Incapacitate. Both players just really trying to push this slice and dice line, but a card was negated, so we'll see Dawn's Reversal being reduced to an activation cost of 0. You're going to see both of those Mnemonic Charms cracked as well. A huge glimpse here from Shang. And 7 damage coming across just from the Dawn's Reversal, and then a Bolt here can seal the deal.
100%. There it is coming down. It's very funny to consider that a lot of Ari's cards are saying as long as a card is in banishment or a card is negated. It's never saying you have to do it yourself.
Oh, it's 21. I miscounted. One shy. And the Ripper stays on board, so Shang is now hands down, no interaction available. If Rain Goddess did all of this work with the Incapacitate because there was a lethal line, there's not a whole lot that Shen can do about it. Of course, does have that release that we both know about. And I'm sure Rain Goddess knows about it as well.
Hopefully that is something to keep in mind, but it can catch you off guard, especially since you're so in the think tank. You may not have remember that important detail right at the start.
Yeah.
You might be too busy just trying to calculate your own lethal, and it may do that. So we do see Sadie joining the party here with the Poison Dagger turn. This is going to be attack for 2, but then get an additional +1. 3 sitting at 17.
Pick up the Sadie, slice and dice, prepare it, add Ripper. It's going to be 7, and then, 7 and then 10, 17.
17. Recovering here, going to 11, and then just still not going to be enough.
That was a crazy turn, and I thought that Zheng was coming out on top. Such a huge Dawn's Reversal, puts his opponent to 21. Really smart to try to fight over the Ripper, but Rain Goddess just had everything that they needed to find that Poison Dagger lethal there. Really impressive play.
It is indeed, and just 1 damage shy from securing the round. That is one of those, what could I have done to get that 1 extra damage somewhere, somehow, that extra point in there. But what an intense game, too. We're grinding down to game 3 here at this point. A nail-biter for both these players. And I'm sure the Rain Goddess, a huge sigh of relief securing that.
Yeah, and it wasn't an easy one, right? As close as it could possibly get. Really, really immaculate play from both of these players. Just truly know exactly what they need to do. I think it's just so interesting to see them fight over that Zephyr. You know, especially on the side of Shang, where he doesn't... There's a lot of pieces that had to come together there for that Assassin's Ripper to generate a lethal attack. But he, smartly thought, I think because they got Blinding Orb here and because they got Ripper last turn, they are looking for a lethal line, so I have to try to fight over this. Was unfortunately not quite enough to get it done there, but yeah, really smart play from both players.
My curiosity of this, though, is if Shang opted into instead doing a fast cure in response to the Blinding Orb instead of the Zephyr for the additional recover 4, if the Rain Goddess was going to incap that.
I wonder, yeah.
And it's sort of like you could play that out is because if Rain Goddess doesn't incap that, then maybe they don't look for like the exact lethal because you've recovered out of that range. You've feasibly recovered 10 that turn.
Right.
And so then Shang would be able to potentially get another materialization. We knew that Cosmic Bolt was on top. You could get Astroscope, draw Cosmic Bolt for turn, and then at the materialization of your opponent's turn, Cosmic Bolt again. But who knows?
Yeah, so many like mind games that go into it, especially at this high level that we're playing at here in the Gauntlet. Both players very familiar with their decks, and they have to assume that their opponent is familiar with their deck. And so, yeah, those levels, right? There's the level 1 where this is the correct play that by the book makes sense, and then there's the level above that, and that's what these players are playing at.
Yeah, sometimes the obvious choice is not the best choice for a lot of things. It's a sort of a reaction chain. And we saw it clearly with the, I'm going to materialize a Blinding Orb. I'm going to use the Blinding Orb. Okay, well now this is going to happen, this is going to happen, and it just all built up to one momentous occasion and then crumpled down.
Yeah. And so we'll see a little bit of camaraderie there. Fist bump to start off our last game. Shang going to be going first. Does find a 3 visits, our first time all match. That card's pretty good.
I've heard it's decent, especially if your opponent is being a little bit of aggressive towards you. You're able to help stabilize, dig through that deck, and find the key pieces you need. And looks like here we found almost everything for this early game. Mnemonic Charm, Fast Cure. Whew, I like this hand.
Yeah, kind of a huge keep here from Shang. Really interesting. Kept the Scry the Stars in his hand. Such a late game oriented card. Requires you to be level 3. Requires you to have played a Scry the Skies previously. And he is thinking that card is strong enough to keep in his opening hand. Really just shows how his build is completely focused around it. We see a Windmill Engineer on the side of the Rain Goddess. Exactly the kind of start that you're looking for. Get a little bit of damage in, and we'll see an Asin Protector immediately pick it back up. Not a whole lot Ari can do about that. 3 more damage, really, really mounting the pressure in these early turns.
And this is the aggressive Grand Archive you want to see out of the aggro player, but immediately met in with that Fast Cure, undoing your turn. You still have an ally developed on the board, but no damage now. And double 3s. Oh, such a good roll here for Shang off the Arizona 1. Polaris joining the party, of course. Can't forget it.
Yeah, great start. Maybe the best start that he's had this match thus far. Going to see the Scry the Skies put a card directly into memory. And looks like he chose to pick that one up. He did have a Scry one. Maybe he was casting that as if he was level 0, but wants to put that Scry the Skies into his graveyard for the alternate activation cost on Scry the Stars, which we see in the hand. Also another copy of Fast Cure, if he's looking to level up pretty cleanly.
Yeah, we already have 2 cards in memory, so you can choose to keep that Fast Cure in case you need it, or you can just use the ones in memory and save it for a rainy day, maybe when you have a little bit more damage counters on your champion.
Right.
Ooh, the Rain Goddess here, hand looking kind of a yellow with all those Luxem cards.
A little bit, yeah. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but in this early game, is that 3 copies of Turbocharge?
I believe it found all 3.
That's a bit of a yikes.
Very
It's going to be pretty tough. Does find another Asin Protector. Finds a Veiling Breeze and a Windmill Engineer as well. Going to keep the 2 allies, put the Veiling Breeze away.
Looking here, I'm pretty sure the Rain Goddess is going to be setting up for a backup charger on their next materialization, especially with those 3 turbocharges, wanting to get those out of hand, turn them into actual cards here. A very big contemplation between Windmill and Asin. Looks like Asin is going to win it out on top. Windmill going to the bottom here. We do have the potential for the Asin combination. Some combo A, combo B, Asin plate.
Looks like we're going to see a Windmill instead. I think that's going to be the chosen dance partner for this Asin Protector. Just like we saw last turn. And enough to play it now if they want to. 2, 4. Asin Protector, pick up a Windmill. It's a lot of pressure.
And we're doing the ASIN dance. You play an ally, attack with it, play an ASIN, bring that ally back. And we have 6 powers sitting on the field here right now. And it's really hard for Arizona to really deal with that, especially because you don't have a lot of herbs. And double 4s being rolled off of the Arizona 2. You love to see that.
Yeah, at least gives Sheng the option to crack all of these herbs, put 4 counters on Polaris, deal with 2 ASINs. We did see a little bit of value generated as well, with the 3 visits being banished to the Arisana materialization, which can be played from banished. Looks like it is just going to be a pass for now. And we'll see if Sheng is scared enough of these ASINs that he wants to fire off the Polaris. Most notably, at a time that an Ensnaring Fumes cannot be activated, will probably be what he's looking for.
Interesting here. We're opting into Xander level 1 off materialization, getting rid of the turbocharge here. A little bit of a pretend shock from the Rain God. It's like, oh no, my turbocharge.
Yeah, big smile on their face when you see the turbocharge go away that you know you have 2 more copies of.
And we see here, it's very possible, as you said, that Sheng can just eat 2 herbs to remove these ASINs, which wouldn't be a bad thing.
Yeah, so smart. We see those 2 herbs eaten here, as you said, and this is all done in Recollection so that there is no Ensnaring Fumes available, no reclaims available. Sheng just wants to make sure that he can deal cleanly with those 2 ASIN protectors and stem that bleeding. But this is the situation that you want to be in as a Rain Goddess, right? You did get an early Polaris popped. There's not a whole lot of value generated on Sheng's side. You do have the tempo here, so you just want to push that advantage, keep that pressure on, hopefully find some more allies to start pecking away at Sheng's life total.
If you're in Sheng's position, would you be happy with the 4 Cosmic Bolts that were shuffled in, or are you like, is that the bare minimum you're looking for?
Yeah, I think the way to think about Arisana in today's context is that the deck is sort of built around using exactly the 4 herbs that Arisana level 1 and 2 generate and cracking your players for 4. That is sort of the base level of the deck. Any bolts past that are gravy. They make your deck a little bit easier, run a little bit smoother, but 8 bolts in your deck is plenty.
Okay, perfect. And we already see 1 in hand as well, so we can start early on. Gonna have to find a way to put that down to get banished for level 3, though.
Yeah. Do have a fast cure, and that's a good way to put 2 cards down and a floating memory. And we see those sort of pulled to the front of the hand. Maybe that's Sheng's plan. Keep that damage counter number as low as possible.
Especially knowing the amount of burst damage that the Rain Goddess's deck can do, you want to stay at a low life total as much as possible in order to be able to potentially survive the burst.
Yeah, I mean, after you see that slice and dice for 17 last game, I'd be sweating bullets. So.
Alrighty, looking here. One thing to note is Sheng has a much higher influence right now as they compared to like the previous 2 games. So a little bit slower pace for them. Double Sirocco's to draw in.
Yeah, double Sirocco's is pretty strong. I don't know if you knew this, Valk, or anybody at home. There's a second line of text on Sirocco Operative that we don't often get to see, and it does generate a preparation counter if there's another automaton ally in play.
Yeah, it really doesn't come into like effect unless you double Sirocco usually in this deck. And we saw it here. Good point out. We do see a Cosmic Bolt, Fast Cure, and I believe the Scry the Skies?
I believe so.
Was put in there as well, keeping. We are Arizona 3 and Scry the Stars, the combination.
It's combo time. So Scry the Stars says that every card in your deck has Star Calling X, where X is its reserve cost, and then you glimpse 3. So this Indolent Leisure has Star Calling 3, and he's going to choose to use his Arisana ability to Star Call that for 0 instead. Just an immediate +1 off of that Indolent Leisure. And that is sort of how this deck is built, to chain these extra card advantage generating cards off of your big Scry the Stars. We're going to see a 3 visits, does find a Bolt, and a Zephyr. Probably don't want to Star Call that Zephyr.
Do not want to Star Call the Zephyr. Not yet. Maybe you could have, but that. It really comes playing if it's worth to go ahead and Star Call this Cosmic Bolt. Since you have used your free Star Call for the turn, you would have to pay 2 for it. And almost looking like putting them bottom of the deck, opting, not doing it, keeping the cards in hand. We do see why it is important for Shang to keep cards, because I believe those are Horde counters, right?
Yeah, looks like Horde counter, Spell Shield Astra, and Wisdom Surprise. Huge fast speed cards that can be activated.
That's a great way to survive a Slice and Dice or 17 is Spell Shield Astra.
Yeah.
And you get a benefit for preventing damage from it, correct?
Yes, for the damage that you prevent all of the damage that you would take your next instance, and then you glimpse that many. So say Slice and Dice comes in for 6, you would prevent 6 and then glimpse 6.
That is a huge momentum swing in tempo. Ace and Protector, third one found and located. We're going to... Windmill Engineer's so last turn. It's all about Sirocco Operative for this Ace and Protector. Coming back to the hand, attacking in for 3. And I believe Sirocco's going to do its thing here again, draw a card into memory, and get another prep counter for your champion.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. I would be shocked if we didn't see that. Also a Sadie available. A Slice and Dice, but not a lethal one, so probably not going to be the move.
One thing to mention, though, about the Rain Goddess's hand, lacking defensive options.
Sure.
A lot of aggression, which is great, but we're missing those Veiling Breezes. We're missing any, like, Luxem Sights or protection. So if Shang's able to find a good combo turn, as we've seen these Arizona decks do, it could just be the end of the game.
Yeah, and I think that's what the Rain Goddess is thinking about. Do I have to play something like a Scout the Lands to find some pieces of interaction? Looks like they're just going to pass. There is going to be a Wisdom Surprise activated, a Cosmic Bolt found. That's going to be activated as well with that Arisana ability coming in for 6.
Wisdom Surprise drawing into memory. Don't want to forget the important cards. Necklace of Foresight Materialization. Looking at the top 4, what do we find?
No bolts.
No bolts, but we do have an important Astra card there as well. Going to the bottom, though, opting to keep 1. I believe it was a Zephyr kept on top.
It was Zephyr, really valuing how we saw Shang try to interact with that lethal Slice and Dice last game. Is Zephyr a good way to interact with Assassin's Ripper? Does have a lot of protection, so Shang can feel pretty confident in just shipping the turn over to his opponent. Going to see a Scout the Lands activated from the Rain Goddess at the end of Shang's turn. Try to find some interaction. Shang thinking about it. Going to let it go.
The important thing here is I think the Rain Goddess needs to find an in cap. That is going to be your protection piece for your kill turn here. And that 4th card, I was getting kind of nervous looking at 3. And I would be shocked if anything was drawn besides this in cap. It is going to be the way to like perfectly set up what you need for the Slice and Dice. Looking, okay, so we go in cap, Surveil is your top 2. Going to draw from Scout the Land, and then Surveil will be your draw for turn, which also just lets you draw that Fairy Whispers that was put 3rd. Gleaming Cut is on the 4th.
Yeah, it's an excellent pickup here. I think you're exactly right, Valk. Incapacitate is the way to stop Arisana in this matchup. And we're going to see the Rain Goddess hold on to that one for dear life, I think.
Do a little bit of quick math here. So Slice and Dice, Assassin's Ripper is 15. We know that there. We then see 3 from the Asin, 1 from the Sirocco. Poison Dagger has the potential to add an additional 1, and then a +1 for every damage dealt. So we have 1, 2, 3, an additional +4. So that's already 22 damage we're looking at just from what we physically see on the field.
And something to remember is that there is a Serene Spirit of Wind in Shang's lineage, so he is at an effectual 0 damage counters. So the Rain Goddess here is doing math, can I do 25? And we're pretty close. And so we'll see if they go for it. They do have that single in-cap backup, which is pretty strong.
The 1 in-cap to protect. We know Shang hanging on to a couple little surprises on their end as well. It's going to boil down to that last moment of, do you have a response to this? Because if you do, I'm going to respond to that. Shang, though, way more cards in hand to battle it out than last game. That's an important thing to note.
Yeah, 6 influence is so important here. There are 2 very powerful 2 reserve cost cards that Sheng can activate, and with 6 influence, he can do both. But we are going to see the Rain Goddess go for it. So the Poison Dagger is going to be popped. 1 damage from Dagger, 2 damage from Sirocco, 4 damage coming in from Asen. And it looks like that's where Sheng's going to say, hold on, I have something I'd like to do in response to this attack with Asen Protector.
We are doing a little bit of thinking consideration. The Spell Shield Astra going to want to be stopping this Asen Protector coming in, really valuing the additional 4 that you're going to get here from that Glim, or 3 it would be.
Would be 3, yeah.
You don't get the replacement effect of the Poison Dagger. But this is a way to just find a bolt or something that can put a little bit more pressure on the Rain Goddess. Now, they have to decide if they want to in-cap this or let the damage through. I don't know how integral it is for that 4 damage from the Asen for the Rain Goddess's kill turn here. In-cap.
In-cap resolves. I think this is a bit of a bait from Sheng. He is holding on to that Zephyr that we saw him send to the top. So he's going to take this damage. But if the way that he dies here is from the Ripper Slice and Dice, he is going to have a little bit of protection, but that Slice and Dice is still going to come in for a lot of damage.
A big ol' 11 damage from that Slice and Dice, even without the Ripper. And it's, you know, you're not dead out of the game, but you are still in a not happy position.
Yeah, I wouldn't say happy is the way to put it. We do also have to remember there is a 3 visits in the graveyard for Sheng, I believe. So a little bit of extra life there as well.
Additional recover too. So feasibly, you can recover 6 this turn with the release of the Spirit and the 3 visits.
8.
Yes, 8. Math is very difficult in small increments. And we see the Rain Goddess calculating here. Is this the Slice and Dice? It is. We're committing the 3 prep counters to prepare it.
And we do see that Zephyr. Target Assassin's Ripper. This is going to give a little bit of breathing room. It is going to turn this Slice and Dice into an attack for 11 total. Sheng will have to do some sort of response here. It's going to choose to release the Spirit, go back down to 9. The 11 will take him to 20 damage counters.
Ooh. And not opting into using that 3 visits before the release of the Spirit.
Yeah, maybe we lost it in there somewhere and it is no longer in a zone that he can activate it from. But regardless, going to get a second lease on life. Sheng is going to pass back to his turn. And still does need to find quite a bit here, Valk. Only 6 damage counters on Xander. A few bolts is what he needs.
A few indeed. I believe exactly 2 you need. So going down to 3, a Cosmic Bolt was hit.
Doesn't find one in the top 3. Does find a Scry the Skies, which he's thinking about, I believe. Also a Dawn's Reversal.
Very careful consideration of that. You cannot let the Rain Goddess wake up with all these allies. They're already looking at lethal there, with just the amount of damage on board. And we have to find a way to deal with this. I think Sheng was really hoping that the Cosmic Bolt did not get caught from the memory, because you would then have 4 in hand. You can Cosmic Bolt on your turn by paying the 3 to deal the 6, or deal your damage, and then Astroscope at the start of Rain Goddess's turn for materialization.
There's an insane line here. If Sheng is able to resolve one of these Horda counters, he has a Horda counter in his hand still, right?
Dawn's and a... Not sure if that's Horda counter or Prima Materia.
Yeah, he really needs to let one of those through, but there's just too many cards in the Rain Goddess's hand to allow that to happen. Because he does have Dawn's Reversal, which could allow him to not only deal some damage, but find the lethal bolt. But he does not have a target for it, so it looks like just going to be lethal damage coming across here. Don't think there's a whole lot that Sheng can do about it. That brings us to 25. The Rain Goddess takes it over Sheng 2-1. Very, very close.
Oh, looks like there is
a discrepancy here?
A little bit of conversation about the life. Writing it down here. Shang maybe thinking they had a little bit extra wiggle room to move through.
Yeah, maybe they thought they had a little bit extra life, and they did not. It looks like we did have life totals accurate. We were signing the match slip, looks like. So, yes, the Rain Goddess takes it over Shang 2-1. Very, very close match. You see a sigh of relief there from the Rain Goddess. That was hard fought. Very down to the wire, especially that second game, Valk, was crazy.
It was indeed. It was a tug-of-war match, push and pull between both these players. Literally, in my opinion, left to, like, if each of them had one additional turn on the game they lost, they probably would have won that turn.
Yeah, there's so many things that go into it. Even Shang found that Scry the Skies, right? He's on his last turn, he saw a Dawn's Reversal and a Scry the Skies in his top 3. And he chose to pick up the Dawn's Reversal because he didn't have another way to draw a card. But he had the ability, with his opponent at 6, he had 3 bolts, 2 in his banish, 1 in his graveyard. If he could resolve that Horta counter to turn on the Dawn's Reversal, Dawn's Reversals for 5, puts his opponent to 11, gets to glimpse 5, finds any bolt for 10, kills his opponent outright. But not only did the Rain Goddess have so many cards in hand, didn't allow that Horta counter to be activated at all, but even Shang didn't have anything of his own that he could have Horta countered, which is really unfortunate. So very, very, very close.
I feel like there's just a magical Christmas land there that Shang had the potential to do. Is a 1 in 4 chance. And the line I was thinking about was you 4 down to memory, they banish 1. You keep the Cosmic Bolt you had in hand, you have the Materials, the Astroscope, you draw for turn, you then activate the Cosmic Bolt. That's going to deal 8 damage, 4 plus 2 plus 2. So 8, put the Rain Goddess at 14. And then at the either your turn, because you could just Astroscope, hit a Cosmic Bolt off the top just to win the game there. Unfortunately, the Cosmic Bolt got banished, and there was nothing on the top 3. But there was a potential that the cards just aligned perfectly for Arizona in that moment, that you could have had that line of play.
Yeah, it's a really, it's like a push and pull, where she is a very skill-dense deck, lots of decision trees. But she is also a statistics machine, and sometimes you just have to go for it and hope for the best, and sometimes it doesn't work out, and sometimes it does. So it's really hard to know when you should take like the tempered approach and, I can do some more glimpsing, I can make this more statistically favorable for me, or I don't have any options. I just have to rip it and hope for the best. And so it's a really hard position to put in. But, excellent play from the Rain Goddess. Really, really knows how to navigate that matchup, which is, I think, unfavored for the Wind Luxem players. So navigated it so very well and, found the right tools that they needed.
They did the important thing that we've been talking about the whole time. They got that Polaris to pop early.
For sure, yeah. It's like night and day, right? Because we saw Shang take that first game, and it's because they got a huge Polaris.
Yes.
And then the next 2 games, there was enough pressure on the board that Polaris had to be popped earlier. And then a lot of these lines that we're talking about, if they found the bolt here, found the bolt here, are much, much harder when there's only 6, 7 bolts in your deck.
Indeed. So all coming down to just a little bit extra herbs, a little bit faster. If there was a Polaris that maybe could have lasted a little bit longer, some of those allies like the Sirocco Operatives might have not been able to been recycled by the ASIM Protectors. And just the fact that the Rain Goddess saw 3 ASIM Protectors generated so much value for them.
Yeah, the double Siroccos was crazy. It's the first time I've seen that, I think maybe ever with this deck, is that second line of decks on Sirocco Operative. And it really, kind of came in clutch here. Did end up needing that slice and dice to get over the finish line. And so, yeah, just everything sort of came together. And, it's about finding the pieces, taking the pieces, and, like, putting the puzzle together yourself. Like, you can hand anybody the pieces, and they'll put them in the wrong order and put the corner pieces in the wrong place, right? But you need to really have the familiarity with your deck to be able to put all those pieces together.
100%, you are correct on that there. And just each line of play, I know we were sort of talking about how you could just bounce Asen over and over again and cycle that. It's infinite damage.
Right.
Arizona can't deal with that. But opting into, the value of the Sirocco Operatives, and you didn't see a Sadie at all that game through, which was very interesting. We had 2 in hand the whole time, and it was sort of like sitting and chilling. But that's just my thoughts on the deck and what was being played. I'm really curious to see what the Rain Goddess thinks about that match, and lucky enough, we get to hear about it from Tyler.
Hello and welcome back. I am joined here with the Rain Goddess, the winner of the feature match for round 7 of the Gauntlet. I believe you are now 3-2-2.
I am, yeah.
You got one more to go. How are you feeling so far?
We started off very poorly. We started by losing our first 2 as we did at Nats, and we won pretty much since then. So we're on the upward spiral.
Yeah, the Glenn Williams special, taking the submarine all the way into Worlds, possibly into the top 8 of the World Championship. So let's just jump right into it for your deck. So there's a couple things. We've seen some Winluxem on the stream already, but yours is unique. You have a lot of different ratios for things, but mainly your sideboard is significantly different. Let's talk about the Brackish Ludus, obviously for Genbu. The Gleaming Cuts are for the level 3 decks like you have here with the Astra Arasana. But you're also running 3 Eternal Magistrates and 2 Deflecting Edges. Can you tell me about those?
Well, I was expecting a lot of the Mirror, actually, and it's really hard to side against the Mirror. There's not a lot of cards that you can play that are really strong against the deck, like outside of just slicing them faster. And at the highest level of Winlux mirrors, we almost never go to level 3. It's always decided at level 2 or level 1, one person slices the other. And I felt like if I was going to play the mirror, I wanted to side the 3 Gleaming Cuts for them, but also having 2 Deflecting Edge as an out to the Slice and Dice, because a lot of people right now are playing the mirror, and that invalidates the Veiling. They bring out the mirror on the kill turn, and then you have no 1-cost answer to a slice coming in for 15 for your face. And so Deflecting Edge gives you, it's the best 1-cost spell that prevents damage, basically. That's the reason that I played it. The Magistrates were basically there for Ari. I just didn't want Polaris coming in awake. I was astounded that he had the Zephyr for it. That was crazy. But I was considering reclaiming it and just replaying it again, but it's basically just there to stop the Polaris coming in 1 turn early.
Yeah, so that's a big one. Also, you talked about the mirror being something that's a little bit more difficult for you. It is like a super high skill matchup. The Magistrates actually work kind of well in that too, right? Mercenary's Blade as an activation can't be done with that because the Magistrate's out. The Dungeon Guide into the Slice line. Beseech into Ripper is another option that's taken away. So, I mean, it's a really heads-up play, and I think it was fantastic. One more thing I want to talk about with your deck is the last question here. Diablerie. You're running a 1 of Diablerie. Is that just a personal preference? Is there like a specific deck you want to use it against? Is it like a unique tech?
There's a couple reasons that I decided to play it. I think Winlux is very gifted in the fact that it can choose to play Saki 1-ofs because the deck is very consistent. It's a very consistent core, so you can play 1-ofs that just blow out your opponent, but it's important to choose the correct one. At Nats, a lot of people were playing the Beseech. Going Beseech Slice out of nowhere was very powerful. For this format, I knew that Genbu was going to be very prevalent, and I felt that most decks were going to be pretty split 50-50 on whether they wanted to play Grail or GCR. Stealing a Grail wins you every single game that it resolves. Diablerie into Grail, you should never lose after that, because you steal their mat phase and you gain a mat phase. That's insanely better than Beseech. And in terms of all the Saki 1-ofs that I considered playing through testing, Diablerie in an open deck list is the only one that if your opponent decides to play around it, it makes them play differently. And that is very powerful in any matchup that you play against. Just by adding a 1-of. I'm playing 61 with the 1 Diablerie, and people have to think twice when they bring out their GCR or their Grail.
So thank you so much for the insight. That, again, was the winner of round 7 of the Gauntlet, the Rain Goddess. Good luck on your last match. You're winning in for the World Championship 2025 for Grand Archive. And we'll see you guys very shortly for the start of round 8.
Thank you, Tyler.
For round 7 of the Gauntlet.
And super excited to jump into this here. These 2 players battling out. The record is 2-2-2. This match matters so much. Dagger back and not using it, because as soon as it would have been used for that turn, the allies would have been instantly removed off the field from the Polaris.
And it looks like Polaris has been cracked for 8, and we will see a hard activated Ensnaring Fumes in response. Going to keep those prep counters, like you said, for probably that prepared Slice and Dice. And this is going to be pretty big for the Rain Goddess to keep influence, keep these allies. And so I think, man, talk about deja vu. We see an Ensnaring Fumes met with an Astral Seal to wipe the board clean, means those allies will fall to the Polaris, and a staggering 8 Cosmic Bolts going into the deck.
If this Cosmic Astroscope at the materialization of the Rain Goddess's turn sees a Cosmic Bolt within the first 3, it is going to be lethal.
Yeah, I think so. Rain Goddess holding on to 2 cards, one of which is a Veiling Breeze, but at 16 damage counters, it's just not going to be enough.
And curious though, Shang does need to find a Cosmic Bolt, which immediately, not even waiting for the materialization.
Yeah, just says, I'll do it on my turn. You have an answer for this one. This one's for 10. Checks for Veiling Breeze math. That's not enough.
For, I believe, 5 win cards out of the 8 in memory here. Whew. And just going to pack it up, and we are going to game 2. I'm gonna look here. We're Zephyring the Eternal Match Rate. This is such an interesting play just because the imbue mechanic is an additional cost. So if Eternal Match Rate leaves and then comes back, it is no longer imbued, and you can't re-imbue it technically because you're not activating. It's just coming back in from banishment.
I'll enter. 1-1. Triple 1.
It's 21. I miscounted.
Short.
1 shy. And the Ripper stays on board, so Shang is now hands down, no interaction available.
So we do see Sadie joining the party here with the Poison Dagger turn. This is going to be attack for 2, but then get an additional +1. 3 sitting at 17.
Pick up the Sadie, slice and dice, prepare it, add Ripper. It's going to be 7, and then, man, 7 and then 10, 17.
17. Recovering here, going to 11, and then just still not going to be enough.
That was a crazy turn, and I thought that Zheng was coming out on top. Such a huge Dawn's Reversal, puts his opponent to 21.
It is indeed, and just 1 damage shy from securing the round. What an intense game, too. We're grinding down to game 3 here at this point. A nail-biter for both these players.
Too many Asian protector.
What? He's just a friendly guy.
No.
No? He was just coming to give you a hug.
That's not for me. That's for you, not for me.
Cross here. Don't think there's a whole lot that Shang can do about it.
GG's.
That brings us to 25. The Rain Goddess takes it over Shang 2-1. Very, very close.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are about to start our round 8 of the Gauntlet. And we're going to be a little bit somber here for a moment. This is the final round for tonight. After this round, we will know our 16 players moving on to the World's Swiss stage starting tomorrow. And Cam, can you believe that we're already at the end of our day?
Yeah, it feels like it's flown by, and you know, we mentioned this a little bit last round where it felt a little bit low pressure for a while, but now you feel it. You know, you feel that this is the last round that any of these players, for better or for worse, will have the chance to play in Worlds tomorrow. So yeah.
We've heard some in the background, some celebration, players high-fiving, chest bumping, having a good time. They've secured their spots, but that's not the mood of the room.
Right.
Those are only a select few players. There are still a couple people sitting down having to be, I need to win this next match to make it. Everything is on the line for them at this current moment.
Yeah, it's so huge to be able to play not only the most prestigious Grand Archive tournament of the year, but so much on the line, reputation, cash, promos, all of these things that these players covet and want. You know, the potential to be the 2025 world champion is on the line, but only if you make it past this last round.
Indeed, and I'm really curious who we're going to have here in the hot seat.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really cool to see of just like exactly what decks are at this like threshold, the ones that barely making it in. And speaking of which, like what decks have already made it in?
Yeah, it's been such a bloodbath this afternoon. So many IDs, so many losses, wins. All of the records are sort of like aggregated in the middle. There's not like these standout performances where there's, oh, these players are X and O. They've been locked for several rounds. It's been really, really down to the wire for a lot of people. And so I know a lot of the players out there are doing last minute calculations. You know, what do I need? Can I take a draw here? Can I take a loss here? Do I need to win? And we'll, you know, find out who is going to make it. It's a pretty huge cut. I mean, it's, you know, 40% of our tournament is getting cut out. And that's pretty huge.
Honestly, it is. And I really like the description you put out of people doing the math and like checking it out. Because in the end, it's coming down to point decimal percentages.
Right.
If you have the same amount of points as someone, it's literally looking at percentages of everything else. These numbers are created throughout the whole event, depending on your performance, your opponent's performance, if you won in 2, if you won in 3 games. And it's going to be heartbreaking to be one of those players that has exactly enough points, but missing out by like 0.02% game win percentage.
Right. Yeah, we talked about today how most of these players were looking for 12 match points. You get 3 match points for a win, you get 1 match point for a draw, and 12 is sort of the barometer that you're looking for. But in actuality, we don't have the numbers in front of us, caveat. But say there's 17 people that have 12 points. What makes you the 17th person? And so you have to do the math and see, is that going to be me? Does that mean that I have to play this match out, even though it's much more comfortable to just say, let's go to dinner, let's take an intentional draw, I'll see you tomorrow playing at Swiss for Worlds. But that is not the reality for all of these players. And so some of them do still have to fight it out to get those last couple of slots.
Yeah, and even at that is like you're looking, if 17 people are tied at 12 points, and then you look and there's 4 people at 9 points that they're going to have to play, which means if two of those people are going to also be at 12 points. Right. So it's just like, oh no.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to go about it, Val, just win all your rounds. Just go 8-0, right? But that is, you know, not the reality for everybody.
That's what I would have done.
That's what I would have done. If I were there, I would have won every game. But yeah, so we're going to see who we're grabbing. We're making sure everybody's, you know, it's very important that we get everything correct for this last round. And it looks like we do know the decks that we're going to have. We're going to have Fire Merlin still fighting it out. We're so ready to go into the game. We're not even going to take a look at the deck list. I think you've seen these players throughout the weekend. And so we are ready to jump down to the feature match, the last round of the Gauntlet. All comes down to this for these 2 players. 3-3-1 on ZFX's side, 3-4 on What Do You Min. One of these players is moving on to Worlds. The other is not. So ZFX playing the Fire Merlin. It's going to start us off. Get a Stalwart Shieldmate and a Cremation Ritual. A good start for Merlin. Classic. We've seen it many, many times, and we'll see what the rebuttal is on the side of the format boogeyman. Genbu.
Cam, what a beautiful introduction to this game. You've highlighted everything important. We've seen Zet on stream before. We've seen this Merlin piloted against Genbu. We know the potential, know the combination. Now the thing is, are you able to get there before Genbu sets up? What do you min? Already starting with the Tidestone Bovine, milling 2. Game plan is fully enacted. And this is actually like, I'm getting nervous here. One of these players will no longer be with us. They will be eliminated from this competition.
And we're going to see who that ends up being. On the side of ZFX does use that Stalwart to level up to Lorraine, Wandering Warrior, and then just passes the turnover. Yeah, really curious what the strategy is here, Val. I said, I believe off stream, but was talking about ZFX's deck and how it does seem like it's pretty well tuned for this Genbu matchup, but you can say until you're blue in the face that I have a good Genbu matchup, but it doesn't matter if you can't, you know, make it count.
It's when it actually matters, you need to back up the words of I have a good Genbu matchup. And that's exactly what we're looking in here for. A fast gear being milled from Genbu, a gift to Merlin.
Yeah.
The turtle takes and the turtle giveth for everyone. And I think ZFX is actually looking for a creative shock. That's why they just did an instant pass. If you're able to filter a second floating memory, go into Merlin and start controlling the graveyard of Gojia.
We're going to see Tidestone Bovine come in for an attack. in response to the on-attack trigger, looks like we're going to see a Resolute stand. Looks like Zedivix did not have a Creative Shock, just needs some way to put cards down. Has to level to Merlin 2 as soon as possible and use that Merlin 2 ability to start pecking away at What Do You Min's graveyard.
Need to keep it down, get rid of those floating memories, want to avoid that stratagem win con, and also just getting rid of water cards as well. A Frostworn Paladin, going to get the on-enter, banish a card with floating memory, get a buff counter, and then draw a card. Luckily, not going to be able to deal damage this turn thanks to that Resolute Stand, preventing preventing every instance of damage by 3.
Yeah, pretty huge, and a good way to remove the floating memory from your own graveyard as well. What Do You Mean knows that there has to be a Merlin coming here. We've seen Aquia Stallion played as well. Again, does not come in for any damage due to that Resolute Stand.
And we are, of course, leveling up to Merlin here. A reduce to Ash and that fast cure getting taken out. Merlin can sort of strand this Aquia Stallion by eating up a water card. And maybe if you're able to remove that Bovine as well to prevent any more cards coming in. But we only have... Curious how the Aquia Stallion was... Oh, he just attacked for getting the Resolute Stand initially. That makes a lot more sense. I was like, there wasn't 4 water cards to get the power bonus here. However, just forgot the Resolute Stand, wasn't negating that damage. Sort of kind of eager to be like, slam down, take damage.
He was just so excited to play Aquia Stallion. This is not a card that we typically see in the Genbu lists, and really does add a extra slant of aggression to the sort of allies plan, the backup allies plan of these Genbu decks. Again, we've talked about it on stream so many times this weekend. The several avenues that this Genbu deck can take to win the game. Ally damage, Genbu, Resonating Fugue, Fractal of Polar Depths, so many ways to end the game, and you do have to deal with all of them.
And that is actually how you take out Merlin early on, is you just rush them down. They need time to set up, build up level counters, and be able to sort of like have a control play style. So if you're able to rush them, they don't have the anti-ally package as much as they used to. So it's a very great way to do it here. We actually see Tengu being materialized, and Zedivix coming with a very interesting choice. We are going to reduce to Ash. What Do You Mean does not have the cards to activate it in response here. So just only getting a quest counter, and that's it.
Yeah, it does get rid of that extra draw power, and I think most notably for Zedivix, he's looking to level up as soon as possible. So maybe looking to play this reduce just to be able to put those 3 cards down for his Merlin Kingslayer. But he does have the option to sit at Memory Thief for a while as well, to peck away at that floating memory, as we said. See what option he takes. But there's a lot of pressure mounting here. 10 damage counters on Merlin already. And she doesn't have that warrior life pool until she goes back up to Kingslayer at 22 is Merlin Memory Thief.
A big jump for Merlin, 22 to 28, but you have to get there. That's the important thing here. What Do You Mean already just looking to push lethal next turn, developing another Bovine.
Man, so many cows, so many cards going to the graveyard, and getting a 6th quest counter as well. Disturbingly close to flipping this Genbu as early as next turn.
Genbu will flip next turn if those Bovines are not dealt with. Goes 7 at Recollection, and then Bovines year 8 and year 9. And that is a lethal of power of all the allies on the field. So Zedivix really considering. We do see Genbu gifting an Honorable Vanguard to the graveyard here. That's 1 floating memory, but just because you're Merlin level 3 doesn't mean much if you don't have anything to do at level 3.
The turtle gives, and then he beats you to death.
It sounds like a bad day to spend a Thursday is getting beat by a turtle. But here we are, 2 down, or 2 out of memory, floating, gone, Merlin 3. The important part is Zedivix does get to draw an additional card because we are going to an even amount of counters on Merlin here. So going to find a little bit of way to play with. Recollect, draw for turn. What are we working with?
Ooh, a huge draw. Picks up Spirit Blade Ascension, has Crux Sight in hand already, can start using that Prismatic Edge ability by revealing a fire card to start destroying these allies, as well as his opponent, obviously playing a water deck, will make those Spirit Blade Ascensions net neutral for influence. So a pretty big pickup. He does, of course, also have the Mirror Breaker in his hand in Incarnate Majesty. Makes the fight of Shenju's and giant Majestic Spirits pretty Majestic Spirit favored. On the side of our Genbu player, holding on to a Song of Frost, a Revitalizing Cleanse, a Fracturize as well.
A Cerulean Decree as well, which is a big important part here. We're going to go ahead, draw into memory, and reduce the next attack, I'm assuming, here from Merlin.
Yeah, Merlin does get that +2 to her attacks on her even level turns, and it looks like Zedivix was trying to use that to deal with one of these allies, but Cerulean Decree is going to get in the way, shrink her attack down, and draw a card for your trouble.
What defensive option are we keeping here for Zedivix? I do see that Sparklight, but that's not going to be enough to stop the Genbu onslaught.
Yeah, maybe just looking to find his spot to start firing off these Ascensions. But he is not, I would say, in a terrific position. That Genbu's really scary. He can use the cards that he has access to take these allies off the board, but then that just leaves him dead to a Fugue. And I think there is a Fugue waiting in What Do You Min's hand.
Oh man, this Genbu is just getting scary and scarier. But we don't even need Fugue when we have Tideholder Claimer. Gojia, craving violence herself, gonna go in to deal some damage, beat up Merlin, and it looks like, you know, with the power of allies and a giant sword, you can accomplish anything.
Master Swordsman Gojia going into battle on the front lines. Looking like we're going to Recollect from What Do You Min?
I believe 8 water, or 7 water, because there is an Idle Thoughts there. So Tideholder would cost 3 to attack with here.
But not if these Bovines can get in, Velk.
Big Bovines, you are correct. If I'm in Zedivix's seat, I want to get rid of these Bovines as soon as possible. They're going to enable the Genbu, enable the Claymore, and probably enable way more things in What Do You Min's hand.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Zedivix is in the position where he does, I agree, want to start killing off these Bovines, but his opponent has no cards in their memory. I believe those are all cards in hand from What Do You Min, so he will not get that extra Prismatic Edge trigger if that's the plan he goes for, but it looks like Fireball's been pulled to the front. Fireball currently for 6.
What are we fireballing? What is going to be the target here? Is that Frostern Paladin not long for the world?
Are we horsing around? Are we gonna take care of this Aquia Stallion?
Or is it going to be some medium rare beef coming in? So many options here. But what is the correct one? We are looking for the right play to be able to stay alive this turn, counting the damage from these allies. The horse.
The horse is the choice. Biggest life pool to deal with. So I guess that's where the fireball goes. But yeah, letting these Bovines live is a risky business. Bovine on attack.
We're good. Thumbs up. 2 water. Primordial Rituals.
Huge.
Adding in 12. Tideholder Claymore, 1 away from being completely online. Second Bovine. 1. Not 1. We're waiting. Counter.
1.
2. Another 2 water card. Claymore activated.
Genbu activated as well.
That is true.
9 quest counters. Genbu online. Claymore online. 5 damage from the Tideholder. 3 damage from the Frostworn. That's putting him to 21 as it is. Genbu himself. So many threats here does What Do You Min have access to. And Zedivix does not really have the tools to weather the storm, I think.
Yeah, they're just already sitting at 18. A huge jump in damage. Froststorm Paladin also going to be coming in another 3, putting you at 21. And if there is a Fugue in hand, this Genbu is going to secure game 1.
Yeah, I think so. And I believe I do see a Fugue, Valk. And he's got to think, you know, what does Zedivix have? What is he holding up here? Is he holding up 3 copies of Resolute Stand?
the ultimate long game, letting 3 copies of Restless Land just to stop this Genbu. We know there's 10 plus cards, water cards in that graveyard. So if Genbu does do the big ol' swap, it's going to be for at least 19. Fracturize. We're baiting out the Ascension, almost daring Zedivix to go ahead, show me your hand. Right. What are you planning?
I know what you want to do, and I'll let you do it, but this turtle is coming for the game. We will see the Spirit Blade Ascension played in response, grabbing that Prismatic Edge. Prismatic Edge says on enter, both players reveal their memory, and then for a fire card, Zedivix gets to deal 3 damage where he chooses. For a water card, he gets to draw a card.
So 3 damage to Genbu's head?
So smart. So this insulates him from Resonating Fugue, because Resonating Fugue says that you swap the attack power and the life stat of Genbu, and he has 3 damage marked on him. So if you swap it, he will die because he has 3 damage marked on him from the Prismatic Edge trigger. So smart.
A heads-up play by Zedivix, indeed. Clearly knows how to play against Genbu. Sometimes the deck doesn't 100% cooperate, but staying alive this turn because of that play. What can we do from here, though? Gonna need a Miracle Draw off the top. Maybe a Grand Crusader's Ring to help dig a little bit deeper.
I think you're right, Valk. Looks like Grand Crusader's Ring is the grab. And he does need that miracle. Ghost of Pendragon in hand is a good start to a miracle, but not going to get him all the way there. We're going to see that Fracturize. The second copy going to take care of that Prismatic Edge. Picks up a sudden steal with the Grand Crusader's Ring. It's going to pick up a level counter from Merlin. It's going to put him up to 6. He does have no swords, I believe, in Banish. So if he wants to put in this big Incarnate Majesty, it's going to be pretty costly.
And that Fracturize is so timely waiting for that second card because of that Cruxite. It could have been a cycled for the Ascension, saving that sword, but no. What do you mean? Perfectly knowing when to use that Fracturize, making sure Zedivix cannot play to every out possible. And now we're looking at a 3-9, a 3-4, a 1-2, and a 1-2, and you can only afford 4 more damage counters.
Yeah, and 2 Ghosts of Pendragon in hand, Valk, both stranded by that timely Fracturize, like you said. So that's pretty huge. The only out here might be to play Incarnate Majesty, deal with that Frostworn Paladin, and it is a pretty backbreaking card in this matchup. It's very hard for Genbu himself to deal with. This big 4/10 Intercept, True Sight, Vigor gives your champion Spell Shroud. Any damage that Merlin takes is halved. And that's all pretty big game. Can use that 4 power to deal with not a whole lot here, just Frostworn Paladin.
Frostworn Paladin's probably your biggest threat from everything here. Oh no.
Huge Song of Frost here from What Do You Min. Turns out that card does have an alternate activation cost. You can banish a floating memory from your graveyard to play Song of Frost for free.
Only if you're a tamer.
Only if you're a tamer.
All the requirements are met. We have Gojia confirmed is a tamer, but so good. Saves the Frostworn Paladin. And now we actually have to do a little bit of math here. Maybe none at all, because there's actually a smoke bombs being materialized.
Yeah, I think maybe none at all is the word. You're going to see that smoke bombs popped, giving the Majestic Spirit stealth, which will essentially turn off its intercept for the turn, so you won't be able to stop this big turtle or any of Gojia, her sword, or any of her other friends from coming in. And it looks like What Do You Min does take our first game of round 8 of the Gauntlet.
Indeed, and we're going to go into game 2 right after sideboards. And What Do You Min just smoke bombs, taking out the deer, make sure it's not able to do anything, and then just swinging the Tideholder Claymore. Zedivix being like, okay, yeah, they're just... I can't stop Gojia with the sword.
Right. She's too powerful.
Way too powerful. Sideboards, though, this is where it gets interesting. Zedivix does have a couple more answers against Genbu. And I just think it's a matter of, like, the board state.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a lightning fast start from Genbu, right? Which is not typically what this deck is known for. Slower, more controlling water deck, but just had so much pressure out of the gate and sort of sealed the deal with its big win con in Genbu. Didn't even have to play the Fugue.
Yeah, I'm like, there's the start of pretty much, not deer, the cow, the bovine, into the second bovine, and then just Frostworm Paladin. It prevented ZFX from really like answering anything, and then they didn't see any like early game like answers to it. No creative shock, nothing to really dig. They saw the initial like cremation ritual, then maybe you need to start keeping that Stalwart Shieldmate as actual like taunt protection.
So it looks like 2 copies of Reduced to Ash and a Safeguard Amulet were pulled out of the deck for our Merlin player there. We'll flip back over to Genbu. Did pick up a couple of copies of Blanche, pulled here. 3 copies of Extricating Touch. Super huge, especially in this Merlin matchup where Merlin does want to reveal her memory and reveal specific cards. Can be pretty backbreaking in that regard. And also just to pick apart those powerful Crux threats like Incarnate Majesty. So I think a smart move.
Actually, is that opting not into sideboarding those in? I just saw them put them back in the deck box and start shuffling up again.
Yeah.
Maybe feeling like you don't need them currently in this matchup, saving it as a Game 3 surprise if actually needed, which is actually a tactical advantage of winning Game 1. You could choose to not do like any sideboard. Your opponent then plays you. If they end up beating you, they're like, oh, my opponent didn't have like these sideboard cards. Game 3, boom.
Right. And, you know, you have to assume that What Do You Min feels confident after that first game. It was so decided in his favor that maybe he does feel like he doesn't need those extra sideboard cards sort of diluting his game plan.
Exactly. They're not water. Blanche is not a water, does not mill any cards, and feasibly worse than a bovine if you compare them side by side on the field for What Do You Min?
And perhaps even, you know, we know that Zedivix, having lost that first game, is going to be going first in Game 2. Maybe What Do You Min really values those more reactive cards like Extricating Touch on the draw, where he's going to be going second and can punish some sort of early game plays from the Merlin player.
We are shuffling up, about to get into Game 2 here. A nice gentlemanly cut. Zedivix, let's see how you open this time around. Hopefully that's a fresh 7 coming right off the top here.
We'll see what the look is. See if maybe he has a hand that comes together a little bit nicer. Opens a Blanche, 2 copies of Flame Rune Swordsman, a Cremation Ritual, no Creative Shocks. Oh, never mind. 1 Creative Shock and a Dungeon Guide as well. Okay, a little bit of a better start. No turn 1 Floating Memory, but he can hopefully find one with a Creative Shock, and it looks like that's the plan. Passes it back over to What Do You Min, who also has a pretty explosive start here, Valk.
A stacked hand indeed. And if this Fractal Rain can hit a Floating Memory on the initial mill, that Frostworm Paladin is enabled and ready to go. Creative Shock, we found a Staggering Strike. Or not a Staggering Strike,
a Savage Attack. Savage Attack.
Yeah.
We got there. Savage Attack does have Floating Memory, natural Floating Memory, so that will allow a clean level to Lorraine Wandering Warrior. And then we'll maybe see a Flame Rune Swordsman. Oh, wow, an immediate Dungeon Guide says, I want to be in control of your graveyard. And he's just going to sit on this Merlin Memory Thief and bully his opponent's Floating Memory as long as he can.
Just that Fractal Rain trigger, it's now mine. Whatever that card is, gone.
Yeah, it's a huge start. Really allows him to leverage this Merlin Memory Thief ability, which usually isn't the reason to play Merlin. But in this matchup, it's so massive. To be able to rip any sort of Floating Memory away from the deck that is holistically dedicated to it is pretty powerful.
And now let's see what the big reveal is for our 2 cards that Guojia is going to go ahead and put in that graveyard. If one of them is Floating Memory, Zedivix has completely been justified in that Dungeon Guide play.
Ooh, first one's Fugue. That's a bad hit. Second one's Seaside. Seaside a little tough as it can be activated. What do you mean is the active player, does have opportunity, and so it cannot be eaten by that Merlin Memory Thief. Not a float, but maybe the best you could hope for.
Indeed here, and if there's a bovine drawn, Seaside Ringleader just even becomes more valuable. Cows grow stronger. But that few probably not meant here for long, and we do have the cow.
It's a big cow.
A beefy cow, a buff cow. It's now a 2-3 thanks to that buff counter from Seaside Ringleader. And on attack, we have 1 and 2. Another Seaside.
Brutal. So if he wants to keep it, he basically has to cash it in right now. He knows he's losing that Idle Thoughts no matter what. But if he gives opportunity back to Zedivix, he can eat that Seaside Ringleader. Looks like he's just going to grab the Idle Thoughts, going to grab the level counter for Merlin, which does matter. He wants to get those as high as possible. Incarnate Majesty is a back-breaking card in this matchup. Didn't work out game 1, but typically is a pretty back-breaking card. So he wants to get that level as high as he can as fast as possible.
And accelerating towards your fireballs as well is very important.
Of course.
Guojia doesn't naturally go to 3 a lot of the times. She sort of stutters at 1 and occasionally goes to 2. So if you're able to build up enough level and influence to just double fireball Guojia for game without them being prepared for it, is a very valuable strategy, and much respect given to What Do You Mean with this Viridian Protective Trinket being materialized.
And it looks like no response from Zedivix, or so sorry, from What Do You Mean? Just going to let this Viridian Protective resolve. We're doing a bit of counting in the Recollection step. Maybe thinking about firing off this Sparkalite towards that Bovine, which is a bit of a problematic cow at the moment.
Yeah, we saw how good it was in the first game. You don't want it to get any more attacks. And just, even the 1 damage is so negligible from the cow. It's the fact that it mills 2 every time it attacks is what really gets the engines going for this deck. And plus, it just adds more and more counters to Genbu. And here we are, you called it, the cow's being struck by lightning, the Sparkalite, thanks to the class bonus 3 unpreventable damage directly to the beef.
The beef is cooked, and I would be shocked if Merlin didn't eat it.
It is floating memory, yes.
But we will see Dungeon Guide come in first, and then a Cremation Ritual to sort of rebuy a little bit of that value lost with Dungeon Guide. Grabs another Sparkalite, pretty big for dealing with future hamburgers.
Is the Merlin, like, Dungeon Guide into Merlin into Creative Shockings, like the, Cremation Rituals, like the reduce, reuse, recycle variant for fire, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I'll activate a card, I'll take advantage of its ability, I'll then get rid of said card and draw 2 cards to be able to activate the card again.
Uses every part of the animal. Very,
yes.
Very smart of Zedivix here.
A master deck builder and enjoyer of using everything to all the resources. Tengu here this time, not going to be met with a reduce to ash. Instead, going to go ahead and be activated here to draw a card into memory and get your quest counter.
Yeah, interesting that the Bovine was not eaten before the materialize here. Zedivix realizing that probably not a costed card coming out from What Do You Mean, so he's just holding up that Memory Thief ability. We will see the Tengu cracked, a card drawn into memory.
And that Seaside was still sneaking in there, wasn't eaten either on Zedivix's turn. So we have, once again, if an animal or a beast does enter the field this turn, Seaside will give it a buff counter. And What Do You Mean took advantage of the drawing into memory right before Recollection.
Yeah, pretty huge and a massive influence gap as well between these two players. So many cards in What Do You Mean's hand. And even though this was a pretty terrific start from Merlin, What Do You Mean is just providing a lot of value here. I wouldn't even necessarily say pressure, but pressure in the way that once he gets enough of these incremental pieces of value, he will just outgrind the Merlin deck. Speaking of incremental value, we see a Frostworn Paladin. Going to draw a card and create a pesky 3/4.
I'm very curious if you could have Sparkalighted the Frostworn Paladin in response to the on-enter to stop it. You still get the draw, but there's not a 2/3 or 3/4 developed ally on the field anymore, which might help stave off some of this pressure. But here we are already at 5, and I wonder if Zedivix is going to try and go to Merlin level 3 here.
Yeah, I don't know. Looks like he's going to start off by eating a floating memory. And there is a Fracturize waiting in What Do You Min's hands, so maybe he's just choosing to wait until Zedivix tries to interact with that Sword of Seeking, and then he can grab it with a Fracturize.
Just the amount of influence What Do You Min has been able to build off of just 2 Seaside ringleaders, plus your additional Tengu and draws for turn, is just crazy how fast this deck can blow up on resources.
And what a hand. Fracturize, 2 copies of Cerulean Decree, Frostworn Paladin, Refracting Missiles, is Tidal Lock as well. He has all of the pieces of interaction that he could hope for, and Zedivix has to be, patting that Viridian Protective Trinket on the back for a job well done.
Staving off the Angry Water cards on your turn, but What Do You Min is not shy of any interaction. At least 1 card will be able to activate it here, nullifying Lantern on the materialization, really trying to shut down all avenues for What Do You Min.
And it is pretty good at doing that. That will shut off not only Fractal of Polar Depths, but potential Giant Genbus, as his activated ability does require water element cards in your graveyard. And after that, just going to be a pass from Zedivix, really just relying on that Merlin Memory Thief to peck apart any of What Do You Min's game plans. We're going to see a Quicksilver Grail from What Do You Min. Mystery card.
It's a mini game. What do you think, Cam? What is going to be there?
It's really interesting. In this matchup, I'm not sure. Maybe it's Smoke Bombs to sort of try to get that Genbu win con like we saw last game. Although the Nullifying Lantern is going to make that pretty difficult.
It could be a Safeguard as well, fearing some fireballs coming the way. It's so hard to tell because there's so many good options for Quicksilver Grail, especially in this Genbu deck, that you could just really fake out your opponent of what you're planning. Really helps hide that information. For all we know, a Tabula could be underneath there. And
yeah, I agree. I think like you said, the Safeguard Amulet is such a good shout, because even if it isn't Safeguard, Zedivix has to play like it is.
Yeah. You have to 100% respect it and try and not take greedy lines to where you get completely blown out by a Safeguard Amulet.
Right. So yeah, 3 Fractal Rains assembled.
That Refracting Missiles that was just used to imbue is looking better and better as the game progresses. That's more and more damage adding up. And if you're able to get to that point with this Frostworn Paladin where you could just end up burning out your opponent with the Refracting Missiles, I think it'd be a very, very potential line here. But a hard activation of Seaside Ringleader, which gets in that 2 damage, but there's so many ways to get that Seaside Ringleader back in the graveyard with Primordial Rituals, things of that nature, just to be able to re-get value while drawing a card into memory.
Looks like we're thinking about the Genbu flip, checking the Quicksilver. I think that you're right that What Do You Min has sort of established that maybe it's a bit of an awkward hand from Zedivix, and he's having to take a slower approach to this game. So he's just trying to put on as much pressure as possible, and I think he was really thinking about flipping Genbu just to attack for 3. Just to put that pressure to get this Memory Thief off the board. Because as soon as Zedivix's life total is pressured enough that he has to level up, that unlocks What Do You Min's graveyard.
That does. You're allowed to actually have free reign of your floating memory anymore. You're not constantly being monitored and paroled by it. And Zedivix kind of sitting with a bunch of Crux. We see an Ascension. We see a Ghost of Pendragon. So 3's looking very tantalizing. It's how much do you want to control the graveyard, or how much do you want to try and develop your own board state?
Yeah, we see a Fast Cure, and maybe that is 2 cards down in a Fast Cure for level 3. Does have some powerful Crux cards able to be played on this turn. So maybe that's the plan. He's thinking about it. Doing some quick math, maybe some Fireball math, maybe some Ascension math. Like you said in the last game, Goja not known for having a very high life total. And so Could maybe find lethal here.
What level are we at? Is that a 2 on the dice we see here?
I believe 2 on the dice.
So we're level 4 currently. Fireball would be for 5. If we had double Fireball, take us to 12. Not quite. So we are opting here into Merlin 3. Unfortunately, we're on an even counter, so going to odds not going to give us the +2 attack for our +2 to our next attack, nor drawing a card here.
Does grab a fast cure, just pretty big when he is behind on the damage race. And of course does have Ghosts of Pendragon, the Crux card. And pretty safe to play it here.
There is only 4 cards in What Do You Mean's hand, so not really going to be able to fracturize unless underneath that girl is a way to draw a card. 1, 2, and Ghost. Sword is going to be the target here, I'm assuming. You don't really want to get rid of that lantern nor trinket. But we do have a title lock.
That's huge. So title lock does have its reserve cost reduced if there are 3 or more water cards. Oh no, 3 or more water cards. There's a nullifying lantern in play.
There is.
Title lock still in prison. We can't play that one. It is locked out by that Viridian Protective Trinket.
False alarm crisis is averted. Ghost of Pendragon looks like it's going to be activated here without much contention.
He's safe.
We're flipping Genbu in response to the Ghost here. That's very smart. You want to protect your life as much as possible. Genbu does have taunt.
Yeah.
So that Ghost is not going to be able to trade into the Frosthorn Paladin, the Seaside Ringleader, or just hit Gojira.
Yeah. Yeah, really smart, especially if he wants to keep this pressure on and protect something like that Seaside, which of course he would kind of like in his graveyard, but removing pressure from the board is not what he wants right now. So he's just going to use this turtle for maybe its intended purpose to stop some damage.
Oh, Zedivix counting on what you need to return here. Viridian Protective Trinket going away, opting to save the sword, and the logic behind that is because of the Ascension, but that's down in memory now.
Yeah, I'm not sure here. Maybe he knows he's going to pass turn here, and so it doesn't matter if Viridian is in play right now because he's not going to do anything else on his turn. And then if he really needs it, he can just grab it again next turn.
Just bring it back at your materialization. That's very smart.
Yeah, some heads-up plays from both of these players, and that's what we expect. We are at round 8 of the Gauntlet. These players are fighting for their World Championship tournament life, and they're playing their best.
And any turn can be the last here with What Do You Min's total influence. Oh, we see the Resonating Fugue. There was a Mustang milled on that last fractal, so we need to see if What Do You Min has another Mustang in their hand. They do not. So it's about finding it. That is going to be the solution to stopping Zedivix from locking you out of the game. We see fractals coming together with the reservable ability. Thinking about here, What Do You Min? What is your plan?
Another Frostworn Paladin. And Valk, maybe we don't even need that Nullifying Lantern off the board. Resonating Fugue just turning Genbu into 9 power could be enough to get over the finish line pretty soon. 2 Frostworns representing 6 damage. The Seaside, another 2. There's a lot of damage from this Genbu deck. Deceptive.
Oh!
He found it! Off the Frostworn Paladin?
No way! What a top deck from the Frostworn Paladin, leaving it all to the casino.
That's crazy.
We're removing the Ghost of Pendragon. I am bewildered. Is there 6 cards in the hand of What Do You Min for the Fugue Genbu turn? No, only 4. We're safe from this.
A little short this turn, but a huge draw step on Broken Mustang. Exactly what he was looking for. An unmatched top deck from What Do You Min.
Zedivix really feeling the pressure here now. What is your materialization? What are you looking for? Is there an answer? I don't think Zedivix runs Purge in Flames, which is a card that allows you to deal 3 damage to every ally on the field. It has efficiency, so its cost is reduced by your level. Merlin loves this, but it's not really one you will want in most matchups, and something you really don't think about when you're playing against Genbu.
Yeah, I think maybe Zedivix has to be looking to turn his removal upstairs towards the player, but this beast-bound boots on the board is going to stop any giant fireballs from making it through Genbu.
Another stalwart from the Merlin trigger. Not what we're wanting to see here. Recollect, draw. What is it, the card?
Finds a sudden steal. And that is pretty big if that nullifying lantern was still on the board, but sudden steal not going to be big enough to deal with Genbu now.
And C not finding the fireball options. A triple fireball would have been kind of crazy here. That would have at least been for 8-16. So triple fireball would be exactly lethal through the boots. But that is not one of the options here. Zedivix trying to count. What is your game plan? You have Ascension in hand. Are you going to look for a way to bring that out? I believe no Crux sites either to try and bring back the Ghosts or even the Ascension themselves. Really, this Genbu is posing a problem. That taunt is saving those Frostborn Paladins.
Yeah, and that damage is really adding up. Next turn, he is facing lethal assuredly, and he must know it. And he doesn't really have a whole lot in hand to say about it. He has a couple of stalwarts that can stem a little bit of the bleeding, but that's not going to be enough when this Fugue comes down. And he must know, after Unbroken Mustang was activated, destroying the Nullifying Lantern, that What Do You Min is surely holding on to that Resonating Fugue.
There must be a fear of the Fugue right now that Zedivix is feeling in that think tank, really considering it's one of those moments of your opponent activates the Frostborn Paladin and then activates the Mustang. If in your mind, you're probably thinking, like, if they had the Mustang, they would have done that first, right? That had to have been, like, the order of operations. But the fact that it was reversed, then it's the mind games. Zedivix finally opting into Spirit Blade Ascension. This is the route we're going. Prismatic, Revealing Fire, Water, confirmed.
Yeah, it looks like the issue was forced. What Do You Min cast a Fracturize targeting that Sword of Seeking, and so in order to save it, an activation of that Spirit Blade Ascension was due. Going to see where the damage is sent. Maybe deal with something like this Seaside. Can't necessarily deal with these Frostborn Paladins, which is tough.
Another heads-up play by What Do You Min. Pulling the Ascension out of the hand of Zedivix allows you to Fugue on your turn.
Yeah.
Since this is all end phase, What Do You Min clearly planning for something big here. Zedivix, did you draw another Ascension?
Put it right to the back of his hand.
Is this your saving grace? No, Fireball.
Yeah, Fireball, Sparkle Eye, both not good enough to deal with this Genbu, as it does have Spell Shroud. Can't activate any of those spells pointed towards the turtle. So this looks like a pretty commanding position for What Do You Min. And what a dominant performance What Do You Min's had on this Genbu deck this match.
It has, and it's one of those things these players have fought tooth and nail all 7 rounds into the 8th round here. And, you know, one player going to be extremely happy, the other one slight heartbreak. And, you know, Zedivix isn't completely out of the game now, but you can see the body language and the feeling of the Genbu slowly moving closer and closer, trying everything you can, digging through your options, your outs, your cards, making sure you make every line of play just to stay in this game. But is it enough to get past this pressure?
Just like a turtle, slowly approaching, getting closer and closer to ending this game. And we'll see if What Do You Min has what it takes this turn. Has some interaction, holding on to a Fugue. Coast is looking pretty clear, just going to do all the math and make sure that this is the spot he wants to take.
Genbu is the storm that is slowly encroaching, the fugue, the tune, the sound of victory coming in from the back end. Is it going to be here and now? We see What Do You Min recollect. What Do You Min? What do you have for us? Graveyard check.
Doing a quick count.
Is that enough? We had 6. Or maybe more. Guojia just attacking in with the Tideholder Claymore, not having to pay anything. Frostborn Paladin, another 3. I assume the other Frostborn Paladin, another 3. We're looking. Is Genbu about to do the unthinkable.
I think he might be 22 damage counters currently on Zedivix. So Genbu alone, not enough unless he decides to go for it and he just says, I feel so comfortable right now. I'm just going to pass the turn. No Viridian Protective right now. My whole hand is unlocked. Just going to sit behind this big turtle and present a lethal board next turn. No tricks, no fugues needed. Just Gojia and her favorite Tideholder Claymore.
They say, be silent and carry a large sword with you. And that's exactly what Goji is doing. And What You Min is dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and making sure everything is perfect. You don't want to run into something unexpected. These deck lists are open, but these players are no. But it's late. They might have not considered. What You Min might have been playing around in Incapacitate, which Merlins can run. And Zedivix did keep enough cards to be bluffing that as well. So What You Min's like, I'm not even going to risk it. I'm just going to keep whittling you down with everything I have here, make you make the first step, and as soon as you do, the jaws of the turtle will snatch you. And that's what is happening.
The stakes are so high, and making any sort of misstep could be critical. And so What You Min just taking the tempered approach. And we'll see if Zedivix can find an answer. He is going to need nothing short of a miracle to find an answer to this board.
You know what that miracle is called? Fireball. If that third fireball is drawn off the top, you go fireball, and if your opponent says, I'm going to boots, you go fireball, fireball, and that is lethal.
That is how Merlin has been ending the game for 2 years, and we'll see here on the world stage at the end of the Gauntlet if this Merlin player can qualify into the World Swiss stage with those fireballs. Going to grab a Viridian Protective Trinket to stop a little bit of the interaction from What You Min. Not all of it. He has plenty of cards in hand, but it will stop multiple pieces of interaction.
Zedivix, is this your time? Is this your moment to glow and shine? We do see a fireball targeting the dome of Guojia. Grill, we're about to find out what's underneath it here.
Is it that safeguard after all?
It is
the safeguard amulet. So not only do we have these Beastbond boots, also a safeguard going to prevent some of this damage. So Fireball currently coming in for 9 would be reduced to 5 from this safeguard amulet.
Going to 8, not even in fear now. The triple fireballs no longer lethal thanks to that safeguard amulet. Beastbond boots still sitting pretty as well, just in case Zedivix has any other plans along that. Going to 8, Guojia, as a reminder, has 19 total life, so about halfway there.
It was so close, Valk. If that wasn't a safeguard and he could have played the second fireball in response to the Beastbound boots, the Sparkalite in his hand would get over the finish line.
It would have indeed.
Huge safeguard amulet here from What You Min is going to keep him safe for just 1 turn, and that's all he needs.
We did draw a Resolute Stand for turn. Not completely out of it yet. It is What You Min's time to think about playing the tune of the fugue, making the turtle dance a little bit.
And that turtle dance is really scary. Scares some people right to death. And we'll see if Zedivix is the next victim of that turtle dance.
Cam, this is slowly coming to an end here. I fear any moment's about to be the end of the game. We have refracted missiles for 4.
Massive here. You mentioned it earlier, these 3 Fractal Vrains really powering up this Refracting Missiles, which is usually just a floating memory for this Genbu deck, but 4 damage here nearly kills Merlin.
It makes any of the Frostborn Paladins attack lethal here. Blanche, I did not see that.
Still in the deck, saves him a little bit from this Refracting Missiles.
So if another unit would be dealt damage here while you have Blanche, from non-attack damage, by the way, you reduce the damage by the amount of cards in your memory. So Refracting only hitting for 2 now instead of the complete 4. Blanche is able to be fast activated as well because you meet the level requirements of 2+. And Merlin, clearly more than level 2 here, sitting at level 8.
So Zedovic's plan here has to be bluffing that he has an Ascension. Because that is the only reason that What Do You Mean shouldn't go for the Fugue play, is that it does get trumped by a Spirit Blade Ascension. I see some cards milled, 3 Fractal Vrains and a Slick Torrent Rider, putting 4 cards into the graveyard for What Do You Mean.
And another Seaside Ring there, but I don't think you need any more cards here in hand. What Do You Mean? Gripping 2 down. Oh no, we're digging for more Lost in Thought.
Yeah, why not? Still in Recollection, I believe, is What Do You Mean? So just gets to see some more cards, maybe find the pieces of interaction that he feels confident that he can use against a potential Spirit Blade Ascension.
Looking perhaps for a Tidal Lock, Cerulean Decrees, something to just stop the Ascension from happening here. Here it is, the all-important recollection step, Resolute Stand.
And still keeping 2 cards in hand, so Zedovic still representing that Spirit Blade Ascension. And we'll see if What Do You Mean wants to go for it.
Oh, just straight off the bat, Fugue.
We see the thumbs up from Zedovic, and that will be What Do You Mean taking it in 2 convincing games, 2-0 over Zedovic.
Wow, that is all I have to say about that round. Wow, what an insane dismantling of Merlin by What Do You Mean piloting this Genbu. We saw earlier that Merlin deck go toe-to-toe with Genbu. It came very close, but it just felt like it had nothing. The What Do You Mean was precisely playing allies, attacking. The mills were just so much in their favor, and it's unfortunate, but sometimes that's just how Grand Archive goes.
We were so impressed with Zedovic's deck, so much so that we were literally talking about it off camera about, do you think people are looking at this Merlin deck as a potential answer to Genbu? If you tech some more cards into it, can you potentially play this as a counter to Genbu? And again, as we said at the beginning of the match, that only goes so far until you have to go toe-to-toe with the turtle himself. And it seems like he's always coming out on top.
It is. It's whenever the dice is rolled, it usually comes up Genbu, and that is something we clearly saw here. But congratulations to What Do You Mean? I'm pretty sure that victory here in round 8 of World's Gauntlet has secured the top 16 spot for them. Not 100% confirmed. This is just speculation. We will see the final standings, though, near the end, just to make sure. We'll talk over to the players, congratulate them, and just see who made it. Zedovic, an amazing performance out here today.
Of course.
Just unfortunately not able to push past that finish line, but have to be happy with your showing. You made it out here to the Gauntlet to begin with. You made it to the point where it is a win and in for you, which is insane to say. Yeah, you didn't do the best, but you also didn't do the worst. You still had a chance to the very last moment.
And I think we would be remiss if we didn't mention, playing what is now considered sort of a rogue deck as well. Merlin has been 100% the underdog. This whole format has such a tough matchup spread. And, Zedovic really, I think, choosing a good list for this tournament. I do think that deck does have legs into this Genbu format, but you can only do so much.
Yes.
Right? Genbu is such a powerful deck, has so many tools at its disposal that sometimes those tools are just too much, even if you do theoretically have a good game plan into it.
It's one of those things where I think you have to be a little bit more teched into Genbu now, which may hurt your other matchups you may be playing. Because I feel like if you run the anti-ally package in Merlin now, the Incendiary Fractals, the Focus Flames, the things in the past, that can remove Frostborn Paladin, remove Bovines early on and not have to deal with it, you have a better chance at combating all 3 of the pronged attacks from Genbu. But unfortunately, you went with more of a late game plan, and Genbu took advantage of that early on, rushing you. Those fractals just starting off were just so valuable.
So it looks like what we can look at is we can look at the leaderboard to see who has made it into the World Championship. And so it looks like any of these players that are in that top 16, this is our final standings. Many of these players that we have seen this weekend making it in. True Champion Terry, our national champion from last year, Duck Hats makes it in. Aqua our Ahri player. Sheng, our second Ahri player. Lots of names making it in here.
And some things to mention, Jimmy Lee stopping at 18th there, so close to that 16th spot. We see 3 wins, 1 draw, 4 losses. Heartbreaking, but a lot of these big name players not making in, but also at the same time, huge name players make it in. We see true champion Isaac, true champion Terry. We see the fact that Ferenthian making it back into Worlds.
To Worlds, yeah, of course. As we said, Duck Hats returning to Worlds. Second place of Worlds last year. Leiftersill making it in again.
And just amazing. And looking at the top decks here, we see not really a lot of Guojia near the top. We see 2, but it's Wind Xander and then Wind Arisana like bringing it up. So very curious like how that broke down. Genbu, majority of the field out here today. And I think if I counted right, only 6 Genbus, so about 50% of them made it through.
And you know, that's pretty good for people that want to play these non-Genbu decks. You would assume if the deck is unbeatable and this unstoppable force is the turtle, that all of them would make it, if most of them would make it. But only 50% of the Genbu players making it. Maybe the players have found the sort of deck choices that need to be made to combat this very powerful water deck.
And now, as a Worlds competitor, now seeing, hearing everything, you're going to look at and see what's converting from the Gauntlet to the World stage and know what you have to be prepared for.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot of Luxem Xander, a lot of Tristan, the Arisanas just sneaking in.
Both made it.
There's a Fire Lorraine aggro deck you now have to be prepared for that you probably weren't really assuming was going to be coming around. And who knows, because these decks are not locked in for tomorrow.
Right.
All these players can just surprise us and be on Rye for all we know.
Yeah, and I know, you know, we've heard the rumblings around the room that the Worlds players, of course, had a huge advantage.
Yes.
That they got to watch this tournament today and see what their future competition was going to be playing. But I know that so many of the Worlds players are looking at this tournament to decide what they want to play tomorrow. I'm sure that they all have a deck that they're like, oh, this is probably what I want to play. But if they look at this Gauntlet and they say, oh no, I've brought a deck that is bad into these 16 players that are incoming, I have to pivot, they can make that choice. And I think a lot of them are going to be doing some serious thinking tonight, you know, joining up with their teams over dinner and saying, hey, what should we play tomorrow during the World Swiss stage?
It's like maybe we take out a few cards, put some in. As a Genbu players, maybe they're like, let's look at our list a little bit.
Right.
What can we do to stop Wind? As like the assassin aggression is really like starting to like do something to us. We need to put something in our deck, maybe a couple of cards, maybe a Regalia, something just change the fact. And it's like, how am I going to deal with Arisana? I probably wasn't expecting to play you. The cool thing about the Worlds is when everyone qualified, you know what they pretty much play, what they're used to. But the Gauntlet is the wild card, the thrown in there, people who are literally climbing from the bottom of Worlds going into the top. These people are out for blood. They know what they want, and they've just played 8 rounds today. They're not going to be shy of playing 8 more tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, of course. Yeah, deck choice is so hard. And I think it seems like the format is way more open than maybe some people have given it credit for. Obviously, a very dominant performance from the Water decks this format. But we're in sort of this new period where we've only been a couple of weeks past the Dissonant Fractal ban. And so the reigning deck Fractals, which made no showing this weekend, by the way, is completely gone from the meta, and so that maybe shakes it up more than we had thought. We sort of all had this idea, you know, as a community that the Fractals players would be replaced by Genbu players, and Genbu would be the new best deck in the format, and I do think it still is.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it's not without counters or without just other strategies that can perform well in this field.
Exactly, and you know, no Fractals here at the Gauntlet, but there may be a chance, there may be potential. Fractals make a showing tomorrow, and that is one of those, I don't know if you'd be happy to see Fractals on the World stage, because like, oh, it's not Genbu, but also at the same time, it's like, oh, it's Fractals.
Yeah, Fractals does give you that sort of out, right? I think the difference between Genbu and Fractals, Genbu is such a skill-expressive deck, so difficult to play well. And Fractals is as well, of course, and we saw so many of the top players playing Fractals, but I I think it has become less of that recently, which is really interesting.
Exactly, indeed. And, everyone, we really appreciate you joining us here for tonight. We've had a wonderful time casting here of a Round 8 Gauntlet and a wonderful time. We're actually going to hear from the winner of the match in an interview with Tyler.
Hello and welcome back for the final interview of the day. It is the World Championship 2025 Gauntlet. We are here at the end of Round 8. I'm here joined with What Do You Min. Congratulations on your win in. It's a very, very tough matchup. You did mention before you had a little bit of a block against that as he has beaten you in previous ascents. How does it feel to know that you overcame that huge obstacle and made it into the World Swiss stage?
It honestly feels like surreal. Did not expect to get as far as I did today, obviously, especially with being on just getting in at the borderline.
But yeah, the big thing is, it doesn't matter where you finish, as long as you finish in the top 16, right?
Exactly.
Whether you're first or 16th, you do make it and advance towards the World Swiss stage. So again, big congratulations to that. I want to talk a little bit about your history as a player. So I looked through your history on the Fractal of Insight. I noticed you played all different colors of slimes. You played wind slimes, fire slimes, water slimes, normal slimes. And then you kind of leaned into this Mill Vanitas, the Mill Cleric focus. And now you're playing Genbu, right? Yeah. Does it feel like that was the deck you really wanted to pick? Or was it like, this deck's pretty good, I feel like playing it?
I moved on to Genbu because it was pretty similar to the Scam decks like Scam Arasana, Vanitas, and all that. And it just felt right at home. And also, I like gambling. Gambling. The casino decks. I mean,
yes. Yet again, let's do a shout out there. But if you like gambling, make sure to join us for Casino Night at Worlds when you get the chance to. So that'll be a little fun event, I believe tomorrow evening. But yeah, so let's talk about it. Deck list, there's a couple things that I think are really unique. So the first thing I want to mention, I don't think there is a single Genbu player here that is running the exact same list as someone else. There are 12 Genbu players in the Gauntlet, and nobody ran the same deck list, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, it's
tell me about why you chose to play the Tideholder Claymore in main, and you moved Viridian and the Beastbond Boots to the sideboard.
I felt that Tideholder Claymore kind of gets you through the games, not having to stall out for way too long. Because I had plenty of games where Tideholder Claymore would put in so much work, like 15 damage for Tideholder Claymore, instead of my allies, which is usually there for clearing board or just keeping me safe.
So a lot of the Genbu decks have been running only one material deck sideboard card. You chose to also run the Viridian Protective Trinket. We didn't see that in most of the deck lists. Tell me about why you felt like that was a key pivotal card for you in the deck.
It's more to stop the Genbu mirrors from negating the stuff that I play, because I found that if without Viridian Trinket, I wouldn't be able to get through the damage, and I would just sit up with all my cards in hand to defend their action.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I guess looking at your list, there is one specific card in the sideboard that I think you were the only person who ran. It would be the card I would think is most relevant for the reasons why you'd want to play Viridian Protective Trinket. Tell me about why you chose to play Frozen Dismissals in your deck.
Frozen Dismissal. It's more for the aggro matchups, and it will catch people off guard or force them to make the ultimatum. Do they want to put 4 down and potentially die next turn, or pay the 4? Oh yeah, I forget.
It's been a really long day. 8 grueling rounds of Swiss, playing a pretty grindy deck, to be honest. So I totally understand. But I guess big examples would be someone plays an Arthur. Frozen Dismissal is fantastic into that. It denies a lot of potential damage coming out. And generally, players who are playing that won't have the influence available to pay the 4 for it. So, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Again, looking at your sideboard, Extricating Touch. Some decks ran 4, some decks ran 2. How did you feel about the ratio of Extricating Touch, and how did you feel it was for you today in your matches?
So I originally ran 2 Extricating Touch. The third one was put in because I didn't know what else to put in. It's for the mirrors and the Luxems, just to kind of remove their kill options or negates, and getting that valuable information.
That's awesome. So one last question for you here before we let you go. There's a card that I found was in a couple decks that I thought was really, really good. It has text to allow people to push more damage from allies. It also has the ability to clear Frostborn Paladins and Ace and Protectors. The Young Beastbonder was a card that a lot of the Genbus here were playing. You chose not to play it. What are your thoughts on that card in the deck?
I reckon it's good, but after playing into like a bunch of Wind Luxems, having it bounce back and losing the buff counters really kind of like stifled my deck.
Yeah, definitely. But thank you so much for joining us here with round 8 of the Gauntlet. Congratulations again on making it to the World Swiss stage. So thank you guys all for joining us here on the stream today, for joining us for all of our interviews, our podcasts, and everything. We'll be back tomorrow, I believe, at 8:30 with the opening ceremony, as well as the DTR design notes. So hopefully you guys had a wonderful time watching the Gauntlet, and we'll see you tomorrow for the World's Swiss stage.
And so we are ready to jump down to the feature match, the last round of the Gauntlet. All comes down to this for these two players.
I'll deal 3 to Genbu, and then I'll draw 1. Sure.
So 3 damage to Genbu's head?
So smart. So this insulates him from Resonating Fugue, because Resonating Fugue says that you swap the attack power and the life stat of Genbu, and he has 3 damage marked on him. So if you swap it, he will die because he has 3 damage marked on him from the Prismatic Edge trigger. So smart. Not a whole lot here, just Frostworn Paladin.
Frostworn Paladin's probably your biggest threat from everything here. Oh no.
Huge Song of Frost here from What Do You Min. Turns out that card does have an alternate activation cost. You can banish a floating memory from your graveyard to play Song of Frost for free.
Only if you're a tamer.
Only if you're a tamer.
And now we actually have to do a little bit of math here. Maybe none at all, because there's actually a smoke bombs being materialized.
Yeah, I think maybe none at all is the word. You're going to see that smoke bombs popped, giving the Majestic Spirit stealth, which will essentially turn off its intercept for the turn, so you won't be able to stop this big turtle or any of Gojia, her sword, or any of her other friends from coming in. And it looks like What Do You Min does take our first game of round 8. And then we'll maybe see a Flame Rune Swordsman. Oh, wow, an immediate Dungeon Guide says, I want to be in control of your graveyard. And he's just going to sit on this Merlin Memory Thief and bully his opponent's floating memory as long as he can.
Just that Fractal Rain trigger, it's now mine.
And what a hand. Fracturize, 2 copies of Cerulean Decree, Frostworn Paladin, Refracting Missiles, is Tidal Lock as well. He has all of the pieces of interaction that he could hope for, and Zedivix has to be, patting that Viridian Protective Trinket on the back for a job well done.
4 for Mustang.
Oh, he found it! Off the Frostworn Paladin?
No way! What a top deck from the Frostworn Paladin, leaving it all to the casino.
That's crazy.
We're removing the Ghost of Pendragon. I am bewildered. Is this your time? Is this your moment to glow and shine? We do see a fireball targeting the dome of Gojia. Grill, we're about to find out what's underneath it here.
Is it that safeguard after all?
It is
the Safeguard Amulet, that Spirit Blade Ascension. And we'll see if What Do You Min wants to go for it.
Oh, just straight off the bat. Fugue.
We see the thumbs up from Zedivix, and that will be What Do You Min taking it in 2 convincing games, 2-0 over Zedivix.
Wow. That is all I have to say about that round. Wow.